This is where it begins. When the visor closes and everything goes quiet. You've prepared for this. You've got your moment. Now the question is, what will you do with it? 3 platforms. Over 100,000 sim racers. 20 past winners. 10 countries. One chance to change everything. It all starts here.
Well, welcome back to the Atlanta Motorsports Park, and for day 2 of Prodigy Week Part 2. You join us at a damp track, but our spirits are not dampened by any means. We're ready to go out in the Radical SR1s, hopefully in a little bit of time. Arjuna Kankipati rejoined by Brian Till. Brian, great to have you. You missed day 1. You missed the physical intensity. You missed the autocross, the skid pad, but you're here for the race cars.
Yeah, I didn't want to be here for the pit fit stuff because I thought I might have to do something. So that's why I wasn't here yesterday. No, I'm just glad to be back. I think this is such an awesome concept when you think about, and you and I were kind of talking about this last night, when you think about what this does and the reach around the world. When I first came into this, it's really kind of 2 generations here. You know, I come from the real tires and real gasoline, smell the fuel kind of background. You come from a much more internet-based background. And so it was really interesting when we got together last year and even last night to talk about the 2 different views of the sport. But this is a way that it all comes together. And I was so shocked by the size of the gaming population worldwide. I know when Matt Fatznot talked to me about it last year and said, hey, this is our concept, I was stunned by the numbers that he threw out, the number of gamers in the world, the number that were interested in motorsport. And I know from a driving background how difficult it is to make that move into professional racing. So this concept of taking the virtual world and moving it into the real world, I love it. The opportunity that it provides is spectacular.
And it's why we saw more than 100,000 people across of season 1, 4 different simulators try out here, and we're down to the 30 drivers. Of course, 20 here today, 12 from 32 drivers. I can do math. 20 today, 12 from last year, and of course, they're all going to be heading to the Prodigy Draft a little bit later this year. And let's talk about what that means, because you and I, just before we went live, we were calling it an NFL Combine. For those in America, they'll understand that term. But let's be honest, those outside of the country maybe don't know what we're talking about there.
Yeah, I mean, basically, you're trying out. I mean, you got 32 drivers out of 100,000. Do the percentages of that and try to figure out, what your chance of getting here is. But you have to earn it. So these drivers have earned it. They are a part of it. They will be a part of the draft. But what this is all about is, hey, what are your strengths? You want those teams out there that are going to draft you to know what your strengths are. Is it in feedback? Is it in your physical fitness? Is it in your social media presence? Are you reaching out and grabbing sponsors because you've got that social media presence? How are you with interviews? All of that stuff. As a team, you're going to want to look at that. Yes, you want a fast race car driver, but I've always said fast race car drivers are not necessarily good race car drivers. You want a driver that's going to win a championship. They have to be smart. They need to be consistent. Yes, there needs to be speed in the car. They need to represent your sponsor. They need to do all of those things. Think about the best race car drivers in the world. They're with the biggest teams in the world, and think about how they perform not only on the racetrack, but off the racetrack. And that's what this is all about. Let's get a look at these winners, these 32 people, and get an idea of how they stack up. And if I'm a team owner, I'm going to sit and look and go, here's what I'm looking for my program. And I'm going to go through that list, and I'm going to look at the scores, and I'm going to go, okay, this person was the best over here, but they weren't the best over here. How do I find the balance of the one that I want in my car?
You can see the track right now, a little bit damp. We're getting ready for the drivers to go out there for the track walk, so they'll get a sense for whether the Hankook intermediate tires that we have are going to be suitable for the conditions. Otherwise, of course, we will not send them out in the conditions that they are not capable of going out. The most important thing, though, this day is about building confidence. Some of these drivers have been in race cars before, karts or whatever their background is. There are some that, of course, just come from the sim world and don't even have driver's licenses. So today, the last thing that we want to do is dent their confidence.
I mean, think about this. I mean, and you're exactly right, confidence. You've never driven a race car before. You've never been on this racetrack before. You may have experienced it in the sim world, but this is like getting called up to the major leagues. This is like getting a chance to audition your musical talent in front of the Philharmonic. I mean, imagine the nerves of these people. It's your dream to do whatever it is, and every one of you that's watching this has done this before in some way, shape, or form, whether it was a speech in second grade, right, where you had to stand up in front of the class and talk, and you were so nervous. You felt this. Imagine what these drivers are going through. This is their opportunity.
And an opportunity that we have 20 drivers from 10 different countries, trying to remember the facts straight. But we had, 12 drivers from 9 different countries for part 1. So I think what we have found is, we use the term NFL Combine. That's why we have to explain it. We have an international community here. And it makes sense because Racing Prodigy's goal to, create sustainable careers in racing by overcoming the major financial barriers is something that everyone around the world can understand. And I feel as though in many ways we're at this wonderful track, the Atlanta Motorsports Park. There's not many other countries in the world that have these private facilities with such great, meeting rooms and everything else that we can come and enjoy. Because these drivers, compare it to some of the other experiences that maybe they've had when they've gone into race schools. This is like being treated like a superstar.
I had never been to Atlanta Motorsport Park until last year when we did this program. And, you get spoiled. I'm certainly spoiled because I have the privilege of being able to work in professional motorsports in North America. So I go to all of those iconic racetracks that you watch, whether it's with sports cars or IndyCars or whatever. But this is a hidden gem. And when I think about what we've seen probably over the last decade, I would say, in private motorsports facilities cropping up, because now you don't have to just watch it on television. You can go experience it. And these track owners have kind of understood that, so they've built these facilities. But this is second to none. I mean, the workout room that we've seen. If I'm a member here, I've got a garage. I have the opportunity to buy a condominium over here that overlooks the racetrack. I've got banquet facilities. I can entertain my sponsors. I can entertain my friends. I can come out and do a track day, park my car back in the garage, and go home. Other people go to the country club and pull their golf clubs out, right, and then go play 18. Well, it's just as expensive as driving for me because the number of golf balls I lose, I might as well come and do this. And this affords you that opportunity to do it. But like I said, everything is here from race shops like Primal, who do such a good job of prepping cars for people. And then the facilities, like I said, it's a destination for a lot of people.
And I'm looking forward to seeing potentially what the future holds for us here at Racing Prodigy. Of course, the goal being later this year to start our first real-world Prodigy Racing series around the Southeast United States with 2 additional series to follow. And this was something that Matt Fasanax revealed last year. The intention being bigger, more powerful cars planned to follow in 2025 and 2026. Just to continue building up this ladder, right? Because we're starting with these SR1s, which is an introduction into, as Radical, I think we'll call it, the slicks and wings. Get used to some downforce, the slick sort of tire as well. And then where do we go from here? I think that's the question that maybe the drivers aren't thinking about today, but at least we can.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that's the beautiful thing. This is being built by Matt and David with a plan. I mean, you don't go, hey, I would love to live in a beautiful house. Here's a lot. Okay, let's start building. No, there's got to be a plan. There's got to be a foundation. Then the walls go up, and then you start adding and adding and adding. In the end, you've got something that's beautiful. They are developing the plan. They've already got the blueprint, and this is the building block process. The foundation was laid last year, starting to put footers and walls in and things like that, and there is a plan. And you can look at the blueprint and say, this is what it's going to look like. But in the process, you have to build, and you've got to bring those contractors in. Those contractors are the teams, right? Looking for teams and sponsors and all of that, not just from a driving standpoint, but from a series-wide standpoint. So it's all about the building blocks. And I think the great thing is they have not put the cart before the horse. They're businessmen. They've done this before in motorsports and in the real world, let's say. And so I think their very well thought out plan is progressing exactly the way that they want it to.
Let's touch on something that I think is quite cool that we're doing new for Prodigy Week Part 2. Of course, we talked about this international flair, which is bringing a diversity to the series and the potential series we have in the future. But for the first time this year, we have the support of WIMNA, and we have 2 female drivers that are here as well, of course, picked by Catherine Legg alongside of Cameron Doss in our Prodigy Search Selection shows. From your perspective, talk us through, the climate of motorsport, right? Because the opportunities aren't necessarily always available to women. We want to try and be a part of that as well here at Racing Prodigy. How cool is it for you to see Cindy Sisson here as well as the Wimner team support?
Well, I mean, it's funny because I've known Catherine for years. I did broadcast when she was racing in the Atlantic Series, and I just look at it and I go, the funny thing is, I mean, I know Catherine as Catherine, and I know that she's, yes, a female race car driver, but I know Catherine Legg is a race car driver, and I think that's what we all want, right? I mean, ultimately, it shouldn't matter, male, female, black, white, brown, whatever the case may be. You're a person, right? You're a race car driver. You zip up the Nomex, you pull the helmet on, you go do your job, and obviously, they're certainly capable as far as physically goes. They're certainly capable as far as mentally goes. I think it's interesting. I think that we've seen probably fewer female race car drivers in the past because I don't think young girls were introduced to it. You've got to be introduced to it in order to take an interest in it and want to move on. And I think the reach, and it could be sim stuff. It could be the availability of, they're sitting down in the basement with their family and maybe their dad or their mom has been interested, and now they sit on the sim and they go, this is fun, and then they get a go-kart or whatever. But I think we're seeing that base grow, and as it grows, we'll get more and more females in the sport. I think it's awesome that they've got the opportunity to do this, but it's a real delicate thing for me because I truly just go, it's a race car driver. When they're sitting in the car and the car's going around the racetrack, you judge the performance by looking at a sheet, and the sheet doesn't tell you nationality, sex. It doesn't tell you any of that. It tells you a time.
And I guess the other thing with that as well is that's what the combine stuff is,
Yeah.
ranking all these
Yeah.
drivers. Let's go check in, though, with pit lane for the first time today. Let's see if we can catch up with Giuliano.
Good morning, Brian and Arjuna. Yes, we are down here. Actually, the day has already been started right down here. As you can see behind me, David Cook has all the people who are anyone are in there, and of course all the drivers as well. So they're going over yesterday recap. They're going over what's going to be happening today. I know this morning they all met with Jim Leo and went over their pit fit assessment that they competed in yesterday. They got their scores. They saw who was on the top of the leaderboard, and we know it's not a competition here, but they all want to be on the top because that ultimately helps them in what we like to call the combine of our racers today. So it's been fun to watch them get to do that. I know we'll be checking in with them all day, but you guys talked about confidence, and that is really the key to really anything in life, right? Because if you don't exude that and you don't have that, you're not going to believe in yourself, but also no one else is going to believe in yourself. So I know with Matt Bosty yesterday during their media training, he touched on that a lot and told them this is important from you, getting it come from everyone else that's around you. And I know that Dr. Nick also, when he did all of their fitness and mental assessments that he went over with them, that was a big thing that he told me yesterday as well, was that a lot of these racers, they have the confidence, they have it, but then they have that, every athlete, right, gets that tinge of doubt. And I know with a lot of these guys being the first time they're going to get in the car today, now we have the weather conditions. Like it's gonna play a different role than they're used to, whether it's on a sim, race or at a kart race. It's all different. So we're all here learning together. But you're right, confidence is key. I know they have what it takes. They're all excited to be here. I know a lot of them. Oh, well, it seems like they're maybe getting up, so we might be getting some other things started, but. It is going to be a great day. The weather isn't going to stop anything from happening, and I know that they've got all the people backing them, giving them that confidence whenever they do get those tinges of doubt or concern. We've got all their backs, so that's really a nice thing to have, and we're going to be covering it all day for you. So I think I'm going to send it back up to you guys, and we will keep in touch.
I think we're getting ready for the track walk, and there's a look at the track. We were taking a look at it, and it didn't seem like there was much standing water.
So you're going to have to help me with this, all right? I know that iRacing just added rain. That was a big deal.
Big deal.
My 20-year-old is a big sim guy, and he's like, Dad, they're adding rain. But we were just talking about these drivers and their confidence. You've got some that have driven before, some that have not. But if you've never driven a race car on a racetrack and the first racetrack you drive on is damp and you don't participate in your sim racing with a platform that has rain, I mean, you are completely thrown into the deep end here.
I'm glad you brought that up.
Yeah, I shouldn't say deep end.
Literally.
Choose my words better.
It's funny you mentioned that. Yesterday I was actually bringing that up. We were talking about it on the broadcast because Kenton Cook had mentioned that he's been using iRacing's rain a little bit, and I was talking about where you place the car and how you use it to practice. And it brought me back to the first rain race that we had on iRacing, the 12 Hours of Sebring.
Oh, my gosh. In the rain?
And we had 2 torrential downpours. And for context, if people are unfamiliar with iRacing special events, we don't have safety cars. It's a 12-hour sprint. And at that level of competition, when drivers are split by hundredths and, tenths of a second per lap, you're going wild, pedal to the metal for 12 hours. The rain added an element of unpredictability that we have never seen before. We're talking the best drivers in the world, in the world, from mistakes that I would never have seen before.
Yeah.
And we're still kind of seeing that in some of the rain races we do. I was commentating on Alex Dunn, who races in Formula 3, racing against Chris Lullum, who's Gustavo Ariel's teammate. Portimao in the rain, Formula 3 cars, and they were putting on a show. Until, guess what happened?
Somebody found the wall.
Someone went on the curb.
Yeah.
And
then, well, and that's just it. And for those fans that are race fans, they understand that the different grip levels. And I think the thing about the rain, and I will tell you right now, you looked out the window and said, I think it's drivable and there's no standing water. I think this is the most difficult condition you can have. And the reason is everything's going to be slick, obviously, because the surface is damp. The curbing, certainly anything that has paint on it is going to be slick. So, hey, let's listen to coaches right now with their teams.
It's only when you get to any kind of standing water at all that, like, it's all just skip across. Yeah. I've driven some, like BFG had a tire that had just, like, a little groove in it. And we took that on, like a moist track. And, like, it was totally good until, again, you got to, and that was, like, more of a slick than this is. So, like, this tire should actually be pretty good at something. So, putting, like, a proper rain tire may overheat in these types of conditions, and you have to, like, be worried about overheating the tire. But I'll be curious to see how it is, how you guys do, and tomorrow I think it's going to be dry, so you're going to get the best of both worlds. Yeah, no kidding, you're going to have to adapt,
It might be a question for the safety briefing, but we're going to be communicated by the flags, right, when the session ends and everything, like, okay.
Yeah. So obviously there's flag stations all around the track. Obviously, you'll get one at the start-finish line for checkered, but also they're going to have one in the final corner. And there's, like, on the long, like, sweeping left-hander before, like, you guys have probably done a million laps here already on the sim for the most part. At least someone. You know where it goes, Yeah, you know where it goes. So, like, that long sweeping final corner before the King Kong to the straightaway, there's a flagger station.
The most valuable thing to look at first is the video, right? We can get so lost in the data when ultimately, like, we got to chop off the first couple seconds or whatever it is, whether it's driving technique or driving line or placement, any of that. We'll get through that on video, and then we'll work our way into the data when we're really trying to find a 10th or 2 or 3, right? Whatever the case is, and see exactly what's happening input-wise and in that part of the corner. But we'll start with video, and then obviously I'm open to looking at data right off the bat if you'd like. I just usually videos where you find most of it, and then when we need to narrow it down, we'll go down into the data, right? Makes sense? Have any of you ever worked with data?
Yeah.
On the sims, you guys? Yeah, okay.
I'm an engineer, usually
Racing a lot, but I also do a ton of coaching. Other amateur drivers, some gentleman drivers, guys that have done gotten into racing later in life. So I spend a lot of time looking at data, and that's something I think you guys should probably all, if you don't have a handle on it, get one quickly. It's actually a lot of fun. It's like having the answers to the test after you take the test. Like, oh, okay, this is where I could have done better. This is what I got right. This is what I got wrong. And while I can help you guys with that if you don't have the background, we'll definitely want to be looking at that all the time to the point where we can both interpret it and make goals for the next session, next time you guys are in the car. All right. First time on track, certainly want to be within our limits. Want to try to get the basics down first, and we don't want to build speed until we have everything right. Right? If we're doing it wrong, no point in trying to do it any faster.
It's all right. You know, like the reason why I'm asking you so I can help you in different way. Yeah. You know, because what I see, like for example, you know, I race the X30. You know, I race this weekend. We race USPKS in Charlotte. So I'm very familiar with what you guys are doing. You know, the main things is like when you don't have a car experience and you only have kart or something like that, these things are heavy. So kart, the only feeling you will have similar to kart will be when you will race F1 or IndyCar. Anything else will be below that. So when you drive a sports car or anything, the car will feel heavy. And if you're expecting the things for you to go like this and the things to do what you want, no. The things will be way slower than your brain. So it's actually more difficult because you need to slowly discover the limits. And the best things I can give you, I give you how I learn. You know, one of the things that they always tell me, how do you learn the braking zone, right? And this is how I learn how to do it. Let's say that we go out there and we say braking zone in turn 1 should be 200. What I do, I start, you know, I warm up my car, I do whatever I want. I arrive maybe 260 and I let off from the throttle. I coast and I use my brake at 200. So when I feel comfortable, I close that gap. Does it make sense? Because with that, you know, you lose very little doing that. You know, maybe a few tenths of a second, but gives you more time to your brain to process. And then you can close that gap. When you're gonna close that gap, things will happen very quick, and you will feel it. It's not gonna those 60 feet will increase. I always talk about volume. It's gonna go from volume 3 of your attention to volume 8, and because everything happened quick. But if you train your brain to think quick, you know, you're gonna get there. And I think that will be, I like to keep it simple. To me, that would be the first things you guys should keep in mind. You know, coming from karting and everything, like, you know, it's give yourself time to make the car settle and do whatever the car needs to do.
Yeah, just whatever feels not fast. Not fast. Yeah, just cruise down pit lane at a reasonable speed. Not like in the 80s.
Definitely not an 80s F1. No.
It says 25 miles an hour. And I think you'll see that on the dash as well. I don't think the dash is in kph. I do believe it is in miles an hour, but if you're going 25 and it feels like kph, maybe it's 40. Yeah, that's kind of what I got for you guys. So I look forward to kind of getting rolling. Is that your water? That's your water. I have mine in my water. Yeah, I had one here. So, I think we're gonna go do the track walk now. So we'll go get ready and do that. Getting the cars down there, but I think we got the weight.
How is the margin between like braking optimally and over braking and like locking the wheels? Oh, you find very quickly. Yeah, but is it in this car? Naturally, it brakes.
Rear biased.
Okay,
You're gonna, like when you get lockup,
you know how it is, right? Spin right away. I will just go a bit straight.
It's kind of like a go-kart.
Okay.
Skid the rears a bit. But you know how it works, right? Like if your technique is off, if you're like ramping up the brake pressure, then you're gonna lock up the brakes down in the corner. Probably not a good, less than ideal. But as long as our technique is right and we're efficient with how we hit the brake pedal and where we hit the brake pedal, then you might get a little bit of lockup, but at least at that point you have plenty of time to release and roll the entry.
Yeah.
So.
These are sequential, right?
Yes.
Are they auto blip, or have we got to blip ourselves?
Auto blip.
Okay.
Yep. But sometimes it's beneficial to just blip yourself.
Because I know in like
I don't know, I haven't driven these.
Because I know in Cup like you blip for first gear.
So yeah. So most of these cars that have an auto blip, right? It's a load cell. The load cell can't predict when you're getting downshift. It just feels once you go ask for it. And these motors don't really spin like that fast. So if you're good enough with the downshift and the blip, think about it. You know when you're getting downshift, so you can predict and give the car like full throttle in the blip and maybe a smoother downshift than the load cell ever would, only because it's like reacting versus you're being proactive with the blip. So something to try. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to it. It's not like if it has an auto blipper, it won't let you blip. So yeah, if you're getting like chatter or lockup.
Yeah, once you get going, you don't need it. I assume you guys all left foot brake?
We'll have to in this car.
Did you have to in this car?
I think so, yeah.
Okay, why?
Yes, all along.
Do you know why?
It's really heavy brake.
Okay. I'm just asking because I right foot brake everything, so what's up? Yeah. I mean, I drive a street car all the time. I mean, sometimes you got clutches, and I've just been doing it for 30 years with my right foot. And if you told me to go do one lap with a left foot brake, I'd probably wreck before I got halfway through. I'd bring it back to pit lane and smash. Okay, but it doesn't really matter, I don't think. I'm just kind of curious as to how you guys are going to do it. And then I've talked about things like the 100% rule. You guys know what that is? 100% rule.
Don't sandbag, I guess.
No, that's actually...
Or is that a different... Okay.
So 100% rule basically says that the tire has grip in one and only one direction, right? So if I want to brake at 100% of the car's capacity, I get zero capacity left for turning. So if I want to start turning and I'm braking at 100%, I've got to come out of the brake so that I have some percentage then left to turn. So a good example of turn 17 at Sebring, you brake hard, but right away you have to turn. So I've got to give up 10% braking so I can do 10% turn. And that goes all the way to, I'm completely off the pedals using 100% of the car to turn through the middle, and at some point, if I want to go, I got to straighten my hands. Now, front tires don't have any drive, but the rears do, so I'm going to ask more of them. They can't go 100% laterally and side to side. What about load transfer? You guys familiar with that? Okay, that's something, hit the brakes, load goes to the front, turn the wheel, load goes to the opposite. It's where the shopping bag spills, where your coffee spills when you go on a corner. I came home from the airport on a red eye from Laguna last weekend. Put my water, they give me water, and I was dehydrated, long flight. I put the water bottle in the cup holder, went around the exit ramp, and it was just all over me. That's what happens. So load transfer was a perfect example there. Let's see. So we talked about those three things. Those are mostly the things that we're going to be, and then just eye position. I'm going to hit on you guys over and over and over again. If you want to be fast out there, 90% of everything I can tell you is eyes. I tell the guys I coach, the day you figure out how to really use your eyes is the day I'm out of a job because you won't need me. It's that important, it's that critical. When I'm having a bad day on track for whatever things just aren't clicking, even after 30 years of driving, I can trace it back to my eyes. It's not a natural thing for me to keep my eyes up. And look, I've got to absolutely remind myself all the time. So I'm going to keep doing that with you guys too. Get those eyes up, get those eyes up, get those eyes up. If you're looking there, you're going to go there, which means, and that includes sliding, locked brakes, or just a good, fast, solid lap.
If you don't feel the butterfly when you do something, you're not human. It's just understanding that that's natural. Get my point? So yeah, it's a big deal. It's like it's not that you guys are here in vacation. Right? It's like it's a big deal, and it's normal to feel that little, competitive pressure. Like as I told you yesterday, do not let the pressure be bigger than the pleasure. Remember, when you said don't let the pressure be, say, I'm here for a reason. I got selected between thousands of kids. I already deserve to be here. Really, that's what I mean. You deserve to be here. So you already won your race. Now just enjoy, be yourself, and I will help you to get as close as possible to your the best performance you can.
Yeah. I think a little bit of nerves is good. It helps you not get complacent.
Yeah. Every race, I run 22 Daytona 24 hour, and I won it twice overall. And even on my last race, there is always the unknown.
Yeah.
It's because of competitive spirit. It's a competitive spirit. As simple as that. So.
Yeah.
Anything else? Like
Not really.
Since we're going to be taking care of the tires the whole way through because we all have one set.
let's drive the shit out. Okay, please, let's drive the shit.
Understood. I'll do that.
All right.
Thank you.
That's cool.
All right. That's kind of good to hear. Thank you.
How did you do in your last X30 race?
The X30, I raced the senior.
Oh,
the local
okay.
race.
Wow.
I was on pole and I finished third in North Carolina. But this weekend I'm racing the USPKS Master, KA 100, because I don't, I can't make the weight on the X30 senior anymore because I weighed 185. I race the Master in X30, but they took away the class, so now they only have the KA 100 Master.
Right.
So, yeah. But I'm gonna be the mechanic of my son this weekend. Marco is 14, Matteo is 14, and so I will be the mechanic with another guy, and we race here. We have a beautiful racetrack. That is the replica of the most famous European track, Parma.
Yeah. GoPro.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've
GoPro.
been there.
Yeah. I helped them to design the track.
What?
Yeah,
Really?
That's that track is the same track I ran my first ever go-kart race. And I won. I ran European Championship, World Championship first time. I raced with Michael Schumacher, with all the guys on. The same layout.
I've heard that it was the same, but I
Super
didn't
famous.
know.
Oh.
I didn't know where it was or
It's
who designed
it's
it.
a place in the middle of Italy called Parma. That I was works driver for PCR and that. Back in the days, and we went to the track twice a week. To the same place. So it's a really special place.
All right. You guys about ready? Guys and gals? All right. So Max is going to find Kent and Cook just outside, and we'll be at the waiting for you on the scale. Andrew.
Yeah.
Let's go. We're going to catch up. You guys.
That's kind of a place to go.
Hanging around. Glorified standard around.
Glorified stand around it.
One of the things we've learned since jumping into the sports car world.
We'll get those technical issues resolved, check back in with Hannah as soon as we can, who's standing out there on the sky deck. Does seem to be a rather windy and blustery day, but we were listening into some of that advice, and we were just, I think, in many ways, wondering where some of the questions were from drivers, and then when it did result, marveling from some of the answers the coaches were giving.
I hope there's a way to replay that, because if you're watching at home, you need to replay that. I mean, Max Papis, Spencer Pompelli, Andrew Carbonell, they're sitting – people literally pay thousands of dollars to go to driving schools and listen to what they were just talking about. I was sitting here, and Arjun, I think you were laughing at me because I was like, yes, and I'm pointing at the screen going, listen to what he's saying, That's excellent. Just great advice, and you think about the success that those drivers have, on their resumes as they stood there talking to these young drivers that are just kind of like gobsmacked that they're getting this information, trying to soak it all in. And I love Max talking about don't let the pressure outweigh the pleasure of driving the car. And he was right. He was pumping them up a little bit, saying, you have succeeded. You've already succeeded. You're here. You're this group of some of the chosen ones who competed and won and bested other people, and that's why you're here. Enjoy the moment. Yes, be competitive, but be smart about it. And my kids played competitive baseball. I never let them get involved in motorsports, but they played competitive baseball even in college. And I had placed something on one of their bookcases probably 10 years ago that said you can either let the pressure consume you or you can let it drive you. And that's really true. Right now, these drivers, they're going to go out there, they're going to look at the racetrack, and when they have the chance to get in the car, there is going to be a weight on their shoulders like you can't believe. New car, new racetrack, new experience, great opportunities.
Changing conditions.
Yeah, massive pressure. And they're going to have to say, I've got this. Take a deep breath. I've got this. And that is so easy to say and so hard to do. It's like playing golf with your friends and you step up on the first tee and you're like, I don't want to tee off first.
someone else.
Yeah, someone else. Please go ahead.
You wave them on forward. And the notes that we have from some of the drivers from Prodigy Week Part 1 who gave us some of their thoughts heading into this second week. They'll be watching on, I'm sure, in the YouTube chat and enjoying some of these looks. But Ciro Sambra said the specific advice that he got from the coach that was most important. Max Papis said, don't let the pressure be bigger than the
there you go. Yep.
The other line that Andrea Leonardi said Max said, which I thought was also very interesting, if you are nervous, smile. Because I genuinely think, and this goes for everything, a positive attitude, it reflects well when we're talking about, the teams coming and reviewing you, and we're talking about these scorecards that are being put together. In your just own circumstance, I think putting a smile on your face, even if you're in a really terrible mood, does tend to lift your spirits just a little bit.
Absolutely. And, Spencer Pumpelly was talking about data. He was talking about learning to look at the data. I think he said it's like getting the answer key after you've taken the test so you can kind of go compare. But in that data, I guarantee you what you're going to find is exactly what you just said. You're going to find some bright spots where your answer was right, where your performance, looking at the data, was good. It's where you need to be. And you've got to hold on to those and go, okay, I did this right, and this right. I can improve here. If you look at it the other way and go, man, this was awful here, this was awful here, this is awful here, and you ignore the high spots that you see, then you're just going to be down the whole time. Find your success, let that build the foundation, and then work on the areas where you need to improve. And again, it's so easy to say, the human mind and how it weighs on you. I can vividly remember, and this was probably before you were born, Arjuna, but I can literally remember the Barber Saab race in 1986 at the St. Petersburg Grand Prix, and I had to win the race to have any chance of winning the championship. And we were a walkaway race on Saturday. The day had been delayed. The street lights were on. It was that dark outside, and we're racing these Barber Saab cars, these entry-level formula cars around the street circuit. And I can see in my mirror that my nearest competition in the championship, the guy leading the championship, is fourth. He needed to be fifth or better, and he would win. And so I'm sitting there. I've got a dark visor on because I was ready, for daylight, but the race has been moved back. And I'm thinking, it's like near suicide each corner I'm going through. And I remember this voice saying, why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Why are you going to crash this car? He's going to win. It doesn't matter, da-da-da-da. And I had to literally have this argument with myself as I'm zipping around at 120 miles an hour around the streets of St. Petersburg going, no, it does matter. Trying to put the negatives out. I did win the race. I didn't win the championship. He finished fourth. But it was one of those things where the internal struggles that you have, I think in any competition and really in life in general, where you have to grab yourself and go, come on, man. One thing's for sure, you're not going to succeed if you quit. You're not going to succeed if you give up. You're going to do everything that you can to succeed, and you have to stay focused and, like you said, smile through the down times because you got to use that energy to try to find the performance that you need. So,
we say all of this, but it just brings me back to when I was a kid. I played cricket a lot growing up, which a lot like baseball, except the intention is for
except
the ball.
It's weird. Yeah.
Except the intention sometimes is for the ball to hit you in the face.
Right, yeah.
And so I got to a point where I was playing with, 16, 17, 18-year-olds, and the ball's coming to you at 80, 90 miles an hour. And like you say, right in the moment, your brain's going, I don't think I can do this.
Yeah.
And I couldn't do it, and I had to take a step back. And so, again, like you say, that's where stuff like Dr. Nick Molinaro comes in with his, test of attentional and interpersonal style, which I think is a really interesting concept because I have come into this world of motorsports, I think in many ways, through Racing Prodigy. I've experienced the sim racing world plenty, but motorsports and the mindset behind it, mindset is everything.
I truly think it is everything because, the physical act of driving a car, when you break it down, is not difficult.
Get fit, and most people can do it.
Yeah, it's not difficult. I loved what Spencer Pumpelly was talking about. A tire, has 100%. If you're going to break at 100%, there's nothing left. I always talk about when I teach that there's a cable tied between the bottom of the steering wheel at 6 o'clock and the top of your right foot. If the pedal's down all the way on either the gas or the brake, that's 100%. The steering wheel's straight, the cable's tight. But if you get to the corner and you turn the wheel, the cable pulls your foot up. It's that game of mix and match. So those concepts are basic, but it's applying the concept that makes it difficult. And that's where the mindset comes in. Like you say, you've got to understand the concept, and then you have to be able to apply it. I understand Tiger Woods' golf swing. I cannot apply it. And guaranteed, when I stand up on the tee box with a driver in my hand, my first thought is, don't slice. Well, and then what do? You slice, right? It's a mindset thing. And it's the same thing with driving a car. The concept of it is pretty basic, simple, and straightforward.
Execution.
It's the execution and the application of it that's difficult, and the confidence side of things is huge in that.
Yeah, I love playing golf. My mindset's terrible when I play golf, so clearly I need to talk to Dr. Nick.
You and me both. Maybe we need a coaching session.
But we talk about the physical stuff. Let's go back to yesterday very briefly, because this 3 days is the gamut, right? We're trying to judge holistically these drivers across everything that they'll need to be successful in the real Prodigy Racing League, assuming that they get signed to the pro racing contract. So Jim Leo, Trey Shannon, Millie Matthias from Pitfit, alongside of Dr. Ashley Whitson from the Racers Physio, put the drivers through the physical gamut, Cooper test. We saw the treadmills, the reflexes with the lights. They're all going to be judged and evaluated on that. We'll have a top scorer, a winner, if you will. And that's all going to feed in to the assessments that get sent out to the teams. From your perspective, though, we've done that now. One driver ended up having to do the treadmill section twice. Nathan Maximin started out the treadmill section. Treadmill broke. So he had to go back and do it again. That aside, yesterday was actually a little bit less heavy and intense than last year's day one was, because we didn't have karting. Is that going to be a benefit for the drivers, knowing that they're already going to be a little bit tense and stressed with these changing conditions? What you and I had been talking about when we were listening to the meeting with the coaches as well was the fact that you would rather have consistent wet so you can get a sense for what the grip was like, rather than if it's drying off and you're getting all these changes lap after lap after lap.
I mean, especially on a racetrack that I've not been on before, in a car that I've not driven before, I think these are the most difficult conditions, if it stays like this, that you can imagine in a car, because literally it will be different every lap. It's like you were saying, I said I would rather drive in a consistent rain, because the racetrack will be the same every single lap. I can determine where the car works best, and then I can run there lap after lap. For these drivers with the inexperience that they have, they're going to be chasing something, and a lot of times they're not going to know what it is that they're chasing. They're going to drive the car and go, hey, it worked pretty good on this section of the racetrack. I think this is where I want to be. But the next time by, it's not going to be that way, because there have been 2 or 3 other cars across that same piece of tarmac, which has dried the racetrack more. And so there's more grip in a different area, or there's more grip there and they could have gone faster, or they get to the far end of the racetrack and now it drizzles again. And what was drying is now damp, and so now it doesn't feel the same. It feels worse than it did last time by. And they don't have the experience yet to look at the racetrack. And, I mean, again, it's basic concepts, right? If it looks shiny, it's wet. I mean, seriously, if it's shiny, it's wet. If it's dull, it's dry or drying.
That's what I've learned in iRacing
so
far.
And so but you're asking them to see that, have it register, make a decision about where they're going to place the car based upon what they're seeing. Oh, and they've never done this before. And they're going 80 miles an hour, 90 miles an hour, eventually 100 miles an hour. I mean, so it's when they get out on the racetrack, if these conditions still exist, it'll be some of the most difficult driving that a race car driver will ever face.
And what a way to get thrown into a Radical SR1, which is at 60% throttle, is what Primal Racing School does in all of their introductory programs. And if you are, here and watching the stream thinking, I'd like to try out a Radical SR1, see what these drivers are experiencing, you can check out the programs offered by Primal Racing School. They offer everything from a one-day experience to custom programs to help experienced racers shave that little tenths of a second off their times, and the 2- and 3-day advanced programs are fully SCCA accredited if you want to get your racing license. And of course, this SR1 is just the beginning of the Radical journey if you want to go even faster machines.
And don't think for a minute, I mean, when you said 60% throttle, I'm like, that's what I want right now.
Especially in these rain conditions.
If I'm out on the racetrack, even if I had the opportunity to use 100% throttle, I'm thinking that you're probably never going to get there until you've gotten to a straight section or a faster corner where the aerodynamics is helping hold the car down. A lot of times in the rain, let's say there's a second gear corner. A lot of times in the rain, as a driver, we'll approach those corners and now go up a gear. And you think, well, that's going faster. No, that's going slower. You go up a gear, you go to third gear, the revs are way down, you're off the cam, you're out of the turbo boost, whatever. You don't want the power. You're trying to dull the car down a little bit by going to a higher gear so you don't get the wheel spin that you get with the increased torque from being in the power band of the engine. So 60% throttle right now, I'm like, can I have 50? I mean, they may not even get to the 60 in these damp conditions. And so it's one of those deals where, again, I mean, this is a serious race car, and these are serious conditions that these drivers are going to be facing. So, yeah, the 60% throttle I think is a really good thing. I always laugh. People want to go to do a driving school, and they're like, well, I'm going to take my whatever. And you're like, why don't you just go and do it in a basic school car? No. I'm like, if you want to learn to fly, you don't go buy a used MiG. I mean, you go, even if you have the financial resources to do it, you go do it in a Cessna 152,
I can't go learn on a
Yeah, I mean, you can.
twin-engine passenger
You
airplane.
can, but probably not the best thing in the world. Go learn to fly and then work through your skills. If you want to go learn to drive, put your ego aside, go learn to drive, and once you know how to drive and you've got the concepts down and you can replicate it, duplicate it on a regular basis, then you can begin to increase the horsepower. It's like you wouldn't send your what is it, T-ball kid or little league kid out to face a 100-mile-an-hour professional pro pitcher, right? I mean, they might have a really good swing for an 8-year-old, but at the same point in time, they're not going to hit a major league pitcher. So the concepts are the same. You just got to build up to it.
Hey, I guess you got to learn eventually.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Trial by fire?
Real? To some extent. And I will tell you that, and Max Papis can tell you this, Spencer Pompelli, Andrew Carbonell, they've all done it. Every step that you take in your motorsports career, when you make the next step up, for me, it was predominantly open-wheel cars, the Atlantic car to the Indy Light car, Barber Saab car to an Atlantic car to an Indy Light car back in the day, Indy NXT now, or Indy Next. And then the Indy car, they're all cars. They all have a steering wheel. They all have 4 round black things on the corners. They all got a loud pedal and a stop pedal. But the level of the game changes as you move. And it's all what it all becomes then is just like the baseball analogy. It's about timing. It's about how quickly things happen and how you can react to it. And if you've learned and grown throughout and you've developed a process to deal with a little bit faster car and how you break down things, then you're operating at the same game. You've just turned up the speed a little bit. If you haven't learned, now it can be overwhelming because things happen so fast and you haven't built those cornerstones. You haven't built that foundation.
And I think of the Indy 500's rookie orientation program, right, where we take some of the best drivers in the world but recognize that they're doing something that maybe they've not done before and in a car that's right on its edge, and so you slowly build them up. I think it's 200 miles an hour to start with, 210, and you build their confidence and speed up, and the same thing happens at the top level. You need to kind of do it for these drivers as well. You can see that the paddock is getting a little bit more busy. One thing I want to just call attention to are the Hankook tires that are being loaded by the pit wall right now. Much like we had during Prodigy Week Part 1, the drivers are assigned a set of wheel and tires for the entirety of the 2 days. That means you lock the tire up, you get a flat spot, tough. It also means, though, whatever you do in terms of at the start of the first session that we're about to get into, in the morning once we finish this track walk, if you do anything, you're then left with that tire at the end, and you need the speed when we make our way into the chase. Now, these are tires that can go through heat cycles, don't get us wrong, but you've got to make sure you're thinking about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think the most important thing is, like you said, flat spots. You don't want to be sitting in a vibrating chair for the rest of the time, right? And that's what you would be left with in a flat spot. And I don't know, can you get a flat spot in the sim world?
Oh, on iRacing.
They should do that.
No, please don't, because I watch it too much.
So, I mean, if you're kind of new to this and you're just following along, when we talk about a flat spot, if these cars don't have anti-lock braking systems, so if you brake beyond 100% of the tire's capability, they're going to lock up. We've done it on our bikes when we were kids, and
it was cool then.
It was cool then. Some people have even done it in rental cars, right? So, but if that wheel stops turning, it's going to file it off in that area if you leave it locked for too long. Ever get the shopping cart, the thumper at the grocery store? That's what it'll be like for the rest of the day. Thump, 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 as it goes along. And not only is it uncomfortable, but as you brake again, it's going to roll to that flat spot, and it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. So they need to be super careful about taking care of the tires. Like you said, heat cycles are one thing, flat spots are something entirely different.
The drivers are in their racing suits, but also now covered up a little bit as they get ready to go on the track walk. Don't go anywhere, though. We are here for day 2 of Prodigy Week Part 2, live from the Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Everyone who knows racing knows we have an access problem to our beloved sport. It's expensive and simply keeps getting more expensive at the entry level and for most pro racing series. We learned we can fix the access problem, though, through sim racing. But what we learned was that just uncovered the sustainability issue. Nissan was first to prove the access problem could be solved through sim racing with its GT Academy program. Mazda did it next and McLaren after. It's been proven time and again that the skills transfer from the virtual race cars and tracks to the real things. Sony made a movie about this after all. So why didn't the gamer to real life racing programs result in illustrious racing careers for their drivers? Why did most virtual to real racers end up out of racing? Well, I oversaw Mazda's competition at iRacing star Glenn McGee won, beating out all of Mazda's real-world racers looking to go professional racing using Mazda's six-figure scholarship, which financed the majority, but not all, of a pro racing season in the Mazda MX-5 Cup. The Mazda MX-5 Cup racing series was and still is the most affordable sports car pro racing series in North America. And when Glenn won, we told him, congratulations. And now you will have to overcome the challenge of sustainability in racing. It's time to get to work to gain funding for next season. You have no relationships in racing, no last name with heritage in the sport, and no family money to pick you up when sponsors don't flock to keep you racing in entry or mid-level pro sports car racing. And you have only 6 race weekends in the MX-5 Cup Series to network and learn what value you have. That is what the six-figure scholarship got close to covering. Glenn and the Nissan drivers broke into our beloved sport. Access problem, at least for them, fixed. But Nissan's and Mazda's funding had a limit. The car manufacturers gave the gamers the opportunity, but then it was sink or swim once the manufacturer stopped their support to use that budget for the next marketing opportunity. The virtual to real racers discovered that motorsports access problem is only the tip of the iceberg. The cost of racing at the entry level all the way up to mid-level professional racing series, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars or even millions of dollars every year to compete, is higher than the value to corporate sponsors. So how does someone pay for it? Well, our next video addresses the 7 paths I saw racers take to stay in racing and climb the ladder. It's all difficult, but if you get into real-world racing in a program other than Racing Prodigies, you should be aware of the various paths and determine which is best for you. The Racing Prodigy program is not like Nissan's GT Academy, Mazda's, or McLaren's, outside of our approach to fix the access problem. Gaming has proven to be the answer here. Using sim racing's disruptive technology to identify racing prodigies is part of the solution. Part of how we transform motorsports, but not disrupt it, to expand it, to open more opportunities to all, and to make those sustainable simply by having the skill. Unlike the car manufacturers, our model does not take 1 or 2 racers from gaming to put them into an existing real-world racing series for a limited time before it's sink or swim by raising enough money for a sports car series which the broader audience, the general public, and the big companies have largely never heard of. To fund the continuation of racing for the prodigies who go E to real, we are building a racing league that we believe the broader audience will be aware of, that fans can easily follow and understand, the sponsors will know, can understand, and want to support. that advertisers will want to get behind. And of course, that aspiring racers will want to enter to make a career. So how do we get there? Well, we get there if we get entries into the esports tournaments on iRacing, Race Room, R Factor 2, and Street Kart Racing, the mobile game. We get there by adding additional racing games. We achieve our vision of a sustainable E2Real racing league and league if people follow Prodigy Racing League and watch the events. Our first real-world racing event where the winners from the 4 racing titles go to compete in a real race car on a real racetrack, Prodigy Week Part 1. It takes place October 30th through November 1st. Prodigy Week Part 1 will be live streamed on Racing Prodigy's YouTube channel. Whether you're an aspiring racer or a fan, help us open motorsports to all by following us on YouTube and our other social channels, which are linked below in the description.
Welcome back to Atlanta Motorsports Park for, of course, day 2 of Prodigy Week. I'm Hannah Newhouse, and good morning, Arjuna and Brian. We've had our drivers make their way down here pit side with me. As you can see behind me, getting all fitted, ready to go, and acquainted with their coaches because we're getting ready to take part in the track walk. Well, a little bit of mist still down here on pit road. We've all got our rain jackets on, but we've got cars equipped behind us to take these drivers out on the racetrack and, of course, make their way in between some of the longer stints. But, of course, each of these drivers still teamed up with their driver coaches. They'll get all of that insight, even more than what we heard from them in that driver briefing room earlier. But my favorite thing, of course, we're down here as part of the live crew, bringing you all the behind-the-scenes action of the YouTube stream. But, man, so many more cameras, boom mics. Everyone's got mics on them for, of course, part of the documentary crew. So it is a very busy place to be down here on pit lane. These drivers definitely anxious to get out on the racetrack. And Arjuna and Brian, you guys have definitely talked about it, and I want to include you in this conversation here. You heard them talking about wet weather. Brian, I know you weren't here yesterday, but I know tuned in via YouTube. We had the skid pad, which of course was a wet weather condition style test. And there was about a 50-50 of drivers that said, oh, I'm not worried about the wet weather condition whatsoever because I've tested it on the sim, I ran it on iRacing. And then there was a handful of other drivers that were not near as confident in about wet weather. And of course, we all watched the radar over the last couple days and, well, we knew wet weather was coming. So I think this is gonna be a big testament of how these drivers adapt, especially with a race surface that's probably not evenly moist like we saw on the skid pad yesterday. But Kent Stacy, as you can see over here, is addressing our drivers, making sure that they're with their groups and in their respective pit stalls. We've got, of course, each pit box down here, which is going to have each of one of the Radical SR1s when these drivers get ready. And of course, they're being into designated cars to be with each of their respective teams as well. So you can kind of feel the anticipation. There's a lot of conversation going on between fellow drivers and the coaches down here as we get ready to take on this track walk. We've got our rain jackets on, so we're going to stay nice and dry here in between the cars, but looking forward to seeing what these drivers learn from not only each other, but their coaches here on this track walk.
You know, it's interesting. I'm looking at the driver standing over there, and Hannah, you know this because you're a driver. I think the thing that might slip everybody's mind is you can see the camera kind of panning. It needs to pan to people's feet. You know why? When these drivers get in the car, it's wet outside. And you need that good traction, not only between the tire and the road. You need the good traction with your foot, with the pedals. And for these drivers who have never driven in the rain before, stepping in the car with a wet shoe, you're going to want to step in the car, take a towel, dry the bottom of your shoe off as much as you can so that you've got a good grip, a good purchase of the pedals when your foot is down on them, because trust me, they can slide around. I'm sure there's some non-slip on the pedals. Most race cars have those, but you want to make sure that your shoes are nice and clean and dry when you get in there. You'll see this in IndyCar races, Formula One races. When drivers go out, they may have a cover on their shoes, or they'll step into the car and somebody will hand them a towel and they'll dry the shoe off as much as they possibly can, because you got to make sure you've got that good grip with your feet down on the pedals.
Such an
I
interesting
mean, worst
concept.
case scenario, we'll go find some grip tape. You know what I mean? That's definitely going to be down here and available. But Brian, you know, one of the things that was interesting, not only the moisture aspect element of being down here, you'd mentioned it, having those wet shoes, but after the skid pad yesterday, we saw a lot of drivers taking the opportunity to get fitted and suited in those radicals, sitting in that. And for some of these drivers, it was the first time that they've actually sat behind the wheel of a race car. We ran in the BMWs yesterday during autocross and skid pad, but this is the first time they really sat in a car, grabbed a wheel, and Camille was one that I was talking to as he was sitting in the cockpit of the SR1, and he said there's no windscreen, there's no windshield, there's no nothing. And it was one of those things that it took me a second to register as well. I was like, oh, you're right, there isn't a windscreen. Now that wouldn't be as big of a deal if there wasn't moisture. They would just be dealing with the air in their face and the aero aspect. And now you've got this added element of moisture, right? Is that gonna be kicked up into their face as well? You've got the visors, especially in conditions when we're doing chases and multiple car racing action over the next couple of days. So that's gonna be a learning thing too. But there's a couple of drivers that are with us here at this event that have karting experience, that have that open face aspect of racing, that have ran in the rain. Brenna Schubert was one that I thought about, and I talked to her, and she was like, oh yeah, you know, we kart in the rain all the time, and you know, we're used to having the elements up in our face, the wet shoes, you know, and karting pedals, of course, a little bit different as well, to where they just have got those bars, so making sure they have the grip element. But Max Papis here talking with a couple of the drivers. I think Nathan, I see Amy Frame there over as well. You know, I listened to Max talk a little bit during that driver briefing, and they talk about data acquisition. And Max, man, what an opportunity to be down here with, you know, Brian, you'd mentioned in Arjuna, the coaches like Spencer Pumpelly, who's so experienced, has a ton of accolades. Max Papis, who's made waves in all different disciplines of motorsports. You know, you've got Andrew Carbonell, who was here all day yesterday, coaching the drivers in the autocross, as well as in the skid pad. You know, Kenton Cook, he was with you over in Laguna Seca racing not but 48 hours ago. So you want to talk about fresh information to bring to some of these drivers. And then drivers like Nick McMillan, who's of course part of our Racing Prodigy group, is here literally giving them real life testament to what a program like this can do for a racing career. So the drivers definitely antsy, and they're sponges right now. I think that's the biggest thing right now is no matter what, take away as much as you can from this experience and make connections. We always talk about it. This racing industry is just built on connections.
I was going back to something that we were talking about with the pedals and thinking about sim racing. And it goes back to this idea that Brenna Schubert as well, you know, is used to being in the open cockpit sort of environment with things being thrown at you. Most sim racers, especially when they start, are bare feet. You
Yeah.
can slowly start, if you have more, you know, load cell pedals, a little bit more force needed, maybe you start wearing socks. I'm one of the few people that I can't even wear socks. I need shoes because my brake pedal has that much force on it and my feet start to then get eaten into by the metal. So I'm used to that sort of feeling. But some of these drivers may not even be feeling comfortable because when you add that extra layer, you lose a little sensation.
Lose some feel. I mean, Daniel Morad, who's, you know, I think we talked a little bit about him earlier, has such a sim presence. You know, he's got an entire group of clothing line that he sells the Moradness stuff, and one of the big things is socks. And I actually bought some for my sons for Christmas, you know, so yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Again, very off topic, by the way. If you're wondering, want to give a big shout out to Mazda, who have not only supported us with coaching vouchers for our Racing Prodigy coaching marketplace, but our press vehicles, and you can see them out on track right now. Hannah, what's going down on pit lane, though, as we get ready to send the drivers on their track walk?
Still a lot of debriefing and getting ready to go with our documentary crew, Max Papis. We've mentioned it, debriefing with a lot of drivers. A couple now coming over here, seeing the advice he has. But a big aspect, too, of this whole event is capturing the behind the scenes, right? And this documentary crew, we, of course, are bringing you the stories as much as we can here on the live stream. We're so glad you're able to join us on YouTube. But this documentary crew really digging in deep, telling the stories, bringing the initiative, everything that Racing Prodigy is doing. And the end goal, of course, here is to create this draft and have opportunities to draft these drivers with these professional teams from this combine and these 2 rounds of this. And so that's a learning aspect for a lot of our drivers as well. You know, they went through media training yesterday. That way when Juliana and I come up and stick a microphone in their face, that's one element of it, right? But being able to compose yourself and have these conversations while you've got, there are literally, I'm sure you can see it, there are literally 9 cameras down here. with 4 or 5 boom mics, multiple of these drivers wearing live wires at the entire time. I mean, we are capturing every aspect of this event, all the way down to the driver briefings, between the coach and the drivers, coach to coach, David Cook to VIPs. Every element of this event is being captured either with live crew or documentary. So you want to talk about pulling the curtain back here on everything that goes in, we've completely got it covered.
Which I think is absolutely awesome. Hey, Hannah, I got a question for you. You were talking about these drivers getting cars the first time. Do you remember the first time that you sat in a race car? I remember the first time vividly that I sat in a race car at a driving school.
So I'm one of those kids that is a second generation race car driver, and I think I was in a go-kart at like 4 years old, right? And I remember, I've seen pictures, so I don't remember, but we had a kid cart, and my dad had a farm rope tied to a four-wheeler and followed me around. Just in case I went rogue, I was covered. So I don't have an actual memory of that, but man, I do have a couple memories of my first actual stock car races.
I'm still remembering my one and only experience in a race car, my Lemons race, which I teased Hannah with the story about. I never got to tell her. I lost my left front wheel going 80 miles an hour. What a way to be introduced to the world of motorsports. But, we kind of touched on this yesterday. Racing Prodigy's journey, right, is to give the opportunities to enter motorsport at a professional level. If you have interest in motorsport, whether it's as a driver or anything else, so many different avenues that you can get involved. Lemons is one. We had NASA, SCCA. They were both here with us last time. And a lot of the drivers that are in our Prodigy pool of potential drafts heading into the draft later this year also compete in Formula SAE. And the reason I bring that up is A, it's great for engineering, understanding what it takes to build a race car, make it faster and all of that. But if you're not an engineer, you're like me, I can write code, but I can't build a suspension or anything. You can do other things. There's business, all those other things to raise money. And Formula SAE teams can be big, big things. And I look at the national, international competitions where you have German universities being sponsored by Mercedes, Tim Penske that's sponsoring some of the teams, University of North Carolina, Charlotte, with Garrett Lowe is participant in. That's a way for you to get involved and to develop yourself.
Well, and now I'm a native Texan, but I've lived in Columbus, Ohio since 1989. Who just won the Formula SAE competition?
I wish I could give you that.
Ohio State.
Was that in Michigan this last weekend?
Ohio State, yeah. Yeah, so shout out to everybody involved with that. And you said it. I mean, I think the thing that's so cool about that, it's not just about developing the car and driving it, but all the other aspects of that make that work. And you look at those cars, and there's massive sponsorship on them because these teams have to go out and they've got to find the resources. They've got some of the resources there on campus, but they've got to go out and find the other resources as well.
And some of those cars, very, very cool. I didn't realize that Ohio State had won, but Garrett Lowe, who was one of our Prodigy Week Part 1 drivers, was actually there competing with his University of North Carolina Charlotte team. The crazy thing was, not only was he there, Tuesday night he had driven up, get ready to prepare. They had a late night getting stuff ready, and then he had to go and race in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series at Talladega, where he finished third for his brand new Team BS Plus competition. So, keeping busy, but going well.
No, and Colin Mullen, I believe, was driving the OSU entry, and he's a guy that has competed in the Michelin Pilot Sports Car Challenge and the IMSA Series and so on and so forth, an engineering student at Ohio State. So it's really cool to see professional motorsports there. These young drivers, a lot of these young drivers who may end up going to university can still have a driving career, so to speak, even if they're not able to get to the racetrack every weekend, whether it's virtually or through Formula SAE and things like that.
And again, I'm sure plenty of those programs for you to step into grassroots racing around your local community, so do go and check it out. So many ways for you to get involved. We're here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park, though, to touch on this wonderful facility because opened in 2013, and since then it's just continued to go from strength to strength and continuing to see new things spring up around it. Designed by Herman Tilke, something that some of the drivers here today have said is one thing they never thought they'd believe they'd be able to say is they drove a Herman Tilke designed track. 2 miles or so, 3.2 kilometers, 98 feet of elevation change, and around 35 to 40 feet wide on that main straightaway in particular, where you can fit a handful of these Radical SR1 side by side if you were to go racing. Off and away they go on their track walk, though. And where are going to be some of the important points that we're going to stop at? Of course, turn 1, turn 4, 6, 10, 11, 12, 15. Those are the heavy braking zones, really. But in your mind, based on what we saw from part 1, we have a great view from our broadcast booth of turn 6. We spent a lot of time watching how much the drivers are sliding. Where are you going to be keeping an eye outside of turn 6? I think turn 11, 12 as well. What's the crucial ones?
Yeah, I have to look at the map again that you're holding. I think, to me, 11 and 12 are probably some of the most difficult ones. But this entire racetrack, you look at it on a piece of paper, and the world is flat, right?
Oh, it's not flat.
It's not flat. And so now the technical difficulty comes in. One of the things that I think is interesting about looking down at 6 is the downhill braking zone with compression at the apex. And then you look up in that turn 12, 11, 12, 13 area. I can't describe to you, to the viewer, just how blind turn 12 is. You make the right-hander and then turn left into 13. Well, I just came from WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca and the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship this weekend. It was competing there. Much like the corkscrew, you have to know where the racetrack is. You have to know, and you pick a reference mark, and you turn the wheel, and you go. And you got to believe.
I struggled a lot with Laguna Seca and the corkscrew in particular for quite a while until I got told.
You find the tree?
The tree. There you go. Is the tree still around?
I think the tree is still there.
So it's common knowledge in the sim and virtual real worlds, apparently. And those are the kinds of things you're looking for. In that corner in particular, though, because you've got so much trees around you and there's really not much else, finding references, that's what I think they're going to be doing here on the track walk.
I'm going to take you back about 10, 15 minutes ago, listening to the coaches inside. Spencer Pompelli was talking about eyes. And he was talking about getting your eyes up, looking well down the road. He said it's not natural, and it's not. The faster we go, the more hurried we get, the more pressure we get, the more our eyes come back to the car. But in areas like this, you've got to get your eyes up in racing, well out. You're traveling many feet per second. And in places like 13, the corkscrew at Laguna, like we were talking about, you've got to find a target that's out there, way out there. It's out of the ballpark, as I call it. It's literally on the other side of the fences. May not even be in the ballpark. Maybe it's a water tower in the distance a mile away, but you can see it. And you get your eyes up, you find that target, and you drive to it. And it's difficult. And it was so great to listen to those coaches. Like I said, people pay thousands of dollars to go to driver school to hear that kind of stuff. But coming out of the mouths of these professional race car drivers, I think it means even so much more.
And I'm looking forward to listening in again to them as they walk their way around the track and talk through some of those details. You mentioned, I think we were talking yesterday about condos. There are some that have finished on one side of the track. It was very cool to learn that they're actually going to be building more inside of the final corner. So you get a great view of what is the most spectacular section of the track.
And guess what? Much like Racing Prodigy, Atlanta Motorsports Park has a blueprint. We talked about building a house. Why are they building more inside the track? Because the ones outside the track, they've sold them, right? I mean, so we got to go to the next phase. And so a very methodical building process. That makes sense in the racing world, right? And so that's exactly what we see here. Another way to continue the growth, the planned growth and the planned expansion. And we talked about it. These private facilities have become so much more commonplace, but it's great to see the forethought that has gone into all of this, and that's what allows the growth to continue.
The only question becomes, if you do live inside of that final corner, where
How
do you
get there?
Amazon deliveries as well? How does the Amazon person come and find your way? I'm pretty sure that the condos on the exit side of pit lane have all been completed since the last time we were here as well. So it's continued progress that we are seeing from the Atlanta Motorsports Park. They've also got some new SODI carts, can go up to 55 miles an hour, and those aren't the shifter carts that will send you into the air on the 0.83 mile, 43 feet of elevation kart track that they have here.
Yeah, we watched the kart racing last year, and I was like, this is nuts. When it first came about, they're going to do these kart races, and it's going to be in the basic kart, and I was like, how special can that be? And then watching them, I'm like, this is insane.
Let's see, though, as the drivers will make their way out of the Sucker Punch van, the Mazda support vehicles. Let's go trackside and listen in on the stop-off at turns 3 and 4 on this track walk.
Idea of what the car might feel. So when the track walks are not really for where is the corner, right or left, but it's more like reading the terrain. So when you sit in it, and I suggest you guys, after you do a run, and you feel good, maybe at lunchtime, ask them to take your regular car, and maybe I can take you guys out again. Because I think it's really good. And sometimes what I do as well, I turn back and I look at the track in reverse, because you can see the angle of the track slightly better. Does it make sense?
Yes.
Yeah, it's true.
This looks a lot.
Max, point out the most dangerous aspects of the track, either here or when you get to another stop.
I mean, this is a very, very technical corner, because you would want to fire it in really hard in the previous corner, because you think you can get up to speed. You will not be able to do very much from the bottom to here, but the most important part is being lined up with the right speed right here, and close the corner. So I would give up my entrance to make sure that I get really, really good exits. Really good exit here.
So it's all about when you hit the first left, you carry enough speed to make sure that you're holding that right out as flat out as possible, so you can have as much momentum coming into this corner.
So I tell you how I do it. In many times the car doesn't want you to do nothing, so that you don't want to be on the throttle, you don't want to be on the brake. And a lot of times what I would do, I would get into the left-hander and I would just coast. I would just let the car do their things. Because if you go on the brake, you slow it down too much. If you go on the throttle, the car doesn't accept the throttle. And then try to work your pedals to see if you can do something in those moments where you are actually coasting. That would be the approach to do.
Understood.
But a lot of times, race cars, compared to kart, you're always in a go-kart, or you're on the throttle, you're on the brake, right? A lot of times with cars, you are off the throttle, off the brake for a long time, because the cars, they don't take inputs a lot of times. You need to wait to go around the corner and be able to do what the car wants you to do.
Max is giving you guys lots of information. You have to have questions, things you're not sure about. Feel free to ask. This is the time to ask. Don't be shy.
Do you reckon throttle steering is something we'll be utilizing a lot around this track?
What I learned with the Radical is that you need to complete the throttle quick, because if you go partial throttle, the front end comes up and the car will understeer, will push. So that's why it's important to go in really hard, wait a little bit, and try to complete the throttle really quick. That will help you quite a bit.
Is that because of the downforce?
Because the car is pretty short wheelbase, so it rocks quite a bit. And when you transfer the weight to the back, the front gets pretty light.
In a trail braking sequence in this car, how is that?
Think about trail braking like I want to have more front grip, I want to have less front grip.
Okay.
The more you use the brake, the more the car turns. The less you use the brake at corner, the less the car turns.
Okay.
It's not there is not a way to do it or not. For me, what I would do in this corner here, I would get in really, really hard. I would use a little bit of trail braking on the going up the hill, and then I would coast, and I would try to make as much speed as I can from the bottom to here without doing much. I would just let the car float.
Yeah, let the
But
car
the
do
difficult
its thing.
part is that you need to get in hard.
Yeah.
You need to come in.
Yeah, you need to get in hard. This is actually one of the most difficult corner because,
It takes trust.
The speed comes from floating and feel that you get in and you're just utilizing the grip of the tire. Because if you're on the throttle or on the brake too much, the car doesn't accept that so much. But again, as I told you guys, you guys have done 20,000 laps on sim, right? Yeah. So trust what you learn. It's very similar.
I'm very excited to try out what I've tried in the sim on the track. See if it works, see if it doesn't work, and then adjust as necessary.
The main things that you don't have in the sim is the lateral grip.
Yeah.
So that one you need to trust what comes from the car. The rest is, it's pretty much the same.
Yeah, I utilized the uphill here a lot for my braking zone because I carry quite a lot of speed through on the sim anyway.
Yeah, absolutely.
So very interested to see how and if that works here.
It's exactly the
as
same.
well. Yeah.
It is the only part is that you need to get used to at how much speed and how much lateral the car takes. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Because you will feel it. This is the best things I can tell you. You will feel the car moving on the back or moving on the front, depending on how light or heavy the steering wheel feels.
Yeah. Yeah.
So just trust it.
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah. Yeah.
Max, we're gonna wrap this up.
Let's go.
Let's go to the haircut, right?
Well, that was fascinating, listening in to some of the words from Max Papis as the drivers asked their questions, and now they get back into their Mazda support vehicles, into the Sucker Punch van, and we'll cycle around, I'm assuming, to turn 6 for their next conversation.
Yeah, I mean, it's just fascinating. Again, the information is so good, and for those of us who've been involved in motorsports for a long time, we know this, we've heard it, we've lived it. That's, how you found success at driving a car. But for these new drivers, this information, they're getting a master's degree. I mean, they're jumping straight to graduate school, and it's just fascinating. I hope that they're able to not only take it all in, but enjoy the process of taking it all in. When Hannah and I were talking about, do you remember your first car? The reason why I asked it is because I remember the first race car, not that I sat in, but the first race car that I sat in and drove in my driver's school at Jim Russell Racing at Riverside Raceway, which, as we all know, is no longer there. I remember that it was green. I remember the car number was either 14 or 15. I remember all of that. And this was a long time ago,
right?
40 plus years ago. And why do I remember it? Because it was such a marker in my life, right? It was such a huge moment. I remember all those details. I remember the slalom exercise. I remember the cornering drills. I remember my instructors because it made such an impression on me. And I hope that that same type of impression is being left on all the participants here this weekend.
I think definitely that's happening because we have so many of these drivers that are in the U.S. for the first time. Like, the idea of being at a racetrack is special in the first place, right? Because you're at Laguna this past weekend, you're here today, tomorrow, and then where are you this next weekend?
Coda.
So that's 3 different great racetracks in a week, right? So you're very lucky.
Well, I went Sebring, Laguna, here,
4.
Coda, so yeah.
But it's one of those things, right, where when you work in motorsports, you sometimes don't realize, right, or sometimes you forget that, you're going to some of these great things, you're working in an industry that you're so passionate about. And for these drivers, I hope they realize that it's their first step into this industry as professionals.
Well, and think about this. I mean, yes, I remember going from Houston, Texas to Riverside, California to do my driver's school. And I know how I felt, and I know my nerves, and we were just talking about the impression that it made on me. I can't imagine for the life of me packing my bag and flying halfway across the world.
For the first time in some cases.
For the first time in some cases, to go and live this experience, to have earned my way to do this. Imagine some of these people walking through an airport, and we've got some, what I'll call them more experienced. I don't want to say older, more experienced people out there and younger people as well. And it doesn't matter the age. I mean, I just think about, it gives me chills walking through an airport, looking at a plane that you're about to get on to fly across the ocean, the other side of the world, to get to experience something that you've earned, but that 100,000 other people tried to earn as well.
What we need to do, by the way, is Prodigy Airlines. We have
we've
already got Lawrence Beerton.
Talk to Matt about that.
Lawrence Beerton's already our 737 pilot.
Yep.
Lorenz Herzing's in flight school. He's coming to the U.S. later this year to do the practical part of his training. So that's how we're going to get to all of the Prodigy Racing League events.
Is he going to contact you when he's over here, Lawrence?
Hopefully.
Yeah, that would be great.
No, we should hopefully we'll check in with some of these Part 1 drivers over the course of the days today and tomorrow as well. They're in the YouTube chat and saying hi, so definitely just give a shout out to them. We skipped turn 6, it seems, so we're now heading up to what I actually think is probably the more important complex of the track. This is that blind turn 12 that you were talking about. And even from the drone shot, look how steep it is.
That's what I was going to say. From the drone shot, it's awesome. You get a very good idea. Look at the uphill, 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 and where that gray Mazda sedan is, you can see that all of a sudden the topography levels off. And from that point on, it's downhill left into a giant carousel. And there, look at the tree line out there at the exit. See how it tapers down? You'll be able to find a target out there to try to turn and go to. I mean, this is an area of the racetrack where if you get this right, it will pay dividends all the way back to the start-finish line. All the way back to the start-finish line. Turn 13 is the left-hander down the hill, and I will guarantee you it's probably at least half a mile, if not more, back to the start-finish line, and any advantage you gain will pay dividends throughout that entire distance, all the way to turn 1.
And I guess especially because we do have that 60% throttle, right? So we're a little bit more restrained on power, so the momentum you carry, that little bit more important.
Look at that. Look at it drop off.
Have you had the chance? You drove around here, I know, in a rental, or not rental car, but a truck.
Last year, yeah.
But have you had the chance to go around in anger?
No.
So we'll need to try and get you into a Radical SR1.
No.
No? We can't do that?
No.
Brian?
No. I will tell you, I actually thought about that the other day. I was like, you know what? I think I should ask and see if.
Bring your helmet, Hans device.
And then I was like, that's an alcoholic going back into a bar. You know, if you've been sober for the period of time, you don't go back into a bar, right? I've been race car sober for a while now, and I don't need to step back into one. I think the last race car I drove was actually a Daytona prototype.
Really?
For a few laps just to do a piece.
A piece on.
And it was at Mid-Ohio. And
what a track.
You know, and that's effectively my home track since I live in Columbus, and so I know the racetrack well and got very comfortable very quickly. And we only had 3 laps, look, running down the hill. We only had 3 laps to do the piece, and thank God we only had 3 laps because each lap was like
more difficult.
More and more. I was like, yeah.
Now,
I'm like, I need to stop.
Which the Daytona prototype are we talking about? The ones before DPI?
Yeah.
Okay. So the ones that were built to a budget.
Yeah.
If we could be polite about them.
But, you know, I mean, you have to go back to, I'm old, right? So, like, even, I only ever drove one sequential shift Indy car. All the Indy cars I drove were H-pattern gearboxes. The Trans Am car was H-pattern gearbox. That's how old I am. So this thing had sequential shift without lift, you know, kind of stuff and all that. And now I think about all the paddles. I lied. I've also driven the Lucas Oil school cars, their Formula cars, which are paddle shift. But, yeah, it was good fun, and it was addicting, and I'm glad they made me stop after 3 laps.
It's funny we've just mentioned this conversation because Street Kart Racing have jumped into our YouTube chat just to – we were talking about the ages of drivers, right?
Yeah.
Craig Laws is genuinely old enough to be, you know, parent to some of the drivers that we've got here. He's 45 years young, and he was actually saying that in some ways he's feeling a little less nervous about this experience because he flew over with Jai Fletcher. They only live about 20 minutes from one another. Jai's
cool.
a young kid, so he's feeling like there's a bit of the dad that's helping him carry forward. But what was quite cool about Craig was I sent all the drivers a pre-event survey. And one of the questions I was most interested to hear the answer was, what are you most nervous about? And you know what he said? Am I going to be the same driver that I was 16 years ago when I last got in a kart? And so guess what Street Kart Racing has just said? Do we need to send Craig to Race Drivers Anonymous?
Maybe.
I tell you what, though, he was someone that we saw in the search selection committees for part 1, got to the top 3, just missed out. He's lost 20 kilograms since then.
Wow.
Because even though he didn't win a Prodigy Pass, he wanted to make sure that if he got the opportunity, he was ready.
Yeah, I mean, and look, I'm considerably older than 45, right? But it's funny. I mean, I still teach at the Mid-Ohio School, and I still drive from time to time. I like to get out and do laps and stay current. But obviously, as you age, things go away. And Tom Brady got older, but he didn't get worse.
He adapted.
He adapted.
He evolved.
He won in different ways than he did when he was younger. And so I think the age thing, look at Bill Auberlen, you know, in sports car racing. There's a perfect example, and it's really kind of funny. It is, but it's not. The whole driver rating thing. And as he's aged, he gets to a point where he
gets more valuable as a driver.
But he gets these automatic derogations, as he ages. And there have been series that are like, nah, no, he's still too good. He's still winning. And it's like, but look at how he wins. Don't look at wins. Look at how he wins.
And how he's building and contributing to
Yeah,
that team.
and so it's different. When he was younger, he won on outright speed and this, that, and the other. And while that speed may not be quite as fast, obviously he's still very quick, it comes because of his knowledge and his experience and then his racecraft that he's learned over all of these years is what now puts him there instead of just outright speed. So it's interesting. I think you can take a Major League Baseball player that hit over 300 throughout their career, and you can stand them on a Major League field with a pitching machine and lob 60-mile-an-hour straight fastballs from a pitching machine, and they can probably still hit the ball reasonably well. But when you replace the pitching machine with a 100-mile-an-hour human, things are going to change because all of that timing, you got to get your timing back. And at my age, I would never get my timing back. At his age, at 40-something, your timing can still be okay.
One thing that we talked quite a bit about in part 1, especially now that I look at this shot of turn 12 once again, is how a lot of these drivers in the sim world maybe don't appreciate all the nuances that come to play in the real world. And the thing that really I remember us talking about was the way that the wind would blow into the drivers potentially as they came up towards turn 12. But as soon as they came over the crest, the balance of the car would totally change. And that's right as you're starting to steer it through the corner.
Everything comes into play. The topography, the compression, the car unweighting. Max was kind of talking about that up in the turn 3 area. And I love this drone shot. If it pans up again and you can see the front straightaway we were just talking about this, from where they are all the way to where those buildings are, that turn 13 right now, it's going to pay dividends all the way to there. You can see how the racetrack, it's a giant carousel, and then this kink onto the front straightaway, turn 16 is flat, easily flat. And that's why we were saying 13 is so important because everything that you gain there pays dividends all the way back around to the start-finish line. But, yeah, the wind is a big deal. We talk about this a lot, like in the Rolex 24, and how the wind changes. Does it change your straight line speed? Do you have more or do you have less? Is it on the nose or is it on the tail of the car? If it's on the tail of the car, pushing the car into the corner, what you may find is that the car doesn't turn in as well because now it's got this force pushing it, and you heard Max talk about trail braking and moving the weight to the nose and keeping it there. As you come into the corner, if it's on the nose, it's going to pin the nose a little bit more, and the car is going to turn in a little bit better. And these are all things that the drivers are going to learn as you look at the radicals down in pit lane getting ready to go. Pay attention to the roll bar, the roll hoop on these cars, not just the car number because they'll be hard to see, but when these radicals are coming at you, you'll see a piece of tape, colored tape, on the roll bars, and that'll give you an idea of which group they're in, and we'll try to get you the information of this person is in this car and the color that's associated with it, and you'll be able to get an idea who's in the car, kind of like Formula One with the cameras on the roll hoop. The team cars, they look identical, and obviously with the halos now, it's kind of hard to see the driver's helmet at times, but you can see that colored camera on top of it, and you'll know who's in the car.
And I was just trying to take a peek down pit lane as well. All of the cars have different logos on the side. So I think the 93 has like a green Sucker Punch logo. The 95 is an MPI logo, and the 88's got a black Sucker Punch. So there's a couple more interesting marks. But what they're doing right now, putting the tires on, but I think you'll see right at the front of the shot here, the 93, the most cool thing in my opinion, outside of getting your driver's suit, your name is being put on the race car.
That's cool. That is way cool. The other thing that I'm seeing that I wasn't thinking about earlier, there's stickers on the tires. So not only are they going to go out on a damp racetrack, they're going to go out on a damp racetrack on sticker tires. Now, they're intermediates, but they are brand new. And so when we talk about sticker tires, the thing that's treacherous about them, so to speak, is there's mold release that allows that tire to come out of the mold that it was, we'll say, baked in, right? That mold release needs to be scrubbed off. When you look at certainly a racing slick, when it is brand new, it's got a sheen to it. It's actually shiny. That's the mold release. Those are the chemicals that are on there. I would really like a set of scrubbed intermediates right now to go out on. Some that have already been roughed up and that mold release taken off by being out on the racetrack. That's not what these drivers are going to get.
I remember we had difficult conditions on day 3 where it was freezing cold during part 1. And so we had at least the benefit of scrub tires. We put them through a lead follow session. So we, again, even on the second day of being in the car when they'd already had some confidence, we built it up and moved it from there. I don't think, Brian, we ever really gave the background, though, on your experience in racing. We're talking about all of your stories, going to Riverside for your racing school. For the viewers at home who maybe don't know your history, tell us a little bit about your journey through motorsport.
Well, my first teammate was Ben Hur, and so you didn't even laugh at that because you don't know who Ben Hur is. You know, Chariots, Gladiators.
I know that, but I assumed there was a person as well.
That's how old I am. No, I mean, it's funny. I look at the age of our younger participants, and it just is shocking to me. I was older when I started, but I wasn't old comparatively. I was on the upper end of the scale.
19-ish, 20?
Yeah, I was probably 20-ish when I did my first go-kart race. I started racing go-karts when I was in college at Baylor. My parents didn't know for the first year and a half. I was a big Formula One fan and always watched the racing. My best friend's dad, a guy by the name of Don Martin, raced in the SCCA, and I just always thought when I made a lot of money as soon as I graduated from college, I would buy a race car and race in the SCCA as well. You know, all I ever wanted to do was drive a Formula Ford. And I watched a lot of Formula One races and stuff on Sunday mornings when I was in school, and I knew that all these drivers got their start in go-karts. And there happened to be a racing kart track in Waco, Texas. It's still there, the Heart of Texas Kart Club. And I went out there one day and I was like, oh, my God, this is insane. This is crazy. You could die doing this. You know, they're going around. And come to find out later, the first karts I saw were junior karts. They weren't even the fast karts. And I thought they were crazy. And I was like, I got to have one. So I got a job working on the weekends that my parents didn't know I had, making money that my parents didn't know I was
you
making.
Could buy a cart that
and
your
I
parents
bought a cart. And I had a Toyota Celica hatchback, and I could fold the back seats down in the hatchback, and the cart just fit in the hatchback. And I had a little Sears Craftsman toolbox and a spare set of wheels and a 5-gallon gas can. And I was able to put the cart in. The toolbox would go between the front and the rear on the left side. At the time, those go-karts didn't have, what do we call them, the bumpers on the side anymore, the Nerf bars. They were just open, right? So I could set the toolbox there. I could put my helmet in the seat, extra wheels on the floorboard of the cart, and I drove all around the state of Texas for a year and a half racing my go-kart out of the back of my Toyota and gained experience. And then when I graduated, Mr. Martin said, I will let you use my car for an SCCA school if your parents will send you to a 3-day racing school. So I convinced my parents to do that for a graduation present, went to Jim Russell, and then did some SCCA racing, Sports Renault, the first year of Sports Renault, chassis number 90, I still remember it. Again, because those were, impressions that were made on me. And, did okay. And then just my father passed away just before the end of my first SCCA season, and I thought, I didn't have the old man kicking me in the butt when I got out of school, and I thought, maybe I can do this. And kind of sold everything that I owned personally and kind of jumped into racing. I did Barber Saab, which was the first year I did it in 1986, was the very first season of professional racing for Skip Barber, the Barber Saab Pro Series. I'm the answer to a bizarre trivia question. I won the very first ever Barber Saab Pro Series race at the Meadowlands in 1986. Raced for a year. Didn't find the funding for the next 2 years. Was about to quit, and then met a gentleman who basically was instrumental in my career, and went back to Barber Saab in '89. Toyota Atlantic in 1990, won that Eastern Championship, Indy Lights in 91, Indy Cars in 92, 93, 94.
Raced the 500 in 94?
Raced the 500 in 94. Partial seasons in 92 and 93, and only a couple of races in 94, and then a full season of Trans Am in 95, and then it was over as quickly as it started. And one of the things that I love about motorsport today and all these young participants that are here, and really kind of everybody else, I was talking to Guy Cosmo years ago, and Guy, super I love him. I've known him forever and a day, and obviously he's a little bit older now than when I first met him. But I remember standing at St. Petersburg Grand Prix, and he was pointing at the IndyCar paddock, and he said, I'm going to be over there. I'm going to be in that paddock. And I looked at him after having a lot of experience in driving and not driving anymore. It was after the end of my driving career, because I knew the mistake that I made. And I said, Guy, certainly have the ability. But if you want to be an IndyCar driver, your world exists on the head of a pin. You want to be an IndyCar driver, or do you want to be a professional race car driver? If you're an IndyCar driver, you are a professional race car driver. But if you're a professional race car driver, it doesn't mean necessarily that you're an IndyCar driver. Trust me, because all I ever focused on was the IndyCar side of things. At a time when sports car racing was booming, you know, the late 80s, early 90s, sports car racing was booming. And I didn't pay attention to it because I was going to be an IndyCar driver. And obviously my career didn't last as long as I wanted it to, or as I had hoped it to, because I didn't broaden my horizons. And I think a lot of young drivers today have looked at the sports car side of things. Yes, Formula One, open wheel racing, it's romantic. You know, the IndyCar side of things, that's what we think about when we think about racing. But the sports car side of things offers opportunities to be a professional race car driver. Spencer Pumpelly, one of the best professional.
And a long career
and a
as well.
Long career. He's not doing television, is he? He's still driving a race car, right? So, I mean, I look at that, and that was the advice that I had for Guy. And when I look back at my career, I focused entirely on open wheel racing, but there are certainly much more broader avenues out there.
I'm just saying, you were right to focus on IndyCar. Happened just before the split. You were there at the good time. Let's go down to turn one, though, where they've stopped off for the final time on this track walk.
If you can make that straightaway 3 feet longer, 5 feet longer, 10 feet longer, that's your advantage. So race every bits and piece. And pick 1 or 2 corner only, work on them, then move on the other corner. Don't try to perfect every corner in every lap. Does it make sense? Some corner, just leave the mark, the braking mark as you have them, and
you're gonna have a lot of grip all the way through here until you get to the exit, right? Whenever you run the top side on a lot of corners like this, right? A lot of people make the mistake of, I have a ton of grip, I'm gonna put the power down, they catch you up.
These things are light, so they're going to be affected by the line. So I would just say, you know, let's go right in the middle here, and then as the line kind of comes in this way, you're going to have to cross it to find the grip on the outside. So that's what we call a slide for life. Going across it, it's going to get a little sketchy, but just understand on the outside there's pretty good grip. So as long as we can get the car there and keep the car straight in the process, we'll be able to kind of key into the racetrack with the tire and really crank the wheel and turn around the outside.
For a corner like this, would since the conditions are like it isn't like super wet, will we like will the middle line be around where we want to be, or would we want to go like?
Typically, you know, like the further in this way you come, the more grip you're going to have, but the tighter you're going to make the corner, right?
Yeah.
So it's always going to be a compromise. Some tracks, some corners, a car width off is fine. I think of a lot of turns where you're not going to get any better grip than a car width off. So all you're doing by wide is just making the track longer and tighter. Other ones, the further out you go, the more grip you have, especially ones that get driven too wide a lot. So my guess is this is probably one of the bigger passing zones. So there's going to be a lot of cars on the outside consistently wearing the asphalt out, making it slippery in the dry. So you might find that the extreme outside.
Ultimately, at the beginning, it's about getting comfortable in the car and around the racetrack, and right, because with that, that's how we're gonna find speed.
I mean, once you find that dry line forming, especially in like brake zones here, do you start edging it over, like you start running kind of right where it's transitioning, just to kind of push it closer to the dry line?
If you start to see any sort of dry line, like that's where you need to live. And I think most people will start doing the same thing, so that dry line just starts to kind of grow.
Get wider.
Right, but ultimately, you're looking for all those spots. You're trying to avoid the shiny. Right? Wherever it's dull, that's where we want to live, and avoid any shiny spots, because that's obviously still wet and still slick. So yeah, to your point, it's always kind of keeping an eye on seeing how the track evolves. Like that's what's so cool about a wet racetrack. It's no 2 laps are the same, especially when there are other cars out there. You're trying to understand, like, okay, what's drying, what isn't, what can I use, what I need to stay away from, right? And it's important to try different things each and every lap and kind of take a note. That worked, that didn't. Okay, that worked, I'm going to keep doing it until I start to see something else develop, right? So it's
it's a learning experience.
Oh, it's a total, like, all the way through, all the way to the last lap. You know, on a dry racetrack, you guys have seen enough video, you've driven in a sim, you know where you need to brake, where you need to turn, what works, what doesn't. In the wet, kind of a moving target, right? It's a constant moving target. So that's what makes, like, everyone's like, oh, the rain, the great equalizer. Well, it's a great equalizer because it just allows opportunity for those who are willing to look for it, right? But if you're just kind of stuck in your ways and you're just like hitting my marks, wow, I'm braking where I'm supposed to, you're not going to be very good in the rain. Right? You have to be able to experiment and like look for the grip. You know, be a student of the grip. Right? Cool. Let's go see what they're talking about down there.
Maybe
I bet there's a ton of grip down here. Like, you gotta think this is all rubbered up. There's no one ever down here, so there's probably loads of grip. Get it slowed down.
Yeah, you try to pull it in, kind of right where they're standing at the end of the apex.
Totally. Then you got this stuff.
Oh yeah,
sealers. That's
unbelievable slick.
What is this?
Sealer, yeah, dude.
It's like Mid-Ohio.
Sealer.
Top side tickle there.
Yeah, this is really slick. You guys, this is like really rubbing your
Middle
Not
is way
anymore.
worse than this.
This isn't even
what you
close
put it
to
across
middle.
here and like down.
Yeah, but imagine it's all the way across the gap. And there's like 4 inches over there where you have grip. Yeah. No, this will be fun for you guys. It'll be a good experience. Yeah, in the dry, again, you see a lot of people are using that curb. So you can use that and then get on power. Make sure that you don't upset the car. Like we were talking about with building up the entry and keeping the exits the same. That's going to be huge here. It's a pretty long straightaway. All those corners are flat all the way up until turn 4, right? So just as important as the last corner that we were in, getting your exit, figuring out what the minimum speed is, and getting a good exit, and then working up on the entry. There's a lot of time that's going to be made up on entry here, not as much as the exit. It's always never as much as the exit, right? So make sure you guys are still getting a good exit, work up, push it in.
Like, you can just, like, we just had a great track walk with Max, so I'm just looking to go out, kind of steady at first, but also kind of find the limit, and just keep pushing. I got some advice on kind of what to do in the rain, so yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I just want to get on track and get started.
Okay, cool. Let's get out of here.
Alex, it's gonna look now. Because things are gonna go fast. Like when you look at a corner normally like this and you say, oh, maybe it's a second gear corner, you know, sometimes it's 40% slower than what it looks, and 40% narrower when you sit in the car, because everything comes super quick.
Yeah.
But I've got a question. Will this like affect the grip a little bit when we drive over here? Because I've seen in the third sector that it was very slippery compared to this, compared to the normal track. So
This, all these cracks and all this stuff is what makes track specials.
Yeah.
You know, where you need to learn how to use every part of the track to your advantage.
Yeah.
And yeah.
So when we like come out and cut across because of like the grip and everything, do you want to like cut across this straight so you're not getting the slip as much?
The best way when conditions are like this,
Yeah.
you need to try to get in as hard as you can, like go-kart style, as hard as you can, apex it as wide as you can, and start your straightaway from somewhere around here. Does it make sense?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
So when you go on the throttle, your goal is trying to be straight and not too much of an angle. That would be, it's exactly like, you know, when you run a kart on an airpin. You know, like you can cross the regular lane with too much lean on the kart, because the car will take off. So the difference between kart and this is that you might have to wait longer.
To come back on.
Yeah,
Okay.
because it's gonna. Yeah.
Yeah.
You need to wait No, not gradually. You just need to wait, literally. Downshift, wait a little bit, get the car straighter, and throttle.
Yeah.
What I see that all the young kids do, they always rush the throttle too quick. And you will get it. You know, if you rush the throttle, you will be pointed in the wrong direction. So it's not that complicated. You get it. You feel it.
Yeah.
If you're a racer, you get it.
Yeah.
Shall we go?
Yeah.
Let's go on and do something. Let's run a lap.
A hot lap.
Yeah, medium lap.
Medium.
Right?
Spicy lap.
So we get a little bit more at speed and we get it.
Well, that was a nice little catch-up session with the coaches and drivers once again. Brian and I were having a fun conversation about fuel and different strategies that you might have to work your way through corners. But now they'll work their way back into pit lane, and I think we are going to still get a brief shakedown of a couple of the radicals just to make sure they're all still up to speed. Kenton Cook and Raiden Nickel will be shaking down the cars. We'll also get some VIP laps potentially, so maybe we'll send Brian down to jump into a Radical SR3 passenger.
No, oh hell no.
Whoa! Come on, we got to get you next to Raiden or Kenton.
No.
How about Hannah's in the left seat?
I know them too well. I mean, I watch Kenton Cook drive all the time. Do television commentating on some of his races, and I'm a race director in another series where he is. And I think he's one of the more talented race car drivers out there. But no, I don't want to get in a car with him. Not on a bet.
How often?
Race car drivers are horrible passengers.
How often is Kenton in your race director room?
Rarely.
Good.
Very, very, very rarely.
And the reason I say that's good is because I think that's a mentality that you need as well. And he'll be able to impart that onto some of these drivers. I'll just speak from personal experience. IMSA Esports, I'm grateful to be a part of it. Last year, across of every single race that we did, I started off the briefing by saying, being here is a privilege, not a right.
Absolutely.
And I think that's something that you need to then take onto the track as well. It's not just in the media interactions, talking and working with coaches. That, of course, you need to be a pleasant person. But if you race like a bit of a bad guy on track, you're going to get a reputation. And I wonder if that's going to end up being something that when we work down the line later through the Prodigy Racing League and stuff, we're not seeing any of these drivers wheel to wheel on track. What mentality will they have when that risk factor gets ramped up?
And that's going to be huge. And you want to know that if you're starting a team and you start to do the draft. I always tell young athletes, whether it's motorsport or anything, there's confidence and there's cocky. Those are two different things. I want a player, I want a driver who's confident, who believes in their ability to do the job and do it right. I don't want somebody that's cocky. I want them to think, yeah, I'm the best out there today. But there's two different ways. You know what I'm talking about. There are two different ways to approach that. There's a kind of a different mentality. The other thing is, and you and I were talking in the break, the two words that I hate the most in the motorsports vernacular, 4-letter word followed by a 2-letter word. Send it. I think that is the most ridiculous comment ever. It's not about sending it. It's about knowing that you can get the pass done. It's about waiting into the last moment, surprising your competition, whatever you want to call it. Send it to me is a wing and a prayer. That's not the way you race. I said this in a broadcast this weekend. If the driver that's being passed has to move out of the way to avoid the collision, that's a problem for the overtaking driver. That's a driver that's out of control. That's a driver who sent it and just hopes that the waters are going to part and they're going to make it through the corner. That is not motorsport. That's just not what it is. And hence, I hate those words. Send it. Kenton Cook is on the border of sending it because it looks like, oh, my God, he just threw caution to the wind and placed it there. But for Kenton, he knows he can get the job done. Elliott Forbes Robinson, one of the great sports car drivers, a steward with me in the SRO race control room. And Elliott always says, if you think you might be able to get the pass done, don't do it. If you know you can get the pass done, then by all means do it. But if you think you might be able to, no, that's not a pass. That's a wing and a prayer, and that's relying on someone else for your success. Don't do that.
And we live in an era of motorsport defined not just by send it, by the my corner movement.
Oh yeah. Oh my.
Let's not go into that because
no, this is. I mean, this is a full day conversation of but it was my corner. Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's not go there.
Racing standards, and that's where I often find it interesting that in sim racing, you find that in real racing, there's etiquette, right? If one driver's more in front, the other driver might still have a little bit of an overlap, but it doesn't matter. They better back out of it because it's whoever has the main distance in front has got the corner. Whereas in sim racing, the way it kind of works for us is as soon as someone's alongside, got to be aware of them. You can't turn in because, like you say, they may send it or whatever may happen. And so it's a different sort of, I'm not saying quality standard, but it's a different way of thinking about the way that you race.
I just look at passing and just go, it's really simple. It's a scale, right? It's just like a scale. As soon as the car that's overtaking breaks the plane of the car that he is trying to get by, the scale begins to move. You know, he's got a little right to the corner, so to speak. The more alongside that driver gets, the more the scale is moving. And as you come off the corner, if the overtaking car is beginning to clear the other one, the more the scale moves in their favor. And if you're the car that's being overtaken, how stubborn do you want to be? Because eventually, if contact is made, who's going for the ride? And I say this all the time in driver briefings. That car that's making the pass, okay, what if we do penalize him? What if the stewards look at that and say, no, he has incident responsibility. He was on the inside, he got in there late, he hit the guy on the outside, and that car spun. Well, we can drive that guy through for incident responsibility, but it doesn't pull the other car out of the tire wall. Yeah, you know, so it's like, be smart. You know, you really have to know how to pass and how to be passed. You got to know when to give it up and when not to give it up. The other thing that always amazes me, and this is the one that I hate, coming off the corner side by side, and the car that's making the pass says, well, I'm just going to drive him off the edge of the road. No. If there is significant overlap, and I think the ISC, the International Sporting Code, the FIA ISC, that
does codify that.
Yeah, they qualified it, and they said, you know, if it's predominant or if it's, I can't remember the terminology, basically predominantly alongside,
right,
you know, then they have a right to be there. And I think they originally defined it in Formula Car terms as the front wing, even with the rear axle.
Yeah,
you know, and that car has a right to stay there. You don't get to drive him into the wall. You don't get to drive him off the racetrack. You have to coexist all the way through the corner. And that's where I think a lot of times in the sim world, it's easy to dispatch that car that's on the outside because nobody got hurt. They may yell at you. You may lose some of your driver rating or whatever, you know, like they do in the different sim platforms, but nobody gets hurt. And one of my concerns in real racing is we're incredibly safe. We just saw the incident at Spa, and I'll put myself out. I'll put myself out on a limb here, and I would just say, before you come back at me out there, those of you who are going to hear what I say and say I'm crazy, go back and look at multiple replays of this incident. Neil Yanni is responsible for that incident.
I don't think it's
100%.
It's not a controversial opinion. I've heard it more often than I think you'd expect. And
when you first see it, you go, oh, Earl Bamber made a mistake. No, Yanni made an egregious move to the right after Earl made the move to the right. That's what put the Cadillac into the BMW, and they're going to hurt somebody if the race director and the stewards continue to let people race that way.
And that could have been so much bigger as well.
There is no reset button in the real world.
I remember seeing someone posted an image of the aftermath of the car parked in. I'm like, how do you crash there? That's a big one. And I went and watched the replay and went, oh, okay. But this conversation is making me remember Moritz Lohner. He's a sim racer for Mouse Esports. Not Mouse Esports technically, I guess. But he won a sim racing competition and then ran some DTM trophy races, so GT4.
Yeah.
So you understand the way those cars sort of race. And he went to Monza for his first ever race. Got a podium in one race, but then in one of the other races, he was side by side off the first chicane with someone. He was on the outside, and for anyone who knows the first chicane at Monza, it goes right and then left and gravels on the right side. he's on the outside, and as so they go through the second part of the chicane, he just gets gently moved off the track. And it was one of those wake-up calls to him, because in sim racing, the car's alongside, you give it the space.
Yeah.
And so Moritz was kind of thinking, oh, I'll be fine. We'll have a drag race down into that second chicane. Found out just how slow gravel can really be.
Yeah.
And I'm looking forward to getting to see these drivers racing wheel to wheel. We won't be doing that over these 2 days. Remember, trying to build up their confidence, these cars, build up their speed as well. But I want to know that mentality. Right now, though, mentality for Raiden Nichols and Kenton Cook as they get ready to shake these cars down. They're going to probably be trying to get a sense for the conditions so they can try and let the drivers know a little bit of what to expect.
Well, this is what I was just thinking when I watched. So they finished their track walk. They got in their Mazda vehicles, and they ran a couple of laps with their coaches and their instructors. And now we're going to go put race cars out for a few laps. Not going to be the same racetrack that they looked at. If the moisture doesn't continue to come down, the ideas that they got from the track walk, I'm not saying that they're going to be completely wrong.
But it shifts.
But the racetrack will have evolved from when they were out there. Because if we put cars on the track, we're going to begin to dry it, and so it's going to be a little bit different. I think the thing that I heard all the coaches kind of suggesting, they did it in different ways, right? You go out, and they were talking about turn one especially, and I heard Spencer talking about going across the line and the car getting a little loose and then gripping on the exit and this, that, and the other. If it were me, and I think the coaches were suggesting this, you start wide. You start wide and you run that rim shot on the outside. Did I have grip? If I did, the next time it's a half a car width inside of that. Did I have grip? If I did, next time it's a half a car width inside of that.
Slowly get closer
Migrate
and closer
back
to the racing line.
Yeah.
Which is where, of course, for those that are maybe just joining us for the first time, rain on the racing surface, which gets grooved and smushed down, polished by the tires, there's less room for the water to move around, and so it sits a little bit more. That's why you see drivers go off the racing line.
Am I in trouble yet? You've got the chat in front of you.
No, you're good. Don't worry. No one's got you in
Just
trouble. Don't go anywhere, though. The driver is getting ready to shake down our Radical SR1s. We'll be right back here from the Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Company growth will remain consistent despite what the economy is.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh shoot! My pickle spilled! Oh! Aw, there goes my snack. Oh! It was in my pocket this whole time. Okay, where were we?
There's a better way to eat pickles on the go. Sucker Punch, the snack with a snap.
The snack with a snap, the champ of chomp. Thanks to Sucker Punch for powering us here at Racing Prodigy and for the team being here as well. Mixed conditions for us today. Arjuna Kankipati alongside Brian Till up here in the booth. We've got Hannah Newhouse and Juliana Darnell down on pit lane roving around and catching up on all the various storylines. But there we go. Cars out on track. And just a reminder, Kenton Cook, Raiden Nichols. These are not the sim racers, but these are the professional racing drivers who are going out there and running some interesting lines.
Yeah, we were talking about being on the outside of the corner, and that's exactly – this is what you expect from these guys. We were just talking about starting on the outside of the corner, working your way in and seeing where the grip is, getting some kind of an idea of what the track is like. They can take that information back to some of the competitors and give them an idea of how that feels. But I was kind of chuckling to myself when we were talking about pressure on all the competitors. Pressure's really on these guys right now. Don't go out and spin
Don't spin it.
Don't spin it in front of your students, right? But the other thing that they're going to think about is brake bias. You and I were talking about this earlier, and we heard Max and Spencer and Andrew Carbonell talking about weight management and moving the weight back and forth and how the load transfers. Think about this in the wet. When you get on the brakes, because there's not as much grip, you're not going to have that same amount of load transferring to the front that you would in the dry. And in the dry, your brake bias, the amount of brake that you have across the front axle versus the rear axle, is going to be greater across the front. You've got more bias up front because more weight moves forward. In the rain or in damp conditions, you're going to take that brake bias, which is cockpit adjustable, and you're going to want to move it to the back a little bit because you're not transferring as much weight to the front. So if you leave it up there, you're standing a real good chance of locking the front brakes prematurely. Problem is, if you go too far, you lock the rear brakes. And the old adage in motorsport is, and really in any driving, the sliding tire always wants to lead the car. So if you lock up the rear brakes, the rear tires want to go to the front. that's a problem.
That's a big problem.
That's a big problem. So you want to be careful and very logical and progressive with that movement of the brake bias. And this is where experienced drivers go out and they'll test and they'll go, okay, they'll find an area on these warm-up laps that's not really important but would be typically a good braking area, and they'll get on the brake really hard and go, okay, which end of the car locked up first? Okay, make an adjustment. Next one, set it again. Next one,
dial it in,
fine-tune it a little bit. Literally in not even 3 or 4 laps, but in several corners over the span of a lap or two, you can get that bias where you want it to be. But it's important because that's what's going to give you the stability. The other thing that's important as the racetrack changes, that bias is going to need to migrate back towards the front of the car because as the racetrack dries, the grip increases, and as you've got better grip, you can move that bias back towards the front.
And right now we are seeing the drivers towards the 88 Radical SR1 getting a brief safety briefing. I saw one of the flags, the meatball in particular, being shown just so they all know what the marshals are going to be waving in case anything needs to be known. I'm going to ask you a question, and I think I know the answer is no, but do you remember how to get this car into gear?
Do I?
Yes.
No.
Because I remember that it's the motorcycle gearbox tamed to the engine, and I remember it was you downshift twice to get it into first or something.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'll go back to I'm old. You used to just push the clutch in, move the gear lever over, and pull it into the gate. This is a very different ball game, and there's a different process with the different type of cars. I was saying, I've driven the Lucas Oil school cars that are paddle shift, and there's a process there, a different gearbox, but there's a process there by which you have to follow. Same with reverse. This one has a reverse lockout. They don't use it.
Yeah, we're not meant
There's
to
a way
use
to do
reverse
it,
here.
but they're not meant to use it. So that's a different thing, but there's a process to get it done. Talking about the flags, I can almost guarantee you that they could show any color flag at some of these corner stations, and these drivers will never see it. And you go, how can that be?
Because they're just not recognizing where those marshal stations
are. Yeah, they're tunnel vision right now. I always say in the beginning, for new drivers, we talk about the excitement. We talk about the nerves. For these new drivers right now, it's almost like they're looking through, gift paper wrapping tubes. You get the big rolls.
Right.
Right now, they're looking through gift paper wrapping tubes. It's just a long, narrow field of vision that's very focused. As they get better, it becomes paper towel tubes.
And as Spencer says, that's when you start looking wider as well.
Then toilet paper tubes, and with that shorter tube, it's a wider field of vision. But for professionals, like Max Papis, Spencer Pompelli, Andrew Carbonell, those guys that are down there, their field of vision is incredibly wide. I remember Chris Neifel, who is the only other race car driver I know that is probably as tall as you are. Chris drove the Olivetti Berettas back in the day.
I can drive that.
Yeah,
Good.
so you can drive that in GTO and stuff for Pratt & Miller and Chevrolet. Really tall guy, drove IndyCars as well at an era where they were really, really dangerous to drive. And he was talking about driving at the Michigan International Speedway 200 and something miles an hour, and he was scared to death, and he's thinking, I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. I need to come in, and I need to talk to Bobby Unser and Gordon Johncock and these guys that were in the field at the time with him. I need to get some advice from them. And he comes in, and he gets out of the car, and they're down there, and Johnny Rutherford, and he's going to go down and talk to them. And he walks up, and they are talking about somebody that's sitting 5 rows up in turn 4 in a certain colored shirt or whatever. And Chris is thinking, all I'm looking at is the front of the car and the gray concrete and the wall that's trying to kill me. And they are so relaxed. I think Firestone had a really good IndyCar commercial several years ago. It was about the 2-seater.
Okay.
Mario was driving the 2-seater, and they had a guy in the back. And they leave, and there's this operatic music playing, and they go past a dandelion, and it kind of puffs, and it's all slow motion. And then the camera turns to the guy in the back seat of the 2-seater, and it's hard rock music, and his eyes are the size of saucers. And that's really the difference right now. These drivers right now are overwhelmed. They're not going to see a flag. And so that makes it kind of really dangerous right now because they're not going to be aware of their surroundings. It's all they can do to drive the car right now. As they get more relaxed and spend more time in the car throughout today and tomorrow, that field of vision will come up and out and get a little bit wider. And that's what we want. And that's not only when you get a faster driver, but you get a safer driver as well.
But this is one of those transition points, right? From sim to reality. I remember that Lemons race that I did, the driver's briefing. The main thing that I remember listening for was where the marshal posts were. because the last thing I wanted to do in my first race was miss a flag and get pulled off the racetrack. And so that's something I'm sure they're thinking about as well. In the sim world, we're spoiled. As soon as you get a yellow flag, it pops up on your screen. And I know in some ways, in insert and stuff, we have those dashes now that provide that functionality. But I promise you, it's not as convenient as it is in the sim racing world.
Well, I can tell you unequivocally, I'm not going to throw people under by name under the bus on this, but in SRO, we have a driver information display.
Okay.
It is a box, and it shows the flag conditions around the racetrack. Green flag, yellow flag, checkered flag, red flag. It lights up, and it has to be in the field of vision of the driver. Recently, I won't tell you when recently or whatever, we had a problem with that system.
The system itself.
And the checkered flag was on for a 45-minute session. One driver, very experienced driver, you would know him, I'm not going to throw the name out there, championship-winning driver, came in 5 minutes early at the end of the session because he saw the checkered flag on. It had been on for 40 minutes prior to that as well, and no one said a word. No one said a word. I asked drivers about it later. I'm like, was your DID, driver information display, was your DID on? I did have a couple of drivers go, yeah, it was on from the beginning, but we just ignored it. I was like, oh, well, that's great, right? I wish you wouldn't do that. But at the same point in time, I had other drivers who didn't notice it at all.
I'm surprised that they didn't realize that at Rolex earlier this year and try to get the flag out a lot later.
Yeah.
Let's go and check in, though. Let's see if we can listen in to what's going on down on pit lane.
Not there, so. And the prior to that is the mindset, right? Yeah. You have to, before you start your exercises and getting the body in the right place, you have to have your mind in the right place to start firing properly. And if they're sluggish on their firing, maybe their electrolytes or whatever, they've got to have everything in. This is a top level game, right? So that preparation's key. So I always go back to the very beginning when we started your exercises and preparing for this session. You know, where were the out points? What were we missing?
What are the things we're not doing?
Certain music some of these guys listen to, certain mental focus, on everybody's program that's developed for them. And if they start cutting corners, and it works. So we'll catch up on that.
We'll just be able to, I mean, obviously it's a kind of this rain through a monkey wrench into this whole thing, it seems like.
Yeah, I'm going to go catch up on this because right now it's changed.
It's probably going to change on the fly.
Yeah, this is how it is.
Are they going to will they send them out? I mean,
well, until we have rivers, because these are intermediate tires. So I'm going to go find out as soon as they come in. But I'd like to talk to you more about that mental mindset.
I'll be here till probably noon tomorrow.
Okay.
And then we can talk, if not tomorrow.
I was going to say, I'm going to grab you here. You guys are analyzing what's going on right here out on the racetrack. You said things are changing on the fly. We got the chance to go look at, of course, the track with the drivers, but now this inclement weather, kind of how does this change things with the shakedown and putting these drivers on the track?
This is normal racing, right? So it's really, it's fine. Like we have to get used to doing this and working through this with these guys. So the main issue here is we're adjusting the bias accordingly. So they're out now doing that and getting the cars dialed in for that. We're making sure there's no rivers going across the track or puddles. These are intermediate tires. And the goal is to basically use them as intermediate tires. So if it gets beyond that, then we're not going to be able to run. We'll have to find, we'll move on to another program.
Okay, and Jim, you were mentioning as well, I heard you say something about a warm-up, and of course the weather out here. What kind of a warm-up do you guys prep for drivers for today?
We'll do a slight warm-up with moving the body around a little bit, do some mental cognitive work, kind of stimulate the heart rate, get the blood flowing, and help with the reactions, that kind of a thing. And in this kind of weather, I mean, it's paramount. Because it's not as warm as you'd think, and their reactions and their ability to respond have to be at the top level because of the rain. The rain has thrown things in a whole different direction.
Now, these drivers have had a night to go home, sleep, and kind of sit on things. What questions have they come to you guys with this morning?
Wow, surprisingly not a lot.
Okay.
I would expect more, but I don't think they know enough to know to ask the questions yet, is what I'm gathering from this. That tells me this is going to be pretty eye-opening, right? When they get rolling out in the real cars and find out, especially in the wet. Can you imagine some of these guys the first time you get in a real race car, it's raining, and you got a wet track. That for a pro driver, that is a high stress situation. Imagine these guys under the stress they're under now going out in the rain the first time.
I was going to say, I worked the IMSA WeatherTech paddock, and even those professionals, we start to see wet weather, and you can start to see a couple of the drivers squirm, let alone drivers that are getting behind the wheel for the first time. Something that you had mentioned, and we've kind of followed, is of course the weighing process of these drivers to make sure that we get these cars as equal as possible. And you reweighed drivers today to make sure that we had everyone good to go, and you'd mentioned it's funny because this is not even something that's in the back of their head as sim drivers, because weight doesn't play a relation in a competitive advantage during sim racing. That being said, do these drivers understand that concept of having the balance out here and having that weight? I mean, what does that just show the difference between sim to real life drivers here? Not even having that conception of knowing that most of our drivers are 5'7", 5'8", it's small, and our class, the smallest driver here with the 20 is 5'7", and we've got multiple over 6 foot.
Yeah, great point. It's really critical as far as the weight, and you can notice, like I noticed in the autocross yesterday, the guys that are sim drivers aren't using and working the car, they're using the weight, the way they brake and turn. It's very notchy. Whereas a car driver uses that weight to transition onto the tire to gain grip. And I think they're going to learn that today, but the main point here was to get the scale to all the cars are set, the weights are set for each driver, so we adjust accordingly. So we wanted to make sure that we have the right numbers and the cars are set properly.
And Jim, a lot of the drivers talking yesterday after skid pad primarily were talking about that feeling of G-force that they have never felt before. Have they been receptive to your guys' understanding of training and prepping them for putting them behind the wheel of a real race car?
I don't think until they get in the car they're going to realize how important it is. And so I think once we get through this first session, they're going to probably come back with a lot more questions for all of us on what can I do better, what can I do differently. You know, the whole idea with us getting them warmed up also is to take their mind off of things, because right now they're thinking about this and they're thinking about this, and even though they may have positive thoughts, there's going to be negative thoughts. So taking them for 5 minutes or so, warming them up, listening to me talk to them about things is going to get their mind off of the car just enough to kind of give them a relaxation process.
Again, Jim Leo with Pit Fit, and of course Kent Stacy running things down here pit side. That drizzle has now turned into a full-blown rain, and again, downtime is the most dangerous time for drivers. That's what I always say. It gives you that opportunity to get up in your head. Brian and Arjuna, you guys have been talking about it as well. They're back here watching one of the drivers get fitted in the Radical SR1s. They're watching it on the racetrack right now, and I'm sure they're just ready to get behind the wheel and get it done with for the most part.
Absolutely, Hannah. Yeah, and you know, Brian and I are kind of sitting up here and chatting as well. You know, listening into Kent. And the thing that we're kind of surprised by in some ways, no questions being asked. I really thought more questions than they could have had answered at this time to get underway.
But I mean, think about it. A lot of times, I think when you're somewhere new or in a new environment, you don't want to look like you're uneducated. Like maybe these are answers I should know, so I'm embarrassed to ask the question. I think the more comfortable they get, and the more they realize that everybody is there to help them, nobody's around to keep them down or to give them a wrong answer, there's a wealth of information they'll get. One of the things I thought was interesting was listening to Kent Stacy talk about the sim drivers on the autocross yesterday not really understanding how to use the weight transfer to help the car turn and put the power down and so on and so forth. For me, driving a sim was always difficult because that's missing, right? So it's sterile. It doesn't feel right. But I think about it, we saw last year when we did this Prodigy Week, we saw the sim guys. To me, I was shocked at how quickly they adapted. And then it hit me. They get a bonus. They're good on the sim. They're good without that feedback. Now they step in and they've got a good concept of how to do all of this, but now they get something added, you know, with more feel. And so it's one of those things that they actually get a bonus. Whereas if you take a driver and put them on the sim for the first time, you're taking something away from them, and so it's a little more difficult for them to adapt to the sim world than the sim driver to adapt to the real world.
And it's that feeling, right? You still have to deal with weight transfer, you just don't feel it. Let's go back down, though, and listen in as they huddle around a Radical SR1.
Again, we will flat tow you with the hook right here. We'll bring you back in, we'll check the motor, make sure everything's good. If it is, it'll be good.
Tyler, why don't we, if you spin and it stalls, you said don't start the car, why not? Explain why not.
So, essentially, the starter might be okay, and all it might just be the starter motor locked up. If the starter motor locked up, we can replace that easy, but the motor's not hurt. Now, if you spin and it stalls, the motor could be potentially hurt, and if you refire it, you're spinning that starter motor over again and again and again, and that's where potentially a tooth could break off and then hurt the motor. So that's why it's just an extra safe precautionary thing we want to do. Okay.
One thing, Tyler, how much is it? How much is the motor? What does this vehicle cost? What kind of what's at stake here in terms of moolah?
Sure. So the way this car sits here is $80,000. So for what that is, it's not cheap. It's you know, you have a lot of money just sitting here in a race car, but you get a lot for your money. I mean, these cars are fast. You guys are gonna have a ton of fun driving these cars. It's kind of like a big go-kart. But yes, you're looking at the way this is spec'd and optioned with all the camera systems and everything we have on these is $80,000. So we want to be careful. We want to be mindful of that. You're not out there driving, you know, a $20,000 Miata. So we want to be careful with what you're given, and you guys have a level of responsibility, right? You guys are out here to prove something. You guys are out here to show what your talent is. You guys have earned a spot to be here. But now in the real world, you guys are given pretty tough conditions, I'm not gonna lie. This is gonna be a challenge to each and every one of you, regardless if you have rain experience or not. So it's gonna be a sink or swim, you know, fight or flight moment, but you still have a level of responsibility to go out there and control your pace and, you know, be smart. Be smart. So, any questions on the car, starting it up, shutting it down, getting in? Now's the time to ask.
Second is just a simple pull.
Yep, thanks for asking that question. So when you guys are rolling in first gear down pit lane, you're not going to need this neutral button anymore on track. You don't use that. You don't use the clutch on track either. Once you're rolling away, you are standard upshift and downshift. It is a no-lift upshift, full throttle, totally upshift, and it auto blips on the downshift. So you can left foot brake if you would like to left foot brake, and just hold it down. It is very important. This car is chain driven. So your downshifts need to be really smooth, nice and smooth and even. You don't want to be too quick with it. You also don't want to be too slow with it. There's a fine line, especially in the wet. It can be helpful to short shift in wet conditions as well. So that's a good question. I would recommend to leave it in first gear all the way down pit lane, all the way until you're entering on track, and then go to second gear. If you're going really, really slow and the RPMs are really low and you're first trying to go to second, sometimes if the RPMs are very low, it might pop it in neutral. And then you're like, why is it in neutral? So these motors like to be revved out. They like to be up high. And you'll notice when you're shifting up with the RPMs high, it's going to shift a lot smoother. If you're shifting at a really low RPM, it's going to be a little bit more of a lurch. And so listen to the car. Listen to the harmonics.
So what is the RPM you know for?
Right around 8,000. Yep.
So just almost max.
And we don't need to press on the clutch when we're starting up the engine?
No, if it's in neutral, you're good. You just down on the ignition and fire the motor. It's not until you need to go into first gear, use the clutch, hold the neutral button, and downshift, and that'll get you in first gear.
So on track in these conditions, is it okay to use first gear, like to downshift from second to first?
You'll never want to go to first gear on track. The lowest gear you guys are going to want to be in is second. I would argue probably stick in third in turn 1, turn 6, even going up the hill to turn 12, just until you get a feel for the car. But again, turn 6 will be a second gear corner, but it is also a corner in the racing school that people most commonly skip. Turn 6 is a very challenging corner. I'm sure they talk to you on the track walk about it. You're driving into a hill and then it crests and it gets very light. So in the wet conditions, it's easy to loop the car there. So if you want to start there in third gear, that's what I would recommend until you get comfortable. And then as you get a feel for the car, you can work and take it down to second gear.
So just to be sure, you need to clutch in, put in neutral, then downshift to make a first gear.
Yes.
And then when we stop from the first gear, clutch, neutral, and upshift to make it to the neutral.
Yes, sometimes you can skip to second gear. So if you guys are rolling down pit lane and you're trying to get it back into neutral, that's great. If you guys get it to neutral while you're rolling into pits. If you're struggling, you're kind of first, second, even with the button press, you can come into a stop in first gear, that's fine, and then just turn the ignition off.
Okay.
That's fine, and we'll get it back to neutral for you. This pit lane is slightly downhill, so we have wheel chocks on all the cars. You'll have a pit crew member here putting a wheel chock in for you, and that'll be fine. So.
Sorry, what were you saying about that red button at the side of the
This one right here? Or this one? This is the master power. So if I turn on this, everything turns off. This is the key to the car. So every race car has this, and this is basically shutting full power off the car. Turn it on, you'll hear the water pump start to cycle and everything else. You guys will not turn the car off with that. You guys will turn the car off with the ignition switch. Because when the cars are hot, we have an electric water pump. We want to keep that running. You can hear that. Do you hear the RPMs right there? How it was started to move around? Turn one's going to be sketchy. I'm just going to tell you right now. Turn one and braking, it falls away. We want to be really careful. Smooth downshifts, really smooth braking. If you loop a car there, the walls are close. So be careful.
So what is the ideal upshift point?
In these conditions, I would probably do it around 775, so right near the top. But depending on where you're accelerating out of also varies. If you're accelerating out of turn 6 and you're cresting a hill, shift a little sooner. If you're accelerating in a straight line and you're nice and straight, you can run up a little higher. Just be really mindful as you're cresting over all the elevation. The car balance is going to really affect that. From gear to neutral, or neutral to gear? Okay, so clutch in. If you're going from neutral, we're sitting here and you're ready to go. Clutch in, hold the neutral button down. Everybody should see a green light on the display. That's just telling you that you're pressing the button. You don't even press hard, but you'll see the green light. Clutch, hold the button down, downshift. That'll get you into gear. You'll see a number 1 pop up. Then you're gonna be good to go. Just release the clutch, nice and easy. Give it some gas, pull away. If you're rolling and you're coming into pits and you need to get back to neutral, you can clutch while you're rolling in first gear, hold the neutral button, and just give it like a half a pull-up shift. It's kind of finesse. And then if you can find neutral, then you can release the clutch and just come to a stop in neutral.
It's going to be a light press.
Yeah. Yeah. If you give it a really hard pull, even with that neutral button, you might skip a second.
So on this display, we won't have like a delta, like a reference delta?
You won't. Okay. Yeah, there won't be any delta. You'll just see lap time and how many laps you've done. So we do have a Smarty Cam system built in. So with that, you have full video with overlays. So you'll be with the coach and they'll talk you through how you can improve in areas and stuff. So that'll be good.
Just make sure if the spin out and the engine is still running, we can go. If it's shut down, we cannot restart. We need to wait for the tow truck.
Correct. So that's where, as a driver, you guys need to make a decision. If the motor is still running, yes, you can continue, but it also depends on where you're at. If you're way off track and you're in the kitty litter out there and you're stuck, you're probably gonna have to wait regardless. That's where you just turn the car off and wait. If you're off in the grass and you can't really resume, again, turn the car off and wait. However, if you're somewhere where you can safely regain yourself back on track, bring it back into pits. But if you're in a blind area and you cannot see if somebody's coming, you've got to make that decision as a driver. Should I resume or should I wait? And that's where you need to be smart. So, but yes, if the car is still running and you can resume, definitely resume.
Do you know, once we've like completed all our runs and stuff, do we have like access to the camera footage and everything for our own devices, like our phone or anything?
We'll look at that and see if we can get you guys the access to the videos and stuff. I'm not aware. I know we'll have all of the coaches with your video, and then if they can share that, they definitely will.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
I just also wanted to double check about the yellow flag. There is local yellow flag and all-track yellow.
Yeah, so more than likely at the start of the session they might have a double yellow, and then they'll open up the session. But then local yellows are going to be most common out here. If there is something that happens, they'll be
double
waving.
yellow is
full course. Yep, and then local yellow is just single waving. Now pay attention to the marshals' body language. Common thing. If they are hanging half their body out, waving it to save their life, there's something probably right in front of your way coming up that you need to be very, very careful about. If they're just holding it out like this and not waving it, something might be up there, but it might be somebody who pulled off the racing line and so forth. So pay attention to their body language if you see something. Another area, it's going to show me a lot depending on your situational awareness. When you're driving down in like turn 6, you can look across at turn 1 and you can see if something happened at turn 1. And if they're waving a yellow flag there and you can say, I'm going to be over there in about 40 seconds, I'm aware. So you can look across the track here and see other parts. Look at the landscape. Don't just stare right in front of you. Keep your eyes up. Look ahead. Any last questions? We're all getting really wet out here.
Yeah, very.
Everybody?
Can we ask questions about the tires? Like, how do we warm up and if it's good to do weaving?
Thankfully,
brake
these are treaded tires, and they're in really good shape, so you're not going to need to do too much to heat them up. In these conditions, it's going to be a little bit harder to heat them up. You can weave a little bit, but it's not going to do too much for you. Normally, that's going to be more cleaning them off. So you're just going to have to go easy and slowly build the temps naturally.
Does it help to do like brake dragging? Or?
Yes, you can drag the brakes a little bit. Just be mindful where you do it. I would probably do it in the carousel, but just nice and easy. And that can heat up the rotors. That'll heat soak into the wheels, and that will heat up the tires. So you can drag the brakes a little bit down the front straightaway. Just be mindful to not get too hard into it because you can lock up the tires in these conditions. With these being chain driven, we have more brake bias to the front naturally like any race car would, but chain driven, if you slam the brakes really hard, even on the dry, you can loop the rear end. You can bog these motors down. If the motors get so low in the RPMs, you will lock the rear tires. So be very, very mindful of that and be very smooth on your downshifts. They can rotate quickly. They're a short wheelbase car. They can be a little twitchy. So, cool. All right, guys, let's go dry up a little bit.
Interesting if we can drive in these conditions. Yeah, can we get you guys out at the same time?
Well, I think that is now the talking done. It's time for the action. And first up, it's going to be Amy Frame, Nathan Maximin, Alexandro Vielma, Brenna Schubert, and Julian Klaffenbach, who is in the... They're all being ordered and grouped up into cars based on their size and weight. And guess what? I got a text message this morning that made me chuckle because we re-weighed the drivers just to make sure. Because you know what race drivers like to do sometimes. If you're karting, weight's important, so you might not be so honest. And so the comment was made that the sim racers didn't realize how important weight was, so none of them lied.
I like that. I don't like to think of it as lying. None of them were mistaken about their weight that they turned in.
They haven't. They checked their weight recently.
Yeah,
there you go.
There you go. Yeah,
it was a historical number.
Yeah, don't use such harsh words, Arjuna.
Race car drivers would never push beyond the limits, right? They would never add in a line of code and then remove it after they got caught.
Oh, that would never happen. Would never happen. So this is going to be interesting. Watching the test drivers out there, Kitten Cook especially, interesting line down into turn one. It looks to me like he's wanting to break offline. So he's breaking middle of the road to the left and then diagonaling back across the normal dry line. Makes sense. You don't want to spend a lot of time. Basically in the rain, it's pretty simple. Wherever you drive in the dry, don't drive there if it's damp. And the reason is, especially cars like the Radical, low ride heights and things like that, in heavy braking zones, they'll actually touch the ground at times and polish that pavement off. Also, if you're on the dry line, that's where when somebody has a problem with an engine, let's say, or they're leaking fluids, that's where the fluid goes. So it's one of those areas where when it gets water on it, you lose grip. You want to basically drive where people don't normally drive because that's where the aggregate in the asphalt is, and it hasn't been polished or worn down yet. You'll find grip. You'll see them well off the apex. A lot of times just a big rim shot around the exit of the corner or the outside of the corner because there's great grip there that helps with not only cornering but also putting the power down. The other thing to think about in the rain is drag strips and braking zones. The car is going to stop pretty good in a straight line if you're in a good area of the racetrack. It will accelerate reasonably well in a straight line, and you don't want to spend a lot of time in long duration corners. Well, guess what? Here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, you're going to have to over there in that turn 13, 14, 15 area because those long carousels, but you want to get it in, get it turned. We heard Max Papis saying that about turn one. Get it turned and get back in the throttle as straight as you can off of the corner. Basically, you need to go find grip, and some drivers will think it's a little better here, maybe a half a car width in or whatever, but you're looking for grip. And I can tell you where it's not going to be, where the cars normally are in the dry or anything that has paint on it.
So probably where, if they've done some sim laps in some of the simulators that do have the Atlanta Motorsports Park, not where they've traditionally been used to driving. And looking forward to seeing how they get on here. I see the excitement building in our YouTube chat as well from the friends, family, and Racing Prodigy community, just waiting to see these drivers. So David Dalton Jr. shouting out Tyler Edwards, who I believe was the Primal Racing coach that was giving some of the insight into the car. Gustavo Ariel saying good luck to everybody. And I wonder what those drivers are thinking about right now, because they were here end of 2023, different conditions, but doing the very same thing.
Well, I was going to say, two great competitors that were here last year, and certainly David looking to make a career in motorsports here in the United States. And good to see them paying attention and still focusing on trying to find a way to compete. A lot of talent. We saw a lot of talent here last year, and want to see those guys when we move into the draft, make sure that they're a part of that, that they'll sell themselves and they'll continue to work on bettering themselves so that they'll be highly thought of when it comes time to select drivers.
And the draft is going to see 6 real-world teams pick 4 drivers each, so 24 of the 32 will be selected from the pool by the teams. An additional set of drivers, I believe it is 6, will then be selected by the fans, our audience, to be held as reserve drivers, just in case. They'll still have a professional racing contract. We'll be probably flying out to the races just in case. So do remember that you, the fans, have your ability to have your say, and you'll have that chance tomorrow as well. We'll have qualifying as the first session tomorrow. We'll take the fastest driver from each group, the fastest driver overall outside of those 4 as well. They move directly to the Prodigy Chase competition, and then 3 more drivers will be voted on by you, the fans, and we will be very much looking forward to seeing how that all goes. So make sure you're around here 11, 12 p.m. Eastern tomorrow for all of that. Bit of a wait right now, though.
I'm sitting here thinking this is going to be really, really easy for me to say, and so hard for the drivers to understand or to think in these terms. Right now, and even tomorrow, if the conditions are like this, lap times mean absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing, because we've watched the racetrack change. It was almost drying out before the coaches started to get in. Then the rains came down again. Track got wet again. It's going to vary back and forth. Your ability to put lap times in, you can't compare with others. Here's what you need to do. You need to go show your coach a progression. You need to show them an intelligent approach to this.
That you can look at the data, the video.
Absolutely. You need to show them that you understand what being a professional race car driver means. First of all, don't hit anything. Don't spin the car. Make few mistakes. Progress throughout. And if you can show me those things, that's going to be a lot more impressive than somebody who goes out and is really fast over the course of a lap or two, and then we spend time pulling it out of the gravel or out of a tire wall. I don't want to see that. So we measure ourselves in motorsport off lap times, but I'm telling you right now, it's not about the lap time at all, and that's going to be hard for every one of these drivers to kind of comprehend.
Lauren Beerton, David Dalton Jr., Lorenz Herzing, all agreeing that they're probably all thinking the same thing, that they want to be out there and driving again.
Exactly.
Karen Caruana says, good luck and have the time of your life to everyone. So wishing, I'm sure, the best for Matt Caruana, who had the pleasure of meeting for the first time yesterday. I commentate on some of these drivers for quite a long time before I get to meet them in person, so it's quite cool to get that little bit of a perspective for someone that did get saved by the fan vote in our LCF Last Chance Finals in the iRacing Mazda Spec MX-5 Golden Ticket Series on iRacing, powered by Sucker Punch. And he's here with his father, David, as well, who I had an interesting chat with yesterday, learning a little bit more about Matt's mentality. I talked about the story a little bit when Matt won his Prodigy Pass, but there was an incident at the end of last year where Matt got a little bit hot-headed, did something I don't think he wishes he could maybe take it back in some regards. But the important thing is how you respond from that, right? Because it happens to everyone, and from what we've seen, Matt's handled it as professionally as you can.
Well, and that's just it. I mean, this is an emotional sport, and we talked about it earlier. You can let pressure eat you up, or you can let it drive you, and it's easy to get upset in a race car and then do something that, as you said, that you regret later. And it's a matter of, how do you deal with that adversity? You may have created it yourself, right? but how do you deal with it now that you've created it? And that's where I think whether it's motorsport, whether it's any sport or any area of life, quite honestly, how do you deal with the lessons that you've learned along the way? And that's what you really want to see, you know? I mean, because none of us are perfect.
No.
And so it's a matter of, did I learn? Can I apply that lesson that I learned? And will it never happen again kind of thing? So, yeah.
I think he's learned his lesson. That is at least the feeling I got from having a chat with him. Dino Filippa says, I want to eat fried potato again. That was his highlight.
I remember that. Didn't he order like a
He had
double
3 different
helping
types of potatoes at the
dinner?
end.
I was like, this is the starch monster down here. But
he got a baked potato.
Yeah.
He got every type of potato that you could
We have
want.
more food in the United States than just potatoes. But he was the potato guy.
We talk about food. Michael Romanidis, who is from Greece, he said one of his main worries about coming over to America was how the food would suit him and how good the American cheeseburgers would be.
Well, now, see, now you're going to get into a whole cheeseburger conversation about who's got the best cheeseburger. And you can't just go to a fast food place. You need to go to a burger joint. And a lot of times what you need to do is pull into a gas station somewhere and ask a local, where's the best cheeseburger in town? And they're different. It's kind of like, to me, having grown up in Texas, I love Mexican food, but people will get kind of surprised. They're like, well, that was a different kind of Mexican food than I had at such and such. And I'm like, well, yeah, because if you're in Southern California, think about the farm culture there. What do they grow? What are they going to be like? You know, you're going to get refried beans in South Texas. You're going to get black beans in Central Mexico. You're going to get seafood in Acapulco. It all has a Mexican flair to it, but Mexican food is not Mexican food. It's like you get Italian food with white sauces and you get Italian food with red sauces. Red sauces come from the coast where the tomatoes were imported by ships. They're not naturally grown in Italy. So up in northern Italy, more dairy farms, you have more cream sauces, right? So, yeah, I mean, United States is pretty big. There's all kinds of food. You got to go to Wisconsin and get cheese curds.
Yeah, and for the record, Dino Filippa is reminding us he only ordered fried potato. He just got every other type of potato as well.
Yep.
And what fun that we did have. We had a couple of birthdays to celebrate. There's been some birthdays this week as well. Thomas Bellman turned, I think it was 17 on May the 4th. So may the force be with him as he gets ready to go. Maybe 18.
17, 18?
It's too young.
I can maybe remember that.
Oh, it's been pretty crazy talking to some of these drivers about their experiences and understanding the mental side of things as well, how they've been getting ready for this, preparing emotionally for all of this. We talked about Dr. Nick Molinaro from Racing Mind Strategies. He's been evaluating them all with his test of attentional and interpersonal style. Let's try and learn a little bit more about all of that.
Hi, I'm Dr. Nick, sports psychologist and director of psychological performance for Racing Prodigy. All the drivers have already been tested as they're preparing for Prodigy Week on a psychological test, also used with the Navy SEALs, to determine how they will function under pressure. Today we're just going to review a couple of factors. One is what's called awareness. Now, awareness is both external, what's going on the track, and internal, what's going on with inside the individual. We are assessing how they are gathering information during racing conditions, both externally and internally. Now, internally, there are factors that might influence performance, such as internal distractibility. Internal distractibility is based upon the individual's sense of how they're competing and their assessment of their own performance while they're actually in competition. Of course, we don't want drivers overthinking, but on occasions, this will take place. In the next video, I'm going to talk about internal distractibility and how to stabilize that while under pressure. Look forward to the next series of videos explaining 20 psychological processes essential for optimal performance, and each Racing Prodigy Pass winner will be trained in each of these. Thank you.
Interesting insight there. And again, Dr. Nick Molinaro with his test of attentional and interpersonal style contributing to the assessment of all of the drivers. As you can tell, though, rain visible in the camera shot right now, and it does seem to be getting a bit more intense. We're not talking thunderstorm levels by any means, but this is definitely more than a drizzle. And I am starting to see puddles of standing water down on pit lane at the very least. Track still looking at least good for the time being, but we're in a brief hold. We got word that given the conditions right now, we don't want to hold the drivers for too much longer, because all that's going to do is build their
Right,
anxiety up a little bit more. So we're adding a chicane in the final long left-hander to slow
chicken.
down the speed. Fernando Alonso might say a
chicken.
chicken. But it just adds, I think, to that anticipation for the drivers. I say anxiety, but it's a little bit of both, right? You're excited, you're tense.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get this done. But I think that's the right thing to do. I mean, get rid of some of the high-speed area of the racetrack a little bit. You don't need that right now. I mean, I've always laughed, and maybe it was because I was a coward when I drove, but I tended to be better on technical circuits. Because to me, that's really kind of where the magic is. To be a complete race car driver, obviously, you need to be able to be comfortable or find some comfort level, whether it's a 15-mile-an-hour or 20-mile-an-hour hairpin at Long Beach or flat out through the kink at Road America or at turn 13, 14, 15 here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. But get that out of the equation right now and let these drivers focus on driving the race car in these mid-speed corners, get an idea of the feel of it and everything, and get them out there. The more laps they do, even if it's follow the leader lapping, the more acquainted they'll get with the car, the more comfortable they'll be. It'll also lower the anxiety level because you're now out there doing it. And as we progress throughout the day and the weather gets better, and certainly into tomorrow, I think you'll have a better result for all of these drivers because they've gotten out there and done this today. So putting the chicken in down there in that turn 14, 15 area is probably not a bad idea at all.
And this is, again, part of being a racing driver, right? Dealing with the changing conditions, and not necessarily just in terms of the driving, but off the track as well, what that does in terms of shake-ups to schedule and whatnot. How can you respond and make sure that it doesn't fluster you just that little bit too much? So, you know, they're getting a true full experience here today, as all the covers now have gone on to the Radical SR1s, with the exception of one that momentarily was getting a quick look inside. I'm guessing that most of the drivers have gotten out of pit lane and into the media building, because why, if you're not going to go driving anytime soon, wouldn't you go be warm and comfortable inside the building?
Yeah, and I don't know, because I arrived here last night and I wasn't able to kind of tour the facility yesterday. I'm familiar with it. Last year there were some sims downstairs.
Oh, we've got sims here too.
So might we find drivers on sims?
Do you want to know what happened when we finished up yesterday?
I don't know. Do I want to know?
Oh, you do. So I go down. I'm chatting with a couple of people. Matt Fastenex, had a quick chat with him. And then Johnny Mac, the Johnny Mac band was playing.
Yep.
We had dinner over by the garages. And so I get asked to go tell the drivers in the room, because that's where they're decompressing, where all the sims are. Let's go and have food. The band's playing.
No.
So I walk in, and guess what? They've got more simulators than they did last year.
Oh,
We're
Lord.
talking probably like 10 or 12 or
So
something.
nobody went to dinner because they were all on Sims.
And they were filled.
Yeah.
Every single rig had somebody in it driving a Radical at the Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Imagine that.
I mean, I'm not that surprised.
I would be if I were down right now, and if the access was granted to everybody, I'd be down there. I mean, give them 15 minutes or 10 minutes each and let them just stay, quote, warmed up or whatever. If I could do it, I would definitely be there.
I mentioned it yesterday in our coverage a couple of times, but Gustavo Ariels this weekend going to be racing with Team Redline in the iRacing 24 Hours of the Nürburgring. His teammate, one of his teammates, a certain Formula One driver called Max Verstappen.
And I know that Max loves the sim.
You know how much he loves it. Guess what's this weekend? The Imola Grand Prix.
Oh, yeah.
So he's racing at a Formula One Grand Prix weekend and somehow going to find the time to be racing at a 24-hour.
To run his stints in the 24-hour.
And so there was actually a news report that came out, I think at the end of last year, where Max Verstappen, and I'm putting air quotes for those who aren't in the booth, was going to install a rig in his plane, to which that was utter nonsense. That basically
that never happened.
Anyone who knew the story was like, that's not what was happening. What he has done, though, is for the European races, like Imola is, his motorhome apparently has got a sim rig. So, you know, he's going to finish up, I guess qualifying's probably 3 in the afternoon or something local time. The sim race starts a couple of hours before, so he'll probably qualify on pole.
And you think about that, I mean, for him, obviously, I mean, and it's not just a hobby. I mean, it's very, very serious. But I would think it's a level down from his Formula One commitment. So there is a little bit of kind of decompressing by doing that. And obviously, he wants to win, and like I said, very serious about it. But blasting around in a Formula One car at 200 miles an hour and then doing a sim race is probably a little bit of a decompression for him.
Yeah, I was very fortunate, actually. I've been commentating on the Digital Nürburgring Endurance Series for the last couple of years, and Max actually joined us for a couple of the races over the winter. And that, you know what the Nordschleife is like. It's a wild and unpredictable track. You add traffic in and all of those interactions, and it becomes even more crazy. We had the best season we've ever had in some of the greatest races, and Max and Rudy Van Buren and some of his other teammates were fighting wheel to wheel with some of the greats in sim racing. And we often have this conversation in the world of sim racing. Max Verstappen, maybe unarguably the best in the world. I'm sure some will argue, but at this point in Formula One, there's no one better. That's for sure. It's very easy for me to also make the case to you that Max Verstappen is the best sim racer in the world. Which, I mean, we talk about those sensations being missing, right? The ability, just the fact that he can switch back and forth so easily and slide into those two different worlds.
I find that amazing. I really do, because we were talking about it just a little while ago about the sim world. Well, I shouldn't say it's missing. It's missing the weight transfer stuff. Obviously, some people, I'm sure Max's is a full motion sim. No, it's not. Doesn't have any.
Most of the top competitive sim racers don't want motion.
Really?
Because, well, so there's two reasons for this. Joe Rogan
well,
got
it's expensive.
Well, kind of, but Joe Rogan got a rig, and basically it got torn to pieces by online people saying, oh, it would be too strong with the motion, but you need to dial it in very subtly. You don't want it to be overbearing, right? So that's the main thing. The second thing is the top sim drivers don't need an abundance of information. They need the right amount of information.
They need the right information.
And so they figured that out. I think, though, that as much as Brian and myself are babbling up here in the commentary booth, we sent Hannah Newhouse and Juliana Darnell to try and catch up with some of the drivers. Because as much as I'm enjoying this chat with you, Brian, I mean, it's great. I'd rather talk to the drivers, if I'm being honest.
I would think so.
Any driver in particular that you're kind of curious about? I think in some ways for you, Julian Klaffenbach might be an interest because we were meant to see him in Prodigy Week Part 1. Very glad to see him back here. So talk about that in a few more moments. Let's go down to those drivers, though. Check out one of them standing by with Juliana.
Yes, I am here with Brian Hawkin. Brian, you were just out there on track walk. Tell me how it was. Did you learn things? I heard you asking some questions, so I'm curious what you got answers to.
Yeah, I learned a lot. Man, yeah, it was just crazy seeing the amount of elevation that the track has. You don't really get that in the sim, so just seeing the elevation and learning about the wet line. Spencer's really cool, and I'm a little bit concerned about the braking and the wet line, especially since it's started pouring now. So yeah, I just had a couple questions about that, like where to run in turn 1 and turn 6 especially. I think I got my answers, and yeah, man, I'm just super excited. I can't wait to get out on a track.
Now, did you have any? Do they know the order that you guys are going in today?
I do not know exactly.
Okay. Because I was wondering if you had a chance to kind of like watch a little bit, or are you in one of the first groups? But if you don't know that yet, then I guess we won't know yet until everyone finds out together, right?
Yeah, I'm in group 2, so we might just be going by number. But some of the coaches went out in the SR1 and just to get a few sight laps there, and it's gonna be really challenging, and I just can't wait. I don't think anybody has gone yet, from out of the Prodigy Racing Prodigy people, but it's going to be a lot of fun once we eventually get out there.
Okay, Brandon, switching gears a little bit, I have a question. So, do you have social media?
I have Twitter. That's about it. Yeah.
Because when I was doing my research, I couldn't find a lot of information about you. Are you kind of like are you a ghost out there?
Yeah, I'm a ghost in a lot of places, I think. I'm not used to like kind of putting myself out there,
What? You're doing such a great job here.
Thank you. Yeah, I've had experience with post-race interviews and things, and cameras. It's a little bit nerve-wracking, but it's.
I would never know. I would never know.
Thank you. Yeah, it means a lot. I just try my best to be myself, and it's been so much fun. I had the interview there in the gym there yesterday, and did some more stuff for Instagram or for the Racing Prodigy Instagram there yesterday, and it's kind of a lot, but I'm getting used to it, and it's fun.
Well, okay, so are you going to start an Instagram now? Since you have a Twitter, so you're kind of familiar with it, I think you should start an Instagram, right?
Okay, yeah, you know what? Yeah, I might as well, because they couldn't tag me in the social media post there yesterday, so, might have to do that.
Now, are you guys allowed to have your phones with you during the day, or have you been told to keep them in your bags?
I won't have mine in the car, but
no, not in the car, but right now.
Just around. Oh yeah, we have our phones with us. Yeah.
So you guys could be going around taking some content and posting it to your Twitter and your new Instagram. Yeah.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, I could actually make an Instagram account right now.
Yeah.
So.
Okay, so maybe that's going to be your next thing. You're going to go back into your room instead of playing the sim game like everyone else is doing. You're gonna make an Instagram, and then I'm going to ask you later, and we're going to blast it out, and everyone's going to start following you.
All right. Yeah, sounds good. I appreciate it, and you know what? I'll get one going, and I'll tell you what it is.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much. We're excited to see you out there, and good luck today.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and just appreciate everything. It's been a fantastic, absolutely mind-blowing experience so far. And I can't wait to get on track. It's gonna be awesome.
Amazing. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Guys, back up to you.
And I'm sure Movano Corsa, Nexus Esports, the sim racing teams that Brandon Hawkin represents, is going to be cheering him on. He's one of those weird drivers. Enigma in that he doesn't like to talk too much.
Well, I was going to say, you need to hurry with that one. Don't say one of these weird drivers and then stop. You need to clarify that.
He's one of those weird drivers that can do it all.
There you go.
Most recently, I've commentated in touring car machines. He was fighting at the front of the IMSA Esports Global Championship back in 2022, but he has raced in basically everything. He's an oval, I don't want to say specialist, but can very much fight with the best of them there. Stand out. Open wheel machines, has competed in the Logitech G Challenge. He raced in Ferrari Esports Series, won the regional North American. Was on the podium, rather, for the North American regional final a couple of years ago as well. It's that ability to jump between different cars, but more importantly, between different simulators as well. He's one of the few drivers that competed on all platforms except street kart racing in the Prodigy Racing League.
When you say different simulators, do you mean literally a different?
No, I mean the games.
Okay, the
so
games,
R Factor, we had that in season 1, but Race Room and iRacing, we've had those as well. I can only speak for iRacing, where I've had a lot more experience, and I understand the nature of the driving, where you're trying not to slide the tires, right? You're trying to be as controlled as possible, manage the load effectively, the thermal load on the tires. Whereas in Race Room, at least visually, just from what I was seeing that we were commentating on all of the different races, the amount of lateral slip that you're allowed is more akin to something like a wrench sport, where I've driven that a lot, and basically you're doing a four-wheel drift at times through the corner, but that's the fastest way through, and you've got to adapt and figure it out on the fly.
Well, I mean, and it's interesting. In the real world, obviously different tires like different amounts of slip angle, whether that's wheel spin coming off the corner or that slight bit of drift coming off. Slip angle is good to a point, and the engineers can tell you what that amount of slip angle is. I can remember, it's amazing I can remember, because it was back in 1990 with the Atlanta car. It wanted a certain amount of slip coming off the corner.
Yes, absolutely.
For me, you wanted to not slip at all so you could get the drive, but it actually was faster to have a little bit of slip in the tire.
We've had plenty of drivers from Poland join us across of Racing Prodigy's adventures. Let's check in with Kamil Pavlovski.
We've been talking a lot of racing all day long, but I'm going to switch gears. And we chatted a little bit about this before, but I need to let everyone know, first of all, who do you have home back watching you and being a part of this journey?
Yeah, for sure, my family and some of my friends, my teammates are watching me, cheering me up, but most importantly, I know, Aga, you're watching me. My future wife, that we are getting married in 2 weeks, is watching and cheering me up on my whole journey of becoming a racing driver. This is my ultimate goal, and I want to fulfill that dream. Yes.
Okay, so you just said you're getting married in 2 weeks. A wedding is a big deal. It takes a lot of planning. Is she doing it all, or are you helping? Because you've been preparing for this and a number of other things. How are you guys doing this? This is so much.
Yeah, exactly. Especially this month, May is so tight in the schedule for me and for us because of Racing Prodigy, because of the wedding coming in 2 weeks. And I'm super grateful for my fiancée that she takes care of most of the important things. Of course, we take care of the important things together, but she makes sure that I am free on my head during this time, so I not have to worry about the organization of the wedding during I'm here in Atlanta. So Aga, thank you for that. Now you're watching me.
Yes, I got it. You have a massive role. You got to support your future husband. You got to plan your wedding. I mean, that's a lot. Like, you got to give her props. But I am curious, do you guys have like wedding colors? Do you have wedding party? How does it work from where you guys are from?
Yeah.
Because in the United States, we pick colors. Some people have bridesmaids and groomsmen. Is that how it is for you guys as well?
Yeah, exactly like that in Poland. We do a wedding ceremony with guests, family, friends, so we can pick, the music, the DJ that leads the whole ceremony, the colors and stuff. This is what my future wife takes care of because she just likes to pick what her wants, and I'm happy with that. So yeah, it looks exactly like that in Poland as well.
Are you going to have a bachelor party?
Sorry?
A bachelor party?
What's that exactly?
Okay, a bachelor party. So in the States, you have bachelor and bachelorette parties. And basically it's
It's coming next week, actually. So when I go back from Atlanta, I will have my party
oh my gosh.
This week.
What are you guys going to do?
Some paintball stuff. So yeah, very fun stuff. I'm not thinking about this right now, of course, because
I'm taking your mind off what's about to happen.
Yeah.
Okay, so with all that being said, I know too, you have a tattoo somewhere. Tell me a little bit about it.
Yeah, exactly. I have a nice backstory. I have a Laguna Seca tattoo on my chest because of it was my absolute dream track to drive on when I was a kid. Like, I was 6 years old. My racing journey began in Gran Turismo game. So I was just a little kid, and this track was just my favorite. I just wanted, one day I will drive on this track. And it happened in reality. I was on a racing program in California for 2 weeks in 2019. Sim to Real program also, where we driven very popular American tracks like Willow Spring and my dream track, Laguna Seca. So right after I decided, when I went back to Poland, I needed to make this tattoo.
Make the memory, keep it.
Yes, this is very, very important tattoo for me. Yeah.
Well, this has been so much fun. Thank you for sharing your story. Agata, you are special. You're both very lucky to have each other. Oh, wait, I have to add this too. He earlier was telling me they've been together for 7 years. I guess you could call that like high school sweethearts almost, yeah?
Exactly like that.
Yeah. Well, congratulations to both of you. And of course, good luck to you today.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Guys, back up to you.
Congratulations to the 26-year-old Kamil Pavlovski on the upcoming nuptials. I didn't realize they were 2 weeks away. Poor fiance.
I'm wondering if the wedding colors are orange and blue.
Racing Prodigy.
Yeah. He's got the best facial hair of, I think, any of the participants here. I couldn't grow that if I worked that in my entire life. You would look good with that.
I can do the Batman. No, it's not Batman. The Wolverine. That's what
really?
it is. Yes.
Yeah,
very good Wolverine facial hair, but outside of that.
You should do that.
No. It's very like 1800s at this point. Kamil Pavlovski, 2021 Ferrari Esports champion as well, represented the Scuderia Ferrari Esports team in the subsequent year, but now competes, of course, for Into the Breach Esports, ITB, which whenever I see ITB Esports, Into the Barrier.
I was going to say, yeah.
So it always makes me giggle, but that's beside the point. Still waiting, of course, for the rain to potentially just allow us to head these drivers out onto track. And again, mentioned, we do have some standing water in a couple of places down on pit lane at the very least, so not sure exactly what's happening out through the rest of the track. We're potentially getting word about adding a chicane, of course, through the final sector. Back down, though, to the driver's room. Let's check in with Will Redford.
Thank you, Arjuna. Yes, I'm here with Will. We were just chatting about some social media and the media side of this whole entire week and what you guys have experienced. Now, we're going to give you a shout out. So tell everyone what your Instagram, do you have like a TikTok and Twitter and all the other things as well? Tell everyone your handles.
So my name is Will Redford. I'm 19 from the UK, and if you want to find me on social media, all my handles are at WC Redford, and on Facebook it's Will Redford Racing, or if you just Google my name, my website will come up and everything's on there.
What kind of things do you find, or are people going to find on your different social platforms?
TikTok, mainly, short videos. I try and show a bit of humour on there, here and there. Instagram and Facebook is a bit more serious, just updates and what's going on, and that's about it, really.
Have you been sharing live stories and things from this week as you can?
Yeah, I've been trying my best. Obviously, the connection's not the greatest, so it's a little hard at times, but I've been uploading.
Now, I know you have your girlfriend here. Has she been doing some like behind the scenes content for you to use and post?
Yeah, she's been my camera woman for this trip. So that's her one job, is to take lots of photos and videos, and then when we go home, we can put them all together and upload some content.
Does she help you when you're at home as well to film things and take part in that?
Normally it's my brother. So my older brother comes to all of my races back home, and he's normally the one that does all that side of it, but he's not here, so she's taken over the duties.
She took it over.
Yeah.
Amazing. Now, when you guys were in media training, you learned a lot about sponsors and what they're looking for. Have you been exposed to that with sponsors and what they need, and how do you handle that?
Yeah, so I race entirely on sponsorship money back in the UK, so I go round by round depending on if the budget's there or if the budget's not. So it's a lot of work, it's a lot of sort of marketing effort, and a lot of, I guess the main thing for me is giving sponsors a good experience. So at trackside, hot laps on track and hospitality at the race events and stuff like that. And I just try and, it's hard on a marketing standpoint to give back money, especially at the level that I'm racing at, because we don't have big TV coverage. So a lot of it is the experience side and just getting people to have a good time at the track.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for your time, Will. We are going to check back in with you later, and good luck today. Guys, back up to you.
And well, good news from up here in the booth. We've just taken a look out on track, and not only are the covers off of the Radical SR1s, but the Sucker Punch BMW, outfitted with Toyo tires, now sitting in the front of pit lane, and I think we're going to get ready to put the first 5 drivers into the machines.
Interesting to listen to Will. I mean, motorsports has always been
Sponsor
so tied,
driven.
yeah, sponsor driven, so tied to business. But to see these young drivers with a complete understanding of what it takes, not just behind the wheel, but the business side of it, he said he's learning that. Here's the other thing. You may come into this sport with your desire to be a driver, and I've known a lot of people who that dream runs out, whether it's financially or what have you, but they're able to stay in the sport because they understand the complete nature of it, and they find another niche, whether that's an engineer or a team manager or a team owner or what have you, and that experience that you gain is invaluable, even if you left motorsport. His understanding of business and how you take business and you can run a program through a certain advertising channel or what have you to find success, he may become a marketing executive with an advertising firm or something like that, and he'll have a better understanding when he steps in because he's been in that business world before, but kind of from a different angle.
And it goes back to Formula SAE.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
If you're not a motorsports engineering person, you can still contribute in business and find yourself into motorsport. And we'll talk more about that, I'm sure, in terms of pathways into the sport in the future. Back down to the driver's room, though. Let's catch up with yet another driver.
Thank you, Arjun. Yes, I'm here with Camden Hibbit. We were just chatting, and I wanted to double check with you on the media training yesterday. We talked about that a little bit with the other drivers that have come in here, but you were mentioning that you already kind of are exposed to the sponsorship side and you kind of know what they're looking for. I want to get your take on how that is for you as a driver and what it means to you to have those kind of sponsorships.
Yeah, it means a lot to have 6. So I have 6 partners with my Mazda Racing, and to have six businesses and 6 companies put their trust in you as a race car driver, it means a lot, and it puts on a lot of pressure, but that's part of the fun in racing in general, because yes, you got to do all this stuff on the track and you got to perform on the track, but you have to be able to get there. Yes. You have to have the money to be able to get there and the support. So it means the world to me that 6 companies have put their trust in me, not only on the Mazda side, but Racing Prodigy, Sucker Punch, Mazda, putting trust in all 20 of us to go perform this week as well.
Well, I know that's very helpful and it's special, and it really makes all of this happen for you guys. So thank you for that insight. My next question for you, you guys were out on the track, walking around, seeing everything. I did a little bit of stalking on your social media. By the way, he's very good with his social media. You know what, let's throw out your handles for everyone so they can follow you.
So we have mainly Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. Facebook and YouTube is just Hibbit Motorsports, 2 B's and 2 T's in Hibbit, and then Instagram is Team Hibbit. So we put out a lot of stuff throughout the week as well, but especially on race weekends. And then YouTube is just kind of a place to, we have in-car video, behind-the-scenes interviews, all sorts of fun stuff on the YouTube page as well. So we like to have a lot of fun with our socials.
I did notice that, which is lovely because, you got to keep the entertainment going. Okay, so my question was going to be, when I was stalking your Instagram, I read something about your line of sight or how you view the track might be a little bit different than those around you. Is that true? Did I read into that correctly, or how does that make you feel when I say that?
Yeah, I feel like, so since I've been driving for so long, not necessarily big cars, but in karting and quarter midgets, since I've been doing that for so long, I feel like I'm really good at looking ahead and finding stuff that some others may not see. Especially like on the track walk, I was looking at different angles to try and see the camber and some of that stuff. Because I feel like a lot of drivers will look at the shape of the track and kind of approach the corner that way, but there's so much more in the track that you got to find to get that last tenth or two. And that's something that I really have been working on a lot to try and get to that high standard of looking at every single detail on a racetrack, because an inch of camber, off camber, or positive camber, it can make a whole difference in how you approach the corner. So that's something that I've really tried to work on, especially in the past 2 years, and I think I've gotten pretty good at it. And then just the line of sight like you talked about, my peripheral, my focus is able to stay up on the track, so my peripheral catches cars and all that stuff, which obviously is a huge advantage to focusing more on the racetrack and hitting your marks, and then kind of your peripheral taking care of other cars on the racetrack.
I love that. Thank you so much for sharing that, and I hope that it all comes into play today when you guys are out on the track.
Yeah, thank you. We're looking forward to it. Hopefully the rain clears up, and we'll have a fun couple sessions this afternoon.
We look forward to watching. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Guys, back up to you.
Well, that's exactly what Spencer Pompelli was talking about earlier when we listened to Cameron talk about eyes and getting his eyes up down the racetrack, which then helped with that wide field of vision. It's funny, I think the first video I saw of him, his mom and dad have been doing videos with him when he was doing his quarter midget stuff forever and a day, and he was on a show there in Columbus. He was, 9 or 10 years old. It was hilarious. He wanted to be the next Jeff Gordon. He had big NASCAR plans, but I think that's changed and gone into the road racing side of things. But yeah, he's had a camera in his face. Yeah. Mom Erin, his dad Justin have been doing that forever and a day, and he's used to that YouTube video presence.
And I mentioned this to you before we started. He started racing at 5. You're legally not allowed to join iRacing until you're 13, even with your parents' permission, right? So you can get into racing slightly earlier. Now,
I'll bet his mom and dad have a great video that's going to get played at his rehearsal dinner when he eventually gets married. With all the library that they have of it, some of that's going to come back to haunt him, I'm pretty sure.
He'll cover his eyes,
yeah.
And everyone else will be laughing as the video gets played. You know what's quite stressful, though? It's been a while since I was in school, and I'm quite grateful for that. But waiting for your exam results. One of the drivers has been having to do that for a little bit, and Rupa Kirkupa has apparently just got his final exam results. So I saw that
standing downstairs, he just got his final exam results.
Apparently, his family, Mika Kirkupa, said Rupa got his confirmed results today. The results were really good. So congratulations.
Did they send that to him? Does he?
I hope so. I hope that he knows.
Wow.
Well, I assume it's technology. It's probably an email.
See, back in the day,
it would have been a letter.
Back in the day, it was a letter, and right after the semester was over, I was the first person to the mailbox
to make sure
every day, because I wanted to see if that letter was there. Sometimes they didn't make it to my parents, I don't think.
And well, I think we're ready to catch up with Rupa. Let's see if he's heard the good news.
Yeah.
Listening to you guys talk about this, and I'm like, wait a minute. You got to explain this to us. Tell us what you just got information about.
Yeah, I just got information from my final exam results. So I got the best results for physics, chemistry, and mathematics, and the second best for Finnish language. So that means I'm gonna get to study something.
What's your next step? What is going to be coming next?
I'm planning on going to university to study automation engineering.
Amazing.
But we will see.
Will you stay close to home, or are you going to try to go somewhere far?
It will be the closest university to me in Tampere, Finland.
Well, congratulations. That is really exciting and such a nice, weight off your shoulder. Were you worried about your grades?
Not really. I was pretty confident that they will be all right. But it's good that it's over now, and I know that everything will be good.
Now you can focus on just what you have going on here today, right?
Yeah, that's really good. Don't have to worry about those anymore.
Okay, so my question for you is, I read this, and I hope I read this correctly. Did you last week get to drive a Radical SR3?
Yes.
Yeah.
I went.
So tell me about it, and tell me if you think it's going to be the same. Obviously, it's a different car, but just fill us in. I'm really excited because you're one of the few that have been in one of these kind of cars.
Yeah. It was really great. I was at Alastaro circuit in Finland. That's my local track, and the guys there had just got a new SR3, and they let me drive it. Of course, I have to pay for that, but that doesn't matter. It's not the main point. But it was just amazing. It was the fastest car I've ever driven. It's the downforce and everything. It's so fast, you know. And of course, the SR1 will be a little bit slower, but you know, if I had the confidence to push hard in that car, then I know I'll be good in this one.
Well, that's got to make you feel really good about coming in today, that you kind of have an edge over everyone else. Is that kind of how you feel?
Yeah, kinda. I know not many have driven a car that has downforce in real life here, and also I have a lot of experience in rain also. So today could be really good for me if it keeps raining.
Well, this is exciting. I'm really excited to watch you. Congratulations on your grades. We're going to be ready to watch you out there and see what you bring to this racetrack today.
Yeah, thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, guys, we are going to send it over to Hannah.
Yeah, thank you so much, Juliana. And of course, good news here, pit side, is we've got drivers that have now suited up, taken off those rain jacket, and behind me, they are getting suited up to drive the Radical SR1. So good news there. But of course, Jim Leo, we talked to him prior to what we thought was going to be the drivers getting in the car and making sure that they got warmed up with pit fit. And we just missed a little bit of it, but that warm up took place over here, testing and warming up a lot of different kind of muscles. They made sure all of those lateral muscles were warmed up with a lot of different contraptions that we have built in here. They did rope style stuff. They had bands as well. And then one of my favorite things that I've recently seen implemented is, of course, warming up that hand-eye coordination, which is going to be very crucial as we get ready to put these drivers on wet track conditions. And this is called a vector ball. And essentially the concept of it is when you throw it on the ground, it flashes a light. It's either red, green, or blue. If it's red, you catch it with your right hand. If it's green, you catch it with your left hand. And if it's blue, you catch it with both. So it becomes a game of catch either between yourself and another person or the wall. But once again, just firing off and making sure those hand-eye coordination and signals are all being sent here with the use of the ball. We also saw, of course, Max Papis. He actually hit the ground and did a couple push-ups with our drivers, getting warmed up himself. But I had the chance to talk with a couple of our driver coaches, Spencer Pumpelli, Kenton Cook. They were both up in the Fireside Lounge, talking with the drivers, doing some debriefing while they were still sim racing up there. And again, going over Apex. And you could kind of feel the unsurety in some of the drivers' voices because, again, we've talked about it. The downtime that we've had has just kind of created a little bit of anxiety in some of these drivers watching it rain. But Spencer said it best. He said, there is no streams, there's no standing water on this racetrack. So at this point, a wet track is a wet track, and we have the tires and equipment to handle it. So let's get them out there, let's get them this experience, and let's see how they handle it, right? This is a real world experience. They're gonna get out there in circumstances if they get drafted by a team and get to race, that we're going to have wet racing surfaces, and you don't just get to hang around and wait until the best case track surface comes into play. So let's get them out there, get them in there. Nathan, Amy Frame, two of the drivers that were over here. Brenna Schubert was also over here getting warmed up, and the drivers have now made their way over to start getting their helmets, their Hanses on, and we've had a couple other drivers come out from the sim racing as well to start to watch and I'm assuming have conversation as these drivers get out from behind the Radical SR1. So we've got movement. We've got drivers headed to their car. Always a good sign, Brian and Arjuna.
You know what, Hannah? Put the microphone down. I want to see you do the vector ball thing. You told us about it. I want to see you do it. I couldn't do it. I would be so confused.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, she's going to do it. No, doesn't somebody throw it to you or bounce it to you, or you do it yourself? I would be right, left, right, left.
I was impressed.
Success. Very good. Big applause. I think that's awesome. We obviously back in the day, we didn't have anything like that. And yeah, you could get ready physically, do a couple of push-ups, some jumping jacks, so on and so forth. But I love that connection between the hand-eye coordination, brain connection of making you make quick decisions like that back and forth. I think that's absolutely awesome. And it's great. That's why it's so great to have Pit Fit here, Dr. Whitson, and all of that to give you that insight into a different side of motorsport that's necessary.
And, you know, all of the drivers in sim racing probably have some sort of routine to get into their sim rigs, right, to warm themselves up because they sit there for a decently long amount of time for the most part. So, you know, they don't want to end up getting stiff. And, I mean, Gustavo's Ariel's neck was, we were talking about it with some of the Pit Fit people. He had the strongest result from the neck result.
Really?
And apparently, I didn't realize this, but apparently it was difficult to get the hands onto his, over his shoulders because his neck was that big.
Wow.
So, you know,
like a football player.
A sim racer, sometimes you don't think about the fact that, you know, we often with the direct drive wheelbases that are now available, you know, the likes of Etiquette can give you wheelbases that spit up 30 newton meters of force. And only if you're in like an IndyCar with no power steering is that something you're actually going to be dealing with on a regular basis. And so I know for myself, I'm a little bit of a sadist. And so my sim rig is probably a little bit stronger than it should be.
You're like my son because I went down and I like to go use his rig before I go to a race somewhere, whether it's I'm doing television or whether I'm a race director. I want to understand what the competitors are going to face this weekend. Obviously, I've driven a lot of these racetracks. Many of them were a long, long time ago. So I want to get an idea and kind of make myself pseudo air quotes current. And I said to him, hey, buddy, I mean, we're driving a GT4 car here. They have power steering. You know, this feels like it doesn't have any power steering. Why do you have it set so tight? And he's like, well, I looked it up online and this is the number. And I'm thinking, man, I'm old and weak because this feels like the IndyCar to me, you know, back in the day kind of thing. There's a lot of effort that goes into it because I remember saying to him, why do you want gloves?
Oh,
and
we had this conversation last time.
Yeah.
The reason why you have gloves is if the sim rig, if the wheel snaps back in one direction and the paddles cut into your hand, you don't have a cut.
And if you have an Alcantara wheel or something like that, then obviously there's a lot of friction with your hands as well. So I get it, and I appreciate your sadistic tendency to turn up your.
Next time you're on your way to Laguna Seca, I'm 10 minutes away from SFO. Stop by, try the IndyCar with my setup, and you won't be able to drive to Laguna because your shoulders are going to be shaking. Let's go down to pit lane, not to that camera on board with one of the cars. Looking forward to seeing that perspective. Check back in, though, with Hannah Newhouse.
We'd mentioned it, of course, drivers now pit side, getting ready to drive behind the Radical SR1s. Alexandro here joining me. Okay, one of the first drivers getting ready to get out there in these track conditions. How are you feeling?
Nervous. I think you care about something so much as your performance here. Obviously, the coaches want us to build up and find confidence slowly, but we're always going to be wanting to exceed our limits and find that pace. So, yeah, we're going to be doing chase laps, so just feel out the track, feel out the car, get familiar with everything, feel nice and snug. It's a snug car, as all race cars are. So, yeah, nervous, excited. If you're not nervous, something's wrong with you. I think any athlete, any person who does something at a high level can say that they feel those butterflies. It's a beautiful thing. But, yeah, once I sit in that car, feel the revs out, really feel at home. I mean, this is where I belong. I for sure will calm down and just start finding my own zone. But super excited. I mean, Prodigy is the first E-to-Reel pipeline, so it's one of the most amazing opportunities I've ever had. I mean, I've never seen my name with like the flag sticker and everything on a race car, so it's really, really cool to kind of like see that, and it kind of almost makes me want to cry just how incredible this is. But yeah, nervous, excited, all of the above, basically, yeah.
Now, you're one of the drivers that has some real-life experience here. Do you feel like that calms your nerves a little bit, having this rain? Because there are some drivers that their only wet weather condition racing has been in sim racing. Do you have any real-life wet weather racing condition?
Not at all. I mean, everything's been in the dry, so this is a whole another unique experience. Making sure, it's a car that's light, it's quick, some downforce to it, so it's a new type of aspect when it comes to the cars I've driven. For sure, the conditions are going to affect a lot of it, and considering how crazy this track is and its elevation, it's basically a roller coaster. So all of these new factors coming at me, I've had some experience, but we're just going to take what we can and learn as quick as we can in this car because everything feels pretty brand new.
Now, we had some downtime, of course, waiting, kind of watching the weather. A lot of you drivers were up in the Fireside Lounge doing some sim racing, but what was the conversation and honestly the overall vibe like between you guys as drivers waiting to get on the racetrack?
I think all of us had kind of like a focused disposition. All of us wanted to know whether or not we were going to get out there. They did tell us in the briefing that if it rained too hard, we were not going to drive today, which was a little disappointing. But now that the rain is out, but it's not too heavy, we have the opportunity to. So all of us were in that kind of waiting game. I think a lot of drivers talk about it, especially NASCAR drivers, when it rains on an oval, the waiting game. No one really likes to wait in racing. We're not super patient when it comes to that because we like to be in a zone, but like racing is, like all athletes are, attentional shifting, making sure you're on it, making sure that when your time is up, you're ready. So yeah, definitely one of those moments where we all kind of wanted to get on already, but we've all taken our time, and I think we're ready now, but the nerves are definitely ramping up. So.
Perfect. We'll let you go. They're grabbing all the drivers. You guys are going to get suited up here. Get your helmet. Best of luck. I always say that rain delay as a broadcaster is also my worst nightmare because what do? If we're not standing around doing rain fill, we always find the snack bar, and that becomes a frequent flyer. Or in Brian Till's case, my very first ever rain delay race was at Watkins Glen during an IMSA race, and we did live hits from the ice cream machine.
Absolutely. I had to introduce Hannah to the ice cream machine. You have to know where it is.
Is it secret?
No, it's not a secret,
Okay.
but she hadn't been there before, but it's in the press room.
Okay.
Up top in the press cafeteria, they have a soft serve ice cream machine. So we had a lightning delay, and I'm like, hey, if they tell us to take cover, I know where we're going to go take cover. And so we went and got ice cream.
Genius.
Got to know.
I mean, that makes sense when you're out on track. In the booth, you're nice and protected, but I guess
yeah.
you don't have ice cream. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, I mean, think about it. The camera operators that we're so fortunate to have at every event, and certainly this event, and the talent that's down there in the pit lane, same thing. If there's a lightning issue, the last thing you want to be doing is walking around with a headset with an antenna on it if there's lightning around. So you'll take cover, and yeah, Watkins Glen,
not much cover.
Go eat ice cream.
Yeah, that's a good. We'll try and get all the different tracks where you can find specialty food. Let's listen in though to Tyler Edwards as he gives some final advice.
Him, then that means I would want you to give a point by, you to also give a point by, and you to also give a point by. You guys will imitate exactly what I do, and then for whatever Nathan does, you guys will also imitate him. We will point in the direction we want somebody to pass us. Does that make sense? If I point to the left, I'm telling the car behind, pass me on the left. However, if you are in my group, you will be behind me the entire session. You will be in row. You guys will never pass each other within your group. We will be a train of cars for that whole session, right? Learning car placement, line, you want to follow exactly where I'm putting my car. I'm going to run the rain line in turn 1 and turn 6, so just practice that. There's going to be more grip there. And get comfortable with the gearing and how the car feels and the brakes, okay? Again, we're going to start slow and ease into this. Regarding that, if you see me go point by, please do not pass me. That will cause a whole bunch of confusion, and then you'll be out on your own, and that would not be a good look. So please, please, please do exactly what I do, and then if Nathan's group catches my group, that group will pass the entire group. Does that all make sense? Everybody on the same page?
If you point on the left, then the group behind us will go by.
Yes, exactly.
On the left.
Yes.
We'll go by on the left.
Yes.
So you stay to the right.
Yeah.
Yep. You'll fall exactly behind wherever I'm at or Nathan's at. Stay right behind the BMW. Give the same point whether it's to the right or to the left. Yeah. And then the other group will follow, and then they'll go about their day. Okay?
Thank you.
Everybody good?
Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. One final point. All this, you guys have a lot to lose here. So just the idea is to bring it up gradual. And all this whole thing here is we're creating scorecards, and everybody's watching. So, don't try to be overly aggressive. Just we're supposed to be gradually taking the cars up to speed. So learn from that and just take it easy.
along with that, with distance really important. I don't want somebody laying back off of me to say, oh, I'm going to try and get a run, because all that's going to do, if I see somebody laying back from me a good distance, that's telling me I need to slow down a little bit and let you kind of catch back up. If you slow down, I'm going to slow down. So don't slow down to try and get space and then speed up, because that's just going to create a big accordion effect, and that's dangerous. So I would say stay within 2 car lengths behind the BMW, stay within 2 car lengths behind the student in front of you. A decent distance so we're all somewhat together, not too close but not too far. If you're 10 car lengths back, you're not going to see where I'm putting my car placement anyway. So, cool? Good? Yeah. All right. We're going to start getting in the cars, and again, if you're in the front 3 cars, you'll be in the white BMW behind me in the white, and if you're in the back 2, you'll be behind the black BMW.
You know when we're coming in, if you can't get it back into neutral,
come to a stop in first gear, clutch in, come all the way to a stop in first, clutch in, and turn the ignition off.
Okay.
That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay?
And how many laps are we gonna do?
More than likely 8, as long as everything goes to plan.
Okay, and we're just following you and then go into the pits.
Yes, exactly.
Follow him the whole time.
Yep. Yeah. Cool.
Social media?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have any sponsors?
No, I have a racing team.
All right, guys, I am down here with Mihai Neg. Mihai, you told me yesterday that you're looking forward to the car, riding it and driving all of it. How was track walk for you today?
It was really interesting to pick up the differences between the sim and real life, and the way the elevation is here is completely different from what we have back home on the sim. So yeah, it's really nice. It's been very insightful. So yeah.
Is there anything you're nervous about after doing track walk?
Some of the corners are more tight than I expected, and also the conditions right now are pretty tricky. So I don't know how much we can push and where we're gonna take risk. It's all about what grip we'll have available. So yeah, we'll see as we can go.
Okay, I've been asking everyone, do you have social media, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, all of the other things? Do you have any of those? And if you do, shout out your handles. We want to get people active and following you guys.
Yeah, I'm Mihai Neg on Instagram and Facebook. Twitter, it's MikeAlex99, but I don't use it that often. So also, I have a sim racing team that I drive for. It's Walk Racing. My team boss is an amazing person, Mr. C. I know you're watching, so hope you're gonna enjoy this. So yeah.
All right, I did a little research on you,
Yeah.
and I was told to ask you to tell me a joke because you're kind of funny. Is that true?
Sometimes, like, if I have the right environment and the right setup, I can be pretty funny, but not always. Depends on the mood. So.
Wait, so I'm putting you on the spot. How do we create the environment for you to tell me a
I don't
joke?
know. It's like, if I find like a cool thing to add or something, I could add, but I can't come up with jokes on the spot. I'm not like that good, so.
Okay, well, I'm going to put you to the test a little bit later. So when you leave me,
Yeah.
start thinking, because I'm gonna show up and be like, all right, Mihai, it's time for my joke.
Okay. I'll follow up
You'll
on
work
that.
on that?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, perfect. Well, Mihai, thank you so much. Good luck out there today.
I will need it. I'll definitely need it. So.
You're gonna do great. I have faith in you. I believe in you.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, guys, sending it back up to you.
I'm disappointed that Mihai didn't even say his team manager's full name. He cheated. He said Mr. C instead of Bogdan Karamidaru, who I hope I said that right now.
Mr. C.
Mr. C.
That's what I'm going with.
The driver's now almost strapped in a couple of cases. This is going to be Nathan Maximin, who is going to jump into the number 88 with the Sucker Punch black logo on the side of it.
I loved hearing Alex say, and you said it earlier, they're putting the names on the side of the car, and he said, my name's on the side of the car. It's almost emotional. I mean, you could hear it in his voice.
Genuinely, I look at all of this, and the sim racer in me that wishes that I could be out on track.
Yeah.
The driving's cool, but I don't know what it is. The suits, the name on the side of the car,
It's everything.
Those are those little things that you can go and do a racing school. You're not going to get that experience necessarily, right? So it's that little bit of things. This is an onboard camera that we are going to get over the course of the session, hoping that it carries around the back half of the lap as well, when the elevation can make signal a bit of a challenge. But let's go back down into the driver's room where they're waiting to watch how these 5 participants go on. I think we're ready to catch up with Nikodem Wisniewski.
Yeah, guys, I was actually hoping he would tell me a joke as well, so I'm gonna stay on top of that one for us. Yes, I am here with Nico. Nico, how has your experience been? How was track walk? Tell me what you're feeling after almost a day and a half of this.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's really exciting to be here at Atlanta Motorsports Park. I mean, I used to race on this track, like virtually, and in sim racing like 5 years ago, so I wouldn't even imagine that I'll be here present in the driving real race car. So yeah, really looking forward for driving the car for the first time. I mean, the conditions are not that easy for now, so we are just waiting to get it a bit drier. But I mean, yeah, really looking forward to drive this beast. So yeah, I think everyone is just excited as me.
You guys did headshots and everything yesterday, right? Did they have to do your hair and makeup, or did they let you guys just go in and do it? How was that? I wasn't down there, so fill me in.
Yeah, of course, a little bit of makeup and then some shots, but it was really quick job. I mean, photographer did the best that he could, so yeah.
Okay, wonderful. All right, switching gears. You were mentioning you have social media. Tell everyone your handles and where they can find you and follow you.
Yeah, I have a Facebook page with like Nikodem Wiśniewski Racing, so it's like my name additionally Racing, and I'm using most of this and Instagram, which is Nikodem W. So I think that's the thing that I'm posting a lot of stuff right there, Insta stories, so you can catch my journey here, and hopefully you will see me as a winner at the end.
Well, and you know what? Another way they can see you is your personal life. You are a dad. Tell me about that. I don't know if anyone even knows that, but you have a 2-year-old.
Yes.
And then one on the way.
Yes.
How do you handle both jobs? Because that is a job in itself.
Yeah, it's a full-time job without any days off, to be honest. I
Exactly.
mean, today is like a days off for me. It's like a holiday, you know.
Your poor wife.
Yeah, I mean, I can sleep well, you know. So it's a bit better. Yeah, but I mean, honestly, it's. I think it was my dream, like to have a family and everything. It's like, so I really find myself as a dad, like really well. That's why the another one is on the way. So yeah, really looking forward to get back. I think I'm missing a bit the family already. It's like only 2 days, but I mean, if you used to be there all the time, it's a bit hard. But I'm sure my wife is doing pretty well. So.
Is she watching you on the live stream?
Yeah, probably yes.
So you could tell her hello.
Yeah, hello.
Thank you.
Hello, Anna.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean. Probably she's watching if she's not busy, but
yes,
you never know.
If there's a nap time, she can take some time and watch you. Do you guys know if you're having a boy or a girl?
Yeah, of course. It will be second girl.
2 girls?
Yes,
Are you excited? Are you excited?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, 2 girls. I mean, the age difference will be not that much because it's like 2.5 years, not even that. So they can, play together. It's really nice age difference. So.
Do you have siblings yourself?
Yes, I have a sister, but my sister is 13 years older than me.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
So I have a sister who's 22 months older than me, so very close, and it's really special, the bond. But I'm sure so your girls are going to have the same. It's also a lot easier for you and your wife because you can be like, go play together. Leave us alone. Our time and your time.
That was the goal.
Yes. Well, thank you so much. We love hearing you guys' personal stories and kind of getting to know you a little bit better, but wish you all the luck out there. We'll be watching.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, guys, sending it back up to you.
And congratulations to Nikodem and his family.
I love this is like a day off.
Not for his wife.
Man, brave man to say that.
Oh, we've got some brave people here. We'll talk about that story maybe during lunch potentially. But as the drivers get their final instructions, looking at over the shoulder in that 93 machine where Amy Frame is going to be piloting around.
Think about this. I mean, again, I think that's the thing that is so incredibly special about this Racing Prodigy program. You have drivers like him, you got a wife, a child, another one on the way, and then you've got this group of teenagers on the other end, and yet they've all been able to compete. The sim world, the virtual world made that possible, right? And now they get the opportunity to come here and do it in real cars. And I nowhere else in the world does this take place.
And for Nico in particular, this is not his first chance in the sim to real opportunity. He was part of the 2015 GT Academy, of course. Jan Mardenborough, the movie made about him and his story. We have Nick McMillan here, 2013 GT Academy winner. He had his own career in racing. So that was back in 2015. That was, 9 years ago? So he would have been 20 then. How much his life has not just getting married and having 2 kids, but in 2020 when the world came to a complete standstill, we had Virtual Le Mans, of course. You know, they came together, partnered the real and virtual worlds. He partnered up with Jakub Brzezinski, another sim racer, but then Louis Delatraz and Raffaele Marciello. What a lineup for Rebellion Racing, powered by Williams Esports, and won the biggest sim race in the world. Let's go down, though, once again to have a chat with the drivers. Let's see if we can catch up with Juliana and Thomas Bellman.
Thank you, Arjuna. Yes, I'm here with Thomas Bellman. Tell me how the track walk was for you.
It was absolutely phenomenal. I think the one thing that's always surreal when you do a track walk is coming from the simulator, you don't really get that sensation of uphills and downhills and the cambering going on in the corners. So when you go to like a track walk, you get to realize how much of an uphill there is in different corners, and you really get to like talk with the coaches and really learn what's the optimal line, what you need to do with the car, and how to position it so that you can get a beneficial lap and a more optimal lap compared to your competitors.
Were you able to ask, I heard a little bit of it when y'all were down there, but did you have any questions you were able to ask and get answered that kind of makes you feel a little bit more at ease, especially with the elements today?
Yeah, no, definitely. One of the big questions was on the last corner. I was asking about like car placement, because it's a very blind corner where then you switch back going left, and it was just kind of understanding with the wet lines how to position the car and where to get it correctly so that I could get the grip and the most optimal beneficial line out of it so that I could get a better run and a better fast and straight line speed down the straight.
Amazing. Okay, switching gears now. I'm doing this to everyone. We're going to blast out social media. So whether you have Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, all of it, we want to know, we want to be able to follow you along on your journey.
Yeah, so I am on Instagram at Thomas L. Bellman. It'll all be one word. You'll find me. I'll usually have like my Spec Miata helmet on. And then also on LinkedIn, it'll be Thomas Bellman. And then on YouTube, it'll also be Thomas Bellman. So just search my name up, and you should be able to find it across those platforms.
All right, you mentioned Spec. How do you feel about when it comes to sponsorships and what that means to you and what you've learned here and what you know it's going to take in order to make this really come off the ground?
Yeah, I think sponsors are a great way both to get their product out there and promote them, because it's important for them to kind of grow as a business and also as a driver receive that financial backing, since we all know that the sport is extremely expensive and we need that support. I think if you sponsor a driver, it's important for them to also market it and promote it really well, which is why social media becomes really important in that sense. And so just in general, sponsors are a great way for us to be promoted, to promote their product and then also get the financial backing.
What do you think that they're looking for when it comes to the athletes that they pick up, and what you guys do for them? Like, do they come to you and say, "Hey, Thomas, make sure you do X, Y, Z," or do they just kind of say, "Here you go, we want to sponsor you, and we want you to do"? How does it work?
I think I want to say it's obviously kind of going to be kind of both. You know, it depends on like the company, but I think they'll definitely want us to also kind of do it our way to see like what we can do as like our personality wise. I think it'll be important to make sure that you really promote it in a way that you believe is beneficial towards the company and what you think will get them the best outcome.
Amazing. Well, we look forward to following on all your socials and seeing you out there today. We're going to head down to Hannah and see who she's got.
Well, Juliana, the best thing is we've got cars fired. We're getting ready to release the first and second group here. They're going to follow Tyler and, of course, others around in the BMWs, get those pace laps underway. And, of course, we heard Tyler talk about it in debrief with our drivers, you know, staying in their group. We've already got the second group of drivers, though, staged over here, ready to go. And I think let's bring some reality to the situation. That second group of drivers came over, and Kent Stacy here said, okay, do any of you have helmets? And they all said, no, we don't have any helmets. So they made sure they got them over to the equipment room, got them fitted here with helmets, and made sure they put a Hans device on. And of course, a Hans device, if you're unfamiliar, a safety element, a neck restraint, keeping your head in place. It loops up with the belts to make sure that your neck and your head stay in place. And I was watching him, I said, have you ever worn a Hans device before? And he goes, no, none of us have. So again, a whole new element that brings this, you know, sim to real life experience into place. But best guys, we've got cars, they pushed off. We've got the first group on the racetrack in the Radical SR1s.
And I was just seeing the drivers roll off from pit lane. The best part about it, thumbs up from the drivers rolling in the cars to the drivers and their families watching on the sky deck. It's finally time.
Yeah, it's time, and here we go. And I found it really interesting. Those are things I didn't think about that Hannah was just talking about. Standing down there and all of a sudden going, no, I don't have a helmet. Maybe we should have thought about that. You know, a Hans device. No, I've never worn one. And obviously a huge part of safety now, the head and neck restraint systems that every series in the world now mandates. I can remember, again, when Jim Downing, one of the creators of the Hans
Who
device.
I've met, by the way. I bought my
Yeah.
Hans device
Did you
from
really?
him. Yeah.
Back in the early 90s, late 80s, early 90s, it was like, who would ever wear one of those things? They didn't look anything like they do now. And while we've got cars on the racetrack, there are carts out on the kart track as well, and they're having a go of it. Hopefully the racetrack has a little more grip than what we just saw on the kart track. But it just shows you that these drivers, it's so new to them that you can forget something like, hey, I'm up next in the car, and no, I don't have a helmet.
And we split them up into 2 lead-follow packs as well. So I believe Amy Frame, Julian Klaffenbach, and Nathan Maximum following behind the first of our BMWs, the White Sucker Punch F30. And then Alexandra Vielma and Brennis Schubert, I do believe, are the 2 that are following now down into Turn 6 as we watch them right now. They'll get about 8 laps or so of just following through. And remember what Tyler Edwards was saying, right? Don't lay back too much, because if you're laying back, I think you're not capable of following
so
me.
He's going to slow down to him.
The BMWs are going to try and match the confidence, the speed that they feel their drivers can do behind them.
Well, and here's the thing. What you want to do, we talked about this earlier. There is no lap time right now. I would be surprised. I mean, maybe the transponders are working because they're on the racetrack, but nobody's going to look at these lap times. That is not what this is about at all. This is about learning how the car operates. How does it shift? How does it feel? Do my belts need to be tighter? Should I ask for a bigger pad behind my back to help me reach the pedals the next time?
Are my feet slipping on the pedals?
Are my feet slipping on the pedals? All of that stuff. This is discovery right now. So the last thing anybody needs to be doing is thinking, I want to go faster. What you need to do is be thinking, even if you're like, well, I'm comfortable, let's go. What you need to do is go, okay, what can I learn from this? We're not going to go. This is the pace that we're going to run. So what can I learn from this? And just try to soak it all in. What am I seeing on the racetrack? What reference marks do I have that I can utilize? And I'll put that away in my little library to use later when I'm out here on my own.
I actually had every intention of being Jeremy Shaw this weekend, or week, I should say, and doing my own lap chart. So I'd actually printed out a little bit of a sheet for me to track the times. I'm not going to do that for this session because, again, lead follow, but it's after this session, once they start going out by themselves, that we do want to see the ramp up in times. We're not going to care about who's the fastest immediately, but if you are struggling a little bit and then can find the speed, find the improvement, that's something the team they want to see. As the second group is now in through turn number 1, you have the water tower seeing the 3 Radical SR1s following your lead driver, although one car has spun, and that's through turn number 1. Excuse me for the hesitation there. I didn't quite realize it until just now. So this is the first time today that we've had issue in these changeable conditions. You see Craig Laws and Juliana staring at the screen as well. Juliana, what's going on?
Yeah, we're both just like immersed in these screens. For those of you who can't see behind us, we got screens over here, and we're watching them. Craig was like, no, I was telling him, we're not ready for you. He goes, that's all right, I'm watching them. What do you think watching them out there?
I want to get out there. They're having fun out there, and I'm not.
Your turn's coming.
It is. I'll be out in. I'm Group 4, so I've got a few minutes to wait before I get out there.
All right. Well, perfect. I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. Yesterday we spoke about the pit fit, your assessment, the fitness assessment, and how you were feeling, and that you maybe aren't the same athlete that you were 20 years ago. How did it turn out? You guys got your results this morning. Fill me in.
You know, I've not actually had my results yet. But
oh gosh, I thought y'all did this morning.
No, I've not had them yet. No, but
okay, well then, do you know what? Just tell me how you felt. Okay, that's
I know how it felt. The running, which is what I'd really trained hard for. Yeah, I felt really, really good doing that. And my cardio fitness went very good, to the point where the trainer actually said, I think they might have got a mistake with the reading here, because you might be an Olympic athlete, and I verified it with my Apple Watch. So
that's amazing. Oh, and thank gosh you had the Apple Watch to be like, no, it's correct.
I felt good with that, but the upper body strength wasn't as good as I was hoping. Well, it was as I expected it, to be honest, because I'm not particularly strong in the upper body. It's something I can work on, but I just wanted to make sure I got my cardio in place, which I'm happy with. The dead hang, I was a bit disappointed with that, because I think everyone suffered a bit of, it was a bit slippy, the bar was, so everyone was kind of slipping off a bit quicker than they thought they might do. But overall, I was moderately happy with how the fitness went. Certainly good with the cardio, but strength I need to work on a bit.
That's amazing. And one thing I did notice with the dead hang that you guys had, the bar that you were holding on to is a lot larger than what it appears, and that takes all different kinds of strength and muscles, recruitment to be able to hang there for that long.
It does, and when I trained at home, I had a bar that had a foam grip on it as well. So
okay, so you were ready.
I was ready for that, but that didn't have a grip on it, so it was
Yep.
a bit difficult to keep your grip on it. So.
Oh, as a foam grip, as in
Yeah.
like to help you stay
That's
up.
right,
I thought
yeah.
you meant it just to make it thicker for you.
No, it makes it softer on the hand, so
Right.
it gives you a bit of extra purchase. But back there, it didn't quite work like that.
Didn't work. Well, you know what? You guys, everyone still did really good. But I love that you felt great. That's the most important thing, especially when it's a lot of the mental side, can make or break a lot of the experience here. My next question for you: I read on your social media. Well, actually, first you have social media.
I do, yes.
And you do a lot of posts, which is wonderful because content is obviously great. Sponsors love content. That's how you get to know each other. What are your handles so that everyone can follow you?
Okay, well, I have a YouTube channel called Tough Monkeys, which is mainly retro racing. I tend to focus in. So, I keep posting lots of shorts of all the old vintage games, retro games, such as all the 1980s and 1990s games, and that's where I developed all my skills. So, I mean, I was the age of these guys here back then in the 80s and 90s. That's where I got my skills from. So when I started learning to drive, I thought the games of the day would put me in really, really good stead. And you look back now and you think they were really, really bad games, but it's what I thought was really good. But I still play them. I play them a lot more than I do the modern simulators. I see it as just developing my own understanding of the physics of the car. I don't necessarily need to be in a simulator to understand the physics of the car. So even something like an arcade game like Sega Rally, something like that, I get more satisfaction from driving something like that. And today in the wet, I might need those kind of skills for sliding around. So I am looking forward to getting out there.
Absolutely. Okay, I was watching your social media and I see a lot of pizzas on there that you make from scratch. We got to somehow, you guys, we got to have a kitchen in here or something. How did you get on that habit?
Yeah, well, I tend to do most of the cooking in the house, and we bought a barbecue so that we could do pizza specifically out in the yard. But no, it's my kryptonite is pizza, and I've had to make sacrifices to come here. Normally, every year for Eurovision Song Contest, we always have a pizza party, and it was the night before I flew out, so I had to abandon the idea of pizza. And then we came out here, and the first night they put on pizzas for us. So.
That's special.
It was good. So, yeah. After this is all done, I'm very much looking forward to getting back. Friday night, I'm just going to have the biggest pizza possible.
Well, I'll be looking forward on your social media posts, and maybe, you know what, maybe we'll have some pizzas tomorrow for you guys to finish off. Yeah.
Yeah, that'll be good.
All right, Craig. Well, thank you so much, and good luck out there today.
Thank you, Juliana. Cheers.
All right, June and Brian, back up to you.
So Nathan Maximin makes his way back to pit lane, confirmation that was him in the 88 Sucker Punch black car that had its small issue down through turn one. Now, I only saw that there was a car spun when I didn't see 3 cars exit from the water tower. What I have just realized, though, now that I look out of the window, has the rain intensified a little bit more?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It maybe, but I don't think that was the reason for his spin. If you look at where the car was, it was well past the exit of the corner. I've got to believe, they talked to him about the throttle application, and it's cool, it's wet. These tires want some temperature. It's going to be hard to generate at these speeds. Intermediate tires and rain tires work because it's a softer rubber, and they do need to have some temperature, but they're kind of designed to run in a little bit cooler temperatures. I've got to believe that probably just a little too much of the loud pedal at corner exit, trying to just say, hey, how does this feel? And then all of a sudden it went around. You heard him when they were talking about the car earlier, the shorter wheelbase likes to get loose real quickly, and so you've got to be hyper smooth with the pedals, especially throttle application at the exit of these low-speed corners. And we also heard him talk about gears. You may actually want to use a gear taller. Perhaps they were in first or second gear in the power band, and then at that point in time, it's real easy to get wheel spin, get that thing around.
They're rolling back out onto track already. The lead follow machines are rolling. Let's go back down trackside and catch up with Hannah.
You guys had mentioned it, of course, Nathan having a little issue in that turn one. Tyler came over and talked to him in debrief, and I was able to listen in on their debrief, and he said, hey, you know, be a little bit more apprehensive, a little bit easier getting into the throttle there. And, you know, you could tell Nathan, he said, all right, yep, I'm just trying to get a feel for the car up underneath me. So they're keeping the drivers in the car. Rain has picked up exponentially. So it was just a little bit of a drizzle when we first sent these drivers out on the racetrack. They said, okay, they took a moment, Kent Stacy involved in that conversation to decide if we wanted to keep the drivers in the car or pull them with the rain picking up. The decision was made, let's keep them in the car, let's get them back out there. So we're sent back out for this second time with the same group of drivers. So Nathan, Brenna, Amy, Alex, and Julian all still in the race car. And it was cool because we had the parents down here on pit road with us. I mean, really for the first time since these drivers have been in the car. And it was the same moment that we heard Alex talking about when he got in the car, where you heard the parents go, oh my gosh, that's my kid's name on the side of a race car. And what a surreal moment for these parents as well.
Well, for me, as the one watching from the sidelines, that name on the sideline definitely very, very special. And at some point, I'll try and make sure that my name is on the side of a race car.
Absolutely.
Maybe not a racing prodigy car, though.
Thinking we need to get you in like a...
What's big enough for me?
That's pretty much what I was going to say, like a Trans Am car where you've got room, you know, to get your body in there. I'm race car driver size, not girth anymore. I'm probably a little girthier than I need to be to drive a race car, but you're tall. Actually, a lot of these guys are tall, which is surprising. I don't know, maybe it's antibiotics and chicken. I don't know why everybody's tall these days, or maybe I'm just getting older and shorter. I don't know, but, you know, and you were talking about the weight and size. The teams of mechanics down there cannot adjust the pedals every time a driver gets in. So there's going to be some compromise to this, much like there would be in an endurance race. So trying to get those drivers lined up, paired up in the same car so that there is a good fit for all of them. But there will be a little bit of a compromise in all of it. And I think the thing is, great job to get them back out on the track. A couple of reasons. Nathan needs to put his problem out of mind, focus on what he needs to do going forward. And two, the more we can get out and run, even with some rain coming down, the better the racetrack's going to be for the next group. If we can keep cars going, we'll keep the racetrack live and we can stay on it.
So Amy Frame, Julian Klaffenbach, Nathan Maxim, Alexandra Vielma, and Brenna Schubert are on track. Let's go back down and chat with Juliana.
Thank you, Arjuna. Yes, I am here with Jordan Johnson. We were just chatting, laughing. He just informed me that you are one of 7 children, and you come from a very athletic family. Let everyone know about your family.
Yeah, we're pretty expansive. My brother's kind of the first one that comes to mind. He's gone to nationals multiple times for Taekwondo. He ended up just missing out on the Olympic trials. So I take a lot of work ethic from him. I think he's been a big part of kind of making sure I stay on track. And then my sister, she's a gymnast. She's lettered her first year of high school. She's been very impressive. So it runs in the family, the work ethic, I think. Yeah. We've been doing very, very good for ourselves.
It seems like it's in the genes, maybe.
Possibly.
Are your parents athletes as well?
My mom was a little bit of one. My dad maybe not so much. But I think the work ethic that they've kind of instilled in us and the opportunities that they've given us to be able to perform at a high level has been super, super kind of helpful in our lives.
That's amazing. Are they at home watching you right now?
I believe my mom is. I know a lot of our extended family is watching. There's many, many people. Of course, a bunch of friends and families at home give me a lot of support. And it's been nice to see the texts and all the helpful, kind messages that I've been getting. I check them every once in a while. I'm not always able to get to my phone, but I think the support it's hard to not feel it when it's the only thing you see.
Yes. Well, and you're also a member of the LGBT community. Have you felt support from them? Are you able to kind of open the doors to that community?
Yeah, absolutely. I think the people that have been behind me, some of the most supportive people in my life have been from the LGBTQ community. And I think that they've kind of opened a couple extra doors for me. Of course, there's differences for everyone, and I think it is important to kind of embrace those differences. But I just as any other group, I think it's important to kind of branch out and kind of have that exposure. And of course, again, the differences help kind of bring us together.
Absolutely, and you're also making everyone else feel more comfortable that, look, I can do it too. Like, someone's already broken that door down, so that's really special, and I know it's very helpful as well. You also you have Asperger's.
Yes.
Have you found that having that helps or hurts in any way when you're out there in the car?
Yeah, I think in a way it's a give and take. I've talked about it before with some other people, but you can obsess about things a little bit, and I think that's kind of what got me into sim racing.
It's probably helpful.
Yeah. In a way, I think it's helped me get into sim racing and get really crazy about things.
Yes.
But I think at the same time, like, it brings its own challenges. Kind of sometimes keeping focus can be really, really tricky if you're not having pressure kind of put on you.
Sure.
It's hard to sometimes stay motivated with things. Think about things like executive dysfunction and so on that can kind of weigh you down throughout the day. Sometimes you almost feel like that elephant sitting on your chest, but then it's even more and it kind of piles on. So I think it might be a little bit more of a detriment. It's a bit of an uphill battle. I think there are some advantages I can take from it throughout my kind of daily life.
Well, we love to hear that, because again, that's another thing that people who have the same thing you have, like, maybe they think, oh, I can't do it because I'm not going to have the ability. But you're here showing them, yes, you can, and you're proof of it, which is so special.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think at the end of the day, we all are capable of doing kind of amazing things no matter what you got going on. I mean, there's people with different kind of disorders, personality disorders, disabilities, and so on. But at the end of the day, there is always some route to being able to do something special, whether it be in motorsports or just kind of in general in life. There's always some route that you can take, and I think it is super important to kind of show that.
It's always about the mindset and the outlook, and it seems like you have one of the best here. So that's really, it's lovely to share and hear, and I know that everyone at home is really, it's fun to be a part of that. So thank you for sharing, and guys, we're going to head back up to you.
Thank you.
Well, as the drivers see the checkered flag in this first lead-follow session,
perfect.
It has started to rain a little bit more intensely, at least here on the pit lane from what we can see. And the track looking a little bit more slick and damp, but they got a couple more laps under their belt after the spin for Nathan Maximum. This was kind of the plan to now bring them in. What do you think they would have tried to learn? Because I don't think we really got to see them speed up too much like we did in the lead follows on day 2 of Prodigy Week Part 1.
Well, no, but they'll get a feel for the car. They'll get an idea about the grip under acceleration. If you do it correctly, you can get an idea of what the brake pedal feels like and what kind of grip the car has under braking. There's stuff that you can learn if your mind is open to that and if you're focused on learning when you go out there, not just driving the car. I'm looking at the weather radar on my phone here. We've got showers to the southwest of us extending about 30 miles. They're moving about 30 kilometers an hour, which is good. So they'll be out of here pretty soon, and hopefully that will be through for the rest of the day. But right now, looking down in turn 6, and I don't know if you can see it from where you're standing, at the compression down at the bottom of the hill, driver's right, which is offline, considerable puddle over there now. It is offline, but think about this. I mean, it just makes sense, right? Down at the bottom of hills is where you're going to find water collecting. I'm not sure how this racetrack drains.
You can see it
there. There it is. I'm not sure how this racetrack drains, but think about it as well down in that turn 10, 11 complex where there's another compression. And I'm kind of looking here on the run off of 6 through 7, a definite sheen on the right side of the track that we haven't seen before. So more moisture out there.
And I'm wondering down at turn 11 and 12.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying just a second ago. So it's like our pro drivers that are out there in the BMWs doing the lead follow right now, they'll give feedback on the radio and say what they think, that whether we can do the next session or not.
So the drivers make their way down to pit lane. Amy Frame, Julian Klaffenbach, Nathan Maximin, Alexandra Felmer, and Brenna Schubert. And again, remember that some of these drivers qualifying from street kart racing, some of them qualifying their way on from race room, and Julian Klaffenbach, the only representative from R-Factor 2, who won his Prodigy Pass here, or at least qualified on pole position, as we see a little bit of...
So, here's what he's doing. This is Max Papis. I believe that's Max. Yeah.
Yep.
So he's got tape, racer's tape. He's rolling it up.
To put on the shoes?
No.
Okay.
Watch this. He's going to place it, I believe.
Oh, to
he's
stop fogging up in here.
On the bottom of the helmet right there in front so that the helmet, the visor cannot close all the way, creating positive airflow to keep it from fogging up. So it's just
and Brian,
creating a little lip there.
I want to add to this. I was standing down here with him, and of course we talked about the concept of, these drivers needed helmets. They didn't bring their helmets, and we were all standing underneath here. And again, humidity, there's a lot of moisture in the air. And I looked over, and both of their visors were fogged. So I was like, okay, let me find a microfiber. and we're going to crack your guys' visors. We were wiping down visors, and Max came over and said, you know what? I'm going to teach you the trick. We're going to go ahead and put this tape here so that way if it comes down, like you'd mentioned, we don't want to have the fogging of the visor. And they were also told, you know, when they get in the car and they're sitting there in a stationary, that rain is going to feel very heavy, and you're going to see all of that moisture collect on the front of the visor. That is not the case once we get moving and once we get rolling. So Max over here doing the, like you'd mentioned, the trick as old as the book, making sure that we can get this tape wedged up there because they do have a tendency to crack. And you know, Brian, you have these race gloves on. It's hard to get your thumb up underneath the crease here of that visor sometimes and pop that visor to get that airflow and get that humidity to go away.
Absolutely, and that's what you need to do. And actually, they need to stand around with their visor up. It needs to stay up for as long as possible. When you get on the racetrack, you begin to lower it a little bit. You find the same thing with your sunglasses if you've left them in the car and it's cold and get down in the car and you reach over and grab your cold sunglasses and put them on, all of a sudden they fog up. That moisture in there is going to be problematic. Really a big deal if you're wearing a balaclava, especially a double eye-hole balaclava instead of the one big window in the front of it. Creates that warm, moist air coming as you breathe, and that'll really fog up the visor pretty quickly.
And I don't want to interject here, but one of the drivers that just climbed out here, Nathan, one of the first ones that got behind the wheel of the car, went out there. Okay, first initial thoughts. What are you thinking? What are your feelings right now?
The conditions are tough. I was the one that spun, but it was a good experience. It was a insightful experience. So,
what did you take away from that? You know, I saw Tyler come over, and you guys had that conversation after your first run. What was the conversation about what took place on the track?
Just about building slowly, basically. Yeah.
Were the wet weather conditions what you expected?
In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. I've done a lot of karting experience in the rain. That was on slicks, though. So I expect, obviously, different car, different tires. Things are going to be a little bit different. So, yeah, like you said, I've just got to slow it down and build up to it, yeah.
Now, you take this moment to go back, kind of debrief and talk with the coaches. Is that your plan from here?
Oh, yeah, of course, yeah.
Now, did you have fun is the big question.
Yeah, definitely. It's always fun to get behind the wheel of a car. They're very, very... The feedback is very immediate. And, you know, you feel everything, every input that you're doing with the wheel. The throttle response is very good. So, yeah, it'll be fun to get to know these cars more and to explore the track, hopefully in better conditions though.
You talk about your karting experience, right? There are a handful of drivers that come from more of a Mazda MX-5 background. With that quick response in the steering and being relative to karting, do you feel like that made you almost more comfortable compared to maybe some of the other competitors that either have Mazda-style experience or, as our next two drivers, no experience at all behind the wheel?
I feel very confident. You know, the spin was me being a little bit silly with the pedal. But I know I reacted the right way, you know, the opposite lock and reduced the throttle input a little bit. Obviously, tires were still a little bit cold and it is pretty slippery and I was on the racing line. So a few things came together that ended up in a spin, but I feel like I know the correct way to deal with it. The suspension travel is very minimal in these cars, so probably is the closest thing to a kart rather than an MX-5 or a road car. So I feel like I've got good experience from what I have done to allow me to get used to something like this.
Now, a lot of racing, of course, is closed cockpit, of course, has that windscreen, preventing some of the moisture in that cockpit area. And Brian and Arjuna were talking about the slippiness of the gas pedal and, of course, the brake pedal, the clutch as well, although you only use the clutch to get off of pit road here. Did you feel that slippiness on the gas pedal as well, or is there still pretty relative grip in the cockpit?
The gas pedal, it was okay. These shoes are rubber soled, so I didn't feel any slippiness on the pedals. I actually had a seat insert, a foam seat insert, so I wasn't moving around that much in the seat. I did get a bit wet.
We've got blow dryers for that. We're good. We'll go and stand you in front of a fan.
Yeah, but it's fine. It's all in all, it's a great experience. You know, getting wet is, you know, that's racing, I guess.
All part of it.
Yeah.
Perfect. Well, we'll let Nathan go. And a little bit update down here. Rain has picked up even more so. The car covers have gone up and over top of the cars. They're going to go ahead and, at the moment, they're having these second group of drivers wait, find cover, make sure that they're not out in the rain, and covering the cockpit area also with their umbrellas. But like we've talked about, each driver has their own set of tires. So that's the other aspect of the change going on. While yes, we're changing seat inserts and making sure everything's good to go inside the race car, we've also got to make that change outside of the race car. 4 brand new tires for each contestant going on here. And man, the unsurety of already going out there in wet conditions, but going out there on sticker tires, no heat in the racetrack, heavy moisture, and you're new to the whole element of it. I was actually standing here with Leandro and Brandon earlier, and both of them were talking, and one of them said, have you driven anything before, actual physically on a race car and a racetrack? And he went, nope, and the other one goes, me neither. So both of them over here having that moment of bonding, I think, over reassuring the other one that there's a lot of nerves right now as they get ready to climb behind the wheel. But heavy rain right now here on pit road.
And so, let's talk a little bit, Brian, about the story of the drivers that have just gotten out of the car. Didn't get the chance really to do that much while they were out there briefly for the lead follow session. But Amy Frame, Brenna Schubert, we got our 2 female competitors here picked by Catherine Legg, and Cameron Doss was Amy Frame in our search selection show. Julian Klaffenbach, we mentioned him, missed out, unfortunately, on Prodigy Week Part 1, despite winning his Prodigy Pass, and so Racing Prodigy committed to bringing him back here to make sure he was here. And
which is awesome.
We're so grateful because he's got a big smile. He's going to be a strong performer. Alexandra Vielma, another one of the drivers from Street Kart Racing, so a game that you can download on your iPhone and play when you're on the go, and Nathan Maximin out of Race Room. And it goes to show, right, that we've got this diversity, and that sometimes we talk about this in the world of sim racing, that, you've got to have the most expensive sim rig, play on the most hardcore simulator. But as Lawrence Beerton proved to us, 737 pilot, he actually just boarded a flight right now, so he's no longer watching in the YouTube chat.
He had to go to work.
But, he was flying, and he was up there at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. And, I want to go back to what they were saying, Nathan said about the car and it reacting very quickly. Think about this. If I'm going to a racetrack with my race car and I know it's going to rain, and it's my car, and I can make adjustments on it, then I'm going to soften it up. If I can change springs, I'll change springs. If I can't, I'll probably disconnect the sway bar so that the car can roll a little bit more. That roll helps move weight to the tires and put more grip on the road. You want it stiffer if it's going to be dry, but in the rain, you want it softer. So if you can make those changes, you will. Drivers can't do that. And so the other thing about these Radicals is they are an aero car. They like aerodynamics. The only way to get aerodynamics is via speed, right? So right now, you're taking all of the good qualities of the car and you're negating that good stiff platform that's aero controlled. You've got the stiff platform, but you don't have the aero. So in the rain, they can be a handful. And I think that's what we saw.
See if we can listen in, find out some more.
Which isn't even that good of a car. And so he charged it and everything, and he is just going to go home. And, I mean, the battery says you have this far to go, but he just got stuck. He found 4 charging stations on the way at 10 o'clock last night. None of them were working. So I just said we have to do it on Wednesday. So Millie's doing them all today. We'll print them off this afternoon, and I'll have them for you in the morning. We'll explain who did well, who didn't do well, and your categories. But you'll each get your own individual report. So that'll be tomorrow. See how you did.
Do I have like an email copy of that too? I'm terrible for losing papers, so it's best to have everything electronic.
Definitely. I'm old, so I like paper things.
I like paper too. I handwrite all my notes, but I'm so terrible.
Google Docs are the bane of my existence. I can't stand it, so we switched completely over to Microsoft on everything, and it's easier. But yeah, we'll get digital copies. I'll probably send them. I might. I don't have all your emails. We might send them to David one at a time and let them figure it out. We'll get it to you.
Interesting words there from Jim Leo. So it sounds like the fitness assessments are going to be handed out to the drivers tomorrow. And as much as it is an assessment, it's also a ranking, right? Going back to the analogy of the NFL Combine, where we track the 40 yard, or was it meter? Probably yards, being here in the U.S. 40-yard dash, long jump, whatever. I don't watch the Combine if you can't tell. But they'll know where they stand.
Skills test.
There you go. They'll know where they stand relative to the competition.
Exactly. It was interesting as to why they'll get them tomorrow. You heard that?
Issues.
Don't get me started on electric cars. But
speaking of electric cars, you know what I walked past when I came into the Atlanta Motorsports Park this morning? A souped-up Tesla. And when I say souped up, you know how the the Japanese car
plaid?
culture. No, this doesn't look like a plaid. But,
Oh.
like, this looks like someone...
Aftermarket body parts? Oh, wow.
Yeah, like an... I don't know if there was a full harness and a roll... There's
Yeah.
definitely a roll cage in there.
Oh, wow.
But it was a seriously tricked out bit of kit, and I was curious if Randy Popes had sent it around the track or something.
Oh,
Probably.
If anybody, I was going to say it would be Randy, right? So the rain really coming down. They're going to head back out with this next group, and it'll be interesting. I'm looking at the track right now, and obviously areas where there was a sheen, like you and I were talking about a little bit earlier, 7, 8, 9 kind of area, it's now not a
Everywhere.
little bit of a sheen. It's everywhere, and so it'll be interesting to see. A big spray coming off last time. As long as there's not a lot of standing water that they have to drive through, these intermediate tires will be okay.
And question for you. Nathan was saying he was a little bit wet, damp. As a driver, how uncomfortable is it sometimes to be in this situation where you're not going particularly fast as well, so the rain's probably hitting you a little bit more? Does it get cold? Does it get just uncomfortable?
They had no idea they were wet until they got out. I can almost assure you.
So even when Hannah was saying they were covering the cockpits, for example.
Yeah, so there's not water
when
in
you
the
sit down
seat,
into it, yeah.
And more importantly, water on the floorboard. I'm sure the floorboard has holes drilled in it, so if they do race in the rain, it drains. You just want to keep that as sterile as you can be in there. But, yeah, I mean, it's a little damp. It's probably a little bit cool, but I'm going to believe that once you get going, all of that kind of goes away. Your sensory inputs concentrate on other issues, not those issues, so that kind of goes away. It's a lot like, I'll try to say this as tactfully as I can, it's a lot like, hey, I'm about to get in the car, and maybe I should visit the facilities one more time, and you don't get to. And you get strapped in, and you're like, man, I should have really done that. And then you run a race for 2 hours, and you never thought about it once the green flag came out, and you get out of the car and you don't think about it for another hour later. Well, where did that go? It didn't disappear, right?
Right.
And so, but your body is thinking, your mind is thinking about other things, and so your body just kind of puts other things off to the side. So I'm going to think right now that there's kind of sensory overload. Hear that engine behind you. You've got the paddles in your hand, shifting gears, trying to learn not only this car, the racetrack, spray in front of you. The last thing they're feeling right now is, oh, I'm wet and uncomfortable. Yeah, I don't think that registers.
So Michael Romanidis, Jai Fletcher, Leandro Werler, Brandon Hawkin, and Matt Caruana have made their way onto track. And from these drivers as well, again, we've got that mix of the platforms that they all come from. Jai Fletcher won his Prodigy Pass after downloading Street Kart Racing 9 days before. I mean, if that isn't a Prodigy.
That's amazing. I mean, I don't know how you can adapt to something like that. Did he sleep after downloading it?
He may not have slept very much. What he did do, though, is, we had that interview with Craig Laws, Tough Monkeys, who's one of the big community members in Street Kart Racing, does a lot of guys. And so he was telling me yesterday, not only does he only live around 20, 30 minutes away from Jai, something they only found out when they drove down to the airport to come here together, but Jai actually sent him some questions, as do many people.
Yep.
But Jai was the first one that when Craig responded, had questions on the answers.
Interesting.
And so that was the, click for Craig that this is going to be someone to keep an eye on. Brandon Hawkin, Leandro Werler, we saw them in the race room tournament. So same with Michael Romanidis. Leandro Werler won his pass on track in the final event of the Prodigy Racing League Mazda MX-5 Golden Ticket Series on Race Room powered by Sucker Punch. Michael Romanidis actually scored the most points across of all 3 of the rounds, even if he didn't win it technically on track. He won the overall championship and therefore got his Prodigy Pass. Brandon Hawkin was the one that won it in iRacing, though.
And Brian and Arjuna, I want to jump in down here, of course, once again on pit road. We've got those cars out on the racetrack doing those initial pace laps, and we're consistently monitoring the weather conditions. And one of the things you guys had said is, of course, we have to pay attention to any standing water, any streams on the racetrack. And let me tell you, with that heavy pickup of the rain, pit road also has become quite treacherous. We have streams running down here through the pit road area, but I think this adds another element of, I don't don't want to say unforgiveness, but that's the word that comes to my mind with these drivers getting on the racetrack, because while, yes, the race traffic definitely still, it's still moist, and there's a whole element of racing in these wet weather conditions, but with the amount of rain we've gotten since the beginning of this morning and how heavy it's picked up, you do not want to go off course here. I mean, we saw a spin, and of course these drivers, these cars have reverse, but the drivers were not taught how to use it. So that's what required Nathan to spin around, go backwards on the course and get spun back around. So not only do you not want to spin, but getting off course right now with the amount of rain that we've had and seen could be quite treacherous. And that's got to be in the back of these drivers' mind, adding to an extra level of unforgiveness.
And thanks for that, Hannah, down on pit lane where it is raining a little bit harder. I saw a question, by the way, in our YouTube chat from Alex Ellis of Satellite Racing. Is this competition only for people with no real-world racing experience? Now, technically, no. You can have no real-world racing experience. You could have done racing in the past and have gone back to the sim to try and find those opportunities. And Alex, in particular, competed with Brandon Hawkin in the 2020 Porsche Esports Sprint Challenge Canada, which Brandon won and actually gave him the chance to go and drive a Porsche at the Porsche Experience Center. So Brandon's got some experience of on-track things through that, and the Skip Barber Racing School as well. But as we watch the drivers just get up to speed with the cars, what's standing out to you, Brian, from those on track?
Well, I love what Hannah was talking about. Racetrack, certainly challenging right now, to say the least, but what you don't want to do is leave the racetrack. Call it the gray and green rule. It works better on the gray than it does on the green. You think grass is slick when you slide into it off the racetrack. If it's dry out, if that grass is wet and you get into it today, it'll be like the slip and slide when you were a little kid. Off you go kind of thing. It's literally a feel like the car will accelerate. And the problem is, on a day like today, if you get to the grass, you're probably going to get beyond that. And what's beyond the grass? The tire wall or the guardrail.
So Matt Caruana, let's talk about him a little bit. I sent that survey out to all the drivers. What was the thing that he was most nervous about? Getting into the car for the first time and getting used to it. Now he's in these conditions as well, a real trial by fire, and I'm looking forward to seeing how he challenges himself with the pressure. The advice that he's been given, though, in the build-up, just stay calm, which, it sounds simple, but for a driver in this position, I mean, I'm thinking about all the different things that's going through their mind, and as someone who's given that advice to drivers in the past as well, I'm realizing how unhelpful it might be.
Well, I mean, it's not that it's unhelpful, it's just, and you need to say it, and you say this is what I need to do, and so on and so forth. It's just nearly impossible to do. You're putting drivers in this situation where, it's all brand new, it's all very foreign, so yeah, you're going to be nervous. Right now, we've got kind of a switch going on down the front straightaway. One of the groups caught the other, and with the two cars in it, it's going a little bit faster. That group, so there's a wave by. The instructors had told their drivers that were following them, the drivers in their group, hey, if I give a point by, I'm not pointing you to go by me. I'm giving a point by to the other group. Everybody needs to point the same direction that I'm pointing, and the other group will know that it's safe to go by. That's what we just saw.
And in that case, it's Brandon Hawkin and Matt Caruana. Brandon Hawkin, as I mentioned, has had a handful of different experiences with race cars, with road cars on track. So even if he hasn't gone racing necessarily, his karting background as well maybe stands him in pretty good stead. Matt Caruana is looking pretty feisty, I think, as well. You can see how close they're staying to that the Black Sucker Punch BMW as they run down in towards turn number 6. Now, watch here as they get onto the power. This is what we'll be keeping an eye on today, but also across of all of Prodigy Week Part 1 on the power, not a four-wheel drift for them from our commentary position. Watch the three drivers behind. They're a little bit slower in through, and you can see the line slightly different as well.
Yeah, right now just kind of learning where everything goes. It was interesting. It was Matt earlier, I think. He's in the green Super Crunch car in the 2-car field. Is that correct? Yeah. He had a big four-wheel drift coming off of turn 6 about 2 laps ago, and that has gotten settled down, and that's just kind of learning that throttle application. We saw Nathan with the problem earlier, the spin in turn 1, and he said after he got out of the car, yeah, I was too aggressive with the throttle. I needed to learn to settle that down a little bit. The car is very twitchy, and we were talking about that just a second ago about, a little bit stiffer platform, not really set up for these conditions. So these drivers have a handful. They don't know the car. They don't know the racetrack, and the car is not set up optimally for the weather conditions that are here. It just simply cannot be.
Yes, and I think that's something that in these cars moving forward, even when we, finish up with our Prodigy draft and make our way later this year, hopefully into the Prodigy Racing League, when we go racing, you'll have the ability, like Kent Stacy's been talking about, maybe you'll change rear wing angles, play with rake, but we're not talking big swings by any means. We're talking small adjustments, get it in a smaller window potentially, and that, I think, will be something that the driver is probably just trying to understand what the car can offer them right now. What would you have done differently, by the way? Let's say you were a race car driver, you were trying to get opportunities, and suddenly you get invited here to the Atlanta Motorsports Park. What would you change in your preparation? Would you do anything different?
I mean, from when I drove back in the day, I mean, there's so much more available that you can prep with. There was no prep back in the day.
You didn't have internet videos to go and search and data?
I mean, no. You pick out the stone tablets and see the notes that the last guy left for you, right? But no, it wasn't quite that long ago. But your prep was, if you've been to that track before, you take notes. You always had notes when you were at a track before, and it didn't even matter if it was you were in a different class car this year. You had notes from last year, so you would have some understanding about this, that, or the other. But then it was the track walk, and we saw how important that was this morning. In today's world, with the video that's out there on just about any platform, you can search, hey, Atlanta Motorsport Park, Radical.
What I did.
Yeah, and boom, you'll get 57 different options on how to see a lap, and probably 157 different options from onboards and everything else, so you can learn there. Sims. Go get on the sim. Go drive laps. And we were talking about this earlier. The best drivers in the world are driving sims. Go get that experience. Yes, it's going to feel a little different in the car, but the cars in the virtual world are so good now that all the visuals are correct. All of that stuff is there. There are a couple of little things I know that I found in iRacing that I was talking with my son about that aren't quite accurate, but I think have been changed. But by and large, you're really, really close to being identical to what the cars are going to be like on the racetrack. So your preparation now, you have no excuse.
None. Excuse.
Zero excuse. If I talk to a driver and say, hey, have you done some sim labs? Hey, have you watched some video? You haven't been here before, but da-da-da-da. And they go, no. I go, well, I'm just thinking in my mind, you're not serious.
And all of these drivers have been serious in their preparation.
Yeah, because if you're serious, you would have done that preparation. I was talking to a driver this past weekend and said, well, I've never been here before, and so I'm at a slight disadvantage, and I'm thinking, well, you're not serious. And then he said, but I've spent a lot of time on the sim, so at least I've got that. And I'm like, okay, all right, you are serious. So,
and there is a truth to that as well, right? Because the sim, it will be close, but maybe the track changed. Surface doesn't remain constant, so maybe there's small little nuances that you got to be aware of.
I know.
And Arjuna,
oh, sorry, go
I was
ahead.
going to say, I want to jump in from racing aspect of this too. There was a lot of stuff being West Coast based in racetracks that I also got involved with, and you'd mentioned it, the scenarios, the track conditions are very different. But the biggest thing, and all of the drivers here echo the same sentiment, is using each of their respected games and sims, especially on iRacing, is honestly just overall pickup points, your apexes, what carries the fastest momentum. So yes, the track conditions are very different, but a lot of them that had never been here before and were able to get that sim time said, I just feel like I can approach this so much better knowing the racetrack from a mental standpoint, and then also knowing when your apexes are and your pickup, your braking points are, or just at least having a general idea of it. Because from there, then it becomes the fine-tuning and you get to feel the race car. But it's really nice going around a corner, especially at a racetrack like this that has a lot of foliage and greenery and the elevation changes, and knowing you're going to drop down, take a right, and then you have a hard left after that. So just having that knowledge base going into it has definitely eased the minds of a lot of the drivers that had that opportunity to prepare.
Well, thank you for that, Hannah.
Yeah, she's spot on. Absolutely spot on.
I was just listening and thinking as well, right, that we're talking about all of these changing conditions and how that's going to influence drivers' preparation. And I look back out the window, and there's no rain anymore. So, we change conditions on the drop of a dime, and that's something in sim racing I guess you can do in some ways, right? Like the ability to go to a Road America, put it dry, and put it wet, and compare it side by side. Yep. But I don't know if, at least yet, and this may be me not driving as much as I used to nowadays, because I spend more time talking about racing, I don't think we have the ability to go in and say, right, I want to have this specific type of rain, and then make it so that it's a little bit less in this one part of the track so I can see what I want to do with setups. So, I'm thinking about how you'd prepare for some of these changeable conditions in the sim, and I'm going, throw stuff at the wall and hope it sticks.
Yeah, I mean, you're exactly right, and there's a lot of racing that happens to be that way as well, right? But it would be, I think the real challenge is the unknown. If you could have almost like flight simulators do at places like Flight Safety that train, a lot of the corporate pilots and even the airline pilots, these giant 6-axis motion simulators, there's an instructor that sits in the back of the room and throws things at you and changes things on a regular basis and kind of tries to send you down that spiral of creating, a situation you can't get into. They're there to work that way. You need somebody in the game that does that. You were talking about was it Sebring or the
Sebring
20
12 hours,
where it rained
crazy
a couple of times throughout the event,
Wild,
in the virtual world. And I mean, it's the changing stuff that gets you. If you could leave it wet all the time, you'll get a really good idea of what it's like with continuing rain. If it's dry, it's dry. But what really comes into play is those in-between times.
Yes, and in-between times is where you have fun as well.
Yeah.
I feel we talk about changeable conditions. Rain, constant rain isn't changing.
No.
That is static condition.
That's a static condition. You may not like it, but that's the way it is, right?
They are really hustling now in that first group of 2 cars with Brandon Hawkin and Matt Caruana. So they are feeling very confident and comfortable right now, albeit that is the operative word. It is at least right now. We just had word, by the way, from the team behind the scenes that because we've had this slight delay to get these drivers out on track, we're running a little behind schedule. And so after these drivers are done, we'll take them off the track, go quickly eat our lunch, and then resume with groups 3 and 4 going out for their lead follow sessions.
What I'm seeing is the speed's coming up because the racetrack's getting better. But the other thing, too, is we're getting these radicals into a place that they are more comfortable running with the setups that are on them. The aerodynamics are going to begin to kind of come into play a little bit. It was funny, I was talking this weekend to Jeff Brown, who's one of the best engineers in all of racing, whether that's IndyCar or sports cars, so on and so forth. His son, Colin Brown, a driver, obviously, if you follow the CrowdStrike team and all of that. And so I was talking to Jeff, and we were talking about aerodynamics. And he was laughing about the idea that people don't understand that the aerodynamics on a car start to come into play
100 and something?
35, 40 miles an hour.
Okay.
I mean, you go, well, no, they don't until, no. There's an effect. It may not be big,
right,
but there is an effect. And so for these radicals right now, especially through some of the quicker areas, I would say that turn 3-4 combination where the speeds are probably 50, 60 miles an hour now, there's aerodynamic forces that are actually making the car feel better. Even though we still are in low grip conditions, you're starting to get more aerodynamic help. And with the suspensions being set the way they are, that's helping the car squat down a little bit more. That higher speed gives it higher load gives it more compression into the racetrack, and that makes it better. So it's one of those deals where it's just feeding upon itself. And indeed, the drivers have been out there longer, so now there's a certain comfort factor and confidence factor that they have behind the wheel because, again, the car feels better.
And the checkered flag is out, so I'm looking forward to going down to lunch and talking with the first group of drivers that have had their chance in the Radical SR1. How do they feel? How are they looking forward to the rest of the afternoon? The second group is going to wind back to the line right now. The checkered flag will fly for them, and that is officially Group 2 in their follow session, done and dusted. As mentioned, of course, that sheen that we had seen on the track, as quickly as it had sprung up, it's disappeared and run away. So I'm hopeful that the weather radar that Brian had been looking at, seeing the cloud cover moving away from the circuit at a pretty decent rate of knots, we may end up having a cleanish track by the time we get restarted, and slowly going to dry up even more from there until we see the end of the day. From this point forward, after lunch, as mentioned, the 2 additional groups still yet to go for their lead follow session. But after that, Brian, 2 more runs for each of the groups. It will be maybe around 20 minutes. It will depend on how much time we have and how the weather's holding up. But 2 more times that these drivers get on track. Before tomorrow, they have to go straight out there in the morning and qualify for the chase.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this afternoon. I'm looking at my radar again, and system's kind of slow moving out of here, but I'm thinking it's only going to get better throughout the day. And as we know, the showers have stopped now. Hopefully, it looks like there may be a few more kind of coming. But hopefully after lunch, we'll be into even better track conditions.
I'm just looking down on pit lane as well to see what activity is going on. Of course, you've got a handful of the crew getting ready to welcome back in the Radical SR1s. Remember, they do have to be put up on the chocks just because the pit lane is very slight downhill, and so I want to make sure they don't roll away by any means. I see Kent Stacy walking over to have a chat with Kenton Cook, and I wonder if they're just having a quick summary of everything that has been going on.
I was going to say, I can chime in there. We're actually reviewing some of the in-car camera from one of the previous sessions here. Is that Brenna that we're watching?
No. This was it's Team Carbon.
Yeah, Brenna, right, from the previous session. Okay, so again, we talk about data acquisition and, of course, those in-car cameras that have been put in, and they get dumped here onto this laptop. So they do data acquisition dumps, as well as that in-car camera. Of course, they're able to see over the driver's right shoulder here. They're able to see the hand movement, the wheel input that goes into each other. So you had Kenton and, of course, Spencer Pompelli. Andrew was over here, as well as Nick, just watching and having conversations about what they're able to see with the driver's reaction time, wheel input, and again, that data acquisition, still just the throttle, braking points. But I talked to Kenton earlier, and he said there's not a lot that they're really going to pull from this session. Again, it was a follow session, getting these drivers familiar with their car, and then after the lunch break, when we go out for those second and third sessions like you guys had mentioned about, that's when we're going to start looking and breaking down data, breaking down those braking points, because then we're kind of taking the drivers off of the leash, expecting them to push their comfort zone. So this, again, just getting the feel for the drivers, making sure everything feels good, they're familiar with the racetrack, and then the real learning starts after the lunch break.
And we'll see if maybe as the drivers get out of the car, there's going to be more conversation that we can listen into. But as out of the car jumps Michael Romanidis up front in the number 91 with a green Sucker Punch logo. Jai Fletcher out of the MPI number 95. Behind him in the 88 machine is Leandro Whirler. And then behind them, of course, Brandon Hawkin and Matt Caruana are the two that seemingly got up to speed very, very quickly. The Hankook tires are being pulled off the car. Of course, remember, each of the drivers has got their own individual set of tires to manage over the course of the 2 days, but it's great to finally get those Radical SR1s back on track and in the hands of these sim racers. Get to do it again after lunch. It's been great to have a relatively uninterrupted rain morning, given what the forecast was.
I mean, considering, what we woke up to this morning, the idea that the crews have worked so well to get these cars out on track, worked so hard, I should say, to get these cars out on track. I think it's a testament to the support group here at Atlanta Motorsport Park, as well as the crews that work down there. The guys from Primal Racing doing such a great job of getting these cars out and prepared.
And the drive this morning down from our Airbnb was maybe the most scary drive that I've ever done, actually, with the amount of fog that we had. Such were the conditions. As we get ready, though, by the way, to break for lunch, just wanted to give a shout out to those that make all of this possible, because we could not do this without the support and support from our partners across of season 1 of Prodigy Racing League action. Sucker Punch, all natural pickle juice shooters for clean hydration. Pickle chip pouches, perfect for those long sim racing sessions or day at the track. And Jared Pickles with knockout flavor, the true champ of Chomp, now available in the US. Mazda Motorsports has partnered with Racing Prodigy to continue its mission of supporting race car drivers, enriching lives and developing the next prodigies. Mazda is supporting participants by providing $2,500 in coaching vouchers for the Racing Prodigy coaching marketplace. Toyo Tires is a global brand recognized for its innovation in engineering and design, quality performance, and excellent service. In the US, its products have been embraced by racers, enthusiasts, and everyday drivers since 1966. Aztec Wheelbases, with their revolutionary quick-release system, allows you to easily switch wheels with just a click. SimLab P1X Pro Sim Racing cockpits with unparalleled rigidity, functionality, and design are your perfect sim racing base. And owned and operated by passionate sim racers, Advanced Sim Racing is the fastest growing North American sim racing chassis manufacturer and equipment retailer. With that, it's time for us to go and eat and let the drivers that have just jumped out of the Radical SR1 decompress momentarily. While we're away, though, you can check in on some of the action. Let's go and watch a recap of the driver's briefing here for Prodigy Week Part 2. Well, welcome back to the Atlanta Motorsports Park and day 2 of Prodigy Week Part 2. Our 20 drivers have had their lunch. 10 of them already have been in the cars, out on track, and now the next 10 will get locked and loaded. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Brian Till. And Brian, I had some great conversations with some of the coaches and whatnot in the hour or so, less than an hour that we ended up getting. But we're ready once again. The rain has stopped and the track is definitely starting to dry.
Well, you said something that I'm going to question. You said the 20 drivers have had lunch. Did the other 10 actually eat, the ones that were getting ready to go out, or are they too nervous? Were they too nervous to eat their lunch? So, I mean, think about it. All this anticipation, and I talked to a couple of them, and they were like, I just want to get in the car. I just want to get in the car. And so I'm wondering if they sat there and nibbled on a cookie or something like that at lunch, whether they really, really ate. The good news is, I think this system, we talked about it earlier, was moving through from the southwest, and I think it may be done. And if that's the case, the rest of the day just get better and better and better as far as track conditions go.
It's going to be Camden Hibbit, Kamil Pavlovski, Eduardo Leo, Will Redford, and Mihai Neg that are going to be rolling out. But before we see them out on track, let's head back down to pit lane and catch up with Juliana, who's got David Cook standing by.
Thank you, Arjuna. I do. I'm here with the man behind it all. He's making this all happen. We're finally in some dry elements. How's today been for you?
It's been a good day. Our team has come together to make sure the drivers get out safely. We've gotten just 2 sessions in so far. We've got 2 more to go to get through all 20 drivers. It's starting to clear up. We're going to still have them behind the BMWs, try to give everybody a fair shake at this, but then we're anticipating that we're going to be able to release them and really see what they can start to do.
I have to ask you, there's a lot that goes on behind the scenes when you put together an event like this, but what you're trying to build. What kind of things are you still hoping to find and get from now until when that draft happens and when the ultimate season comes?
Well, we've got a few important potential stakeholders here. So our job is to execute, to make sure the drivers go out, come back in safely, show what they can do. We've got, we're being evaluated by Williams Racing, and as well as a few other organizations that are looking at partnering with us. So we've got a lot to do here in the next 60 days before we get ready for our draft. And of course, we're getting a good look at the drivers. Once the weather really clears, we'll get a better look at them.
Have you been happy with the drivers that you have here and like what they're showing you guys?
Very happy, just like the first group. The first group of 12 were the best group of 12 I've ever been a part of. And the 20 is just, there's just more of them now. You know, they're as deserving as they get. They're as considerate, as nice human beings.
Yes.
As gentle as it's just a different group of people than often you come across. I think that more than anything, just their nature, talent aside, but just their nature, I think drives us more than anything.
I couldn't agree with you more. That's the exact feeling I get when I've been with them all. You guys have a social media. Racing Prodigy has a social media line. Do you guys have a YouTube channel? Do you have TikTok? What are the social handles that you can find?
Well, you should definitely look for us for Racing Prodigy on YouTube. Well, that's where we are live streaming.
Correct.
And we're on Instagram, we're on TikTok, we're on Facebook. But if you go to racingprodigy.com, which is really where we'd love to direct people, you'll see also all of the links there as well.
All right, so we've gotten caught up with a lot of socials. So everyone at home, you guys have to add those follow, create the following, make this a buzz. We want to create a buzz because we are also passionate about what we're doing here, and it's really special. And I'm grateful to be a part, and I know these guys are as well. And as you said, that's kind of like the feeling that we all have here, and it's really special to be a part of.
Juliana, we're glad you're a part of this. Thank you for helping to make this thing happen.
Wow, thank you. I really appreciate it. Well, we're gonna head on out. I think they just sent out another group, and we'll catch up with you either later today or tomorrow.
Thank you, ma'am.
You're very welcome. Guys, back up to you.
So Camden Hibbit, Kamil Pavlovski, Eduardo Leo, Will Redford, and Mihai Neg are rolling out onto track. It will be Will Redford and Mihai in the second group, so there will be the final 2 drivers behind the black-gray Sucker Punch BMW with the Toyo tires. it should end up being Camden Hibbit, Kamil Pavlovski, and Eduardo Leo behind the white of the BMWs. Looking forward to seeing them out on track. But don't forget, this is kind of what we were touching on slightly earlier, some of the warm-ups that you will want to do as well. That was Rupa Kirupa. That's Jordan Johnson, who's playing with the wall. Couldn't quite tell who was just there. But that's
the vapor ball.
Craig Monkey, Craig Tough Monkey Laws on the, whatever you call those. I'm not an exercise person if you can't tell. Wavy arms.
I think it's so important that that side of it is covered here, and I think these drivers are so fortunate about that. So many people have argued race car drivers are not athletes over the years, and having done it, I know that that's not the case, and being close to the sport, I know that that's not the case. I look at the fitness of drivers like Tony Kanaan over the years and Jordan Taylor and these guys that do marathons and triathlons and stuff like that, and they're in the gym all the time. Your reflexes have to be good. Your cardio has to be good. Your strength has to be good. You need to find that kind of magic combination between strength and endurance, right? If you're too strong but don't have the endurance, that doesn't help. If you've got endurance but you physically get worn out because your muscles aren't strong enough, that's a problem as well. So understanding that diet side of things, the health side of things, the physical fitness side of things is so much a part of this game, especially you get in the middle of the summertime and the speeds pick up and the heat picks up and all of a sudden you're exhausted. It doesn't matter how good you are. If you're exhausted in the last 5 laps of the race and you can't stay on pace, that's a problem. And of course, the other thing that happens when you get exhausted, mentally you start to tire as well, and you start to make mistakes behind the wheel.
Let's talk about some of these drivers as they work their way around. Behind the black BMW, as mentioned, it's Will Redford and Mihai Neg. When we talk about Will Redford, of course, BMW mechanic who works in the UK. He's here with his girlfriend. We heard that in his interview with him. First time for him in America, so he's looking forward to this experience. And he said that his favorite driver as a child was Jenson Button. Let's talk, though, with Kenton Cook.
And of course, behind us, we've got, like you mentioned, the pit fit warm-up going on with Jim Lee and those drivers that we just saw. Kenton Cook, though, one of the drivers' coaches. You've also been over here kind of watching this warm-up, but you get this in real-life experience. You guys do these warm-ups before your stints in the race car. How crucial is it to getting these, not only muscles, but hand-eye coordination, backfiring, warmed up before you get in the car?
I mean, certainly, like, if you just jump into a car cold, I have my own kind of warm-up routine when it comes to just getting the brain active, getting things warmed up a bit, and it's quite important just for the sake of being able to have like the fast twitch responses and being able to be up to speed when you get into the car and you need to be on it right away. If you go out there cold, like sometimes you can just be a little groggy until you then start to get up to speed after lap 3. This is going to help them get up to speed a little bit quicker.
And of course, in a lot of different sports, right, we see drivers do the warm-ups, whether that's line runs or stretches like that in football. But that vapor ball is something that's always really just drawn my attention. The red, the green, the blue light. And we see that very frequently on pit road for a lot of different races. Of course, it's crucial to get, like you mentioned, your muscles warmed up. But to be able to jump in immediately and get your brain warmed up, I mean, talk about the importance of that.
Good. I mean, the brain can be, as you know, when you're waking up in the morning, you can have some brain fog. You forget where things are, but once you things like this is what activates it. It gets both sides of the brain going. It makes you get a little bit more in tune with what's supposed to be going on up there as well. Like, it just gets everything warmed up and firing off.
I mean, and you yourself, you've participated in a lot of endurance races. That's crucial at 3 o'clock in the morning when you've just waken up from a nap and you're getting ready to get behind the wheel of a car.
Yeah, sometimes coffee doesn't do it.
Well, that being said, we've got drivers on the racetrack, different track conditions. Of course, the rain has subsided for us. But from that first group, what were you guys as driver coaches kind of looking at that first group and really the second group as they hit the racetrack?
So as far as our groups go, fortunately I was able to take a bit of a siding lap before everyone went out to be able to see kind of what the track conditions were like. And I mean, obviously, the track is wet right now. This track actually drains quite well, so there's not really any standing water that they're going to have to deal with when they're getting out there. But right now, what they're going through is just the lead follow, getting acclimated with the track, understanding where it goes, where the water is, where it isn't. But right now, since it drains so well, it's just the same level of moisture across the entire asphalt. They're going to be testing kind of where the grip is by making quick wheel inputs online, offline, or like I think what just happened, I think I just had someone spin. So they were testing the throttle as well in this case, on power out of turn 6 here, and that's kind of where they were able to kind of get a sense of there's not a whole lot of grip there. So, but things happen, you know, and in turn 6 of all places is going to be where, you know, you have the most torque, being in the low end gear, and you're trying to put that traction and power to the ground. And yeah, it can be easy to get a loop it around.
Well, again, Ken Cook, one of our many driver coaches, joining us here this week for Prodigy Week. And Brian Arjuna, the atmosphere down here on pit road, definitely much more enjoyable than it was earlier. That rain has subsided. It's more active. A lot of people coming down here, joining us more to watch, take it all in. Many drivers also making their way out of the Fireside Lounge to come in here and take Group 3, of course, on the racetrack right now, and Group 4 in warm-up behind.
2 stations to go. Time to go race the car. And so we saw the spin in the small box.
Thank you.
That was Pavlovski, and it was actually interesting, Brian, that it happened right then, because I was watching all 3 of those cars through turn 6, so I could take some notes on what they were doing, and instantly I saw the car go around, and I got excited.
And so I didn't see it. I was looking down, making a note, and I looked up. Well, you went, oh, it startled me. But as I look out right now, look at the damp section of the racetrack right there.
There's a stripe.
Did that do it?
I don't think so, because I remember him spinning a little bit before that even. So I thought it was a little bit maybe of curb, maybe also just a little bit greedy with the right foot.
Well, and the longer they stay out there and the more the track begins to dry, we talked about the more you'll migrate back towards the normal racing line. So maybe they're migrating down towards that apex and just got into that area, slicker pavement there that's not completely dry yet. Nothing's completely dry. And again, they've talked about the throttle application on this Radical. Even though the throttle has been turned back, it still is one of those things you've got to be super, super sensitive.
And so the first 3 drivers, Camden Hibbit, Kamil Pavlovski, and Eduardo Ley, are back down on the lane. I think that might just be a quick hold. We might end up sending them back out, but we'll get word as soon as we can. You know, Camille, we had that chat with him, with Juliana. He's going to get married in 2 weeks' time, so he's got plenty of excitement and preparing for another season of the SRO Intercontinental GT World Challenge Esports alongside his teammates for ITB. But the other thing that he's been doing is training for a half marathon in July of 2024, which I think is going to make probably for good results in that Cooper test. The interesting story about his tattoo, though, we heard about that.
It scared me when that story started, but go on.
It scared you just a little bit as still seeing Will Redford and Mihai Neg. So I do think, indeed, we might see the white BMW lead the 3 drivers back out onto track in a few moments' time. But I told you this as soon as we heard that story. Not only does that track hold a special place for Camille, because that's where he competed during the world's fastest gamer, the chance for him to become a professional racing driver a couple of years ago, but also because the very first real track available on Gran Turismo 2, which is back in like 1999 now, was the WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, and I mean, so it's going to hold a special place in your heart, right? I mean, it gives you've had those opportunities there, and as you said, one of the first tracks that was really available to drive in the virtual world.
And I was just reading through the notes that Camille sent us. That was he's apparently always wanted to be a race car driver since the age of 6, but it was when that he tried Gran Turismo 2 out that he really got hooked. Off and away we see Camden Hibbit, Kamil Pavlovski, and Eduardo Leo go once again, but I think we're ready to catch up once again with Hannah Newhouse.
Yeah, another one of our coaches, Andrew Carbonell, catching up with me here. But you just caught up with one of your drivers who went for a little excursion out on the racetrack. Who was it, and what was that conversation like?
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, so Camille was exploring the limits, I think is what he told me, and got a little overzealous on throttle and just spun the car around coming out of turn 6. It's a very slow right-hand corner, almost a hairpin. Probably had too much steering input in it as he went to throttle, and around it came. So now he knows what it feels like. Hopefully he doesn't explore those limits anymore, and we continue with a smooth day.
So I was going to ask you about that, right? The drivers, of course, rated overall on their driving performance from start to finish when they hit the racetrack. How do you watch a situation like that? Is it encouraged that a driver is maybe trying to push the threshold instead of being overly reserved? I mean, how do you guys grade that and rate that whole situation?
Sure, I mean, look, you don't want it to happen in the first session, right? You don't want to be that guy. But as long as you're exploring in the right areas, right? There's like higher and lower consequence places to try things. And I think where that happened, not too high of a consequence. So I'll take it, right? Ultimately, we don't want to see that. But they have to explore, they have to find the limits, and there's only one way to do so. So as long as, like I said earlier, it happens in a place with low consequences versus high consequences, I'll take it. But I don't want to see it moving forward.
Very different weather conditions here with
Sure.
Group 3 compared to Group 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Were you able to feel the simple mindset of your drivers? Were they more at ease than they were with Group 1 and 2 that you could tell with just these easier track conditions?
Probably not.
Okay.
No, because it's their first time, right? So everyone's first run in the car, the nerves are running, they don't know what it feels like, they don't know what it sounds like, they don't know what it looks like. So now I think they get that out of their system and they kind of settle into a groove for round 2 and 3 and whatnot.
But we're going to let Andrew get back to watching his cars on the racetrack here. Thank you so much. Juliana, let's go over to you.
I'm going to have to ask you all the same things because it is not only very interesting for me, but it's so important what your role is here with these athletes. Please explain.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the opportunity. My responsibility here is to evaluate all the drivers and identify the 20 characteristics that are mental that influence performance, such as what's called attentional shifting. So some drivers have a very broad perspective and narrow. Some have very narrow and broad. Now, if you use a very broad perspective, there's an incident, you better shift very quickly to narrowing back and forth. Some drivers have a very specific method of doing that. That's part of what I'm trying to assess. Once we start looking at the data and look at how quickly they're able to perform, then we'll be able to put the data together and make some predictions from that. So areas that we're looking at are emotional recovery after there's been a graduation, grit, which is the best predictor of performance, and not confidence, which most people think it is. And so we're looking factors at that, and how is it demonstrated?
Have you had any of the guys come up that you had assessed? Because you assessed everyone prior. Yes. Have you had any of them come up to you today due to elements or things that happened yesterday or things that are happening today and be like, Doc, help me out?
Well, not quite as severe as that. However, there's been some individuals come up and explain that there's a factor that's influencing them and they might not be where they need to be kind of psychologically. So I gave them a few pointers about that. It happened with several drivers today.
What kind, without disclosing because we're going to protect their privacy, what kind of advice were you giving them today?
So there's a phenomenon called psychological energy. And psychological energy is a construct, but it helps us understand how we can use psychological energy to make changes. So this is a very stressful situation. Waiting is very stressful. And so no matter what we do, stress is a simple explanation. Stress is anything that moves you away from equilibrium. So for some of the drivers, this is great because they're looking forward to it. Who've never done it. Some of the drivers have actually been in race cars. And their experience with the stress of waiting is very different than some of the drivers who have not had that experience. So we look at how to manage stress. And so things like imagery, breathing, diaphragmatic breathing, which we talked about, which is one of the best ways to influence brain functioning. So a couple of things like that were discussed.
Have they been able to implement what you've told them and taught them when they've left you?
Well, there have been drivers that have told me over the past 2 or 3 days, things that we brought up in the past has seemed to have benefited them. One particular who, an individual was very self-critical. A lot of high-performance individuals, whether athletes or performing artists or whatever, have a basic idea that you should be very hard on yourself. And the research is showing us not to do that. So I spoke with the driver about this. He explained that he had used the technique even after 1 or 2 sessions, and he found the difference in it right away. Absolutely.
Well, that's wonderful. What you, like I said, what you do is just so interesting to me, but it's also so important because really the mental game can make or break any performance, whether it's sports, business, you just name it. So thank you so much for being here. I know that they're all so grateful to have you behind in their corner.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Sending it back up to you guys.
And so probably in the last handful of laps for this third of the lead follow groups, the group of Camden Hibbit, Camo Pavlovski, and Eduardo Leo being caught by Will Redford and Mihai Neg behind the black of the BMWs, and so suspecting sooner rather than later maybe down onto pit lane. Let's continue talking about some of these drivers, though. It was interesting to hear the insight from Dr. Nick and the mental side of this. I'm thinking about someone, we have 5 minors out of our 20. I'm thinking of someone like Eduardo Leo. He's never been in a road car before, doesn't have a driver's license. First time he did that was in the autocross yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, and like Dr. Nick was saying, I mean, the mental side of it is so important. And all of these personalities are the same. It doesn't matter whether it's the youngest or the oldest person out here. They're competitive, right? They're here because they are competitive. And as he said, you can be really, really hard on yourself. And right now, you need to find a way to just focus on the learning and the experience that you've gotten. Speaking of the learning that you're doing, it's almost getting to the danger zone time where if it feels good, look out kind of thing, because checkered flag is out. The speeds are picking up more and more and more. The speeds are picking up. And I'm watching some of these drivers tracking out all the way to the blue and white painted curbs. Anything painted is still no man's land. You don't want to be on it. And so while it's starting to feel good, that's when you get bit in a hurry, because you go from a decent amount of grip to zero grip instantly, and there's no catching it. So you got to be careful. I'm thinking about that because I'm watching the Carters across the way, and there's a little slick spot down in this corner, and they keep spinning on purpose, I think.
Have you noticed that even after that slick spot that you've been seeing on the kart track as well, they go through like a chicane area, they're spinning there. So just to reiterate, it is still a little bit damp and moist out there, not just on the painted surfaces. And one question that Nathan Saxon had kind of asked in the chat, of course, Prodigy Week Part 1 driver, he was wondering about the outside of Turn 6 with those painted lines and if they would be a little bit slippery. We haven't seen, and we're not going up to full racing speed yet, we haven't been seeing the drivers run that line. It will be curious once we get into the first of the no lead follow sessions, drivers left to their own devices, what they'll elect to do.
Who's going to be the first one out there, right? I mean,
Amy Frey.
But the question is going to be, who's going to be the first driver that gets out there behind that curbing where they were running earlier, because the instructors, the leaders, have kept them inside that curbing. They allow them to use it at the exit of 6. And like you said, there's some painted areas out there. It'll be interesting to see who the first driver is who says, you know what, I think I'm going to take one step farther. I'm going to open my hands. I'm going to go over the backside of this curb where no one has been in the last several hours and see how that works out.
Venture into parts unknown. So as mentioned, checkered flag out, these drivers will make their way down on towards the pit lane, and we'll reset to send out Craig Laws, Thomas Bellman, Rupa Kirkupa, Nikodem Wisniewski, and Jordan Johnson in the final of the lead follow group sessions. And then we'll have a quick reset, of course, and flip up the groups once more, and Amy Frame, Julian Klaffenbach, Nathan Maximin, Alexandra Vielma, and Brenna Schubert will be up for the first of those no-follow sessions.
That's the one right now that I think those drivers, Amy, Julian, Nathan, are sitting there going, man, it's going to be go time. Alexandra, Brennan, it's going to be go time. And the racetrack will look completely different to them without those pace cars out there in front of the group. I can't tell you what it feels like to go out there and then all of a sudden there's no leader. It's yours. And if you're the first car out, it's one of those deals where there's no one in front of you. If you're the second, third, fourth car, then you at least have something to see in front of you. But when you're the first car that's out of the pit lane in completely empty racetrack in front of you, there's no pace. There's no. It's up to you. How fast are you going to go? You know, so it'll be interesting to see. And I guarantee you, the nerves are extreme down there on the pit lane.
One thing just to keep in mind as the drivers step out: not all of them know now how to get the helmet and the Hans device off.
Well, there's that too. and the first time you wear a Hans device,
it's uncomfortable.
It is uncomfortable. I mean, 99.99% of my career was before we wore them.
I catch it. It was really progressive. So
you should speak to Camille about that. Why? Because he didn't catch it.
He's fun? Yeah. Ah, okay. Well, it happens, I guess.
It does. It
he
sure
was
does.
pushing, so.
Yeah. You got to find a limit.
Yeah. So, yeah,
cool.
It's nice.
All right.
I can give you a chance to get your helmet off if you want. You're going to get your helmet off there first?
Yeah, sure.
You want help with the Hans device, though? Okay, ready? I got you.
And this is what I was talking about. How does that go help out?
Ready?
And for those that don't understand the Hans device, how it works, right, let's just clarify. It's attached to your helmet, and then your belts are strapped on top of that.
Sit right here.
Yeah. So he can sit it there. I don't know if Hannah can hear me or not. I think it'd be great if she could go through the helmet and a Hans device for us and show us exactly how it works.
So, give me just a second here, Brian. We're going to get this helmet off here of Mihai. And he mentioned, he goes, I have a ski helmet, but it's different on how it fastens underneath here. Again, it's a whole different contraption here with the Hans device, the helmet. And we'll give you a walkthrough here after this, Brian, on how that Hans and that helmet works. But able to climb out of the car. First time out there. What is your overall reaction so far?
It's an incredible opportunity. Like, I'm super hyped now. It felt everything I wanted it to feel. Like, I felt comfortable. The track is drying out pretty okay. Like, there are no rivers or puddles on the track, so it's really okay conditions right now. And yeah, I try to push every lap to see like what's working, what's not. I managed to push a bit too much in some corners, but nothing scary. So yeah.
We had autocross, of course, skid pad yesterday. Do you feel like both of those, technical challenges help prepare you for today's on track?
Yeah, for sure, especially the skid pad. Like, it was wet, so it's similar to these conditions a bit. And also in some corners where you lift, you feel the car, how it's closing the line, and the weight transfer, how much it helps. So yeah, it's been a really nice preparation for this. So yeah.
Does this make you excited to get on the racetrack a little bit later today, where it looks like the weather's maybe moved through the area, so potentially dry conditions?
Yeah, of course. Would be amazing to go out without pace car, because to try and pace yourself to drive behind another car is kind of tricky in some places. To stay also close and try to experiment to find the limits in different places. So yeah, it's awesome.
Perfect. And I'm actually going to steal this helmet from you here for a little bit of an explanation. Again, we mentioned it. Ooh, good catch.
Thank you. Good reactions.
That's what that vapor ball has been testing him for. It was dropping the head sock, and he was ready to go. But again, you'd mentioned it. We've got these clips, of course, on each side of the helmet. That Hans device, like you mentioned, Brian. The driver has it on over top of their head, and then the Hans device will slide right over their neck. And each of these tethers, it does move in the back, like you can see here, allowing for a little bit of head movement. But what these do is they go over this attachment here. I have one of the old school Hans devices, so this one's a little bit different for me. Yeah, listen. You guys are putting a lot of faith in me. Ready? There it goes.
There you go.
And it clips. Thank you. See, I love this support that I have here from my booth team. But of course, you can see here, they're tethered on both sides, and that allows the driver's head movement to go like this. But restraining it just to that, your seat belts will go up and over top of your Hans device here. And that, of course, is safety precaution to minimize that head movement. Of course, on impact and that kind of stuff, you don't want drastic head movement. And this is even more than you would usually see. I don't have the other side attached here. So it not only limits, though, their overall mobility front to backwards, but also side to side as well. So here on these Radicals, of course, they do have the side mirrors, but this safety precaution, definitely one of the things we've really come to see in play in racing really recently in the grand scheme of things. So these Hans devices, new for a lot of our drivers, but nonetheless, a great safety component here in racing.
Absolutely, and thanks, Hannah, you did a great job with that. And the whole point of the Hans device, or any type of helmet or head restraint device, is to keep the head decelerating at the same rate that your body decelerates, because the belts are holding your body in place. Without some type of a head and neck support, your head is free to accelerate, and then it's the last thing that stops. That's what creates those basal skull fractures. So this decelerates the head at the same rate that the body does, and we've seen a lot fewer head and neck injuries, those basal skull fractures. I won't say they're completely gone. Racing is a dangerous sport, but we've come a long, long way.
And to the point on mobility and of vision as well, we're talking about having wide eyes and full peripheral vision. Like Hannah mentions, you don't get to really move your head too much. You have a little bit of leeway.
You can still turn it.
A little bit, but you've got to then rely on, like you say, some of your other instincts to try and figure out what's going on. Back down to pit lane before Group 4 rolls out. Let's check in with Juliana.
Thank you, Arjuna. Yes, I'm here with one of our VIPs, our very important people, Josh Smith. We talked to you yesterday, but I would love to recap your involvement with us today and with Prodigy Racing.
So we have some aligned goals with Racing Prodigy and what we want to achieve as far as future-proofing the sport, right? We're continuing to look to ways to reduce barriers to entry from a cost perspective. We know let's face it, motorsports is not cheap.
Right.
And, to kind of reduce that cost or find better ways to do so is one of our mutual goals. To be able to showcase talent. That's a big thing for David and group here, is they're trying to make it to where this is talent and merit based, that we're able to promote in that realm. We have a couple of tiers that we use for this in our aspects of racing. We have from amateur racing all the way up to pro, and we look for ways to bring new people into the sport. And this is exactly what you guys are doing here this week, and we're very much aligned with that. that thought process. You know, it's how do we continue to grow motorsports in general is why we're involved. So.
And so when you're here this week, are you looking at some of these guys?
Yeah, well, there's opportunities, just like we would look at karters, we look at sim racers, we look at the competitors here this week as well. You know, it's kind of an open door policy for what we look at for scouting. You know, it's kind of like a high school talent, sports talent scout, right? You look at all the opportunities that you have available to pick from. You know, you can't just have your head in the sand about this and expect people to continue to show up to the program. You know, so always an opportunity, and this is similar to like what we do for our Mazda Scholarship Shootout. You know, David's very familiar with that as well, and what we've done in the past. So a lot of likeness here between the two. So.
Well, it seems like Racing Prodigy and Mazda Motorsports has a lot in common, and we're happy to have you as one of our partners. So thank you very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
And we're going to go over to Hannah.
Thank you so much, Juliana. I'm joined here with Javi with Williams Esports. Really, you got the chance yesterday. You were part of the VIP, so you actually got to take a couple laps up to speed on the racetrack before our drivers even got to. Let's talk about that experience first. How much did you enjoy being in one of these Radical SR1s?
Oh, it was a great experience, I have to say. Actually, it's my first time I'm driving one of these. So cool, I have to say. Like, I know the drivers are now enjoying because that's the feeling I had yesterday. The track is awesome as well, and I'm sure in these conditions when the track is a bit wet, you know, it's putting everything more exciting now. And honestly, that was super for me. I'm just expecting to have another opportunity soon, so yeah, 100%.
Did you think that there would be a situation where the drivers were maybe going to be coming to you going, okay, you got to drive the car before we did?
Well, I hope so. I mean, if there's any... I've seen 2 cars that they are not using, so I would probably ask to get one of those. Yeah, I don't know. I know now they are doing the testing, but when they have the chance to go full throttle, they will probably go to the limits, you know, and probably experience something different than what they're doing right now. That it's just one after the other, but yeah, super cool experience.
Being highly integrated in the esports world, and of course with Williams Esports, to be here at an event like this and the caliber that it is, creating this opportunity, did you think that this was something 3-5 years ago that we'd really be able to bring to life? And how cool is it to be able to see it brought to life here with Racing Prodigy?
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the industry now of esports since more than 10 years ago, probably. And I know this is probably one of the things that they are always looking forward, you know, having the chance not only to be behind a monitor, also having the chance to be driving real cars. So it's also something that we at Williams support, and I mean, having the opportunity to be here with the guys, having this opportunity. Unfortunately, we don't have anyone from us here, from the racing team, any of the drivers, but I know these guys, they had to go through a challenge, which is qualifying for this opportunity, and again, if you ask any of these racers in the world, they would probably say that this is one of their dreams, you know, to go into a real track, testing some real cars and getting that adrenaline that probably we don't get from a simulator, but yeah.
I mean, sim racing in the esports world is huge, as is the real racing world. How important is it, though, to bridge that gap from sim to real life, knowing how integral sim racing has been in the real life racing world with testing, data acquisition, and really even training the drivers that currently drive race cars as their professions?
I mean, we have to have something into consideration that sim racing is probably no longer a hobby, or it could be considered a hobby, but some of these guys and drivers and teams are considering sim racing more like a racing tool. So we see where they are both worlds like merging, but they don't have to if you don't really want to. But again, you will probably be surprised that these drivers that they are coming from a simulator, they will probably be quite competitive, consider, you know, comparing with someone who's coming from lower categories like, for example, karting or any of these. But I mean, as I said, it's more like a hobby, it's a racing tool. Drivers, teams, everyone is using sim racing now, you know, to learn something about new tracks, getting this information through engineers and testing even new parts of the track of the car as we probably do in the F1 car. So yeah, I mean, such a good thing to see. You know, that it's not only an experience; it's probably something they fight to get the objective to be professional sim racing drivers to real drivers in future.
Yeah, super cool to be a part of this. Of course, creating opportunities and breaking barriers here with Racing Prodigy. Javi, thank you so much. We'll work on getting you some more track time in that Radical SR1.
I mean, my fastest lap was like 1:35, so I mean, I will be pushing to get 1:20 or something like that.
Brian and Arjuna, don't be surprised if he just trickles his way over here with a helmet on a little bit later today.
Awesome, thank you.
with that tinted visor on. You don't know who it is. He just kind of walks up to a car and sneaks in. Yeah.
So I was having a chat with Javi during lunch, actually, and he was telling me Dr. Ashley Whitson came over, the racer's physio.
Yep.
His neck's a little bit sore, not from driving the car, fortunately. I guess he wasn't pushing it as hard as it was when he jumped into the Radical SR3, and I think Raiden Nichols might have given him a
ride.
A ride is a word for it. Big shout out to Javi, by the way, Williams Esports operations manager. It's a huge operation as well. We're talking, not even including the drivers, I think it's 20, 25 employees that help support the esports crew, and that includes going around with the Formula One team to many of the Grand Prix and setting up some of the hospitality tents and whatnot. They do a great job with the 20 or 30 drivers that they have as well, which is absolutely crazy to think about.
So think about this. I mean, every major racing team in the world utilizes simulators, and not like the ones that you use at home, and not
the
like
$1 million simulators.
Yeah, I mean, like the driver in the loop simulator that Multimatic has. Every Formula One team has a sim program, and they've got sim drivers, and most of their sim drivers, I think all of them, are current drivers. They actually drive real race cars on the track, which obviously the sim drivers that we have here that we're hosting this weekend want to do as well. But I wonder, with as good as these drivers are on the simulators, at what point, even without real car experience, can the teams and manufacturers begin to use them in these driver-in-the-loop simulators, in these major simulators, to do testing and development work because they feel through the simulator what's quick and what's not?
Funny you mention that, because I think Oracle Red Bull Racing are probably the best example of that. With Sebastian Job, who double duties as a sim racing driver, it also sometimes goes and helps out in the simulator and helps. But Max Verstappen, I think, has come out and said quite openly that not only Alex Albon at one point was very helpful in the simulator when he wasn't in a full-time seat, but more recently, Rudy Van Buren, the world's fastest gamer, has been helping them out a lot behind the scenes, dialing in the setups. And I think you're 100% right, because we were talking about track time a lot yesterday, right? How much you can do in the sim versus in the real world. And that was just from the perspective of Racing Prodigy. If you think about it from the perspective of the Formula One team, with the level of detail they can go into with car setups, developing new car parts and whatnot, there's a pipeline, and I'm looking forward to seeing what more Williams has in the future as well, because they've partnered up with some great young talent across of the virtual and real worlds of motorsport. Craig Laws, Thomas Bellman, and Rupa Kirkupa are behind the white BMW with Sucker Punch logos and Toyo tires on it. Nikitin Wisniewski and Jordan Johnson behind the black BMW. There are a couple of places where I still see a little bit of shine here and there, but I think for the most part, Brian, I would feel confident in saying the track itself mostly dry.
Yeah, absolutely, mostly dry, and it's really interesting to watch the drivers start to come to grips, pardon the pun, with these radicals out there. Remember, this is the first time out for these guys. This is the fourth group on the racetrack, and I could see the learning kind of going on. I was just looking at the 0-4 with Nikitin behind the wheel going into turn 6 that last time. I watched him come off the brakes before he ever got to the turn-in point, actually go back to the throttle. You could see the car kind of sit down and go, and then had to go back to the brakes again. And what that tells me is he went to the brakes pretty hard, and it overslowed. So he's like, okay, I'll learn that. And I'll bet you the next time we watch him through there, you'll see the nose go down, stay down, and then accelerate off the corner. The learning process is literally visible with some of these drivers right now.
A couple of different stories, of course, from these drivers. Thomas Bellman, one that, is racing a bunch of Spec Miatas, including a race in the rain, which he did on slicks. That's a quite impressive story as well. Let's head back down to pit lane, though.
Yeah, if we can just shoot the setup too wide and then move in. And actually at the event here as well.
Well, for Radical Motorsport, it's fantastic. I mean, to have all of these people out in our cars experiencing a car for the first time, for some of them in their lives, in the real world, is fantastic. And it really couldn't be a better machine. The Radical SR1 is really what we created as a true beginner's car. It's widely used across the world at racing schools like here at Atlanta Motorsports Park, with Primal Racing School. It's used in a number of national championships as well around the globe. And in fact, we just had one of our events in England a couple of weeks ago with the SR1s alongside the British Touring Car Series. So very much a great car to get good car feel
and learn the dynamics of a car, very similar to a Formula Ford of yesteryear in terms of how dynamic these cars are. And yeah, look, I think from our perspective, it's just wonderful to see people transition from the virtual world, which we're also a part of with iRacing and so many of the different platforms featuring Radical cars, but then into what we love doing, which is creating wonderful race cars that people can enjoy across the globe.
How do you guys come up with building your cars? Are you asking sim racers for their opinions? Do your guys have sim backgrounds? How do you do it to know that they're going to be able to really come out here and perform the same way they do on a sim machine?
Well, Radical's been around for over 25 years. In fact, it all started with just two guys basically in a shed wanted to go racing and had to come up with how to create a wonderful, beautiful, lightweight sports car. Of course, they did things a little bit differently. I think perhaps you've mentioned it on the broadcast, but the Radical machine's featuring a motorcycle-derived engine. So it starts life as a motorcycle engine. Of course, we completely rebuild those engines in-house in the factory in England, around 188 horsepower in the SR1. But yeah, it was just two guys in the garage, wanted to go racing. Of course, that turned into a global company, now with championships all around the world, dealers, over 30 dealers all around the world, and 3,000 odd cars spread around the globe as well. But in terms of the engineers, a lot of those guys do have sim racing background as well as karting backgrounds and real world experience. So yes, of course, the idea is to create a car that can be not just fantastic for someone with a lot of driving experience, but also something that's very accessible for a novice driver, someone coming into it. And that's why these cars were chosen by Prodigy. That's why they're so good as a training tool, because obviously we're taking people that are vastly experienced in the sim world, obviously at the top of their game in that discipline, but adding the elements of real-life driving. And it's sort of a baptism by fire this weekend with the wet conditions.
Yes.
So, yeah.
Is this the first time you guys are experiencing wet conditions with your car?
No, not at all. I mean, being a British race car manufacturer,
I had to make you touch on it.
We do a lot of racing in the rain. It's rain, hail, or shine.
Yes.
The cars go round in circles. But as I was mentioning, we have a lot of series around the globe. We were just at Mazda Motorsports Park with our series, the Radical Cup North America, and that stars alongside IndyCar and provides a lot of young drivers the opportunity, as well as older gentlemen drivers that get into the sport later in life, the opportunity to really test themselves against the best Radical racers all throughout North America. And we're seeing a lot of kids starting to come through that have got the sim background. In fact, Suelio Almeida, one of our stars this year in the 1340 class, he is a sim racer, come real world racer, doing exactly what the guys and girls are doing out here this weekend, and has found the Radical platform to be the perfect vehicle to go from the virtual to the real world.
That's wonderful. I mean, it seems like we're just amongst dreamers and everyone's making their dreams come true, which is so nice to see and so nice to be a part of. So thank you so much for all you do. I know all these drivers are loving your car right now, and thank you so much for being here.
Well, it's fantastic. I mean, to have the talent that we've managed to assemble out here through Racing Prodigy, obviously to be a part of their journey, experiencing real-world cars for the first time, and I'm really excited to see where these drivers end up. Obviously, whether that's in a Radical series that we have around the globe, whether that's in professional GT racing, Formula racing, I think this is only the start of things to come for a lot of these young guys and gals. And again, Radical is just so fortunate to be a part of it.
That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. We appreciate you, all that you do for the sport, for us here this week, and we will check in with you soon.
Cheers, no worries.
Cheers as well, guys. Back up to you.
Thank you for great chat with Tom Drewer, who I was chatting with him during lunch, and the really fascinating thing that he was saying was that, you see drivers trying to make their way up the open wheel ladder. And we're talking millions nowadays to go through Formula 4, Formula 3, and you might actually see the Radicals as a better option to try and get that experience in some variety of high-profile events. So definitely very, very cool. Keeping an eye on chat, though, by the way, I wanted to give a shout-out and a welcome to Super GT, who's rooting for Nathan Maximin as well as Craig Laws. And actually, one of the stories I was going to touch on just before that interview was how Craig Laws was saying one of the things that he did to try and get some advice. He reached out to one of his former teammates who works now for McLaren, actually raced Radicals for a few years, so a pretty good point of comparison to work with. He also then spoke, though, to Super GT. I didn't realize that he was a former teammate of him, racing against them as well. But Super GT, Steve actually flew out to Atlanta Motorsports Park to drive the Radical last year. Do you know who Super GT is?
No.
Okay, I figured. He's got about 1 million subscribers on YouTube. He's done some really cool stuff. 24-hour solo charity races, raised like £30,000 for some great causes. But the thing that he's doing this year that's the coolest, he's racing at the Nordschleife with Jimmy Broadbent and Misha, and there's one more driver in that group as well. But what a cool story to have someone like that able to give you some advice.
Well, absolutely. I mean, it's somebody that has the experience and, like you said, has drove a Radical here at Atlanta Motorsport Park. So that is big time. Speaking of big time, the speeds are getting to be big time. I've just watched the group of two with Nicodem and Jordan just come by the line, and I'm not sure who their leader is right now in the black BMW, but they were on it coming down into turn one. And the car's getting a little more aggressive with the throttle coming off the corners now. They have received the checkered flag, and I believe that's a test car going out right there, the 02.
Might be a VIP at this point, getting a opportunity to head on out there. Although here come the three machines to the line. So Craig Laws, Thomas Bellman, and Rupert Kirkapart will be now done with the session already. Have seen the checkered flag fly for Nicodem Wisniewski and Jordan Johnson. But that is all four of our lead-follow sessions done and dusted. So from here on forward, there's no helping hand. They're thrown onto track and told, time to figure it out and push and build your speed and confidence.
Well, but there is a helping hand. You just have to be able to ask for it, be willing to ask for it, right? Because that's what all these driver coaches are here for. And what we're about to find out is how willing these drivers are. Will they be too shy to get out of the car and say, hey, I'm struggling here. Can you help me with this? Are they going to be reserved, or are they going to reach out to the tools that they have available to them?
With so many high-profile tools as well, right? We talk about Max Papis, some of the coaching that he can provide because of all the different series that he's running across the years. Dr. Nick was saying that some of the drivers are coming to talk to him as well, which I think is great.
Well, I think it's awesome.
The mental side of this, I can't imagine the pressure that some of these drivers are putting on themselves.
No, and think about how long. Some of them didn't have a long time to prepare. Some of them had a lot longer time to prepare. And I'm not sure which one I would rather be, to find out that this is the opportunity that I'm going to get a few weeks ahead of time or a few months ahead of time.
Jan van der Heide got his call up on, 24 hours notice.
Yeah.
I think the thing that he was kind of saying was that he was most worried about the day one, physical exercises. And that makes sense, right? He hadn't really been preparing. And, in fact, in the aftermath of all of that, I think he said he lost something like 5 kilograms. So you're talking 12 pounds or something. So
I found it.
I found it too. Split between the two of us. But
I'd gladly give it back.
Maybe that meant he wasn't overthinking things. You talk about the time, right? We started these Prodigy Racing League Season 1 Part 2 esports tournaments on street kart racing, iRacing, and Race Room at the start of this year. But the search selection shows were, about a month or so ago, just under that. So some drivers have known for a lot less of a time. And those drivers' cases, they were waiting to find out from some of our selection panels what was going to happen.
Pins and needles, right?
Oh, and then they have to wait for me to announce who was the winner and drag them into the Discord and get them unmuted, but it's okay. Alexandro Vielmo got it unmuted in the end, and now here we come back down onto pit lane. So, I'm looking forward to getting the chat now with these drivers, and I'm hoping that we can just talk to all of them.
Well, it's going to be interesting because, remember, this group was out there on drying track conditions. Our first two groups were out there under pretty damp conditions, and I think the track is going to be relatively dry when we go back out for this next group. And certainly when Group 1 heads back out, it's going to be a completely different racetrack than they did lead follow in.
So is it going to be completely different by the time we get to Group 3? Because you and I have been keeping an eye on the outside of Turn 6. We're not sure if it's drying or if it's just the paint that's reflecting back at us a little bit more. But, you know, now that we'll get 2 more groups to run before Group 3 heads back out there, are we going to see... I'm not seeing a dry line by any means starting to emerge.
No, I don't see it yet. And I think part of the reason is we've got high humidity and a low cloud cover. So there's really no place for the moisture that's on the racetrack to go right now. What we need is the clouds to kind of clear off and the sun to shine and or a breeze to kind of help evaporate some of that moisture that's on the track. But I'll tell you what we're not seeing anymore is the sheen. So it is drying, Arjuna, but it's going to take a while until it's completely dry, and that brings challenges in of its own. You look at some of the cracks in the asphalt around here, and I would think especially on like the climb up to turn 12, the run down through 13, any of the hills here could have what we call weepers, where the hydrostatic pressure of the water that's gone into the hill tries to find its way out and will come through some of those cracks. So there could be some weepers that are out there in some of these up and downhill areas that could surprise or certainly create challenges for the drivers as we get into this drying process a little bit further.
Well, Super GT said he was supporting Nathan Maximin and Craig Laws. Let's see if Craig Laws feels like he's lived up to his potential. How nervous is he feeling about the driver that he was 15 years ago?
Well, Arjuna, again, the best thing is he got out of the car, and you could see the grin already as he had his helmet still on, squishing his face. The Hans are off. How are you feeling right now? And did it come back to you like riding a bicycle?
It really does, yeah. That was great fun. It's certainly more fun than my Kia at home. So, yeah, and how's my helmet hair looking? Is it
Your helmet hair looks phenomenal.
That's fine, that's good. Yeah, that was really good fun. Track had a lot more grip than I expected. Obviously, it was a lot wetter earlier on. It's a drying line, but it's just mildly moist at the moment. So, no, there's a lot of grip in there. The car's lovely to drive. There's a bit. Maybe I need to put a bit of extra padding in there because I was moving around just a little bit, and also perhaps submarining a little bit into the seat. So my vision was I couldn't really see the display unless I really tilted my head forward. But other than that, yeah, I had a really good time.
A lot of sim testing obviously went into preparing yourself, understanding the line going into it. But you mentioned it, of course, that seat slippage, but also the G-force. Was it more than you expected?
It was, to be honest, everyone says it's very similar to karting, and it really is. It's a similar sort of level of force building now. The force builds up around the longer corner, top end there, and I'm actually using my inside of my left knee to brace myself against the steering column in there. But other than that, no, it was all right. I really enjoyed that. That was pretty good fun, that was.
Perfect. We'll let Craig Laws get going again. You can hear the noise going on behind me. That's those set of tires going back on for the second time. We've got Group 1 that's made their way out here. Turning this way, you can see here Amy Frame actually awaiting Craig Laws' Hans here. So we're swapping out Hans devices here. And it's so funny he mentioned, you know, his knees knocking around. As I just talked to Kenton Cook during his group, and I said, are we running any sort of a knee knocker off of the seats, off of the steering column, especially for drivers who, once again, are not used to that G-force and that movement inside of the race car, just creating that extra stability sometimes can just help an extra comfort level for some of these drivers. There is no knee knocker in there, so again, that movement and that G-force, especially on this racetrack, which has such significant elevation changes, and it's really even hard to tell sometimes from our camera shots, but the elevation changes and that G-force sucking it on the seat is definitely significant, especially for those who haven't experienced it. But again, Group 1 getting ready, the car's getting ready for Group 1 drivers to get back behind the wheel of them. But Juliana, let's send it over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, I was actually loving hearing what you were saying, because that's kind of what I was asking Jordan. Like, how does it feel inside the car? The G-force, the speed. And I asked him, I said, how fast did you go? He goes, I don't even know. I didn't even look. So just tell me how it was out there.
Yeah, no, it was fantastic, actually. I think it was a bit of a acclimatization to try to get used to the tires coming in like they are. I mean, in sim, we're used to a lap and they're there. So it was definitely interesting to feel the development throughout the stint. And even by the end, I feel like there's still more that we could have discovered. Only the first session, so we can't be pushing the wheels off the thing right away. But definitely some really interesting things to take away. Going through the track, gearing even. I had to get it in my head to start using the gears that I had learned in the sim, and it started making the car so much better to drive. And that was probably one of the things that kind of was like eureka of how one-to-one this is.
Yes. Was there any part of the track that you loved or hated?
I think it's all fantastic, to be completely honest. Any track with elevation change like this is such a great experience, so I couldn't be happier to run around. And of course, as the sessions go on, as things dry out, hopefully it's going to get faster and faster and even more exciting.
Is there anything you plan to change the next time you go out?
Yeah, there's some things I want to change, how I approach, maybe start putting a little bit more brake pressure in. I was really just starting to feel things out. I didn't want to kind of lock a tire or anything right on the first session or have any kind of incident. So just kind of the small steps, going one step at a time, maybe just a couple extra meters, maybe a couple more PSI of brake pressure, and just your usual progression through a weekend.
I'm noticing there's some fog on your glasses, and it's getting hot. It's getting a little bit hotter out here. How does that affect you when you're driving?
Honestly, you just kind of look past it.
Yeah.
I knew that there's a little bit of fog, but you're looking so far down the road that it's not something that you really kind of catch. At the end of the day, it is there, and you got to deal with it. So even if it is a problem, you got to just make do.
How about the heat?
The heat, fortunately, it's not too bad right now. It's the humidity that's killing me, but
it's coming.
But it's definitely gonna come tomorrow. Tomorrow is gonna be the real test.
Well, awesome. Thank you so much for your time, and go back there and get ready for the next one.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. All right, guys, sending it back up to you.
And as a fellow glasses wearer, there's a reason why I got contact lenses. It's when I started using virtual reality and I got sick of my glasses getting in the way of stuff. I can't imagine going racing, but I feel like there's a lot more racers that actually wear glasses than people really recognize.
Well, I'll be honest, it's hard for me to wear my contacts when I drive on the racetrack because my eyes dry out very, very quickly.
They're just wide open.
Yeah, because they're wide open. You just don't blink as much, and so they don't stay lubricated like they would in just day-to-day wearing. So it is a challenge. Do you wear glasses? Do you not wear glasses? And the glasses that I own, I typically don't wear unless I'm at home sitting there working on my computer. And I've tried them in the car before. And since they're bifocal, they kind of make me sick too because you don't realize how much you look up and down, and all of a sudden you're looking through the readers but at distance, and that doesn't work. And yeah, it can be a challenge, that's for sure.
I see a very, very good question from Street Kart Racing in our YouTube chat about whether the cars are rebalanced in terms of weight after each particular run. Now, I'll be honest in saying I don't actually know the specific answer to the question. What I do know is for the most part, we do have drivers grouped by height and weight where possible, so there is as little difference as possible. And so the car itself, as far as I'm aware, is somewhat preloaded with weight. And from there, maybe the seat inserts and whatnot can allow for that little bit of micro adjustments from driver to driver. But as mentioned, back into the car for Amy Frame, Julian Klaffenbach, Nathan Maximan, Alexander Vielma, and Brenner Schubert. Now, of course, Nathan Maximan had that small spin. Didn't sound like it dented his confidence too much, but as we've been talking about, very different conditions for them as they get ready to go back out.
Yeah, and I wonder if they've made any changes. You heard Craig Laws say, I had a hard time seeing the dash. I think it was Craig that said that. You sit in the car, and every driver in the world does this. You sit in the car, you get your belts fitted, you get your pedals adjusted, all of it, big thumbs up, ready to go. And you get out there and you find out that when you're on the throttle, when you're on the brake, when you're cornering, what have you, something isn't as you thought it was going to be. And so they'll continue to make adjustments, maybe some type of a pad behind his shoulders to sit him upright just a little bit more. A lot of times it feels good statically, but like I said, when you get out there and all that motion comes into it, all of a sudden you realize a little fine-tuning of your seating position might be something that is beneficial to you and give you a little better feel, maybe a little more visibility, all of which gives you a little bit more confidence.
So back out we go on track, and again, with no BMW to pace them, Amy Frame with the onboard camera will be able to ride with her perspective. The 17-year-old Pryor's own queen of speed will now get back up to speed and slowly work their way through. Now, how much of a separation are between the cars, you may be wondering? I think the answer to that one is about as much as we can fit between 5 machines around a 2-mile facility.
And I am actually starting to see dry pavement, Arjuna. You look down in turn 6, just about halfway between the turn-in and the apex, starting to see some lighter areas of the asphalt. So the track is drying. And what's going to happen now with 5 cars out on the racetrack carrying more speed, we're going to see the track dry out a little bit quicker. And a spin right there. I could see it coming from turn-in. Big speed towards the turn-in and then early to the throttle. And that, I knew she had spun before she spun. You could just see it coming from here. And this is a thing where, again, without the pace car out there to kind of give you an idea of how hard you should be pushing, it's real easy to push yourself into a mistake.
And so that is not the first spin nor the last spin that we will probably see today.
No,
so around goes Amy Frame, but able to keep the car in gear and moving. And I think we might now have another spinner. I didn't quite pick up where that was out on track, so we will try and get the camera placed on them at some point. Getting word that was a replay, so great that Amy Frame has not gone back around as I see in front of me Breda Schubert being fired out the final of the 5 drivers that is heading out onto the track. That is going to be into the braking zone for Nathan Maxman. Now, this is where he spun. Looks pretty confident the first time by.
Well, more confident than I would have been. And here's the thing that these drivers need to think about. They don't know what they're facing right now. Having problems on the outlap is not something that you want to do. You know, you want to go out there on the outlap, discover what's going on, discover the racetrack, and then begin to apply speed to it and slowly work your way up. Don't go attack from the beginning, especially on a surface that you don't even fully understand.
And a surface that does seem to be changing. I saw Amy Frame absolutely blasting down into turn number 1, so that spin not denting her confidence and got it stopped in time. And we get a sense for the lap times as they begin to show up on our timing screens, and we'll get you the updates as we work around. That's a look from up above as diving down in towards the bottom of the track, and this is where the water would have pooled through turns 11 and 12, but now potentially with those dry patches, you can see it down through the bottom of, I think that was turn 11, and even rising through 12. There are those points on the track.
Amy straight to the dry line now, this time through turn 6. She was a little early on the brakes, got off of them a little bit early, but got the car down to the apex, picked up the throttle, and straight over the blue and white apex curb. She's the first person to use all the road on the way out, so certainly her confidence not dented by that spin on the outlap, but we've got to think about how we're going to approach this. How do we attack it little bits at a time? What your coach wants to see, once again, is that progression. We've got cars still kind of driving off of the apex through some of these corners, looking down into little rotation, picking up the throttle too soon right there. I believe that was the 88 of Nathan Maximum.
That was another moment down through turn 6, so that's not going to necessarily keep him at the top of his confidence. Just a note as well, the times that you're seeing right now, those are technically the outlaps for Maximin and Vielma. It's going to be Amy Frame that will come across the line, and we'll get the first actual representative lap time in a few moments' time.
So right now, just got to be really cautious.
Amy Frame's coming down pit lane.
Coming down pit lane.
I guess because of the small spin, just bring her in,
I think I think you're supposed to do that if you have a spin on the racetrack.
So Julian Klaffenbach, I think, the first time onto the board, that's representative. 138.906. So Kent Stacy, I think that's Tyler Edwards as well. Quick chat with Amy Frame.
It's kind of like getting called to the principal's office. You know, you might have acted up in you know, the assembly or whatever. It's nothing bad, but they want to have a talk to you. Make sure the most important thing that I would say to that driver when they came in is tell me what happened.
Talk to me.
You need to be able to tell me why you spun. If you go, I don't know, well, now my concern level goes up. If you say, hey, I carried too much speed, got back in the throttle too soon, what have you, if you can give me the reason why, I'm much more confident in sending you back out on the racetrack because you understand the problem, you understand the mistake that you made. If you don't understand it and you have no idea why it happened, well, now we need to kind of sit and chat just a little bit more.
And the best race car drivers are the one that can understand what the car is telling them and describe it, articulate it as well, communicate with the engineers and have that common language. I think already Amy Frame is back off and away, so not going to lose too many laps in the session, but already seen Alexandro Vielma jump to the top of the timesheets with a 1:33.473. Brenna Schubert and Julian Klaffenbach slowly building up their pace, but 2/10 or so between Maximin and Vielma. They're already up to speed.
Yeah, I mean, Vielma looks really good in turn 6 right now. That's right outside our window, so we've got a great view of it. He's getting a little bit of rotation, meaning the tail of the car steps out just a little bit, which points him to the apex. That rotation coming with brake release, and then he does a really good job of balancing the car on the throttle as it leaves the apex and tracks out. Just a little bit of slide, a little bit of slip angle in it, but very, very controlled. And I tell you what, I mean, hats off to Amy. She made that mistake. She came to pit lane. I just watched her on her out lap. That time through turn 6, the braking zone, very confident, right on line. She'll find the pace there, but that's exactly what she needs to do. Great recovery for her.
And I think in some ways, this might be a controversial thing to say, but it's good to have an issue in some ways because it makes you deal with adversity. If everything just goes swimmingly, you don't get the opportunity to really deal with it, and Nathan Maximan lights it up through turn 6.
He looks good.
He's at 129.763 already.
Yeah, Vielma and Maximan, they are the two right now that look very, very comfortable in turn 6. Now I'm looking up to turn 3 up at the top of the hill. Big sweeping more than 180-degree corner that brings you back down through 5 and 6. And a good run there. Off the brakes a little bit too early there and didn't get the rotation that he wanted, Vielma, I should say, in the 0-4. But by and large, you can tell that he's starting to feel comfortable in the car, exploring a little bit more each time.
And I do see Amy Frame and Brenna Schubert relatively close together, so would not be surprised at some point if we do see a wave by or something of the like. Is again, remember, these sessions about building up consistency. We want to see the drivers explore a little bit, get more confident as behind through the long turn 3 and 4. That looked like Brenna Schubert getting out a little bit from the dry line, and there may be still a little bit of moisture when you get off of that regular racing surface, so do need to be a little bit careful if you're pushing aggressively.
And there's the point by. Amy comes off of turn 6 and gives the point by, but she was really, really good through the 3-4 combination and down the hill. And I think she's really got her head about her now. After that mistake is out of the way, she's put it behind her, and now she can go focus forward. She was spot on line through 6, exactly where she needed to be. So, like I said earlier, a good recovery for her.
Alexandra Vielma's improved to a 137.17, but that still means he's about 2 seconds off of what Nathan Maximan has been able to punch in so far. And so, again, these are those stories, right, that we really want to be focusing on. That spin in that lead-follow session, we were speculating that we didn't think it's dented his confidence, and straight out onto track and pushing. And this is the session where we're going to see who is fast right off the bat, who has got that confidence to push. It doesn't mean by the end of tomorrow, though, Brian, the rest of the field hasn't had the chance to get more acquainted with the car and track.
Well, and let's go back to I don't care about lap time. I mean, everybody that's on the racetrack right now cares about the lap time, right? But I don't care about lap time. I want to see how you handle the racetrack. I want to see how you build up the speed. I want to see how consistent you are. I want to look out the window and see your marks each time and make sure that you're still on line, putting speed on the line. I don't want to see the car sliding out of control. I don't want to see it off the apexes because you're pushing harder. I want to see you in a controlled manner continue to find time. And when you do make a mistake, and you will, when you do make a mistake, how are you going to handle it?
And, you know, I'm looking at consistency, I guess, in some ways as well, right? Because Nathan Maximan, we don't want to see him go helter-skelter for a couple of laps and then totally burn up his tires and be able to not hold that pace for the rest of the run. What we want to see is consistency. He was within 0.04 of a second of that previous lap time, and so he's clearly found some consistency in terms of the marks, where he wants to be braking, and already I think we are a decent amount of laps into this run because he's just set his 5th lap time, if I'm correct.
I think you are correct, and the racetrack right now, Arjuna, changing and drying rapidly.
Let's go down to pit lane and say hello to Hannah.
Well, I'm here with Joe with Sucker Punch, and man, we wouldn't be able to do this without our partnerships and creating these opportunities here. But Sucker Punch is something new to the market, and what a cool initiative it is. Kind of tell me what Sucker Punch is.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're a pickle company, first and foremost, and we've been making pickles for quite a while, about 10 years now. And but mostly just based on the premise of making a good quality pickle. And it's just not something that's quite available in the market. Whole Foods was our first customer ever. We just walked right in because we make a nice, natural pickle product. And it was like, what else can we make with this? And, you know, it's like old grandma's remedy of drinking some pickle juice when you get some cramps and that kind of thing, when you're playing football in the backyard or whatever that may be. And having some pickle juice can actually help relieve cramps. It can help prevent them. It can help reduce the duration of a cramp. And then we've also got electrolytes added into this hydration product to keep you hydrated. So Yeah.
Now you come from the racing world and then now are here with Sucker Punch. So it's almost like two worlds diverge. Talk about the importance of course, those electrolytes in the racing world, making sure that the drivers are well equipped with that kind of stuff to be able to perform on the racetrack, and then doing it in a tasty snack in pickle form.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah, well, and first and foremost, pickles are just fun.
Yes.
You know, it's funny, it's not that serious, and it just adds some levity to anything, which makes it nice and fun. But, you know, I have a background in both endurance sports and in racing, and, you know, one of the things that we know is that hydration is critical in everything, and, you know, proper hydration can actually improve reaction time. And, you know, in these cars, it could be 100, 120, 140 degrees in the car, so you're sweating like crazy, and that's before the stress and the excitement that comes with 175 beats a minute heart rate while you're racing. So our goal is to help keep these drivers hydrated and keep the reaction time up, and it's like, hey, I can race faster and I can race safer because I'm well hydrated, and we want to give them the best opportunity to perform at their best.
It's been cool to see, of course, we're going to call them hydration stations, pickle hydration stations, throughout the facility here, but of course yourself with a racing background. This event is something that's been so cool to be here, be a part of, sim racers getting that opportunity to drive a race car with a shot at the draft. Looking at this event, kind of take me through and your thought process of just being a part of this.
Yeah, I mean, it's a joy to be a part of it. It really is, and you know, it's such a special opportunity for a lot of young drivers to get this opportunity. And I was fortunate I did all my racing on two wheels, so a different world, but similar nonetheless. And it's just an enjoyable opportunity to make that leap to the track. So to be able to be a part of this process and just a small part of the action here, and creating dreams and bringing dreams to life for so many young drivers to come out here and get a real opportunity in a real race car. I did a couple of hot laps in the SR3 here yesterday, and these cars are impressive. It's awesome. So I'm so excited for them and the opportunity that they have here, and excited to see what all they can do.
So let's take a look at these products here for just a second, because I want to show them. I had one of these bread and butter snack packs, and I love bread and butter pickles. But man, you guys have got shooters, you've got jar form.
Yeah.
This, I think,
Big
is
jumps.
my favorite thing.
Yeah.
I mean, I will give props. Have you seen anyone actually go through a full
Gallon?
jug of pickle juice?
Yeah, we absolutely have. So with like team sports or like a team of racers, so we actually make a pump that will fit on top of that, and so you can get a quick splash in a small cup, and go with it that way, and it makes it kind of a cheaper option instead of the individual packages. So trying to cover all the different formats that we can to make it convenient for everyone, and the way that we have kind of a unique pasteurization process that keeps everything natural, but it makes everything shelf stable. So these are super fresh and shelf stable. They don't have to be refrigerated for 2 years. Yet they're organic, non-GMO, and all that good stuff. So kind of cover all our bases that way.
And nonetheless, delicious. We're so glad to have Sucker Punch. And Joe, of course, with Sucker Punch here joining us at Prodigy Week Part 2. We've got drivers, though, coming in here as part of Group 2. So we're going to send it up top and try and get with these drivers and do a little debriefing.
Well, thank you for that chat. And again, big shout out to Sucker Punch, not just for pickling up the rest of the drivers, but pickling up my apartment as well. I'm stocked up on Sucker Punch products for the next couple of years, potentially. Nathan Maximin, the fastest in that first session, though, with a 1:28.231. Last time out, we didn't focus so much on times. And as much as I'm going to say we're not going to focus on times, I'm going to focus on times.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's how race car drivers get measured, right? I mean, so natural to do.
And now we also have the benchmarks, right, of the fact that we've been through this once. We're heading into the Prodigy draft sometime this summer as well. And so we need to start stacking these drivers up. Alexandro Vielma, on his final lap of that session, Brian, was able to jump down to a 1:28.589. So effectively got within 2 or 3 tenths of Nathan's best lap. Brenner Schubert in a 1:32, Julian Klaffenbach 1:31, and Amy Framer 1:33. We're not seeing huge swings just yet, right? Because, of course, the 3 other drivers have a couple more sessions to build up their speed and confidence. What really just surprises me is when I look at the way Alexandro just carefully, methodically, lap after lap, finding speed.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see. Some of the other drivers just a little inconsistent with their line, and as the speed picked up, I saw the inconsistency pick up, and that is not what you want to see. You need to back yourself up a little bit, put the car back online, and then try to find the speed. The most important thing is the line. You have to be on the line, and it is the line. It's not a line, it's the line, the proper line, and then you put the speed on that line. If the line begins to change because you're trying to carry more speed, then you're making a mistake.
Can review the video, me and you.
Okay, thank you.
You want to get the information from the guys.
Yeah.
Arjuna.
Hello, Juliana.
You guys, I'm just gonna take it over. I'm taking it over.
Do it. Go for it.
Amy, thank you. You just, a little miscommunication. That was my bad. You just came off the track. Now, I was told earlier that you guys didn't get to review any of your footage. Is that what you're going to be heading over to do in just a little bit? No.
Yeah, I think they're going to download the footage off all of the cars and just see where we can all improve and like where our strengths and stuff were.
When you're feeling coming off the track the first time versus this time, do you feel differently? Did you do things differently? How did you adjust from this morning?
Yeah, so it's obviously dried up really quickly. It's fully dry out there. You can go full out everywhere. Like, honestly, I couldn't stop smiling. The grip is insane. Like, I just felt like I could put so much trust in the car. And yeah, it's like, I don't know, I just had so much confidence out there.
That's got to be a good feeling. I mean, does it make you go faster? Does it make you do things you might not ordinarily do on your first or second ride out there?
Yeah, I didn't expect myself to maybe settle in that quickly. Obviously, there's still a lot of improvement to do. We'll review all the data and everything with the coaches. But I think as a first run in the dry and the wet, I'm really proud of myself, really, yeah.
As you should be. Okay, I asked Jordan earlier, are you guys watching your speed as far as like how fast you're going when you're out there? He said no, but I'm like, someone has to be, but no.
No, I actually didn't know where to look for the speed. I was kind of looking ahead.
Well, that is amazing. Thank you for sharing. Go get your footage, make the adjustments,
Thank you.
Good job today.
Thank you.
All right, guys, back up to you.
And I love smile, happy,
Oh, yeah.
and that spin not even in the mind.
No, and like on the last flying lap as they were coming to the checkered flag, I looked up in turn 6, and you talk about sucker punch. Amy almost gave Brenna Schubert a sucker punch because she was so confident on the brakes going into 6. She almost ran over him at about the turn-in point or halfway to the apex. I mean, she came charging in. So, yeah, she put her problems behind.
Let's go down and have a chat with Brenna, see how that group session went for her.
I was talking about that. I said, did you know that Amy was that close to you out on the course and you weren't aware of that?
Well, I saw someone behind me, but I think, was that the person that I passed beforehand or no? I don't know. But I passed somebody and then I thought that was who was like following me, but I don't know if it was a different person. But it seemed like they were like saying their distance, and then I did notice that they got a little close, but then they like immediately backed off, and then it was a checkered flag. So I was like, if they were gonna keep staying there, then I'd let them pass next session, next time around. But yeah.
Hey, nonetheless, big picture. Let's talk that. It might as well have been a different race day for you out here, based on your practice 1, track conditions, and now this session out here. How much more comfortable are you feeling getting a grasp for this race car, and how did that second session feel?
It felt really good, yeah. The grip seems really good for the conditions, and I was kind of trying to push it a little bit but not going overboard, so definitely excited to go out next session and really try to kind of hone down on some skills there.
So let's talk about the sequential shifting that you and I were talking about. Of course, you need that clutch to get into first, get going down here on pit road, but once then, you use those paddle shifters. But you are shifting on the course, obviously more RPM, probably being carried with these drier conditions. Did you have to change your shifting pattern at all? I mean, was that a different learning aspect as well?
It's kind of, it's easy for the most part, a regular manual H pattern is a lot more difficult, so you don't have to use the clutch out on track or anything, you're just basically moving your fingers, so it's definitely not too hard to pick up.
Now, how would you rate your confidence after session 2 with a third session on the horizon before we end day 2?
I feel really good, yeah, really excited to get back out there, it was super fun. Definitely can kind of feel the physicality of it too, so it reminds me of go-karting, and I'm excited to kind of get into this next session.
That sentiment keeps getting echoed, guys. Reminds them of go-karting, that high downforce, center gravity, quick return style racing here. We're gonna let Brenna get going. We've got Group 2 drivers in their race cars. They're already strapped in. They're awaiting the go-ahead from our team to get them out for their second session of the day, a much drier session than they saw earlier this afternoon.
Hey, Hannah, when are you going to sneak in one?
Hey, listen, I was trying yesterday to get in one. Arjuna and I have both decided that it's probably in their best interest of the insurance policy that we stick to the announcing here this weekend. Well, I don't know. We have some of our VIPs. Cindy Sisson with Wimna is here, and her and I were talking, and I think that needs to be a piece. I think Cindy Sisson and I need to get in one of the Radicals and go out there and just mic us. I don't know that it'll be appropriate for the streaming ears, but nonetheless, entertaining.
So one by one, the cars are rolling off from the pit lane. Already Michael Romanidis, Jai Fletcher, and Leandro Werler have been fired off and away. Just Brandon Hawkin and Matt Caruana are now exiting the pit lane by themselves. And for the first time today, the sun has decided to show itself.
Yeah, I was wondering what that was.
So it's weird, isn't it? I haven't seen it in a while.
It's been hiding. I saw a bunch of it when I was in California this past weekend, but hadn't seen it since I came back to the Midwest and now the South. So good to see.
Here comes the Rwanda Esports driver, Michael Romanidis, F1 Esports competitor for Williams Esports back in 2021, and actually won the IMSA Esports Championship at the end of last year with Lauren Heinrich and, I'm putting myself on the spot, I should know this as the commentator and the person that runs the series, Charlie Collins, I think. Let's listen in though, Max Papis and Eduardo Leo.
70 di gear.
Ah, ok, ho capito, di rapporto.
Di rapporto,
sì,
70-10.
Ah, quindi bello uguale.
Sì, sì.
In quanto si fa il giro?
52 secondi.
Of course, the problem is they're talking code.
Stai su 46,
another language.
You guys, they're speaking. Yes, that's exactly right. No, you can say them. They're speaking another language, and I'm sitting here going, I can't pick it up. I don't know enough of Spanish.
I know buongiorno.
I mean, I'm sitting there. I thought I understood a word or two, and then Max kept going, and I'm like, no, I don't get it.
Exactly. I'm like, we can get bits and pieces. All right, Eduardo, you got to give us a summary because we're sitting here going, we know a little bit, we can't pick it all up. So give us a summary of what you were just talking about with Coach.
Probably it was difficult to understand, I guess, yeah. No, he was just showing me beautiful that they had a replica zone here in America about a karting track that was in Italy, and they replicated it on a one-on-one scale. They invested a lot of money. It was really cool, really cool. It's a really fun track in Italy, yeah.
Did he give you any tips and tricks for when you come out next?
Not now, yes, but he told me that he's available for anything. So yeah, we will. I will for sure say him something if I need to any questions at all.
Amazing, and he gave you his card. So I feel like you need to go to your Instagram, and then tag him. You know, in your first post.
Absolutely, I will do it. Yeah. For sure.
Perfect. All right, guys, we're heading back up to you.
I can't imagine being a young driver and Max Papis coming up to me and saying, hey, if you need anything, here's my card.
Well, you remember, I'm forgetting which driver it was in part one, but didn't speak much English, and so Andrew Carbonell's little bit of Spanish and Portuguese knowledge came in handy.
Yes.
So, these are, off of turn 6. Brandon Hawkin's been having some fun, and he almost spun his car. And a bit of a wave by there. I think it's Mihai Neg letting Michael Romanidis slide on forward.
Well, and it was interesting. Amy was saying, the track's completely dry. No, Amy, it's not completely dry. It was drying and the grip was improving, but I think we just saw that it is not completely dry. Brandon Hawkin letting it hang out, coming off of the apex of 6.
And finally got the chance to talk to Brandon during lunch, by the way, so he has been chastised for failing to respond to my Discord message asking to get to know him just that little bit better. We're watching through turn 6 in front of the comms boxes. You're watching turns 11 and 12. That's Jai Fletcher that's gone straight out wide, and as the times are coming on in, remember these are just their first lap times, so got a 1:33.6 for Jai Fletcher. Michael Romanidis' first lap time was a 1:35, and Leandro Werler with a 1:37. But Street Kart Racing jumped into our chat, and they were saying that Alessandro Vioma had a chat with Lawrence Beerton in the build-up to Prodigy Week.
Yeah, you were
Part
telling
2.
me that.
And so we saw the consistent drop-off in lap times, an approach that we saw from Lawrence and replicated by Vioma.
Well, it's a good idea to get advice whenever you can, and Lawrence did such a great job here, and obviously he passed along his process, and we saw it play out. I won't say to perfection because we're going to keep going quicker as we go, but you now go, okay, see, that worked. Okay, that's what I need to apply each time I go out on the track.
And we saw the onboard there with Michael Romanidis. So yeah, you can see the hands at work for some of these drivers as they continue just to punch in the lap times. Di Fletcher now down to a 1:31.459. And that, as I watched through turn 6 out of the broadcast booth, was Michael Romanidis. I'm not saying sideways there, but it was the wiggle as he got onto the power, rose over the crest. You can tell that they're right on that fine edge of understeer and then sliding into oversteer.
Well, and the cars are obviously set up very, very well because they reward you when you do the right thing, and they don't punish you aggressively if you do the wrong thing, but they let you know you've done the wrong thing. And it's really interesting watching the cars at turn in and turn 6. The driver gets off the brake too soon there, you'll see the nose kind of raise up, and the car won't make it to the apex. They'll get that understeer right after the brake release because the brake release was a little too soon. If they carry the brake into the corner, the nose stays down, the car heads to the apex. But if they jump off the brake aggressively once the car's loaded and on its way to the apex, it will over-rotate on the way in. And if you do it just right, it rewards you with this nice little trail brake rotation, point to the apex, and then it settles down with a nice smooth throttle application. And so the drivers are really trying to work out that delicate balance of brake release, throttle application there to keep the car smooth, take advantage of transferring the weight with the brake release, and smoothly picking up the throttle to settle the rear on the way out.
The fastest lap time from that first session, by the way, 1:28.231. Michael Romanidis has just done a 1:29.220, so he is making his way down to the lap time. And just a correction, I think I said Mihai Nej was out on track. No, instead that is Matt Caruana in the number 90 machine. There you see the times on the left-hand side.
Michael Romanidis with a big slide at 6 that last time. Off the brakes a little too soon. You can see the nose rise up. Aggressive throttle application. The rear instantly stepped out and carried that slide off the corner. He's going to want to settle that down a little bit, get that rear end underneath the car a little bit more. You want a little bit of slip angle in the tire, but you need the car moving forward, not sliding out to the side. As long as I can keep the trajectory going in the right direction, that little bit of wheel spin, that little bit of slip angle isn't a bad thing. But as it starts to move laterally, I'm not going in the right direction towards the finish line, so I need to calm that down a little bit. I would suggest that he needs to carry a little more brake towards the apex and then pick up the throttle more smoothly on the way off.
1:29 for Brandon Hawkin as well, a 7:97 for him. Leandro Werle actually slightly slower on his third timed attempt, so I think that just showing that the comfort level still rising for him in the number 88, the black sucker punch entry, as we see him in front of our comms booth riding out of turn number 6.
And that was a really nice job that time for Leandro through turn 6. Very well balanced. This looks good right now, but a little bit too much rotation. That's the 93 once again of Romanidis that we were just talking about. He's just off the brake a little too soon and into the throttle a little too soon, and that's what's getting the rear end out, and then he's just losing some of that drive off the corner because he's just been a little too aggressive with the throttle application, I believe.
And I remember, during part 1, talking to Cam Darce a little bit as he was watching the data analysis that was being done from the drivers. And some of the conversation that was had was about chattering, the brake lockup. We were talking about, drivers having the ability to move the brake bars front and rearward. As it's drying now, do you think any of these drivers are having to just keep in mind that they had moved it back and now it needs to maybe be going forward?
And here's the problem for them on the racetrack right now, if indeed that's the case. They have no radio communication. In the real world of racing, there would be a radio in the car, and your crew chief or your engineer would say, remember your bias, remember your bias. As the track dries, you're going to want to move that back forward. Well, there's no one telling them that. They're going to have to sense it on their own. And for me, I'm going to bet a fair number of them have forgotten that because they're just so focused on driving the car, right? I mean, why wouldn't you be? It's your only second time on the racetrack, your first time on the racetrack solo, so it's real easy to lose some of the details and to lose that plan if it wasn't reiterated to you in the beginning and or if you didn't file it away in your brain before you went back out there. So,
well, IndyCars, I race some of them in the virtual world. You have ARBs, weight jackers, and, fuel maps on oval. It's always funny that you have someone on a restart that's left it in map 8 to save some fuel and forgets to put it back into fuel rich. And doesn't go anywhere on the start.
And it happens in the real world too, you know, and it's one of those deals where it gets more and more complicated as you go. This may only be kind of a first step for these drivers in the real world, but they've never done it before. So that first step was a big step. So there's a lot for them to think about right now. Would not surprise me at all if we've kind of lost track of the fact that the bias could be adjusted.
So Leandro Whirler to the line, and I heard a big backfire as well on the downshift. That sounded glorious. Again, the visceral reaction from the drivers, it's got to be great. Visceral reaction maybe from Brandon Hawkin. You may not realize 1:28.634 was a pretty decent lap time, but my heavens, Michael Romanidis, 1:27.637 has just gone around 0.8 faster than we saw in group number 1.
Well, I can almost guarantee you there's another half second for him, and they'll look at data after the session is over, and he'll figure out a way to find more time. I know where some of it is, and I can only see the one corner from my vantage point, but if he attacks the rest of the racetrack the way he's attacking it right now, and if he can make that adjustment to make it better, he's going to find a considerable amount of lap time.
I feel as though as well, so many of these drivers watched part 1 in their preparation for this, so they have a pretty good understanding of how the day is going to flow. They've set themselves up mentally quite well. And I'm just looking at these lap times. Only Leandro Whirler in this second group hasn't dipped below the 1:30 bracket just yet, and I think partially because he might have had a small slide or something on that third lap, which might have dented his confidence. Checkered flag's going to fly momentarily because I see the flag stand in front of us getting ready to unfurl it, but this has been a fascinating session, and they're flying on past. Slightly shorter sessions than initially planned with a rain delay that we had to open up the day. But I think this is good, right, as well, because they'll get out, they'll do their lap times, and immediately back in to review the data.
Absolutely, and that data, we heard Spencer Pumpelly talk about it at the beginning of the day when he was having that chat down in the driver's briefing room with his driver, saying, you need to learn to analyze data. That's going to be where your speed comes from, and you're going to enjoy doing it because it's fascinating. It's like getting the answers to the test after you've taken it. So they've taken their test. Now they're going to go back and review it, and then we're going to see if they take the test better tomorrow as hopefully the track continues to stay dry throughout the remainder of the sessions that we have here.
I'm just looking at Michael Romanidis. He got a lap time in of a 1:35.624, so I'm not quite sure if he backed off on the final lap.
He had backed off coming out of 6. I think he felt like he was catching the cars in front. He was going to give himself a gap and go for another one, but checkered flag came out before he could.
He ends up being not the only driver, though, into the 1:27s. He's still 0.3 faster, but Jai Fletcher improves at the end of the session. And I think now all cars have seen the checkered flag, so he'll be down onto pit lane for them and out for group number 3 in a few moments' time. David Dalton Jr. in our YouTube chat. I am missing this so much. David, we're missing you too. And of course, David, one of the 12 Prodigy Week Part 1 drivers that will be eligible in that draft for the in the summer when we get to it. And of course, he was fastest in the autocross times that we had on day number 1. Don't go anywhere, though. We're in the second runnings for our drivers here in Prodigy Week Part 2. 2 groups done, 2 to go.
Company growth will remain consistent despite what the economy is.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh shoot! My pickle spilled! Oh! Ah, there goes my snack. Oh! It was in my pocket this whole time. Okay, where were we?
There's a better way to eat pickles on the go. Sucker Punch, the snack with a snap.
And as the drivers file their way on into the pit lane, Group 2 officially has come to a close. Arjuna Kankipati alongside of Brian Till up here in the broadcast booth at the Atlanta Motorsports Park. I almost said Motor Speedway there. Caught me
I'm
out.
surprised I haven't.
I was doing a broadcast on iRacing at the Atlanta Motor Speedway a couple of weeks ago. I said Atlanta Motorsports Park. I was so excited to come here. But already seen Michael Romanidis, Jai Fletcher, Leandro Whirler, Brandon Hawkin, and Matt Caruana make their second trips out onto track. If you're a fan or friend and family of Camden Hibbit, Kamil Pavlovski, Eduardo Leo, Will Redford, or Mihai Neg, they are up next. So do not go anywhere. And it's taken a while, I think, for us to get to this stage where the drivers are left to their own devices. But I feel that same excitement that I did at the end of Prodigy Week Part 1, when we saw the drivers improve, and we saw at the chase how well they did as well. And there was this real buzz, not just from the sim drivers, but the likes of Kent Stacey, Kenton Cook, Max Papis, who were all just going, how did these sim drivers how could they do this?
Well, and I think the excitement's building down on pit lane because as the track is drying and the speed are increasing, the lap time's falling, the crew members feel it too, right? I mean, all of our partners that are helping get these cars on the racetrack feel it too. Everything's just a little bit more electric. It feels more like we're racing now. Well, we were racing earlier, but now they're out there on their own. The racetrack's drying, and you can literally see the speed differentials now that are coming into play, and it just makes everyone a little bit more excited.
And I'm not going to compare times really from session 1 to session 2 for this second group running, because we are seeing the dry line slowly start to emerge. I mean, I look at turn 6, and basically through the turn-in phase to the power down, straighten up the car, the racing line is almost bone dry.
From turns 3 and 4 all the way to the brake zone of 6, it is dry on line. Interestingly enough, right at the beginning of the braking zone, it's a little bit dry, but right in the compression, as the cars are going a little bit slower, it's not pulling as much moisture up. So the car is going to handle a little bit differently in the second half of the brake zone instead of the first half. Conversely, I look up to turn 12, the climbing uphill right-hand corner that's so blind at the top of it. The line into the corner is very dry. It's still damp offline, but different areas of the racetrack drying differently too. And that's another thing, Arjuna, that these drivers are going to have to pay attention to. The shielded areas of the racetrack that get no breeze, and obviously there's not really a lot of sun right now, but as a driver, you have to think about certain areas of the racetrack drying before others and certain staying a little bit more damp.
If we take the left side of this dash, you'll see it is oil temperature, followed by battery voltage, followed by your last lap time. So they do get a number off of what they did the last lap, and therefore as they go through the session, they know whether they're improving or whether they worked or did not work. On the right side, you have oil temperature at the top, oil pressure in the middle, and like I said earlier, the lap time at the bottom right. So they have quite a bit of information. Above them, they have a brake bias knob. So in the morning, it was raining. We had to turn the bias backwards a little bit, meaning kind of using more brake force from the rear tires. Now, as it dries up, we start to shift that balance forward. And you have the ignition switches, the engine switch, and the kill button.
Okay, so I'm curious. Are you wanting your drivers to look at that when they're out there, or what's kind of like your preference for them?
So I already told one driver, he's asking me like, hey, is there speed on the dash? I'm like,
yeah.
What?
Well, I asked them that
Yeah.
too, and they're like, actually, I didn't notice. So I'm like, that's probably a good thing.
Right. No, the last thing you need to be looking at is the speed, right? You should be looking at the next corner ahead and just thinking about, what do I feel right now? Am I faced the right way? Are we on track? Is this feeling like a good lap? Should I try that again, or should I try something new for the next corner? So it's really like not what we need to be focused on. There's good information. Specifically, if anything's going wrong, there are alarms that will let the drivers know.
Okay.
And there is just something to give you a base every lap, what lap you did the last time by.
Well, thank you so much for that. That is, I loved it. I know everyone else did too. We are going to head on over to Hannah.
And Michael just climbed out of the car here as well and joins me again. Very different track conditions from the first time that you went out. How are you feeling after the second session?
Oh, it was really good, to be honest. The first one wasn't really representative because of how slow we're going behind the pace cars, but of course that's probably the ideal first time out on track as well. And the second one was so nice. I mean, I think it was about 15 minutes in total. Towards the end I was getting a little bit tired and a little bit nauseous, but I think in terms of the lap times, they were good. The feel with the car was really nice, and it was just so much fun.
Tyler Edwards with Primal, you talked with him the moment you got out of the car. What was that conversation?
Well, I was greeted with good news because he said it was quite decent class of the field, so I don't know what that means exactly. I think a couple of the guys were really close in terms of lap times, but yeah, in terms of race car experience, I don't really have any, so going out there and being quite competitive, it was really, really confidence inspiring, and hopefully the next time, because there was a lot of mistakes even on my fastest lap, so there's a bit of time to be gained still, but yeah, it was so much fun. It's been great.
You guys had the physical fitness assessment yesterday, of course, and now have that time behind the wheel. And you mentioned the physical fatigue that came with that track session. Is this going to change how you prep your physical fitness moving forward when you get the chance to get back behind the wheel?
Yes, I mean, there's so many things to exercise on your body and everything that until you get in the car and you feel what exactly is being pushed to the limit, you don't really know what to exercise the most. I think for me, the most pain I felt was in the wrists, in the hands in general, just turning the wheel. And the G-forces was the first time I ever experienced G-force on the neck, so I think those are the two biggest things. And in terms of the fitness assessment, I think the running is something to work on. I think it's really good exercise in general. But yeah, in general, it was more me getting nauseous in the car than the actual pain in the body, because I always get really car sick when I'm a passenger, but it looks like even when I'm driving it gets a little bit bad sometimes, but overall we lasted 15 minutes or so, so it was quite good.
We're going to let Michael head back to the room, of course, a little debriefing with his coach of Spencer Pampelli, but Juliana, over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, I am here with Leandro. I know yesterday you told me that your English isn't very good, but you know what? I have to tell you, thank you for telling me that, because it not only shows your character and that you really do care about what you're doing here, and this is so important, but you didn't want to feel like, I'm avoiding everyone, I'm getting left out. So we're going to do our best right now. Can you give me a recap of how it was out there?
Yeah, this is my first time in a real racing car, and I did my best, and I was a little nervous before, but when I sit the car, I am relaxed and I did my best.
So you were nervous before, and when you got in, you settled down, you felt good.
Yeah.
What was your coach telling you right before, right here? What were you guys talking about?
About the corners.
Yes.
In our circuit, but yeah, that's it. We talk me relax and enjoy the moments. Yeah, that's it.
Amazing. Well, Leandro, thank you so much. We love having you here, and we love being able to communicate any way that we can. So it's really special. All right, guys, we are going to be coming with more drivers later, but right now we're going to take a quick break while I go find them.
Well, that was fun, listening to some of the drivers chatting. And I just want to say for Leandro as well, I'm sure he's uncomfortable in the situation, but I think it's a benefit for the teams to have someone from a motorsports mad country like Brazil who can connect with that audience. And when he gets more comfortable in English and we see that personality start to shine through, I get the sense it's going to be a big, big thing for him to finally be able to show a bit more of himself.
People in Brazil love motorsports?
Apparently.
There's
this guy
it's a rumor.
Ayrton, what's his name?
It's a rumor.
Oh, speaking of Ayrton, by the way, did you realize that the condominiums here are named after racing drivers?
I did not.
So there's one that's the Senna condominium block. There's the Vettel condominium block. I think we need to get a Brian Till condominium block next.
No, they have one. It's the small plastic building that's down on the end. I saw it.
You saw it?
I saw it.
Back on track for Camden Hibbit, Camo Pavlovski, Eduardo Leo, Will Redford, and Mihai Neg. Did see in chat that Mark Redford said it's very weird to be watching Will on the TV rather than being there in person, so he's cheering his son on from over the pond.
Well, I mean, think about that. Your child has this opportunity, right? This huge opportunity, and you can't be there. You know, I mean, thank God that technology exists where you can follow it, but it's just not the same. It's just not the same. And so hats off to all of those family members, partners that couldn't be here, because I know it's nerve-wracking. I know it is, but they're in good hands, and obviously the machinery they're driving is prepared flawlessly by the guys at Primal Motorsports and just really well taken care of. I was so impressed last year with what they were able to do, and this year I think they've stepped up their game even more.
And Will, by the way, did mention when we had a chat with him a little bit earlier today that his girlfriend is here with him at the track. The one piece of advice that she gave him, apparently, I think you know what it was. Don't crash the car. We'll see with the lap times next time by at the line, though. Sun continuing just to rear its head, and what a glorious day it is turning into here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park. Prodigy Week Part 2, 20 drivers from sim racing worlds and backgrounds that vary, from countries that vary as well, out on track and trying to prove exactly what they can do. And that track, that shot through turn number 1, there is a dry line that's been carved through there.
Absolutely, and the only part of the racetrack that I don't really know about right now is that what?
The final
10,
corner.
11, 10, 11, because I can't quite see that. I can see the hill up into 12, and I know that it's dry on line at least to the apex. I don't know about 13 coming down the hill and then this last section. There's a good look at it from the drone. But what these drivers need to do on these first couple of laps, we talked about this in the very first session when the drivers were out there solo without the pace cars leading them around. Take your time on the first lap to discover what you've got to deal with. Once you know what you've got to deal with and where the track is dry and where it may still be a little bit iffy, once you know that, now you can put your plan into action.
Kamil Pavlovski did have that spin in his first session, but I'm pretty sure that is the fastest first lap time that we have seen from anybody so far today. And looking through my notes, I can confirm by at least 3 or so seconds. Eduardo Leo, though, oh my, 1:29.762. I guess when you speak Italian to Max Papis, it gives you some secret power.
There you go.
Oh, 1:29.762. I know we're talking about the track drying up, but that's a level of confidence that I'm quite surprised to see. Will Redford does a 1:30.173, so it's a pretty, solid lap time from him first time by. These are the drivers, though, that did have their lead follow session in the drier conditions, weren't they?
I believe they were. So it's going to be one of those things. They know it a little bit better. Now let's watch these drivers kind of start to explore the limits here as they have had a couple of laps on the racetrack now, and now is where we want to see that progression just continue to tumble down a little bit.
A little bit slow as we watch into turn 6 for the 04 of Will Redford. That does not look like a car that's up to full racing speed by any means.
That seems odd. Looks to be well off the pace and doing a great job of keeping the car offline. So good job there, but perhaps some type of an issue. You don't see that often with these radicals.
I also have yet to
In the
see
high
a time
24s.
from Mihai Neg pop
Or
up on my
last
timing screen,
event they
so
ran high 24s.
I'm wondering if there's something that's happened to him. It's finally come in, actually, so may have just taken him a little bit of time. It was a 1:48.28 across the line as well, just in front of us for Eduardo Leo, 1:27 for him. This is kind of what I think we were waiting to see from some of the top-level esports drivers. Could they deliver their first time in the car? Remember, he's never been in a car before, doesn't have a driver's license. Let's go down to pit lane.
Kent Stacy, I gotta ask you, how are you feeling today? This event, I mean, it's a dream come true. We talked to David Cook earlier, but I gotta get your opinion on it.
I love this, man. It's so cool. Great group of people. It's all of our ideas, our visions of what we've wanted to see happen. And it's actually happening, and it's moving along so well. The whole program's growing so quickly. And then to watch these guys, their first time in a car, a race car, and especially in wet conditions, in the the previous session, the fast lap was at 27.6.
I know you're watching it on your phone right now,
yeah,
right?
so I have the times. 27.4. Someone just went faster. Last year they were in the high 24s, which was pretty phenomenal, and which just surprised us.
Yeah.
But these guys are surprising me. I mean, wet conditions and what they've been doing is just unbelievable. To get into a real car and pull that off. So very happy to be part of this and being able to help put this thing together.
I mean, what are your goals when this thing really takes off? Because I believe in it.
Yeah.
And when it does, like, what is it going to mean to you? And then also, what is it going to force you guys to then continue to chase?
Well, we're growing. We have a lot of big ideas where we want to take this and what we want to do it. So we want to turn it ultimately into a big series. And we've got a lot of media ideas and content that we want to do with, where we want to go with it. Just with showing what the drivers are, monitoring them and seeing how they operate and what makes them tick. But ideally the series, getting that going. So we're going to we have a series coming up, and we'll have hold competitions, and we're going to have teams, and it's going to be exciting.
That's really fun. Would you guys? How are you going to gather your competitors? Are you going to do it the similar way that you guys have done here, or?
Yeah, it's all through Prodigy passes. So the only way in is a golden ticket.
So the same way.
Yeah, that's so you can be a good car driver, but you have to win a golden ticket.
You still have to get that.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's check those top lines. Those lap times one more time while we have you. Just to see if they're
27.2.
So still at 27.
Yeah.
When do you think they're going to make that shift to to those 24s, low 24s?
Well, first off, that's way faster than I was expecting today.
Right now, okay.
Yeah. For the caliber of the drivers.
Right. Okay.
But they surprised us last year. I'm assuming by the end of the day, there's a chance it could be almost a second faster.
And do you think it's them just getting comfortable, or is it something also maybe today that has to do with the wetness?
Yeah, so as the times will drop today, the track's going to get better. It's still wet. And as the track dries off, it'll get considerably better. And they'll build confidence because there's puddles out there and they're catching the car. So track is going to be the big deal.
Awesome. Well, it's going to be fun to watch. Thank you so much, Kent. We appreciate all you do.
Absolutely.
All right. We are going to go over to Hannah right now. She's got 2 guys ready to go.
Nope, check 1, 2. We got a little friendly competition already going on here between Matt and Jai. We were talking about, getting ready to go over telemetry, and then it was, okay, well, who can give me the longer interview here? And Jai already teased it up with, well, I already went faster than him on the racetrack, and he's like, hold on here. I'm going to let you take it first here. How did that second session feel?
It was my first ever time in a race car. I'd never driven a race car up until that point, so it was all about getting them first couple of laps in, but instantly when I got in, I felt like, okay, this is where I'm meant to be. I'm happy here. So I just built the pace. I was 0.3 off Marco Romanidis, second in the session overall, which I'm quite happy with. And crucially, 1.5 seconds faster than Matt. So I don't know what's going on there.
All right, Matt, here's your chance. We're going to let you defend on this.
Yeah, well, I was just seeing whether the track was still damp or not, getting used to it, and then building up the pace a little bit more. End of the session, it got a little bit drier, so yeah, it was good. But I'm going to have to go fast next time to beat him, so yeah.
Spencer Pampelli, your guys' coach, you had that first session. You haven't had the chance to go over your data acquisition and film from your second session, but what has Spencer been telling you so far?
Yeah, he's just been telling us to find the limits with everything, like the brakes, for example, just to, on the out lap, test it a little bit. And then obviously that will help to not lock up on your actual lap and things like that. But yeah, just about finding a rhythm and getting into it.
Now, Jai, I'm going to ask you here. Of course, he's in your group, so Spencer's also your coach. But you were up top. We pulled you down here from the sky deck to talk to us with drivers outside of your group. Is this competition of your guys' lap time going outside of your group as well? Have you guys comparing up there?
No, not really. I was just showing him the lap times, saying that we're only 3 tenths apart, asking, just genuinely just conversing with each other about how it felt on track. The real competition for me starts tomorrow, and well, I just can't wait to get out there again today.
I was going to say, you have one more session a little bit later on today. How are you feeling about that session?
I feel really good. Obviously the sun's out now, so it's naturally going to dry the track and we're going to have a lot more grip. So that's where the benchmark times incoming ahead of tomorrow. So that's where the times are to be found when the track's fully dry.
Well, the track is getting fully dry again. We've been able to shed off of some of our layers. Have you been able to dry your race suit out at all here?
No, I'm soaking, to be honest, from the morning session, but just got to push through it. We still get to drive the cars, so I'm not complaining.
Hey, listen, they're finding the silver lining here. Maybe soaked in wet race suits, but nonetheless living out a dream here with Racing Prodigy getting to drive race cars.
And so as the checkered flag is out for the third group of this consistency run for these drivers, we've seen some impressive lap times, and Will Redford with a technical issue. Oh, that's a statement. 1:27.062. He's half a tenth quicker than Camden Hibbit, and he basically got 2 flying laps in that session.
Wow, that is impressive. And I was just going to talk about, I thought, watching Camden Hibbit and Eduardo Leo, you could have put a quarter down at the apex of turn 6 and they would have run over it consistently. That they are on the same line every single time, and they're just finding a little bit here and a little bit there. But, man, that is absolutely impressive for Will Redford. He didn't get the reps, but he certainly got the lap time.
And I hope his father Mark's watching with a big smile as well, because Mark, your son's done you proud in that first session, especially with a limited practice time, and I think that's a bit of a statement. As well from Camden Hibbit and Eduardo Leo, both of them effectively from their second lap onwards were in the 1:27s. Kent Stacy was surprised apparently to see the drivers were doing that time. And let's not forget, we cannot have any comparisons in terms of raw lap times back to week 1, because A, we've had the rain, but B as well, let's not forget the weather is totally different. It's warmer. The engines are going to be running at a slightly different, power band probably because of all of that. And so do not read into those times too much. And again, on the final day of Prodigy Week Part 1, it was freezing cold when we started. We had to slowly get the drivers acclimatized to conditions and only then start to ratchet up the pace. And David Dalton Jr. had said the one thing that he, or maybe it was someone else, and I'm misremembering from the YouTube chat, but they were saying that it was potentially that session where they thought they should have been a bit more aggressive. Camden Hibbit jumps out of the car. That's the onboard look from him. Struggling a little bit.
And he is used to these slim margins between quickest and second quickest. He's what, 47 100ths of a second?
Thousandths.
47 1,000ths of a second, yeah, behind Will Redford. I mean, you can't see that, Arjuna. You literally, standing beside the racetrack, can't see that.
That is a blink of an eye kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, and so it's one of those things that I can't stress how close the competition is right now. And again, it's not about the ultimate lap time, but watching these drivers, I said this last year, I'm so impressed. Now, obviously, Camden has some experience. He's been driving a Mazda MX-5 Cup and not in the Pro Series, but he's been driving. He's been racing since he was 5 or 6 years old. He has experience, but this throws a different level of pressure on you. And every one of these drivers is answering. And
he's probably got more pressure in some ways because he's got that real-world background. He had to deliver in this first session. And so credit and kudos to him. But also Eduardo Leo, I want to sing his praises a little bit more again because never getting behind the wheel of a car before he was in the autocross competition yesterday. That must have been interesting for him. And now what an experience as well. And the first lap time as well, the only driver in the 129s.
So impressive to watch these drivers go from the sim world to the real world.
So I think we can head down to the pit lane. We've seen Camden Hibbit take his helmet off. Let's see if he's ready to catch up with Giuliano.
He took his helmet off, and his hair is just perfect for camera. He goes, I didn't bring my hat. I said, we don't care about your hair. All right, so we talked earlier about your line of sight. I'm curious, when you were out there, did you feel that? Did you even notice?
Yes and no. It's definitely you have to move your eyes so much faster than what I'm used to. With the downforce in this car, you have so much grip in the corners and almost like, not to a certain extreme, but like you have to plan ahead more than you normally would because of how fast you're going, and everything just happens so fast in these cars. When it starts to push, you gotta act really quick, and when it starts to slide around, your hands have to be so fast to be able to catch these cars. But this thing is awesome. I had a ton of fun out there. Looking forward to the final session later.
I love seeing the smiles on y'all's faces when you get out of the car. It's like, it fuels the soul. But I am curious, did you get to watch any of your footage from this morning? Were you in the group that was able to watch it, or you guys haven't watched?
I watched maybe 30 seconds of it when we were inside. There wasn't, with the lead follow, it's kind of hard to compare.
Okay.
Obviously, we can take stuff away line-wise and kind of where you were running. But it's kind of hard to compare to other drivers when everybody's essentially running the same speed. So it made it somewhat difficult to kind of figure out what to do to go faster. But we're definitely going to go in and work with Andrew Carbonell, and we're going to get faster and keep progressing throughout the day.
All righty, we love it. I think that Hannah might have someone down below, but guys, we might just be going back up to you for just a second.
Thank you, Camden. Go here. There we go. So actually, I am good to go here with Will Redford. We were just talking only a handful of laps. You had a problem with the shifter there in that session, but nonetheless, still posting one of the fastest times of the day in only those 2 laps. How does that make you feel confident about?
Pretty good. I know there's quite a lot left in that lap. I had a big mistake at the hairpin where I had the rear step out, so there's easy like a second left in that at least just from that. So, to come away with the fastest time, even only having 2 flying laps, I'm pretty happy with that.
And obviously communication, a big key part between yourself and the coach. You have those shifter issues. What was that conversation when you came down and talked to your coach about, okay, hey, this is what's happening with the car, this is what I'm feeling?
It was literally just, I came down the pit lane, they asked what's up, I said the shifter's broken, and the mechanics got straight on it, and then they sorted it in about a minute or so, and I went back out. So it wasn't really that much of an issue. It was pretty quickly sorted.
And of course, Andrew Carbonell, your coach here, came and talked with you just for a moment after you got out of the race car. What did he say to you? What's been the feedback so far, even with those minimal laps?
Honestly, we haven't had much because this morning we were just behind the safety car getting a feel for the car, so there wasn't really much to review there. he only let me know then that I'd done the fastest time, so that's the only real words I've exchanged with him, but I'm sure we'll go back and go through the data and see where I can go even quicker in the next session.
One of the young drivers here in the field, and of course showing the speed here overall. We know you come from a BMW background, having a mechanic there. Do you feel like having a mechanical background almost helps you in relaying and communicating things that you're seeing and feeling with the race car?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's quite important for race drivers to know the cars ins and out. I mean, even down to setup choices, you need to know what you want the mechanics to do to your car. And even if you have an issue on track, you might feel something that maybe someone doesn't know about or someone's missed when they checked over the car. You might feel it when you're out on track, and you need to relay that back to your mechanics. So I think it's quite important, and it does help me. Whether or not it's my biggest trait, I have no idea, but I think it is quite important.
Well, thank you so much, Will. And again, we always talk about how important it is for those drivers to be able to communicate not only what they're feeling, but what changes adjustment and having that mechanical background. Definitely a huge asset as well, Juliana.
Yes, Hannah, that is exactly right. And I'm here with Mihai. One thing we talked about earlier was this is your first time. I know this is now your second run, but you said this is the first one of going full out, whatever you wanted. How was it?
It was really nice, like having much more grip compared to the run with the pace car in front. And I try to take it a bit cautiously to see like every corner, what can I do, like what can't I do. And yeah, I try to take it like small steps in front because I didn't want to make a mistake and ruin the day for everyone. So yeah, it was more of a methodical approach, let's say. So, yeah.
You were just speaking with Andrew. Was he giving you guys some tips on things? Or?
Yeah, we were talking about the way we should approach corners when it comes to braking, how to improve each braking zone. So yeah, it's really useful information, and I'll try to take that into the next session and keep working on it. So yeah.
Awesome. Okay, I'm not going to put you on the spot, but I'm still going to come to you for my joke.
From the joke? I think the best one that I can come with is is the weather in Atlanta so far has been really a joke, so I can't come up with a better one than this. So yeah.
You know what? We'll take it. I love it. I love it.
I can do so far. So, yeah.
That's good. Keep working on it, but I love it so far.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you, Mihai. Guys, we're sending it back up to you.
That is slander of Atlanta weather that I've never heard before. It's not like it's never snowed and iced over here. We had the snowpocalypse once, but at least we've got the sun out now. They don't have to deal with freezing cold conditions, at least.
He was put on a spot, you know? I mean, he's having to dig deep. It was okay.
It was a decent joke, I guess. It was an all right morning. Out and away goes Craig Laws in the sucker punch number 93, and so it's the final group of this second run for our 20 participants. After this, we will, of course, have an additional group run for each of these teams to get their legs under them, get a bit more consistency under their belt, and so Craig Laws, Thomas Bellman, Rupert Kirkupa, Nikodem Wisniewski, and Jordan Johnson are rolling out onto track, and now I'm very, very curious. These drivers would have been watching on and probably seeing some of the times that have been punched in by the other drivers. Do they feel like they're seeing those times, they're seeing the dry track, and it's time to push, or they're going to be a little bit more reserved on their opening timed attempt?
I keep going back to, and it doesn't matter if you're an experienced IndyCar driver or you're here at the Racing Prodigy event and it's your first time out on the racetrack solo, your first lap out is always an exploration lap. It always is. And it doesn't matter that you know that the racetrack is now coming in and it's faster and so on and so forth. Obviously, if you're an experienced IndyCar driver and it's qualifying, you're going to find a gap and then you're going to go for it. But you're going to explore the racetrack again on the first lap through. So it's one of those things that, yeah, you know that the racetrack is dry. You know that it's quick. I don't know that I would have paid a lot of attention to times. We know from the previous sessions that they've gone quicker in each of the following sessions. So you just know that the track's getting better. That's all you need to know right now. And you need to measure yourself against yourself. That's the most important thing. And that's so hard to do because you do want to measure yourself against everybody else. That's what racing's all about. But there'll be a time for that, and that's not right now.
No, right. Again, we talk so much about progression from these drivers. Even if you're not at the top of the time charts in the first run, if you get closer and we see that improvement to get you that much closer, a lot of teams are going to see that and go, you know what, there's more potential here. They could continue to get faster and maybe rise above those that might have hit their peak performance. Running down that main straightaway, though, it's going to be first time by the time strike for Craig Laws, the jumps onto the brakes, had a bit of tire squealing, and then dive down through that opening corner. Then the rise, out through 2, a little bit of a left hand flying kink, and then long turn 3 and 4. Left-hand loop at the water tower that sees you dive back down towards the braking zone at turn number 6. And there is that run up towards the long sweeping left-hander. And this is where as well, we were talking about on the track walk. This is a corner with so many different phases and so many different things to be thinking about, because by the time you start going through the corner, you're uphill going left, and then you start to go down a little bit. The water, I'm sure, has moistened up a little bit of that track as well. It's a fascinating complex to really deal with. And then you get the middle part of the lap with that double right-hander down and then up into the final sector and the long left-hander. So many different challenges around here.
Well, and I think that's the thing that makes this racetrack so cool, right? I mean, is the technical challenge to it. But it's the other thing that makes Racing Prodigy utilizing this facility so cool. We could have gone someplace that was flat, that didn't have a personality, that didn't have the technical challenges to it, but we didn't. We came here, and I think that's really a better measurement tool to see how these drivers really adapt to the real world.
Oh, big snap there in the MPI machine. That might have been Nikodem Wisniewski, but as Craig Laws punches in the first time, 133.0. Thomas Bellman, a 128.719. Let's go back down to pit lane.
Thank you, Arjuna. We're down here having a good time, Matt Fast. Matt, we're talking about our sponsors, and I said, have you had the sucker punch? He goes, no, I haven't had it yet. I'm like, oh my God, perfect.
Excuse me. I get $1 for this? I needed that. It's been a hot day out here running around.
How does it taste? Give us your feedback.
It tastes like pickle juice.
It does.
But most people don't know how hydrating it is, and we're glad to have it, Sucker Punch here hydrating us, because it's critically important in racing.
It absolutely is. We've talked to them a bunch, and it's very important, but they're just one of our sponsors. You guys are looking for more. Tell me all about that, how it works, where are you going to go, how are you going to find them? Because we need them. This is too good to lose.
We do. I mean, the way we're connecting with the sponsors is the purpose-driven nature of our business model, which is to open up motorsports for all. I personally, led a life from not enough money to race and fortunate enough to make enough money to race, and it's challenging.
Yes.
And they're like most other sports, you can't, you need money to do this. And we're trying to lower that barrier to the same cost of any other sport, like baseball, basketball, hockey, golf. And there are hundreds of millions of people who are developing skills. They're playing games and they're playing simulators, but they're developing real skills to uncover their own talent to actually race cars. And we're going to give those people a chance to do that. So in terms of the sponsors, we need audience. So get the word out, watch what we're doing, get behind us. The sponsors getting behind the purpose and having audience is important to our business model. But also this week, what I'm most excited about relative to our first Prodigy Week a year ago or 6 months ago was we have a lot of people engaged, partners, important people in the racing industry who are coming here. Somebody just flew in from Italy, I can't tell you who it is, from a very important racing company, and told me he needed to be here because of what we're doing, and said it's one of the greatest racing things he's ever seen, and he wants to get behind it. He's going home to talk to his partners and see if they can get involved.
That is really, really, really exciting to hear. It makes me just grin from ear to ear because it's fun to see and it's fun to know. I got to ask, if I'm a sponsor coming to you, what is my benefit that I'm going to gain from becoming part? we know what this is all, but how do you sell it to them?
Yeah, I think it's three things. We got to build the audience, so we're getting there. A lot more people are getting involved, but it's really the storytelling about their products with our brand, and hopefully that's in alignment with the purpose of what we're trying to do, which was to open up motorsports for anybody in the world. And I think that's a great purpose to have, so they can get behind that and align with their brand principles. I think it's a great fit.
And are you guys specific on what sponsors you want? I mean, obviously we have pickle juice. We have what is it open to everyone? Anyone can come in, or are you guys kind of trying to hone in on a certain industry? How does that work?
Yeah, I think where we've had the most immediate excitement is what they call the endemics. It's the products that are directly related to racing. Sim equipment, real racing gear. What we're trying to do is open up to anybody, any company with any brand. Yeah, absolutely. And we're global.
Right.
And we skew to an audience of people between 15 and 35. It's a great target audience. It's men and women.
We love to hear that, and actually I'm sure everyone loves to hear that too, because that means that you can go tell your friends who have whatever product that might be great, reach out to them. How do they reach out to potentially become a sponsor for you?
Well, they can go to our website and call me, Matt Fosnack, or Dave Cook, our CEO. Our numbers are right there on the website. Email us. We would love to have you.
That's perfect. All right, guys, thank you so much, Matt. We appreciate it. I hope that pickle juice shot fueled you up. You're going to be hydrated. We're going to go back to driving and the guys in the booth, I believe.
So a small incident for Craig Laws down at turn 1 sees the sucker punch number 93, well, parked in the kitty litter. No other way to put it.
Well, no other way to put it. And the good news is he's about 5 feet short of the tire wall. So I'm not exactly sure what happened. From our vantage point, we can't see the entry into turn 1. We can see the brake zone, or the very beginning of the brake zone. But after that, can't see it. No harm, no foul. They'll push him straight back through his tire tracks, and he should be able to get back on the racetrack. These cars, once again, we talk about the motorcycle-based power plant that's in them and the transmission that's in them. They don't like to be backed up. There is a reverse gear in here, but it's a lot easier. It's a lot safer. Just pause the session, go get them, pull them back out, and send them on their way. Now, the biggest problem is going to be, I don't know the Radical chassis particularly well. You can see the front splitter has a fair amount of gravel on it. I think they would be better to pull this car straight back instead of pushing it the direction they're talking about pushing it. By pulling it straight back, they could probably eliminate some of the gravel that's in it, but by pushing it, they're going to load that front splitter with gravel.
I think we can take a look at what happened into that opening corner. Now, Dominic Lukomsky in Prodigy Week Part 1 went deep, and this is a little bit of a similar thing. Now, he did have a lot of tire squeal the last time by, and I mentioned it into turn 1. That was a really interesting replay.
Well, now, I think and you can see what happens. I believe he probably locks the front brake. You can see a lot of steering for him. He's got a lot of steering in. His right hand is up at 12 o'clock trying to look at his hands. That's understeer. So he's trying to turn the car, but the car is not turning. And so that's probably initiated by braking either a little too late, locking the front brakes, and then he gets out there in that area where it is still damp, where there is not grip in the drive because it's still damp. And so he's trying to get the car to turn. Turning the wheel more at that point in time is not going to fix the problem. All it's going to do is eat up the rubber on those tires. So it's kind of at your instinct. You want it to turn, so you're turning the steering wheel,
scrubbing,
but it's not going to.
And it goes back to what your analogy of the cable, right? If the throttle or brake it is 100%, the steering wheel has got to be straight. If you're starting to turn, naturally the pedal rises. Spencer Pompelli had a great way of describing it in terms of the load. The 100% forward means there's no room to go anywhere else.
And I can't see the exit of turn 1 right now or the far outside, but I can see the outside of these corners he's going through. And what that tells me is it's still damp offline. So once he left the dry section of the racetrack and got out there offline with a little too much speed, a little bit of lockup, adding more steering certainly wasn't going to help because the grip level, the potential grip level, was drastically being reduced.
I do believe that the drivers from Group 4 have been pulled from the car. So not many lap times set by them by any means, but I think Thomas Bellman with a 1:27.815 might actually have the fastest lap in that Group 4 run. I suspect that what we might do is get Group 1 drivers back into the machines, and then maybe at the end of the session, Group 4 might get a slightly elongated run to close out the day. We are, of course, aware of the fact that there are going to be a couple of spins here and there. We were really impressed that during Prodigy Week Part 1 we had just the 2 incidents, which, let's be honest, neither of them were very big either. It was very, very minor spins. And while we've had a few more spins over the course of today, it was in a lot more, let's be honest, treacherous conditions with drivers who have been thrown into those conditions without the previous experience. And for the most part, they've handled it very well, and only 2 now stoppages in our sessions, although look at the amount of gravel that's picked up on the splitter.
I'm looking at the front splitter. My concern is, where is all the gravel? Right now it's just dirt. It was gravel on top of the dirt, so where is the gravel? An experienced driver that has an issue like that is going to stay offline or maybe even in the grass a little bit, accelerate brake real hard, and try to get that gravel to dump in the grass or most certainly offline. Again, these drivers don't have a lot of experience, so I hope it wasn't deposited out on the racing surface.
Street kart racing asks a very good question. Will Craig get new tires for that? The answer is no.
No.
And that's where your first instinct to turn the wheel a bit more to try and rotate the car, you've got to try and avoid it.
And I can't tell whether the front brakes are locked up or not. If
It's
they're
an
locked
assumption.
up, yeah, that's a problem. If they're not locked up and he simply got out there and maybe he was releasing the brake and turning, but with the dampness on the outside,
too much speed as well.
it wasn't going to turn. What he needed to do was just keep his hands straight and brake in a straight line, because when your hands are straight, you can use 100% of the tire to brake with. Probably still would have left the racing surface, may not have gone as far. But the hardest thing you'll ever do when you're driving a car, when you want it to turn and the racetrack is turning, is to tell yourself, no, just stay straight and get it slowed down. I'm not going to make the corner, throw the corner away, just slow it down in a straight line. And that's difficult to do.
So they're taking the rear cover off of the 93 Sucker Punch Radical SR1. I'm curious if they're just going to do a quick inspection and make sure there's no gravel hanging around below that. A little bit of body work. Looking forward to seeing the back side of the car as well in a few moments' time. But let's go down to pit lane and check in with Craig as they work on the car behind him.
Yeah, Craig, of course, watching here the work that's being done on the car behind him. First and foremost, from your perspective, what happened there?
I was just breaking into the final corner, and I just saw in my left mirror Tom was behind me. It just caught me by surprise. It left me braking a little bit too late, and it started to turn into the corner. There's a bit of front end slide, and I knew immediately it wasn't going to make the corner, so I straightened it out to try and stop the car as soon as possible without going into the arm code there. So I kind of aborted the corner, knowing that I wasn't going to make it, and switched the engine off straight. Doing the damage. So it was kind of, I knew it was, I could see it happening, so I just tried to minimise the damage, just bring the car to a halt. Sat there and waited for the recovery truck to arrive, so fortunately I was able to get it moving again. It wasn't beached too much. I didn't even attempt to try to move it. It was, I thought, no, I'll leave it to the recovery guys to come along. It was just, I just saw out of the corner, left-hand corner mirror, that I thought, oh, there's someone there, and it just took me by surprise, and I just left my brake too late, and it was just too late to make the corner. So unfortunately, it wasn't my finest hour. Other than that, I was building up speed quite nicely. I was having quite a decent run, but no, just a shame that happened.
So let's talk about the mental aspect of re-racking now, putting this behind you, and moving forward. I mean, how are you feeling about that, of still keeping your head in the game and not letting this affect your overall approach?
It's not going to affect me. I was actually feeling a heck of a lot better on that run than I was on the first run. I mentioned in the previous interview with Juliana that himself actually, that I was submarining in the seat, and I managed to get the seat a lot tighter this time, and it just felt an awful lot better, and I felt a lot more confident in the car. So it's just really a shame that happened. So it was just one of those things, silly thing to do, but it's not really knocked my confidence in any way, because up until that point I was building up all right. Just need to be not spooked by someone coming up on my rear like that. I just hadn't spotted him coming. So no, it's not knocked my confidence in any way. Just get back to the car and put that on.
Again, one of those great real-life experiences here, a learning experience, all of that. Thank you so much, Craig. Hey, I'm going to move our camera here this way for a second here. Again, you guys have talked about, I know we had top shots here. There really is no substantial damage here. None of the splitter. The biggest thing, and Craig made the joke, is to get the sand castles up off of him. He had sand on his helmet. There was sand all the way up into the cockpit here. But the team with Radical here in Primal, making sure everything's good to go. They've already got the new set of tires on for the next set of drivers, which we should be rotating back into Group 1 here. But again, I was curious about the concern of, with this car going on a little off-road excursion, how that would affect Amy Frame, who's getting ready to get in the car. But the team with Primal said, hey, there wasn't any damage. We checked the brake rotors. We checked everything. It's all good. Craig actually did a really good job, like he'd mentioned, of instead of being extremely reactionary to it, he just kind of went with it, therefore probably causing less damage in the grand scheme of things. And again, setting Amy up for a good position to climb behind the wheel of a car with no damage, just a little extra sand maybe.
That 92 machine had a few incidents over the course of the day, so it's been getting a lot better for sure. As you look from up above here at the Atlanta Motorsports Park, down on the pit lane and paddock as the drivers get ready to get strapped into their machines. Just Amy Frame, I think, at this point, yet to get fastened in, and she's just waiting, I think, for the final cleanup and preparations on that car. Quick shout out again to the team at Sucker Punch, Brian Schmucker, Kim Coleman, Chase Coleman, and Joe Justice here supporting us. Of course, we talked to Javi Guerrera from the Williams Esports and Williams F1 camp. He had the chance to jump into a Radical SR1 yesterday, got a passenger ride as well in the Radical SR3, and thoroughly enjoying his time here and supporting these sim racers in their journey. Josh Smith, of course, from Mazda. We talked to Tom Drewer from Radical, had a great conversation with him at lunch as well about how, as we were talking about slightly earlier, Formula 4 maybe quite expensive as a precursor to Formula 3. Maybe look at the Radicals with their slicks and wings and the amount of power they have. And on iRacing, we have a great replica of the Radical SR10, which I've got to say, I commentated on the Radical Esports Cup UK last year. And a lot of the struggles that we see from the drivers and getting up to speed in this car. Now imagine what happens when we ratchet up the power and tell the drivers to deal with it.
You know, we talked about this earlier about drivers being focused on single-seater careers. Well, the Radical is a single-seater, right? But I look at these opportunities and I look at the drivers coming up today, and we do see it in the sim world, right? I mean, drivers are driving any and everything. You know, it surprised me last year. We had somebody who had won a NASCAR truck championship, I think, in one of the leagues. That was their ticket to be here. And they weren't from, like, North Carolina.
They were from Europe.
They were
Poland.
From,
Polish bozo.
Yes. And so it's like, it's one of those things where this affords people the opportunity to drive whatever in order to try to get here. And I just think it's so cool that we're expanding our horizons, which is good for motorsport in general. It creates another fan. If I've gone online in my sim world and I go, hey, I think I want to compete in whatever, and I'm doing it in a saloon car, but I'm a huge Formula One fan, well, I'm going to still watch Formula One races, but you know what else I'm going to pay attention to? I'm going to pay attention to saloon car racing in the real world too. So now there's another fan that grows that sport. This is the one thing that I think is so imperative to understand about what Racing Prodigy is doing. There are participants here from all over the world, which immediately makes it marketable all over the world.
Newspaper articles about some of our drivers.
Yeah.
In their local media.
I mean, it makes it marketable for a product all over the world. The global reach via motorsports and the cost per reach globally in motorsports with this is considerably different than that of other forms of racing that I won't mention that start with F and have a 1 in them as well. I mean, you think about that. What other forms of motorsport have that global reach? Well, several do, obviously. There are WEC fans all over the world. There are IMSA fans all over the world, IndyCar fans.
Smaller size.
But, yeah, I mean, this has that global reach because of the participants. 100,000 people wanted to be here, right? 20 are. But every one of them is from a hometown in a home country somewhere, and so there is that global interest. And this, to me, I look at the marketability of this project is the opportunity is expansive, but not necessarily expensive.
Yes, imagine if a certain team wanted to give, $200 million to join a certain league that begins with F, ends with 1?
Yeah.
No, we'd be very happy to take them. But, you know, it makes...
That would pay your salary, which is huge, and that would be good.
It would pay for Prodigy Airlines as well, so that would be great. We could make sure we have the private jet to take us everywhere around. But it's such a important story, right, to have all of the support from the people here as well. Because, you know, Matt Fasenak, David Cook, they've been working on this since 2022, but they can't do it without the support of everybody else. So, again, a big shout-out to them, and it's been great to have them here at the track because I remember in Prodigy Week Part 1, we had Marie from NASA come and join us. Even Josh from Mazda had come in to chat with us in the booth, and they were all talking about how it's great to be here, see all of this, and I never really would have understood what it was about without getting the chance to be here. And it's the same sort of thing. You're talking about teams. Williams Esports is here, I'm guessing, not just taking a look at the drivers for academic purposes.
Yeah.
There's only 6 teams that we can have, but there's so many teams that could be very interested in the project that we're building here.
Yeah, I'm sure they didn't say, hey, what are you doing on Monday? Oh, I don't know.
I want to drive
Let's
Radical
go to Atlanta.
SR1.
You know, let's go to Atlanta. And so they hop on a plane and fly across the ocean to come to Atlanta. I think they're here for a reason, right? the interest that is being generated by the Racing Prodigy program is worldwide, and there has been substantial interest by other names that are just as substantial as what we've seen here as with the Williams program. So, again, it's been built, designed, and is growing exactly the way it was designed to do, which I think is impressive.
And great as well to have Cindy Sisson and Wimna on board for this Prodigy Week Part 2. Great to have 2 female participants joining us, and hopefully we talk about this international flair. That is one aspect of diversity. Let's make sure we're diverse in every possible way. Now that is Amy Frame that is being held, I think, just a little bit longer. Max Papis looks a little bit, I don't know what the right word is, because Max is always very intense, but stressed maybe, unsure about something, that is for sure.
That was interesting. Now, Amy, obviously, I'm going to call her No Fear Amy. That last time out was really, really aggressive and, charging from the get-go. And Max may be saying to her, look, hey, focus forward, right? Don't worry about the cars around you. And that's exactly what happened to Craig that last time out, right? I mean, he said, hey, I saw something in my mirror and it took my attention away as I got to the braking zone and found myself just deeper than I needed to be and that I could be. And that's what caused the problem. I'm actually looking at the crew members down there.
Doing something to the rear wing.
Rear wing, yeah.
Or maybe they're just putting a GoPro on the car.
Maybe that. They're doing something, but I can't tell what it is.
So we'll keep
Is
you...
it transponder, maybe?
Keep you updated on that. Now just one final driver yet to be fired on track, and that is Amy Frame. So we have Julian Klaffenbach, Nathan Maximin, Alexandro Vielma, and Brenna Schubert circulating around, and just still waiting for Amy to roll off and away across the line. I believe that was Julian Klaffenbach to start what would be his first timed lap. And so here we go. These are the drivers that have seen continued change. They started the day in what was rather slick and moist conditions. Their previous run was definitely a little bit drier, but this is the first time they would have seen the track as dry as it is right now.
It's either a camera or a transponder, and I'm not sure which. It looks like it might be the camera because they've got a camera over on the left side. And it's not going well.
No, they
oh, there we go.
Working hard, that is for sure. And as I just watched Max Papis talking with the rest of the Primal Racing School engineers there, Amy will probably get a couple more laps potentially to get under her belt. This might be just a side effect of the dirt and whatnot, but we will find out, that is for sure. This, though, the final run for these drivers for the day. So we're nearing 3:30 p.m. local time. They will watch the rest of the drivers finish on up, and then we'll have dinner, and they will go off to their Airbnbs to relax. And I think that's going to be important because our Airbnbs are, yes, quite remote, but they are so relaxing.
It's not that they're remote. It's not even that they're far away, because distance-wise, they're not far away. I will tell you, the drive to it last night in the dark was an experience, and the drive down this morning in the dark and the fog was even more of an experience. Now, what Amy needs to do right now is relax. She sat there and watched cars going by, and I'm sure that her heart rate increased and was like, let's go. I need to get out there. Let's go. Nope. Go out there, work your plan. The plan hasn't changed. To go out there, and what she needed to do, in my opinion, the last time was settle down a little bit more on the outlap and then start to build pace. Let's see if she does that this time and works up to speed just a little bit slower so that you don't run into that problem from the get-go.
So Nathan Maximin did a 1:28.231 to be fastest in this first group in their second session of the day. He has just done a 1:27.534, so gone about 7/10 quicker or so, and I think that is the first indication of the comfort level that they bring. That first outlap now gets them up to speed, and the first timed attempt very much pushing the limit already. Watching through turn 6 from outside of the commentary booth just to see the 88 powered by Maximin looking very comfortable and using all of the runoff on offer as well.
All the runoff and all of the apex curbing, so up on the curbs and feeling comfortable in the car. Remember, completely dry racetrack now. That is completely different than what they had in their first session. Even when they went out there in that first open session, they still had a damp racetrack to deal with. It was drying, it was coming in, but it certainly wasn't as quick as it should be right now.
There goes Julian Klaffenbach across the line with 1:28.554. So now just waiting for Amy Frame in this group to put a lap time onto that left-hand side of the screen. And she's just crossed the line to begin what will be the timed attempt in the number 93 green Sucker Punch entry. I must say as well, I can't wait. I love the Radicals with the logos on the side, the driver names and whatnot. But when we get our team liveries onto these machines and we go racing, hopefully later this year for the Prodigy Racing League, it's going to be spectacular to see and hear the song of Radicals firing off into wherever we go racing at turn number 1. That was a bit aggressive for the 95 there. Julian Klaffenbach pushing.
Yeah, I mean, and what I saw there was not a lot of aggressive deceleration. There's a lot better brake pedal available to Camille coming into turn 6. I actually see that problem with several of the drivers. In fact, the 88 through right now, and same kind of thing. You could tell that the deeper into the brake zone they got, the harder the brake pressure was, and that's not the way it should be for Eduardo Leo. You should get to that maximum brake pressure and then maintain it all the way through, not continually add. But again, experience in the car is going to help them get more comfortable with that. The pressure should go up, stay up on a straight line across the top, and then trail off as the steering wheel is turned. And that's not exactly what I saw that time into 6.
Times coming in, and already seen Nathan Maximum drop to a low 27s, Klaffenbach to a low 28. Vielma's in the high 28s, but still waiting for Amy Frame, as mentioned, to put herself onto the board. 1:39.53. Not too stressed.
No. And how long will it be before we see our first 26? Because the fastest time we've seen so far in the open session was Will Redford in Group 3 with that 27 flat, the 27.062. You just said there was a low 27 in there as well. So I think the 26s are right around the corner.
And guess what?
There
Nathan
they are.
Maximum,
Okay, there we go.
maximizing his time on time on track, I should say, and jumps into the 26s for the very first time. Wait to see if anyone else can match him in this first group, of course, though, as they continue to run around for what is their final activities here on day 2 of Prodigy Week Part 2. Up from above, we look at carving down through this long left-hander. We'd be kind of waiting to see how dry the line was going to be. I mean, that looks about perfect.
Yeah, it looks perfect. And I'll tell you what, Eduardo Leo that time into turn 6, much better with the brakes, a much more aggressive initial brake application. You could see the car maintained its same rate of deceleration all the way to the turn-in, apex track out, and was good.
I think we've got slightly confused on our internal system of tracking who's in what car. Eduardo Leo is in Group 3. So that would have been Nathan Maximum, I'm pretty sure, in the 88 black Sucker Punch car that you're seeing that aggression from. And maybe also...
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I've stepped into the wrong group. Sorry.
Maybe it also explains, though, why we're seeing, you know, the times from Nathan. He's the one that seemingly has got the grip of this machine the fastest.
He looked special that time through turn 6. A much better job, as I was saying. I applied the wrong name to it, of course, but...
Everything else still mattered.
Yeah, everything else was the same.
So Brenna Schubert's now into the 129, so slowly building up the confidence as well.
Yeah, and Brenna looked good through 6 that time. A problem, though, for the 95, overshoots the braking zone a little bit. That's Julian Klaffenbach. So what I'm enjoying seeing right now is these drivers learning each time. And I think, again, we're going to see a pretty good progression of lap times coming down. You can just see it in the car, in the chassis, the way it's working on the racetrack right now, pushing a little bit harder each time, experimenting with the brake zone, the brake pressures, all of that, doing what they're supposed to do. And the results are there.
We were talking earlier in the day that it was so wet that we may add a bit of a chicane to that final corner, but I'm so glad because it is one of the defining characteristics of this track, the high-speed sweeper that carries you back to the line, that these drivers are getting to experience it at full chat and full attack. Back towards the line as we just wait to see. Nathan Maximum did do a 1:26.9, but then 3/10 slower the next time by. It's still a quick 1:27.2. Oh, that was a little bit of a wiggle. Just saw the back end of the car already having gone around. It was one of the Sucker Punch entries that's now rising up to turn 3 and 4, and it stays well out of the driver's way, and that's what you want to see.
Yeah, I mean, what that shows me is awareness, not only of what went on in the car, managed to save it, but also awareness that other cars are on the racetrack and you don't want to impede with that. So great job there.
One by one as well. I'm seeing, I think that might have been Amy Frame, actually. I was just trying to figure out who it would have been. And it is the 90. So actually, that would have been Brenna Schubert.
Yeah.
They both have green Sucker Punch cars. It's just the 90 versus the 93. Trying to spot that from our commentary box.
Yeah, I mean, I can't wait until we have cars with different liveries all around in different colors and so on and so forth. It'll be easier to determine who they are right now. And a little bit of a problem there for Amy Frame off of turn 6. Gets a little loose on the way off the corner. Does a good job of saving it, but that's going to cost time.
Yeah, and I think, you know, she's still yet to break below the 130 bracket from what we're seeing on the timing right now, but still waiting for probably the checkered flag to fly. I can see in the hand of the flagman standing at the start-finish line, but I don't think it's ready to wave just yet. Might be a couple more laps. Scratch that checkered flag out. So that was a 95 that crossed the line. Let's go back, though. We saw the tail end of the incident with the back end maybe coming around. Maybe the replay will tell us a bit more.
Whoops.
So that's what Craig Laws thought he had done.
Yeah.
Because he had said that he thought he straightened it up in time.
And that's a good save, right? That's a really good save.
It was, and I'll be honest, I couldn't pick out the car number, so I still don't know whether it was Amy Frame or Brenna Schubert, but either way, I think ultimately I look at the times, and I think all of these drivers pretty comfortable on track today.
Yeah, I think that was Brenna, actually, and that's when off to the side and let the car go. So good stuff. The other good stuff is that 26. Interesting, though, for Nathan, does the 26.907 and then couldn't better it. So
he actually did a sort of a slowdown lap as well.
Yeah.
And we kind of saw this from Gustavo Ariel and company in Prodigy Week Part 1. We weren't sure about it, whether you could really cool off the tires and push. That seems like a rather iRacing thing to do if we were being honest at the time.
Yeah, I mean, there are certain tires. I don't know this tire all that well. And there are certain tires that, yeah, give them a cool lap or two and let the temperatures come back down, and maybe you can get one good lap in it. I think about this racetrack, though, and 16 corners within 2 miles, right? I mean, that's a lot of back and forth. Really what hurts you as much as the temperature in a tire is the pressure in a tire. And if the temperatures come up, guaranteed the pressures have come up.
Right.
The tire is part of the suspension. When the pressure comes up in the tire, it stiffens the spring rate of the corner that you happen to be looking at, whichever tire it is. And if it's all 4 of them, like it usually is, the entire spring rate of the car goes up. And so you can't lower the pressure without coming in and adjusting them. You can cool them off a little bit, but you're not going to get a car that gives you better pressure.
And it made me realize that in iRacing, which is, again, the platform that I'm most familiar with and use the most, you want to know what we run in terms of tire pressures on GT3s? As minimum, as low as we can go.
Yeah.
Which is, to be fair, what they would do in the real world.
Sure,
it's as well.
It's exactly what you would do in the real world. It's why even at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca last weekend, Wayne Taylor entry, the number 10 GTP entry, the Acura, had to come to pit road because the series monitors tire pressures, and they were below the men tire pressure.
Was it intentional? Did they have slow puncture?
I would believe that it was, well,
were they trying to get as close as possible?
It was not intentional to be below them,
Yes.
but yeah, it was intentional to run them as low as you can. They want to do that because what they're looking at is the pressure where they want the tire to be at a certain time, and they know it's going to grow to get there. But what the series and what the tire manufacturers want, and you'll see this, it's in
every
IMSA,
series,
it's in SRO, I'm sure it's in
F1.
Yeah. So they keep track of that because A, for safety,
the tires are built to a spec,
and B, you have a tire partner. And to the fan, when there's a tire problem, it's the tire problem. And it's usually not the tire problem. It's usually the team not putting enough air in them, and especially on out laps. The first 1 or 2 laps out there with low pressure, the sidewall is very soft. It moves back and forth. And if you slam curbs, if you drop wheels off the racetrack on that really soft sidewall of the tire, you can damage it, and then the tire lets go, and there's a, quote, tire failure that rarely is the tire failing. It's the team failing.
And that is why I think of, the Rolex 24 where we have the low temperature tires as well. Because of these conditions, got to get them into the right window and make sure that you are very much – those are your 4 contact points with the ground. One of them goes, you're a tricycle, except not a comfortable tricycle.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. And it's one of those things, again, just for the sake of round numbers, let's say that your minimum starting pressure is 20.
Mm-hmm.
That's what's been given to you, and you're looking for the car works best with 25 in it. Well, the problem is
if you start at 20,
the problem is it grows 6 pounds.
So you want to start at 19.
So you really want to start at 19, but you can't start at 19 because that would be below. But 19 will give you 25. 20 is going to give you 26, and it doesn't work at 26. So you're trying to figure out a way to fudge it so that you can be where you want to be after the tires come up to temp and pressure.
Street Kart Racing, by the way, said they had participants from over 200 countries to be part of Prodigy Week Part 2. So that is crazy. And Ross, your entire team want to give you a shout out. You've been in chat all day, and you continue to give us some great support. Let's go down to the pit lane, though.
Thank you, Arjuna. Brenna, I feel like I haven't gotten to see you all day. Give me a recap. We were just speaking about it a little bit, but give me a recap of from this morning to right now.
Yeah, well, this morning was really cool to kind of get to drive on a fully wet track. That was definitely kind of my first time in those conditions. And then, first session out was pretty good, but was pretty conservative. That session, I definitely was pushing the limits a little bit more. Not really sure how it compared to the rest of the people in my group. I feel like we're all kind of moving in Group 1, so did have a slight, I had to save the car in turn 1, had a little bit of kind of understeer and then oversteer situation. But yeah, otherwise it felt really good. I'm pretty sure I was pretty consistent overall, so yeah.
Has Coach said anything that's been like, oh yeah, man, that's really great, that's helpful?
Oh yeah, definitely. Well, my first session in the afternoon when it was semi-dry, I was taking the uphill turn in fourth gear still, and he was like, oh no, we have to take that in second, so definitely was probably a little bit faster there.
Awesome. Well, thank you for the recap. We love watching you out there, so keep it up. And then we're going to send it over to Hannah.
Well, we're going from Juliana to Julian here. You got out of the car, you looked at Matt, who was sitting here a second ago, and you said, oh my gosh, that was so much fun. The track continuing to dry and get faster. I mean, what aspect of that was fun for you?
I mean, in general, before in the first session, the track was pretty wet, so I actually myself didn't really trust myself to push already, and now it's just the track is so good, and I just completely pushed in every single corner. And also Max helped us a lot with the gears and stuff, so that definitely improved my lap time as well.
So as we were sitting here talking, we got the nice smell of brake rotor over here, right? And I asked you the question, I said, okay, how soft really is that brake pedal here in these Radical SR1s versus sim, right? Because that's another aspect of learning the pressure points there. Yeah. Kind of take me through what you told me about learning those different pressure points here with this brake pedal.
Actually, at home I have quite a brake pedal that is harder to press, especially the brake pedal. And here it's very soft in the beginning, the first 40%, and then it just rises up as harder as I press the brake pedal. For sure, in the sim, there are different pedals and you can adjust everything. But here it's actually pretty good. If I could do this at home as well, it would be perfect.
Now you've got your dad here as well. He's over here taking pictures. Well, not only a cool experience for you, having him here with you for this. I'll bring you in here just for a second. How cool has this been for you to be here with your son?
Yeah, it's very cool.
He can't speak English very well, but
okay. I'm a little nervous, but you learn drive very fast and top.
Well, it's been a great experience having both of you here with it. Hey, to get to share this, right, as a memory at the end of the day. Juliana, what a cool experience, and making core memories with our drivers and their families as well.
Hannah, you're right. We definitely are making memories over here, and I was actually referencing a memory from yesterday that I was like, Nathan, I didn't even get to catch up with you about what happened after your fitness assessment when the treadmill broke. Catch me up to date.
So basically, I did my Cooper test after everyone else on my own, and then I joined Group 4 for the reaction test, the push-ups, and the dead hang, and the neck flexion test as well. So I was with Group 4, so had some people to watch and to gauge myself against. So it worked out in the end. It was all right.
Okay, good. So you weren't just all alone out there?
No.
Okay, perfect. As far as your equipment today, I know you guys are wearing a neck brace, and how has that been wearing that? I know a couple of people were talking about it.
The brace is okay. It's there for safety.
Right.
So, you know, it's mandatory to wear that.
Of
I understand
course.
the benefits. You're strapped in really tight, so your body doesn't move around, but your head is loose. So it's a bit tough on the neck. My neck is a little bit warm at the moment because of the G-forces, especially with the track drying up. Everything's getting a bit more grippy. So it's been really good to experience that and to see what the neck test was all about. So this is obviously what it's for.
It all makes sense, right?
Yeah. It
All right,
does.
so tell me about this last session you just are coming off the track from.
So this was my second session in the cars. The track had dried up a hell of a lot from the first time I went out. I did a pretty quick lap time. I'm not going to say on camera what my lap time was. I'm going to go and view the telemetry, speak with Max, the coach for our team, to see where I can improve for the next session. Take it from there.
Yeah, he was telling me, he was like, I think I had a really fast lap time. He's like, do you know the other people's times? And I was like, I don't know it, but I love this. I love this energy from it. So we'll be excited to find them out as well. And we'll catch up with you in a little bit.
Cool, thank you.
All right. Well, thank you guys. I'm sorry, I'm getting some feedback in here, but I think we're just going to send it back up to the booth. Oh, no, we're going to go right over Hannah. She's got someone to talk to.
And we're going to give it just a second here. I'm actually going to grab Max. Well, Max is actually focused on data. He went ahead and grabbed all of the data chips. Again, we talked about it. After every session, he pulls those data chips from each of the Radical SR1s here. They've got your driver analytics, your data acquisition, and then, of course, those GoPros that are faced right over the driver's hands. And we had mentioned early on in the broadcast during those first couple sessions, we've recorded each and every session that these drivers have gone out on the racetrack. They've reviewed it to some extent, but those first two sessions, the driver coach even said we're really not taking into consideration. That was more a warm-up, making sure that the drivers just simply felt comfortable in the car. Well, now that was a consistency, run there. Were they able to get the consistent lap times? And that was actually something Julian walked up to Max, and Max said, okay, why were you in traffic? What happened out there? And he said, well, there was a yellow flag, and that's what bunched the cars up. And he goes, were you still able to back up and make those consistent runs? That was the focus there. And Julian said, yeah, I felt really good about it. I felt consistent. Well, guess what? There's no lying when you have data. And again, that's something really cool here in the technology available to racers nowadays. They're going to take those little tiny SD chips. Max is going to take his group of drivers back into a debrief room. They're going to plug that into a laptop and see everything from braking points, stability and steering turning points, and then be able to see that and match that up with the in-car footage over the shoulder. So many resources available to these drivers to now, take home this evening with them, prep them before we put them back on the racetrack tomorrow for qualifying.
And I've got to ask you, Brian, when did your last break?
A long time ago, a while ago.
Did you have data tools back then? And what form were
I hated data. They were
Was it Motec?
Yeah, they were from smoke signals from a tribe up on the hill that would send you and tell you how you looked on the track. No, I was telling somebody this the other day. I remember the first data acquisition system that we had was in the Atlantic car that I drove, the Toyota Atlantic car that I drove. But in order to sample suspension data fast enough to really get a good read on what the suspension was doing, at Road America, for example, you could only do one lap. So you'd come up the front straightaway, and
then you'd run out of data
the
storage.
team would say, data on, and they would put a switch on the dashboard, and you'd flip it on, and you'd come by, and they'd say data off, and you'd turn it off, and you had to be quick to turn it off, otherwise it would start writing over. I could probably store the entire race weekend on my phone now, right? But the computer that we had, well, that's as much as it would store it. But even in that time, from 1990 to 1995, when the last year that I ran, at a high professional level, the data acquisition systems changed unbelievably. As you can imagine, think about cell phones, computers, all of that. The first computer that we had, I can remember it was a color screen, one of the very first color laptops, and I found it probably about 10 years ago in my basement. I was like, oh, there's the computer, and my kids were little, and I thought, well, maybe the kids can play with it or whatever. It's a really cool computer. And I opened it, and I was expecting this great big color screen that I remembered because I've got a 15-inch or 16-inch color laptop, right? And I remembered it like that, and I opened it up, and the lid that you opened up was about the same size, but it's just this like little 4-inch band across the middle of it, and I'm like, seriously? And then I turned it on and realized it was just a 386 processor. It wouldn't run Microsoft Word now, much less do data. So it's just the technology has changed completely, but it does tell you things. I can also remember my engineer saying to me at Road America, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, why?" And he's like, "So you're not flat down the straightaway into 5." And I'm like, what are you talking about, Gerald?
Of course I'm flat.
Of course I'm flat. It's the straightaway. It's an Atlanta car. It's not going that fast. And he goes, "No, actually, you're not flat." And he shows me the data trace. And about halfway down the back straightaway, I just got tired of holding my foot flat, I guess, and was just relaxing a little bit. And the throttle was actually coming up. I wasn't flat. And that stuff.
That's where data comes in. And I'm thinking about, iRacing, where we can use Motec, which I'm guessing a lot of the professional teams are still kind of using as that was.
That was
something aggressive down into turn number 1, I think, onto the brakes for the green sucker punch machine that might either be Michael Romanidis or Matt Caruana, as we have Romanidis, Jai Fletcher, Leandro Werler, Brandon Hawkin, and Matt Caruana on track. But, as that's a big slide of oversteer for the 04, and Brandon Hawkin gets the rear end hanging out. I talk about this data because so many of these drivers who are at top-level esports have to work in that daily, looking at setups, looking at their own driving to find those microseconds. And so when you see those plots, maybe it's a different program, but I'm guessing they probably have those ability to like Spencer was saying, they've already got the answers to the test.
Yeah, I mean, and it's huge. It's to look at that and analyze it, and if you're a student of it, which most good race car drivers are, you can find time. You will find time. I know that there's just all these nuances out there you can see, as crazy as it may sound. Obviously, at a high level, you could understand it. But, you're looking at steering angle to determine whether the car is loose or pushing. Because you can compare steering angle with lateral G's and get a good idea of whether you're gaining G's or losing G's based upon where the steering angle is. We've got a yellow out.
I was really looking forward to seeing the look on board with Michael Romanidis into this complex. So I see in front of me, that's Matt Caruana. So Romanidis is followed by Jai Fletcher. So it's either Brandon Hawkin or Leandro Werler that's had an issue out on track, as the yellow has been rescinded now.
It's been rescinded, but we've got a car on pit lane.
And I think that's the 04. I think that might be Brandon Hawkin. Indeed, I think that is.
Yep.
Got the visor up already.
Coming to see the principal.
So he had already had that big moment that we had talked about down at turn 5, but maybe something else happening to him as Michael Romanidis, top of the board with a 1:28.935.
So it was Michael that had the fastest lap the last time out at a 27.6. Not there yet.
I wonder if the conditions are maybe a bit slower in some ways than what they were before, because these are the drivers that, were quite quick initially. Remember Brandon Hawkin was just as aggressive in the previous session as he was here to kick things off, and he's getting put up onto the chocks right now, as that was through turn 6, the 93 sucker punch car, so that would have been Romanidis, a little bit wild and wiggly.
And this is where I think it's, in watching Michael the first session, he's doing what he did, and he needs to fix it a little bit, and that is he's back into the throttle aggressively too soon. And as we go faster and the track gets better, that's going to hurt him more and more. The track has the capability of giving him better grip now if he'll give the car the better input coming off the corners. That big power slide off is not what you want to see. Needs to trail the brake in a little bit further, pick up the throttle a little bit smoother, and open his hands. It's keeping his hands tight. He's going to the throttle so much earlier. He's got a bunch of steering in the car, and that's what's lighting up the rear end and getting that big power slide off the corner.
Thumbs up from Brandon Hawkin. He was able to fire the car up there. Might have struggled for a second, but I think we can maybe try and get word from Hannah Newhouse as to what happened with Brandon Hawkin. Hannah, do you have a copy?
Yes, a little bit of an off-road excursion for Brandon Hawkin, like you'd mentioned. Came down here more a precautionary measure, checked in with the team, and the team said, hey, we just want to do a once-over, make sure there's no sand in the chain, anything like that, flat spot on the tires. But Spencer Papelli, his coach, leaned over and said, okay, if everything feels good, it felt good beforehand, we might as well get you out there, get as much track time as you possibly can. So it was just a precautionary once-over. Hawkins checking in with the team. There's no comms out there. These drivers aren't out there listening to any spotter, driver radio, nothing. So that happened. He came down here and just wanted to give the team down here an opportunity to once over on the car before going back out there and making some more laps. But again, Brandon Hawkins has been one of my favorite interactions that we've had so far here in Prodigy Week. Very happy to be here. And even though he just went off-road, you can see the sand over there, he still had a permagrin on his face as he pulled back onto the racetrack.
Permagrin. I love it.
A great description, I think, of the way that some of these drivers have just been carrying themselves as a whole over the course of the 2 days that we've had so far. It's such an interesting atmosphere for them as well, right? Because they are, in some ways, competitors against one another. In other ways, I think the teams will probably want to see the camaraderie and how you can work together if they're going to draft you.
Absolutely, and it's one of those things that let the competition drive you a little bit. Right now, the 93 and 95 running almost nose to tail out on the racetrack right now, and the lap time should be, in fact, they are very, very close, a tenth of a second apart.
Yeah, Michael Romanidis into the 127s, Jai Fletcher also into the 27s, so still waiting to see everyone else.
The other thing you have to keep in mind is the tires, right? It's the same set of tires that they run in the session before and even in the follow the leader session. So the fast has worn off of them. If we see lap times continuing to drop, I'll be even more impressed because they're going to do it with a tire that has less and less useful life left on it.
But is this also a tire that you would kind of expect? It's a DOT spec tire. It's not necessarily as much of a racing slick as maybe something you'd see in IMSA or something.
It's still going to drop. The performance is going to go away a little bit, and then it'll level off. But, they're going to be better when they're new.
And I guess that's where, each tire has got its unique thing. That's something we were talking about, just like every simulator is slightly different in its own little way. How do you adjust to that? Matt Caruana does do a 128, so he's now into the 128 club, still trying to find his way down to a 127. Maybe I'm misremembering from part one, but I don't remember hearing as many hops on the gearbox squealing down into turn number one. It seems a bit more visceral this time by.
I think you may be right. I certainly didn't hear them on the first day on track, right? I mean, cars right now, I think these drivers for some reason, they seem more comfortable in the early stages of their on-track activity than the group that we had last time.
I just wonder if they spent more time watching what happened
Preparing.
in part one, and so they know exactly what's kind of going to happen. They now just have to go and execute on it.
Now, watch Romanidis this time in 6 and see if it's the same thing. Turns in early, off the brakes, big throttle.
Oh!
Yeah, it's just talk about tires going away. He's going to continue to wear those more and more and more, and he needs to sense that, realize what he's doing, and get that fixed.
And, I'm thinking about now our fan save tomorrow powered by Sucker Punch. The fact that, when we go qualifying tomorrow morning, 4 fastest drivers from each group, and then the 5th driver will be picked from the fastest from the remaining pool. And then everyone else gets back onto track one more time. And then the fans have their say. Michael Romanidis might be eating into the tires now when he wants to keep them for tomorrow.
Well, the fans will love what he's doing if it gets to be where he needs them, right? I mean, driving a race car like that, the photographers love you, right?
Good shots.
Big counter steer, smoke coming off the rear tires, and off you go kind of thing. But it's going to wear the tires, and eventually your lap times are going to start slowing down. So,
and speaking of, Michael Romanidis last time by almost a full second slower with all of the sliding that we're seeing.
Yeah.
Jai Fletcher as well, who is still running behind. And I think that's useful in some ways for Jai, right? We don't often see 2 drivers sticking so close together. Come the chase competition tomorrow, when you want to be trying to get closer, you'll be a little bit more comfortable and confident in trying to do so.
I wonder if Jai would be a little bit better off to have taken a lap, and the checkered flag is going to come out this time by, so the session will be over with. I wonder if he would have been a little bit better off to back up a little bit, get off the throttle on one of the straightaways, count to about 5, and then get back in it again and try to claw your way back up. Right now, I think he's close enough that he may not be comfortable with getting any closer, and what that does is then it stalls your progress, right?
Right.
If you're not comfortable with getting any closer and you can't get any closer because of where the car is in front of you and you're a little bit concerned about that, then you need to back off and try to get another run up. Because Jai actually looked better through this area of the racetrack, once again, turn 6, it's right there in front of us,
It's all about
than Romanidis did. And so I feel like perhaps could have had the better lap time or improved lap times if he didn't have that car just right in front.
And so he'll probably have a chat then with his coach about. You remember Julian was talking with his coach about why were you in traffic, what happened.
Yeah.
It might not always be your fault, but what can you learn from that situation?
And it's funny. I mean, if you're watching him, you're going, well, he's not that close. Get up on his rear wing. But I don't know his mindset. These are not drivers with massive experience on a racetrack, right? So it may be to the point where it's like, hey, this is close enough, we're not racing. But if you're just close enough and then you hold station, you're not going to go any faster. So sometimes getting out there on your own and having the rabbit, I think, is good as long as you're far enough away from the rabbit that you can continue to close in on it. If it gets to the point where your progress stalls because you don't want to get any closer, well, now you're not doing yourself any favors.
No, and speaking of lap times for a second, Michael Romanidis back down to a 1:27.250, fastest lap of the session for him. Last time by Jai Fletcher, only about 7/10 off of the pace. Brandon Hawkin has managed to get himself 3 consecutive laps in the 1:28, so if there was a little bit of uncertainty after how the session started, he's been able to put that to the back of his mind, and checkered flag is officially flying in front of us. These drivers are ready to pull off the track. Matt Caruana, 1:28.995, last lap time for him. That's about half a second slower than his best time. So about 1.6 seconds across of the 5 drivers in this group. And again, just a reminder that we're not necessarily tracking them relative to each other. The question is more, how are they improving? Michael Romanidis, 1:27.539 was the fastest lap time in... Sorry, 1:27.637 was the fastest lap time in that first run. So he only went about 4/10 faster in the second session.
Yeah. And when you look down the line, he got there relatively quickly, 28.9, 28.1, 27.8, 27.5, then back up into the 28s, then back down into the 27. So not the consistent, ever decreasing lap times that you want to see. He kind of did in the first 3-4 laps, but then I think the tires going away probably a little bit because of that slide like I was talking about. Tidy that up a little bit. If he can settle that, and that's a style thing. That's a driving style thing. It's exactly what he did in the first session. I mean, a mirror image of it. And what he needs to go do is look at data, try to figure out how to tidy that up a little bit, better exit off the corner without that big slide. You'll see his lap times come down, but this is where the data and really studying it is going to help you.
And again, as we just see the drivers file their way into pit lane in front of us, big shout out to our partners, Sucker Punch, Mazda Motorsports, iRacing, the Atlanta Motorsports Park, MPI Racestream, Street Kart Racing, the team at PitFit, Primal Racing, everyone at Radical, Toyo Tires, Wimner, the Racers Physio, Advanced Sim Racing, SimLab, and Grid, all making this possible. And we've got 2 more groups in this final runs to go before we wrap things up for day 2 here of Prodigy Week Part 2. And a little bit of a switch around there on the run down in towards the pit lane. Clearly one driver wants to try and practice a bit more of a flying pit entry.
Yeah, I mean, and that's big speed on the way in. And I don't know what they've been told. I mean, in different series around the world, the flagging rules are different. Obviously, if I know in the series that I cover, if there's a red flag, they want you to get back to pit lane, expedite as quickly as you can once you're past the incident.
Okay.
But there's absolutely no passing. In series where there's, in practice, checkered flags, qualifying checkered flags and stuff, you want to get back to pit lane as quickly as you can, and there's nothing in the rule book that usually says no passing after the checkered flag. But depending on the series and the experience level of the drivers, you may want to say, hey, let's not do that. But I don't know that they've been told that, so kind of no harm, no foul, as long as everybody's paying attention.
So for you as an amateur racer, I want to go back to something you talked about with radio. These drivers have no radio communication. They are left to themselves. That means when they have a spin, there's no one in their ear saying, relax, don't worry. They've got to do that themselves.
Here's the process to restart and all that stuff. Yeah.
How was that like for you? Not when you were racing professionally, but when you're starting racing. Do you remember what that was like? Because I'm guessing it was similar for you. No one in your ear. You're just following someone in front and thrown out on track. What was going through your mind in some of those moments?
Well, I will say I didn't have a lot of those moments, which was probably good. But that's just where the familiarity comes in. It's funny, the things that I remember, I remember all, like I said, my first car in a school and so on and so forth. I don't remember my first incidents on the racetrack where I needed to do that process. Cars were much easier to work with then. I can tell you right now, as a race director in SRO World Challenge America, when I have a car that spins, my phone sits in front of me, and it's set in the stopwatch mode.
Okay.
And when a car spins in front of me and stalls, I hit it and I start the clock. I won't, if the car has not made contact with anything and there's not fluid coming out of the bottom of it, or flames coming out of the top of it, I won't even think about going full course caution or going safety car inside 50 seconds. There's no way. Because what I have found is that it takes typically 50 seconds to a minute and 20 seconds to get a modern GT car kind of gathered up and restarted.
Even with the radio help.
Even with the radio help. It's just the processes of the computers and shutting down and recycling and da-da-da-da-da-da-da to get them redone. Otherwise, you're going full course caution, and there's no reason to.
Let's go chat with Brandon, see how that run went for him.
All I'm going to say is starting that, Brian, is don't tell our drivers that if that's the only reason that they should go to a full course caution. One step at a time. But one driver here that went for a little off-road excursion. He came down, though, everything was squared away, and you even had a chance to talk to your coach, Spencer Pompelli, about it. First off, what kind of happened there that led to that incident?
Yeah, so I think I might have just tried to ask a little bit too much of the car. I in the first session, I was taking it a little bit too easy in some places, and I was trying to push it just a little bit more, and I felt pretty comfortable. But then once I got to the apex of the, I'm not sure what turn number it was, it just I might have had a little bit too much wheel into it and a little bit too much speed. It just kind of whipped around, and I ended up in the gravel trap. But happy it didn't hit anything. I didn't damage the car. I don't think so. Those one of my goals was to not spin or crash or anything, but I'm fortunate to still didn't cause any damage to myself or the car. So I'm gonna dial it back a little bit in the next run, and definitely I don't want to do that again. So
Spencer even encouraged you, right? You guys were talking about it, and he said, okay, no, but I'm proud of you for finding that limit, and that's whole part of the experience here. So that being said, tomorrow, though, which is going to be your next time out, is that qualifying session. So do you dial it back a little bit, or do you push maybe that much more, now knowing the limit of the race car?
Yeah, so now that I know the limits, I know what to expect, I think, and it's there are places where I think I can maybe be a little bit more aggressive, but that part definitely not. So I know I think I'll be able to kind of find the groove there tomorrow. And I was a little bit too conservative last run, maybe a little bit overzealous there this run, but hopefully tomorrow everything's I can optimize my lap times. And Spencer, we went over all the video and picked up a lot of things that I could improve on. And I was just trying out different lines, being a bit more aggressive on the brakes in certain areas. And I think it helped for the most part. I definitely, it was an improvement from last session to this session. It was just got a little bit too cocky there, but we're looking forward to going out some more. That was a lot of fun.
Again, Brandon Hawkin, still always one of my favorite interviews that we have throughout Prodigy Week. So excited, and nonetheless, best of luck, of course, tomorrow. We'll let you go catch up with your coach, Spencer Pompelli. But Juliana, Jai Fletcher, also one that has been smiles the entire time we've been here, and you've caught up with him.
Well, let me just start that one back over. Yes, Jai, you have been all smiles. That was what Hannah was saying, and I was saying it's really fun to watch you, but I was asking you, you were able to check some of your footage from before. Were you able to implement it when you out on this track?
To be honest, a lot of it was just overall brushing off any kind of worries about going into a race car for the first time, because it was my first time. We picked up on some things and I tried to implement it, but I think because the track is just getting that much drier, it's all just going to get quicker anyway.
How was it out there for you right now? And this is your last time out. Did you get some fast laps? How do you feel about it?
I went out. For some reason, at the end of the pit lane, there was a red light. So Michael went, and I waited, and I was signalling to the marshal if I should go. So I went straight away. So I was behind Michael. and I was just following behind him the whole session, so I couldn't really get into the groove I wanted to, because obviously safety is imperative and we don't want to have an incident or anything like that. So I just stayed behind him, you know, learned a few things, which was good. And it was overall a really good session, so we'll move on to tomorrow, see if we can make any more adjustments, and we go again for the big competition.
And it's probably good that you had this opportunity to be that close, because tomorrow y'all are going to be chasing. So you might have an edge now that you're able to do that. Is that how you feel?
I just think when you can watch someone as good as Michael is, as his sim racing record tells us, you definitely pick up a few things. I was watching where he was doing different things to me in terms of his lines, so I implemented it and it seemed to help a bit. He was definitely carrying more speed in the long sort of horseshoe corner there, because he was going wide and sort of cutting it back using the downforce to load the tyres. So I picked up on that and I was able to go quicker, but I think I was only 2 attempts quicker than my first run, because I saw Michael was struggling a bit.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Shadi. We appreciate you, and we'll let you go talk to your coach and get all catch up. All right, guys, I heard something in my ear, so I'm not really sure where I'm supposed to throw it, but I will just for a brief second talk about how all of these drivers got here, and that is with 3 different sim platforms: iRacing, Street Kart, and R-Factor 2. So all of you out there watching, you guys can have those sim platforms. You can get your Prodigy Pass, and you guys can be here too. And right now we're going to throw it on over to Hannah. She is going to interview someone new.
Well, someone new, but really an old friend of mine, I feel like, in the grand scheme of things. Cindy Sisson with Women in Motorsports North America. You're not only here, of course, representing WIMNA, but you've now found yourself amongst other jobs. You got the chance to drive a Radical SR1 yesterday, and now you're going to drive a Mazda a little bit later on the racetrack. Again, I think that we're just going to get you your own Racing Prodigy outfit, and we're just going to let you be one of our contestants here this week. Surprise. You're driver number 21.
Right? I mean, weirder things have happened, and I would be honored to do it. This is so amazing to see all the young smiles, young faces, know that a lot of these kids have an opportunity that they normally wouldn't have. I'm so proud of Racing Prodigy.
I think opportunity is the key word there, right? WIMNA, all about creating and connecting those opportunities to integrate women into motorsports. And we have both male and female allies across all different platforms of racing. But that same concept is at play here with Racing Prodigy, connecting all different aspects of motorsports to create opportunity for young drivers. How important is it to find these avenues and create avenues for both aspiring drivers and people looking to get into motorsports?
Well, it's beyond just the drivers. Let's look around. There's you. There's a group over here. There's some mechanics wrenching on the cars. I mean, Women in Motorsports is not just about drivers. We're about all women in the industry, and there's so much opportunity out here. And I give the founders of Racing Prodigy major kudos, because they see that and they're supporting us. That's why our logo is all over on the cars and the uniforms, and I'm just so proud what they've done for us.
So of course we've got the representation here at Prodigy Week. We've got 2 female drivers in Brenna Schubert and Amy Frame, but you guys activate across all platforms of motorsports. You had an event this past weekend in Laguna Seca with the IMSA WeatherTech series. To have those events, get everyone in the same room, do you have these moments where you sometimes take a step back and you're like, oh my gosh, I have 50 women gathered here at a single race weekend, whether it's an IndyCar race, a NASCAR race, an IMSA race, just to take in even the path that you guys have trudged so far?
Well, even a week ago, we were at the Miami Grand Prix. We had a big event called Women with Drive. We had almost 100 people show up at the Hard Rock Cafe. For me, it's great to have the women in the industry, but what really gets me geeked up is when we have the young ones there. See it and be it. And we try to get more and more of the younger generation in, and it is very exciting. Last week at Laguna Seca, we had 2 events. There were so many people there, but what's so cool, it's just not the women. John Doonan was there. You know, the head of IMSA, he supported us, and so many males in the industry. So we have a lot of male allies, which is really special.
And it's incredible too. We have, bi-monthly calls to talk about women, and there are many men on the call with us talking about how we can activate, how we can get in that involvement. So it's so cool to have allies across so many different aspects of the sport. Again, Cindy Sisson with Women in Motorsports North America. If you're interested in getting involved in WIMNA, where can people go?
Call you? No.
Instagram. We can talk. We can email.
Well, you're one of our working group members, but you can go to our website, womeninmotorsportsna.com, womeninmotorsportsna.com. There's a little sign in, and we'll respond to you. We're getting about 3 a day right now. If you think about all these people that are coming and wanting to be a part of the community.
Yeah, and we welcome you with open arms. Come and join us here in WMNA. Again, Cindy, thank you so much. I'm so glad to have you here with us at Atlanta Motorsports Park and here representing WMNA.
I'm so honored. Thank you so much.
Brian Arjuna, we've got cars on the racetrack for our third group and their final session of the afternoon.
And Cindy enjoyed the Radical SR1 yesterday, as far as I could tell, so great to have her out here.
And why wouldn't you, right?
I might not fit in one. That's my main concern.
Yeah. Your head would be up in the breeze.
They were talking about knee knockers as well, right? Because, of course, these are rather compact seats. If you've got longer legs, maybe your knees are bouncing up against the frame, but clearly not an issue for any of our drivers. First times coming on in, and already down to the 127s. For Eduardo Leo, a 126, though. First time by. Will Redford with a flyer of a lap, a mid-127. Eduardo Leo just couldn't help himself.
I'm doing some segment times right now, and they're coming down. One of these things that every driver has to pay attention to is turning in early. And the more you press, the easier it is to get yourself to turn the wheel just a little too soon. Of course, the problem with turning early for a corner is that you're going to run out of road at the exit. I just saw it here on I think that was the 88 that went by in turn 6. And it's one of those things that your brain is saying, hey, I'm really hauling the mail. I need to get in there. The problem is if you turn the wheel, you're going to be really fast. Then you're going to have to turn it a lot in the middle of the corner to stay on line, if you can stay on line. And if you can't, the car's going to track out early. And at minimum, you're going to have to slow down at the exit of the corner to stay on the racetrack. And what you really want to focus on is exit speed off the corner. So got to be careful as a driver. We said this earlier. The line is the line is the line. Figure out the line and then put speed on it. If you start altering the line because you're trying to go fast, that's a fool's errand.
And I think one thing that the drivers will probably be not doing too much of are those fool errands. And there's two parts to that. One, they've got the great coaching. The second part of that is I was just thinking about this literally, and I was watching the lap times come in and how close they are. In sim racing, you basically are doing, live tracking of everyone else's times. You have all these additional, programs and overlays that you can show you extra information. We talked about the lack of radio. That also translates to not knowing how your times are stacking up to the rest of your competition.
Yeah, on the clock right now, Camden Hibbit's one of those that's starting to sneak in a little bit early, and he had that big slide off the corner under throttle last time, spending more time moving laterally than down the racetrack the way he needed to. So it's one of those things he needs to wait just about a half a car length longer. He's about a tenth of a second off the best time right now through this one segment in turn 6 in front of us, so we'll have to see how that stands.
So Mihai Neg, by the way, has done his first sub-130 lap time of the day, so he's slowly getting more confident in his number 90 Sucker Punch green machine. Behind him, or rather in front of him, I should say, Eduardo Leo, not the only driver in the 126s now. Will Redford's been able to join him. Pavlovski's dropped to the 128s, though. Camden Hibbit at the 127s. Are we going to see a 125 here from Eduardo?
I don't know. I don't know that we've got time for that. As far as the tires, I should say. I shouldn't say time. I don't know that we've got the tire for it. They've been punished today, right? I mean, they've been driven really, really hard with the track coming in here these last couple of sessions. I'm impressed with the times that the drivers are able to do right now. And here's the other challenge. As the tire goes away, you've got to kind of adapt your driving style for the lack of grip that you've got. And it's a matter about the line doesn't change, but you've got to adjust where you brake, where you find the power. I'm sitting here watching the 88 off the corner. Man, I didn't think that was going to be a good time through there for Eduardo Leo. He was sliding from turn in all the way to the track out. But one of the best segment times I've seen through there so far. Absolutely. 7.80 from my two timing spots, and that was a 7.68. So 0.12 seconds in just one corner is pretty impressive.
And he is threatening a 125. I will just highlight that because 126.320 last time by. He only has to find about 0.3 or so. Camden Hibbit last time, 128.2. So he I'm not sure if he's caught up to some traffic because he's rather close to the back of Mihai Neg, but it could also be he's just a little bit slower. That was Kamil Pavlovski that just roared across the line for us. He improved in terms of time compared to his best previous lap time to a 1:27.88, but that is still about 9,000th off of where he was. And for the first time today in this session, Eduardo Leo does not improve. It's still a 1:26.5.
So Camden Hibbit now past the 90 of Mihai Neg. So I think this lap time is going to be slow as well for Hibbit because he was going by, making the pass there. So this one you can kind of throw away. The problem is I'm looking down at the starter right now, and he's got the checkered flag in hand.
And already with Will Redford now back down to a 1:26.6. That's his best lap time of the session. At most, I think drivers have one, maybe two if you're Will Redford, although that counts the time that he's just technically set across the line as we wait to see when the flag man will wave the checkered flag. And then it's just Craig Laws, Thomas Bellman, Rupa Kirkupa, Nikodem Wisniewski, and Jordan Johnson to go in the final group running on day 2. There comes the 93 to the line.
So he's going to get a lap.
Is Camden Hibbit. When does the first driver see the checkered flag, though?
Well, that will be interesting to see. So for Camden Hibbit, he will get one more lap. Now that he's clear of traffic, let's see if he can find a little bit more speed. Flag is out.
He did a 1:27 last time by, so it wasn't a bad time. But as the 95 of Kamil Pavlovski finishes up the session, that's a 1:27.982 for him. And now we wait to see where is Eduardo Leo. Runs to the line of the 88 machine. And a 1:26.393. It's about 700ths off his previous best lap time, but consistently amongst the fastest drivers. And every single attempt from him in this session, Brian, was in the 1:26s.
That's impressive. That's very, very impressive. He's found a groove. He found something on the racetrack, and then he was able to duplicate it each time. And to me, it's at corner entry. I just watched Camden Hibbit into turn 6. And he needs to find, in my mind, a little better braking level and then move it down a little closer to the corner. Right now, he's kind of off the brakes a little bit early and then gets the big power slide off the corner. Very similar to what we saw Michael Romanidis doing earlier. And I think what you need to do is attack that brake zone a little bit more aggressively into the corner, let the trail braking rotation point the car, and then you're going to get better drive off the corner.
I can tell you that Will Redford, his final lap time, a 1:26.382, was not faster than the fastest lap time of Eduardo Leo, but it was faster than his final attempt. The two drivers split 62,000ths of a second.
I was going to say we've got two drivers in the 26.3s, yes?
This is getting spicy, and they may be now favorites in many ways heading into tomorrow's chase competition. I had to throw the spicy in there, Sucker Punch and the pickle shooter.
Yeah, I got it.
Are we going to give you the pepper-flavored pickle juice shooter?
No.
No?
No.
We'll get plenty of other people on camera doing that, don't worry. Did we get Matt Fasenak doing that slightly earlier?
Yeah, we did.
Okay,
Matt did it. I mean, here's the thing, and I'm sure that Sucker Punch produces an absolutely fantastic product.
You don't need any more energy, though.
I'm not a pickle guy.
Okay.
It's kind of like Brussels sprouts. There's no such thing as a good Brussels sprout. There's no such thing as a good pickle. There's just not. Sorry.
It's okay. We have plenty of pickle consumers here, including Brenna Schubert.
Yeah, I'm sure.
She did say that she was feeling like her allergies were slightly wearing her down on day number 1 before the fitness assessment, and so a pickle juice shooter apparently perked her up a little bit and got her out of the slump.
Which is awesome.
Yep.
More power. More power to her.
And that's where the pickle juice shooters come in handy if you can, if you want to stomach them, I guess, is the thing. Anyway, all the drivers making their way into pit lane, getting out of the cars. And so now, again, Craig Laws, Thomas Bellman, Rupa Kirkupa, Nikodem Wisniewski, and Jordan Johnson, the final 5 drivers today. Let's recap a little bit, though, of, comparing day 2 this time around to day 2 last time around, because I mentioned it seems a bit more visceral. I don't know if I'm seeing in the same way that I felt like I saw some drivers going from struggling a bit in that first session to really picking up the pace. I think everyone's kind of on a steady trajectory right now, which is good to see because they're all getting an equal amount of help, it would seem.
Well, you hit the nail on the head earlier, I think, in that every competitor here sat and watched last time. I'm sure they did. We already know that some of the drivers have sought out advice from drivers that were here, and what was the process, and what would you recommend, and so on and so forth. So I think there's not a big book, but there's at least one chapter that's been written. All these competitors read that chapter.
Yeah. Out of the car for Camden Hibbit. And he does seem like sometimes he struggles to get out of the car. I'm not sure if that was his legs or something, but here you go, gets himself out eventually.
He's just kind of a laid-back kid, you know.
Is that his style?
Yeah, I just think it's his style.
He got to get a full shot of the Racing Prodigy suit there.
Well, and it's interesting. Camden obviously wears a head restraint because you're required to. It's his own, and it's a little bit different than the Hans device, the branded Hans device. It actually, I think, is attached to his body. You can kind of see it as he's walking away there. It's attached to his body, whereas a Hans device relies on the belt to hold it in place. His actually has a strap system that holds it around his chest
and
keeps it in
remember
place.
Garrett Lowe last year, he had something similar because I thought it was that like a foam thing that you'd wear.
Yeah, and it was like, no, that's not it.
No, it was something more similar to that. You were mentioning as well the Hans, the reason it was invented. I was very lucky when I was living in Atlanta. I went and bought my Hans from the shop officially, and learning about the design process as well.
Fascinating.
Such a
Did they
cool story.
Did they have some of the old ones lined up?
It was great.
Very cool.
Let's go down to pit lane though. Talk with Hannah and maybe a driver.
Yeah, thanks, Arjuna. We've caught up with Mihai here, who got out for the last session of the day.
Yeah.
All right, let's have a little bit of an evaluation here. Now 3 sessions, one in very wet weather conditions, and of course, now a very dry racetrack. What's your evaluation of your on-track stuff today, if you had to evaluate yourself?
It's been a busy day when it comes to information gathering, like getting the chance to do 3 sessions in 3 different track states, full wet, kind of greasy but almost dry, and now full dry. It's really awesome to get this range of experience. And yeah, after the second session I went over some data with my coach Andrew, and I worked on what we discussed and managed to find some improvement, and I'm working on to find some more.
So what did you guys discuss? What were you able to take away from that debriefing that you applied here in that 3rd session?
Efficiency in the braking zones, especially like maximizing the braking potential and minimizing the braking distance, which in the sim, it's okay, you try, you don't have that fear of going off or locking up, or if you lock up, you know you can do it all over again, but here the consequences are much bigger. So just chipping away at it, I managed to lock the rears a bit into turn 1, getting the car a bit lively onto the rear end, and yeah, it felt nice. So.
Okay, so you talk about that step out a little bit,
yeah,
right?
Yeah.
And that lively end, like
yeah, that's when you know you're on the limit of the brake. So yeah.
Do you feel like any of the preparations that you guys made yesterday in skid pad and autocross helped with that? Or do you feel like that is a natural feeling that you're able to take over from sim?
Yeah, it helped, especially on the skid pad, to learn about the weight transfer, especially in the wet sessions, because they're closer to the skid pad. But yeah, it helped a lot. So.
Well, perfect. A chance to get on the racetrack again tomorrow for your qualifying session.
Yeah.
We'll let Mihai go here. But hey, we had talked to Cindy Sisson, right? And she mentioned how cool it is to have women just involved in all different degrees here at Prodigy Week. Behind me, of course, you can see not only a photographer, but 2 female crew members here with Primal working on these cars, making sure everything's good. They've been changing tires. They've been getting up underneath, making sure the drivers are prepping them. So cool to have that female energy and involvement here in Prodigy Week. And of course, Juliana, you and I excited to be a part of this whole event as well, but you're standing by with the driver.
Yes, Hannah, I am so excited to be down here. I'm just going to let you guys actually just listen. Y'all continue. Just go on. Keep doing your thing. They want to hear.
So to your point, right, the tires do get hot, and the more you slide them, the worse it gets. But it just takes a couple corners to bring it back. Just kind of back it down to 8/10 instead of 10/10 and recover the tire, and then get back after it. If you feel like you've reached kind of that threshold, if you're overpressuring, overheating the tire, you do your job to manage that, right? At the end of the day, these are our tires for the entire event. No one uses them but you, right? So it's up to you to manage them through today and tomorrow.
All right. Actually, I didn't know that.
Now you know.
So I didn't know it earlier.
Yeah. Any other questions? Eduardo, tell me. What do you feel out there? You're moving, dude. You're not even sweating. Camille's sweating.
Yeah, I don't know. You guys look
but I'm quite exhausted, really. But I think you need a sucker punch.
Definitely.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, for whatever reason, I'm all wet.
Yeah. Good. Good.
Maybe I
get all the toxins out for tomorrow. Eduardo, though, on the other hand, is just relaxing here.
No,
relaxing
it's
at
really
P1 of the
physical
time
to be
sheet.
fair, but I don't know, I just don't sweat quite a lot.
Cool.
But yeah, it felt pretty fast out there.
Yeah.
I tried to correct all the things and it felt a bit better.
Just feel the evolution of the track as it dries up, how much more grip you have and what you have to work with.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Cool. It looked like both you and Will were doing a nice job of kind of ticking away at that as the session went on. I think almost every lap was faster than the last, right? Where Camden and Camille, you guys, everyone worked their way down, but not as consistently as these two, right? So we need to look at the video and see what are they doing to kind of have that solid progression from beginning to end. Cool? All right, let's go see it.
All right, guys. Well, I don't think there's anything I can add to that, so I'm just going to throw it on back up to you.
Always enjoy getting that insight from the drivers. And here we go. Final group back out on track. And it's the final on-track activity for day 2 here. The day of consistency, I think, is what we've been trying to dub it. And Eduardo Leo says he's exhausted, but wasn't sweating much, which I think it doesn't really tell you too much. I think different people react physically differently to this environment. But that mental exhaustion, I think we can all kind of appreciate that.
They are going to be so much more tired than they feel right now. They're going to get to the end of the day when they know everything's over and they're going to change their clothes and sit down, eat dinner, and then, like, boom, fall over and be asleep. Because it is mentally exhausting. It's emotionally exhausting. All those things taking a toll. They haven't been in the car all that much, but this racetrack, again, 16 corners and 2 miles, that's a lot of corners. There's not a long straightaway here to rest. I mean, what is the longest straightaway? It may be from 15 to 16, and that's kind of a bend. It could be 6 to kind of like 8, sort of. So there's the front straightaway.
I think technically.
This isn't, I mean, this is all flat out 14, 15. Kind of 6 to 9 is really a straightaway. It's just kind of a little bendy thing. There's no place to rest around here. Mid-Ohio Sports Car Course, which I would call my home track since I live in Columbus, Ohio, since 1989. Back straight, maybe. Yellow flags, double yellow flags there in the 8-9 combination leading down to turn 10.
So we'll see if we can get a word on who it is. I do see the 93 of Craig Laws allowing, I would guess that's Jordan Johnson, to slip on by. The double yellows now to a single yellow and officially removed. So I think the car is off and away.
Yeah. But what I was saying was Mid-Ohio's kind of the same way, but I would say, so Mid-Ohio's 2.2 miles long, and the back straightaway is the place to rest there. From that point back around to turn 1, if you run the pro circuit up to turn 1, that's a short straight where you can rest a little bit. But I would say this is probably more physically demanding than Mid-Ohio. 2 miles in length, so just a touch shorter. I don't really believe all these corners are corners here. You know, I mean, some of them have numbers on them, but
apparently you exit turn 6 and you next get onto the brakes at turn 10. I'll just leave it at that.
Leave it at that, yeah. But the physicality of this racetrack, that whole 3-4 section, 10, 11, 12, even the long duration 14, 15. This is a taxing racetrack with no time to rest. There's really no time to rest on it at all. So, yeah, they're going to be exhausted both physically, mentally, and then emotionally as well, because this is a big deal. I mean, I go back to this is a big deal, and you get concerned, you get worried, you get nervous, and all of that. It takes energy, and every one of these drivers is going to be exhausted tonight.
And I feel as though, you know, you can alleviate the exhaustion by having experience. There's a bit slow off the corner there for Jordan Johnson, I think, in the Sucker Punch car. But Nikodem Wisniewski said that he'd actually done some races here going on like 8 years ago in the sim racing world. We know that Julian Klaffenbach won, or rather competed in the Prodigy Racing League tournament on R-Factor back in Season 1, Part 1, here at this track as well. But it's not like many of them will know what it's like to really be here and do laps in anger, you know, lap after lap after lap, and So maybe that's a bit of a helpful hand as well, so they can just mentally de-stress a little bit. Whoa.
That was nice.
That was Thomas Bellman mounting the inside curb through turn 6.
I mean, really, his corner entry there is kind of what you're looking for. He had waited a little bit longer to turn in, turned in. You could tell he was still on the brake as he turned the wheel. He turned in, trailed off the brake, allowed the car to rise up, rotate towards the apex, used every inch of the apex curb. And then the car, you could see it, although there was a little twitch off the corner, it wasn't that long broad slide like we saw a little while ago on several of the competitors, and consequently got off the corner and down the next straightaway a little bit quicker. Loved that drone shot.
That was amazing. Big shout out. I think that was to our drone operator behind the scenes. Jordan Johnson with a 132. I think he may have been the reason for the double yellows, but may not have cost him too much time. I want to draw your attention to something. Thomas Bellman and Rupa Kirkupa split by 0.02 of a second on their first time by at the line. There are very, very close margins between these drivers. I can tell you that Thomas Bellman has just jumped down to a 27.273, so I get the feeling we're going to be back in the 26s sooner rather than later.
Just kind of looking up on the hill. I'm going to do my split again here and see if this group is kind of on par with the last group through this turn 6 complex.
Kirkupa down to a 127.3 as well. So again, expecting those times to continue to tumble. And again, hard to do comparisons outside of today, back to Prodigy Week Part 1, but I'm guessing there are plenty of drivers, as much as their coaches may be advising them against doing direct comparisons between sessions, probably going to be doing that. I think that really what they should be doing, though, is looking at their own traces initially, seeing where they're consistent. Once they figured that out, Brian, then we can start to look at adding a little bit more speed.
I would agree, and I just looked. I didn't see the car number, so I'm going to have to check it the last time. That is one of the better turn 6 complexes I've seen, a 757. So we'll look and see. Was that Thomas Bellman through there? Yeah, that was beautiful. And again, that's what, I was talking about this earlier. I was talking about it with Camden Hibbit, and I think a little bit earlier, I can't remember who it was, that I just said has way too much lateral movement off the corner, in on the throttle too early with a lot of hands in it. Romanitas, yeah. They need to wait about a half a car length longer. What they really need to work on is straight line braking, get the car slowed down, get it on its nose, turn about a half a car length later, turn in, get the car to rotate so they can pull the trigger back into the throttle, but they're going to pull the trigger back into the throttle with straighter hands and a car pointed a little bit more through the corner because of the trail brake rotation. That's going to eliminate that lateral slide of the car and give you better launch down the straightaway. And that's what we saw there for Bellman. 2 very consistent laps through the turn 6 complex with the car behaving almost exactly the same each time.
He is still in the 127s. Rupa Kirkupa is now down into the 126s with a 26.851. Keep an eye, though, on Jordan Johnson, because despite the issue for him, he has just done a 128. Last time by, he did a 127.690, though. So very much has that ability, has that speed, if he's able to hook it all together. Just looking up in the skies as well, there's a little bit of gray in the air. Talk to me about humidity and that kind of things when it comes to impacting the performance of these race cars.
Well, it's like flying an airplane, right? I mean, humidity levels, temperature levels are going to change the performance characteristics of the car, both from a horsepower standpoint and from an aerodynamic standpoint. So it's one of those deals that the more humidity you get, the more temperature you get, the more you're going to lose engine performance and the more downforce you're going to lose. So it's one of those deals where you kind of think of it this way. As the air pressure gets greater, right, it compacts the balls, right? It presses them together. As you lose air pressure, those air molecules are a little farther apart. And I know any aerodynamic engineer is going to look at me right now and go, this is such an oversimplification. But when the air pressure is higher, it keeps the little ping pong air molecules close together. The more of those molecules you have going over the wings, the more of those molecules you have going into the engine, the better the engine's going to run, right? Temperature's the same way. It's based basically on air density. As temperature goes up and your pressures typically go down at that point in time, the fewer air molecules you have going in the engine, the fewer you have going over the aerodynamic devices and the less performance you're going to have. So it's one of those things that as temperature increases, you're going to lose that performance that's out there. Humidity really is kind of the same way. So it's all really kind of based upon what you call air density and density altitude.
As that was Thomas Bellman back to the line, 127.128. He is just off of that bracket that punches way down into the 126s. But we've talked about how these drivers know what's happening this week. They were able to go back and watch all of day 1, 2, and 3 from Prodigy Week Part 1. That's a great drone shot as well, just carving through that tree line there. But
I would have crashed that by now.
Does it also mean there's more pressure because they know what the drivers have done? And therefore, I feel like in some ways they're expected to come here and impress even more.
No, there is no more pressure. Yes, they feel more pressure. I mean, there is no more pressure. I mean, legitimately, from the program side, there is no more pressure.
All the drivers are treated the same.
But you've got to be careful about putting more pressure on yourself because now you've studied it and you know it and you're going to press harder and push harder, so on and so forth. And so there's that mental aspect of it that you have to deal with. Just really quickly back to the, temperature and the weather conditions. If I took you to Denver, Colorado, and took you up in the mountains to 12,000 feet or whatever, are you going to run and walk and do an exercise there like you exercise here? Walking up 3 flights of stairs there is a very different ballgame than walking up 3 flights of stairs here. So it's the same thing. How much air is available? How much air is available to feed the engine? How much air is available to provide aerodynamics for you?
Rupa Kirkupa improves to a 126.6. And just a reminder in terms of fastest lap time today, I think technically that is the 126.320 from Eduardo Leo in the previous session.
Yeah, and it's interesting. In Group 1 and Group 2, we saw in each session the same fastest driver. Right? So, what did you just see?
I just realized that Rupa Kirkupa has gone fastest on the day with a 126.296. He told us that he got his exam results earlier, and 3 of the 4 subjects he got top marks. The one other subject, what a disappointment.
So, what kind of marks did you get in physics?
Oh, let's not talk about that.
Math. What else? What was it? It was like physics, math, and some other STEM program kind of class.
I'm a computer scientist. Let's not talk about my grades. Engineers usually get graded on a curve. Isn't that true? Nikolai Wisniewski across the line. Strike a nerve with the curve.
Yeah.
My GPA was just about passable. That's all we'll leave it at that one. Final laps for these drivers. The checkered flag is about to be waved as well, I do believe. They may get a handful more laps compared to the previous 3 groups at the end of the day just because their second session was drawn to a close a little bit early due to Craig Laws being down in the gravel. I wonder what that's done to his mentality as well, because so far he's just done a 132.5, which is his fastest lap of the session.
He's getting back at it, right? I mean, working your way back, and that's what you want to do, because in the end, what the judges want to see is your performance, not your lap time. The two are different. They're connected, obviously, but they're different. And the performances, if I had someone who did a 35 today as their fast in the first session, let's say, and then it was a 34 in the second session, and then it was a 29 in the third session, and then a 25 in the next one, I'd go, wow, there's somebody who
improved.
Bang, 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 bang. And so it's like, yeah, the first thing anybody ever looks at is the stopwatch. How fast did you go? Who is the fastest? But I'm telling you, a lot of it is how did you go fast and how did you improve and how did you work through the entire thing. I don't know that I've ever seen a drone fly that fast. I just watched it visually out the window, and because I saw it on the screen, and I'm like, wow.
They make specialist drones. I think one that I've seen can keep up with a Formula One car, but yeah, it's our drone coverage here is just enabling us, especially with how much elevation we have, which interrupts the signal, giving us those better shots of the track. Checkered flag now, though, will officially fly, and Thomas Bellman is first to see it. He does a 127.172 at the end, but he did do a 126 last time by, 126.989. I regret to inform you, though, that Roopa Kirkupa not just setting the fastest lap of the day, he set the second fastest lap. 5,000 slower the lap after that.
So there is consistency, right?
And consistency on another level. Nikodem Wisniewski did come down to pit lane slightly early. I couldn't quite figure out what had happened to him, but we will try to get you the update from pit lane before we wrap up for the day. Roopa Kirkupa with another 126 for his final lap, this time a 126.603.
Impressive stuff.
And so 7/10 or so quicker than the rest of the drivers in this final session. Looking forward to hearing from him. And, you know, he goes against some of the traditional Finnish stereotypes, you know, in that, you know, Kimi Räikkönen, famous for his one-word answers and try to get out of the interviews as quick as possible. But
leave me alone, I know what I'm doing.
Which is why I think we all fell in love with him, to be fair. But Roopa Kirkupa very much opening up to the cameras and to Hannah Newhouse and to Juliana Darnell. And so we appreciate that from him. But with all drivers now having seen the checkered flag, that's it. That's day 2 officially done for the on-track action.
I would call this a successful day by any measure. What a great job everybody did dealing with the changing conditions early on. Yeah, we've seen a couple of cars with spins, car in the gravel trap, but they were really, really minor situations, so don't even count those as strikes. We'll count them as foul balls, right? And just an exemplary job. And it surprised me last year. I said the same thing, and it surprised me last year. It doesn't surprise me this year, you know, because I think what I've seen is I expected last year crazy gamers. You know, I expected send it.
Yeah, you expected the 2 words you didn't want to hear about.
Yeah, that's what I expected, and that is not at all what I saw. And what that tells me is that sim population that's out there, that gaming population, is a very respectful, very studious, very understanding, very professional, even though some of them may be 13 years old, you know, group of people. This isn't people playing a game. They're playing a game, but they're competing at the high level and with the same kind of dedication that somebody that actually, puts a helmet on and straps on their Nomex and straps the belts on and sits down in a race car. It's the same kind of dedication to their craft. And so consequently, when they have the opportunity in here, they don't go crazy. They go to work. And I think that's what I saw last year, and that's what I see this year as well.
And tomorrow, you know, we were trying not to focus on times, but I may have gotten a bit carried away with myself, just getting excited about the future and how we're stacking these drivers up against one another. But tomorrow, from the drop of the green flag for session number 1, it is going to be pressure onto these drivers, because you'll join us at, I believe, what is going to be a 8 o'clock start for the live stream.
So a late one.
We get to wake up 30 minutes later. I'm not complaining about that. But 9 o'clock or so is our estimated green flag for the qualifying sessions. The 4 groups will go out. We'll pick the fastest from each of them, and we will also then grab the fastest other driver. And don't forget, after that, the fan save powered by Sucker Punch. You can be around to make sure that your driver makes it into the Prodigy Chase competition, where we will slowly work our way through a bracket into the final. Remember, Gustavo Ariel winning in Prodigy Week Part 1, and then they got to spray. It wasn't champagne, was it? It was a sparkling grape juice or something. Well, curious about what we have this year. Let's go down to pit lane, especially since we have 5 minors this time around.
Are you thirsty or what?
It's 5 o'clock.
Thank you.
Let's go down to pit lane, though.
Thank you, Arjuna. Yes, I'm getting Thomas hot right out of the car. How do you feel?
I mean, it's surreal, honestly. It's a once-in-a-lifetime experience. You can't say anything else about it. It's such a blessing to be in such a high downforce car and something that is so quick that it's almost just speechless trying to express like my emotions right now.
All right, but there's got to be like one part of the track that either you love, did it give you some trouble? Give me behind the scenes, in your brain when you're out there.
Yeah. I think though the one corners where I'm doing like pretty well is going to be like the S's over there, the like 3, 4, and 5. I'm seeming to get like the car really hooked up, and when I'm turning it right, it's like kind of like kicking out, so it seems like I'm on the limit of it. And then the one corner that I still really need to start figuring out is the last one where we go uphill and then back down. I'm somehow just overshooting the first part and then definitely compromising my speed down the straight. So still got some work to do with that. We're gonna go watch some data and analyze what we have to work on.
All right. Well, thank you for that. We love to hear like what goes on in your brains out there, because we all assume. So it's nice to get like from the horse's mouth, if you will. All right, Thomas. Thank you. Hannah, over to you.
And it has no wind speed at all. That one. I need you could feel it more, the wind.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah.
Well, I've caught up with Rupe, of course, here. We're sitting here talking about, again, the lack of essentially a windshield, and if you were able to feel it there, and you said, well, yes, you can feel it, but maybe not as intense as other things. But we'll get off the topic there. Day 2, now in the books, all of that on-track activity has taken place. How are you feeling as we get ready to wrap up day 2?
Well, I'm feeling very good. I think that last session was really nice. In the first session, we got to do the 2 laps, which wasn't ideal, but I think that session was really nice. I had a blast, really.
So these cars new for a lot of drivers that are joining us here this weekend. What do you think was the toughest aspect of learning these cars? Was it the downforce, the quick reaction time? What was your biggest challenge today?
I think for most guys it will be the downforce, but for me it was laying off the brake. I'm used to trail braking, but here you need to roll the speed into the corner without pressing either of the pedals. And that was something I had to get used to.
And how hard is that to change your mind frame to become a momentum-based driver and not trail brake?
I think it wasn't that bad. It took me around 5 to 10 laps to get that right, but I think at the end of the session it was going pretty good in most of the corners. I really still struggled a little bit going uphill in the turn 3 or 4, I think, but otherwise it was getting good.
Now, of course, you guys have the help of your drivers' coaches, both for verbal feedback, but also getting to go see all of your data and debriefing. What were you able to take from that debrief and apply to that third and final session?
I think the most important one was the gears. I was running higher gears in most corners, but now running the lower gears was much better. And also the coasting was really important from the debrief we had. And I think it was really great and I'm looking forward to the next one we have.
So yesterday we had autocross and skid pad and of course physical fitness. Today, the first time all of 20 drivers getting on the racetrack in their separate groups. So while you're kind of competing in your groups, you're also competing with each other entirely, but you're also teammates in this whole competition. What has the conversation been like with all of you during lunch and during those breaks and just talking? Has it still been fun and lighthearted?
Yeah.
Or are you guys starting to kind of realize that you're each other's competition?
Yeah. No, we are just friends here. I don't think it doesn't feel like a competition yet. Maybe tomorrow, but now we are in the same boat, just trying to learn the cars and do the best we can and supporting each other, of course. And maybe tomorrow the competition will start to kick in more.
Well, when we pit them facing up against each other, we're sure that competition definitely going to kick up. Thank you so much. We'll let you get going. Again, that kind of wraps up stuff here for on-track racing action. All of the teams over here getting these Radical SR1s broken down, making sure that maintenance will take place before, again, we have qualifying sessions pretty early tomorrow morning. All of these drivers, though, I always say, while downtime is a driver's worst nightmare because it gets them in their head, a night like tonight is a great opportunity for those drivers to really sit back and absorb all of the information, the data, everything their coaches have had, and to really sit and think about what took place on the racetrack and apply that to tomorrow. And it's always so fun for me to see a driver leave a racetrack, come back the next day, and improve even that much more because they've just really been able to absorb that information. So the biggest takeaway, though, is all of the smiles and the fun that was had today, getting these drivers maybe for the first time behind the wheel of an actual race car, and again, making dreams come true.
Thank you, Hannah. Great to catch up with Rupa there as well after what's been such a big day for him with all that's been going on, and I'm sure he's going to sleep very, very well. There's a look at the Atlanta Motorsports Park, but don't go anywhere. Let's take a look at some of the footage that we've captured over the course of the day, and we'll be back to wrap up Day 2 of Prodigy Week Part 2.
Very expensive. It's cost prohibitive for most people, as I think everybody here knows and appreciates. And then even though one may get an opportunity to get into a car, it's another thing then to have sustainability. So our whole model that we're building here is to keep these racers in a car, at least those deserving. It shouldn't be about pocketbook. It should be about skill. That should be the only differentiator.
As most sports, right?
as any other sports, you look at soccer, football, baseball, you don't have to worry about finding money. trying to create value for sponsors, and if you don't succeed, and in sometimes a very short period of time, then you stop the activity that you love. It's not fair, it's not right, and we're trying to change that.
Should we go to this meeting?
Yeah. Let me just get a snack first.
Snack? I brought a snack.
Oh, that's okay. I'm good.
Oh, no. I got this. Told you I brought a snack.
There's a better way to eat pickles on the go. Sucker Punch, the snack with a snap.
And a great look at what happened on the final day of Prodigy Week Part 1. Gustavo Ariel coming out on top in our Prodigy Chase competition, the same thing that we'll see tomorrow. Looks like a very busy paddock. We're going to stay here for dinner. The drivers will then be sent off to their Airbnbs to relax, and it's a relaxing session I think they're going to need.
Oh, absolutely. It's a relaxing session they'll need. Look down on this facility. It's fantastic, and I don't know if we can, I don't know if the drone pilot can hear us or not, but I would love to take a tour of the facility up by the go-kart track and over and stuff, because that entire facility is what makes this place so special. Yes, it's a cool racetrack, but you and I were talking about the building that we're in right now is there on pit lane, there where the condo's over there. There's the go-kart complex, and that is one wicked go-kart track. It goes back around farther to the right. There are different configurations that you can run. You can see the blue across there that's blocking it, so they're running the short course today, but like you were talking about, shifter carts off the ground here because this track is like wicked. But again, that's the go-kart complex. So there are all these different areas here. There's a good look at the front straightaway and the starting grid for the long circuit here. But I think that's the thing that makes Atlanta Motorsport Park so cool, and the idea that they're going to continue to grow it with more of these condo complexes inside is pretty awesome.
Not just condo complexes, which will be built inside of the final corner, that long left-hand sweeper that is there. But, you know, this membership country club that offers track time at the main and kart track, of course, a pool, which maybe some of the drivers would like to use, gym, plenty of
hot tub.
That would be nice. Member events as well, just relax the muscles after the long day that they've had. But it's the largest member base of any motorsports country club. And like we said, continuing to grow, not just with condos. Found it quite interesting because I guess people come here for race weekends once in a while. They're building tiny homes and cottages by the kart track as well.
Looks like there are a couple. Nobody's down there. You
Should
and
we go?
You and I could go get a couple of carts.
They are fun. They've got new Sodi carts there for their public karting, up to 55 miles an hour.
I mean, that kind of gives you an idea of how it drops down the hill right there. It is unbelievable. So super cool. And when we did the karting experience last year with the drivers, they ran on this course that's short right now, the shorter course. But when they do true kart races here with people with different classes of karts and so on and so forth, I mean, it is the whole track, and literally karts are off the ground. Here's a lap. That's pretty cool.
This will be fun. And remember that, you know, we use the karts as kind of a testing ground in some ways, just to also break the ice for the drivers as well, because they're, you know, maybe a little bit nervous. This is the condominiums that have already been built, some of them 2 stories high, some 3 stories high. They've got garages that face the track as well. And most of these, I remember when we were here back in October, November, weren't even fully complete.
And there's mine that you were talking about earlier when you said they should name, you know, a complex after me. There's mine right there by the trailer.
Some of them actually have people already moved into. Hannah had spotted some decorations from some of the F1 manufacturers and stuff. But what a wonderful track. Let's go down trackside, though, and catch up with some of our drivers.
Well, Arjuna, it's actually just Juliana and I.
Sorry to disappoint
Well,
you.
they may be driving soon.
Facility here at Atlanta Motorsports Park.
Oh, no. I mean,
we just gave you permission. Arjuna said drivers, so you guys need to suit up.
Brian, I'm not taking permission for you on anything here. I know who you're friends with and who you're not here at this racetrack. So that being said,
We want to be here tomorrow, okay?
yeah, we're trying to come back tomorrow and have all 5 cars in play for tomorrow's racing. But nonetheless, the first day kind of coming to a close here, Juliana. It's been so cool to be down here, talk to these drivers. I think the biggest takeaway is how simply excited and almost surreal it was for the drivers that are here, the families. We heard it from the beginning of the day. Their name was on the race car, and they're like, oh my gosh, I'm in a race suit. I have a helmet. I'm driving a race car on a racetrack. They almost couldn't believe it until they were in the car.
And that was like what I loved yesterday, showing them their suits. It was like, wow, they're like, this is like Christmas. Suits, gloves, boots. They loved it. So you like see them out here. It's like real life, and they know it and they appreciate it. And I know that their families at home, like it was really fun. We've gotten some feedback from them being like, thank you for talking about us, like, because they're a massive part of this as well. Like it's not just about them. It's everyone's involved. Everyone from around the world.
Well, I mean, everyone involved from the families that helped get their drivers, their husbands, their children, whoever it is here. And then, of course, we had so many partners and affiliates. You know, we had iRacing, we had Street Kart, we had R Factor, we had all of these people that have been a part of creating these avenues to get these drivers here. I mean, you really talk about teamwork makes the dream work, and usually you say that in a couple people. There are so many people that were at play to put this week together. And we still have a whole nother day to continue not only making these memories, but creating these opportunities.
Yeah, and we also have the documentary team here filming. They are really going to make this thing blow up because they're taking in all this footage. They're making these guys have a chance to kind of like tell their stories behind the scenes, not even this stuff out here. You guys haven't even seen it yet. So that's also a huge factor in this as well. They're all over. We have so many things happening.
I was going to say, we only scratched the surface here when it came to the YouTube side of it. We tried to give you as much of a behind the scenes, the follow-arounds. I like to say we did a little lurking, right? We were the lurking. That dot crew had them actually live wired, boomed. I'm not sure that we didn't have to like lock doors behind them because they were going to bring you anything and everything that they could here. So I'm really looking forward to seeing that and seeing the stories of not only each of our drivers, our coaches, but really sending home the message here of what Racing Prodigy is trying to do. We can't hit that home hard enough that this is creating opportunities that were not available 2 years ago. And like Sucker Punch is one of those people that has been huge in making this initiative possible, and we can't do it without those people that see the dream and then are willing to do what it takes to push that dream forward.
Yep, and you guys know where all the sponsors out there that are watching this that want to be a part. I told you how to get it. Matt told you how to get it. Go to the website, call them, email them, help us out. We would love to have you part of it. We do a lot of Sucker Punch shots out here. What else can we do? Can we have anything? You guys know how to find us.
Listen, we're all about a little bit of marketing activation.
Yeah.
We'll even make Brian and Arjuna up there do pickle shooters.
Yeah, I heard Brian said he doesn't like pickle juice. You need to try this because these are fantastic. I'm going to bring you one.
No. Hey, that being said, I think we'll have to close our day off with a pickle shot.
Yeah. Yes, we will. Right.
Yeah, you girls do that right now.
On camera.
On camera, you can close your day off with a pickle shot.
I'm bringing you one.
Don't drag Brian or me into that one. Girls, before we let you go as well, let's ask you, down there on the track side, what's the mood right now as the drivers are all out of the car? Are they tired? Are they excited? What's going through the minds of them, do you think?
Well, I think that shit's telltale that there are no drivers down here.
They're gone.
They're gone. And it was crazy to hear continually. You'd mentioned tired. I think they're exhausted. Not only from the mental turmoil that was probably going through their head, seeing the wet weather, the insane conditions, some of them driving a race car for the very first time. But again, Juliana, we kept hearing it, and you know this from the physical fitness side of things. I don't think they realized how demanding these race cars were actually going to be. And that last session was a consistency session. They ran consistently back and forth and back and forth. And a lot of them we saw struggle to push themselves up out of the car. There was a couple of them that were grabbing, their forearms here, their biceps. They were like, oh man, I was not prepared for this. They might have to take some ibuprofen when they get home.
They will, but you know what? A lot of it too is from the push-ups they did.
Oh yeah.
They did. They're maxing out on push-ups. You're going to be significant. Like that makes anyone sore, and they were doing it for time, as many as they could, and also just the mental aspect of this entire process that depletes you in itself. Then add on the conditions, the car, everything there. I mean, it's just, they're tired. So to answer you, they're probably all up in their room taking a nap and playing The Sims. They're playing The Sims. Every time I watch them, they're all sitting there playing. So I think, but they're so happy. But
Yeah, we think they're a little tired. So Arjuna and I yesterday, of course, during the physical fitness test, and we'll send it off with this, okay? We were talking about the physical fitness test. I said, I don't think I can run a mile in a minute. So I'm going to send it back up and say, how many push-ups, Brian and Arjuna, do you think you would be able to max out on? Come on.
I have an honest excuse. I had my left shoulder replaced on December 8th, so
Okay.
I still have. I'm still rehabbing a little bit. I'll be glad to show you the scar. So I at least have an excuse, but yeah, probably not as many as these guys did.
It's also crazy, right? Juliana's right. Basically, every time I walk through, I don't get many opportunities to do it as well, so it's a small sample size. But the sims are being used by these drivers. It's like they're going back to their comfort zone, and it's kind of just helping them stay within themselves. Talk to me, though, now that we're at the end of day 2. Who's impressed you the most in terms of improvement? Because ultimately, like we've been talking about, it's not raw lap times that really are the be-all and end-all. Yes, it's great. But if you're fast right out the bat, there's not much really more to show. Who is showing you more, though, as we continue to build? And remember, tomorrow it's straight out into qualifying. There's not really any time for them to slowly build up when we get going.
You know, I'm not looking at times. I'm just thinking about what I saw approach on the racetrack. And that is, I really liked what I saw with Amy. I kind of gave her a hard time because I think she attacked in the first session and just went out and went, ah! And then we saw Max Papis beside the car the second session, and she lost a couple of laps while they're trying to get the camera back on. But she approached the second session completely differently than she approached the first session, and that impressed me. That I like to see.
In terms of times, I will just say, it's not the main focus, but Eduardo Leo was very, very quick across of the day. Camden Hibbit as well. And we were kind of talking about it just while we were seeing all this stuff down on pit lane. A big difference from the Spec MX-5 to this.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, the brake is going to be completely different. The aerodynamics, because they don't exist on an MX-5, other than like a brick in the air. But, you know, that impressed me. What about Will Redford?
Nathan Maximin, too.
His first session where he got how many time laps?
2.
And he was the quickest in that session.
And
so,
they were separated out. He got 1 and then had to
yeah,
come
they're great stories everywhere. I think the answer is they all impress me.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow as well because I think they will be more rested again after day 1, the physical intensity. This is a little bit more emotional than anything else. So tomorrow they'll come in, know it's the final day, and they'll give us their all.
And there really is something about sleeping on it. I mean, there really is. I know it's an old saying, but sleep on it tonight and you'll be better off tomorrow. And it's true. They will wake up tomorrow and they won't know why. They won't be able to put their finger on it, but they'll be better because of what they slept on and what kind of soaked in.
I think that's it for us, though, today. Time for us to wrap things up and for us to head off to dinner. Don't forget, though, we'll be live 8 a.m. tomorrow, not 7:30, 8 o'clock, all beginning as we wrap up and recap what we've seen so far and build up to get them out for the qualifying session. A big thanks to everyone behind the scenes, everyone here from our Racing Prodigy team, but those supporting us as well. Sucker Punch, Mazda, iRacing, the Atlanta Motorsports Park, MPI, Race Room, Street Kart Racing, PitFit, Primal Racing, the Radical Team, Toyo Tires, Wimner, the Racers Physio, Advanced Sim Racing, SimLab, and Grid. I could thank everyone behind the scenes that make this happen as well, but we'd be here until tomorrow. So for Brian Till along myself, Arjuna Kankipati, Hannah Newhouse and Juliana Darnell down on pit lane, thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.